The Summer Queen by Joan D. Vinge. Copyright 1991 by Joan D. Vinge. All rights reserved. Narrated by Barbara Caruso. Sally Darling was unavailable to continue narration of this series.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Now that Tiamat has moved from its generations-long winter to its lengthy summer, Arienrhod, the Snow Queen, has been replaced by Moon Dawntreader, the Summer Queen. Moon wants her people to return to traditional customs and to stop killing the mares, amiable sea creatures whose extinction heralds the end of the world. But the Summers resist her reforms. Sequel to The Snow Queen, RD 20257. Some strong language and some descriptions of sex, 1991. From the book jacket. This is a tale of history and civilization that challenges even the limits of galactic space. Passion that overwhelms even the destinies of worlds. Betrayal that devastates even the tapestries of time. The eagerly awaited climax to the magnificent series started in Joan D. Vinge's classic Hugo Award winner, The Snow Queen, and continued in World's End. This is the tale of a single planet, Tiamat, and of Moon, the island girl born to rule a world and become the Summer Queen. Because the unstable Black Gate permits only periodic access to the stellar hegemony, Tiamat's past has been divided by two alternating and radically different cultures. The superstitious, nature-loving summer clans once brought it centuries of primitive isolation. Years of dark exploitation followed when the materialistic, urban winter people came through the gate, sharing Tiamat with off-worlders who wanted one thing only, to slaughter the mare, the gentle sea mammals whose blood grants immortality. Now, once again, it is the time of the summer people. For a young mystic named Moon Dawntreader has witnessed the death of the evil Snow Queen, Arienrhod, and become Lady of Summer. The new queen is pledged to save Tiamat from off-world tyranny and end the mare hunts. Moon knows, yet is forbidden to tell others, that the mare are the psychic link connecting galactic civilization, and that their extinction will doom all human worlds. As stubborn summers defy Moon's reforms, treacherous winters plot her death. Her own mate, Sparks Dawntreader, slips into the vices he'd indulged in as the Snow Queen's assassin. Even Moon's children, Ariel and Tamas, are alienated, tainted by Arienrhod's secrets and sins. Across the universe, another danger threatens. Hegemonic tin spectre B.Z. Gundelinu solves the mystery of the world's end, rediscovering an ancient mode of star flight, one without gates. Once a pariah, driven mad by his love for Moon, Gundelinu becomes an hegemony hero. But he is obsessed by desire to reunite with the Summer Queen, even if he brings the mare killers with him, a century too soon. And in a hidden fortress, a sadistic crime lord finds the perfect monster to unleash on Tiamat. Reed Kalervo, a charismatic, handsome, utterly psychotic genius. Kalervo is a tortured mystery man, with no memory or morals, whose very soul has burned from his body. Instead, he is possessed by an unimaginable secret, a love he should be unable to feel, and orders to destroy everything the Summer Queen holds dear. Filled with all the rich details that make Vinge's worlds beautifully complete and complex, and peopled with characters new and old, The Summer Queen is an unforgettable adventure that spans a galaxy. The stunning finale to an astonishing epic of imagination. About the author. Joan D. Vinge, acclaimed for the power of her writing, the scope of her vision, and the depth of her vivid characters, is a Hugo Award winner and the best-selling author of The Snow Queen, Heaven Chronicles, and Cat's Paw. Miss Vinge lives in New York. Also by Joan D. Vinge. Scion, Phoenix in the Ashes, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, film novelization. To the mother of us all, to my mother, and to my children. I owe many thanks to many people for their help in making this book a reality after so long. In particular, I would like to thank Mitchell Jeffers and John Warner for bringing Hamlet's Mill to my attention, Giorgio de Santillana and Herta von Deckend, authors of Hamlet's Mill, Barbara Ludke, Jim Frenkel, Werner Vinge, Brian Thompson, the Clarion West Class of '88, Deborah Kahn Cunningham, Lolly Boyer, Steve and Julia Sabbok, Marilee Heifetz, and Richard Plantagenet, King of England, who may be the most misunderstood man in history. Author's note: the following names of characters and places are pronounced as shown: Anonki, Arienrhod, Danakil Lu, Gandalinu, Jerusha Palathion, Kedalian Niburu, Karamoth, Karamogi, Kalervo, Miro Ngenet, Mundlefair, Sondi, Tiamat, Tuo Neil, Vanu. Do you know nothing? Do you see nothing? Do you remember nothing? I remember those are pearls that were his eyes. Are you alive or not? Is there nothing in your head? T.S. Eliot. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. Pink Floyd. The mills of gods grind slowly, and the result is usually pain. Giorgio de Santillana and Herta von Deckend. The Summer Queen. Part 1. The Change. Do I dare disturb the universe? In a minute there is time for decisions and revisions which a minute will reverse. T.S. Eliot. Tiamat, the Windwards. The hand released the bright ribbon of scarf, and it fluttered down. 100 eager voices made one voice as the cluster of young girls exploded down the shining strand of beach. Clavely Bluestone Summer sat watching on the cliff high above, feeling the sea wind against her face, feeling it sweep back her long dark hair. Smiling, she closed her eyes and imagined that it was the wind of motion, that she was running with the others down below. She had run when she was a girl in races like this one, on so many islands across the summer seas, hoping to be the winner, to be the sea mother's chosen for the 3 days of the clan festival, garlanded with necklaces of clattering polished shells, fed the best and the sweetest of foods, given new clothes, honored by the elders, flirted with by all the young men. Her smile turned wistful. She fingered the trefoil pendant that gleamed in the sunlight against the laces of her loose homespun shirt. It had been a long time since she had run in one of those races. She had been a Sibyl for nearly half her life now. How was it possible? She opened her eyes, filling them with the endless blue-green of sea and sky, ever-changing and yet ever-constant, the mottled clouds, the shimmering ephemera of rainbows from a distant squall. The twins smiled down on their gathering today, warming her shoulders with luxuriant heat. Spring was in the air, making her remember with longing her body's own springtime. She glanced over her shoulder at the sound of footsteps. Her smile widened as she saw her husband making his way up the path with a basket of fish cakes and bread, a jug of beer in his other hand. She saw the grey-shot brown of his braided hair, his own trefoil gleaming in the sunlight. Her smile faded as she watched him struggle up the steep hill. The stiffness in his joints was getting worse every year. Too many years spent in draughty stone rooms, or making cold, wet crossings from island to island for weeks at a time. Danakil Lu was a winter. He had not been bred to the hard life of a summer, and his body rebelled against it. But he rarely spoke any word of complaint or regret, because he belonged here, where he was free to live his life as a sibyl, and because his heart belonged to her. The weather was warming. The summer star was brightening in their sky. Summer had come into its own. Perhaps the warmer days would ease his pain. Her smile came back as she saw his eyes, bright and blue-green like the sea, smiling up at her. He sat down with the basket of food, trying not to grimace. She put an arm around his shoulders, massaging his back gently as she pointed down at the beach. "Look, it's almost over." Another shout rose from the watchers below as the runners reached the finish line drawn in the wet sand. They watched a young girl with a bright flag of yellow hair sprint across the line first, watched her being embraced and garlanded and borne away. "It was a good race, Dana," she said, hearing the memories in her voice. Danakil Lu sighed, nodding, but somehow the gesture felt to her as if he had shaken his head. "We're young for such a short time," he murmured, "and we're old for such a long time." She turned to look at him. "Come now," she said, too cheerfully, because she had been feeling the same way. "How can you say that on a day like this?" And she kissed him, to make certain he didn't try to answer. He laughed in surprise. They ate together, enjoying the day in each other's company, an hour of solitude stolen from the questions of the festival-goers in the village below. They came down the hill again at last. A clan gathering was always a joyful time, a time for being reunited with relatives and friends from all across the scattered islands of summer, for remembering the Sea-Mother, giving the lady the tribute she deserved. This was the annual gathering of the Good Ventures, one of the largest clans in the islands. They had been the religious leaders of summer before the last change, the clan of the previous summer queens, and they still held great influence. Down by the stone wall of the quay, the winner of the foot race, a laughing freckled girl of no more than 14, was tossing the ritual offerings of worshippers and supplicants into the restless green water. Out in the bay, several mares from the colony that shared this island's shores looked on, a sure sign of the sea's blessing. Clavely watched the girl's face, the sunlight radiant in her hair, and felt a sudden, unexpected surge of longing. She had made a choice when she became a sibyl. It was a hard, restless life, traveling from island to island, speaking the lady's wisdom to those who needed her, seeking out and training the ones who would follow after her to guide a new generation of summers. They said that it was death to kill a sibyl, death to love a sibyl, death to be a sibyl. Few, if any, men who were not sibyls themselves would dare to be a husband to one. But even after she had met Danakil Lu, she had gone on taking childbane, because it was too hard a life to inflict on a child, and she had no close relatives to help her raise one. And Danakil Lu, with his bent back and aching joints, needed more and more of her care. She squeezed his hand tightly, and told her restless body to be quiet. Soon enough her childbearing time would be past, and the questions in her heart would be answered once and for all. "A question, Sibyl?" A boy came up to them hesitantly, his brown braids flopping against his sleeveless linen tunic. His eyes chose Danakil Lu to ask his question of. She guessed it was probably a question about girls. "Ask and I will answer." Danakil Lu spoke the ritual response, smiling kindly. Clavely let go of his hand with a farewell glance, granting the blushing boy privacy. She moved on through the crowd, half hearing Danakil Lu's voice behind her murmur "input" as he fell into the transfer, and the boy's mumbled question. "Sybil?" A middle-aged, grey-haired Goodventure woman came up beside her, and Clavely stopped, expecting another question. But before her response could form, the woman said, "Are you going to Carbuncle?" Clavely looked at her blankly. "To Carbuncle? Why?" she asked. "Haven't you heard?" The woman looked annoyingly smug. "The new Summer Queen. She has asked all the Sibyls of Summer to make a pilgrimage to the city in the north. She claims it is the lady's will." Clavely shook her head, expressing her disbelief as much as her ignorance. Carbuncle was the only real city on the entire planet, located far to the north, among the winter clans. Its name meant both jewel and fester. Tied to the off-worlders' starport, it swarmed with their wonders and their corruption during the 150-year cycles with the off-world hegemony-controlled Tiamat. During that time, the Snow Queen reigned. The winters claimed the city and all the lands around it for their own, and Sibyls were forbidden in Carbuncle. The off-worlders despised them. The winters hated and feared them. Danakil Lu had been born in the city, but he had been exiled when he became a Sibyl. But now the change had come again. The black gate that the off-worlders used to reach Tiamat had closed. The off-worlders had gone away and taken their technology with them. Even now the seas were warming. Gradually they would become too hot for the klee the summers herded, and for many of the fish they netted at sea. The mares, the sea mother's other children, were migrating north, and the summers were preparing for their own migration as well. Their ways would become this world's ways again, as the winters relearned the old rules of survival and harmony with the sea, and the summer queens showed them the human face of the lady's wisdom. But why would the summer queen, or the lady, want Sibyls in the city? Clavely asked, and not among the people, helping them to find the way to their new lives. She said that she wanted to tell all the Sibyls of a greater purpose, their true purpose, that had been revealed to her by the Sea Mother. The Goodventure woman shrugged and wiped her perspiring face. But there are those who ask, what possible purpose could a Sibyl find, which is better than to do what you do now? Yes, Clavely murmured uncertainly. It's a strange request. What is? Danakil Lu came up beside her, raising his eyebrows. The Summer Queen has asked all the Sibyls to come to Carbuncle, so that she can speak to them, she said, and she watched her husband's face turn ashen. The scars on his cheek, the cruel legacy of his casting out from Carbuncle, suddenly stood out like a brand. He took hold of her arm, not quite casually, steadying himself. "Oh," was all he said. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with clear sea air. "We needn't go," Clavely said softly, looking up at him. "There will be enough others without us." "A wise decision. But why do you look like the news brings you no joy, Clavely Bluestone?" A heavy-set, weathered woman joined them. Clavely recognized Capella Goodventure, the clan head woman. Clavely didn't answer, looking back at Danakil Lu, who was gazing out to sea as if he were suddenly there alone. "Or you're pledged either," Capella said, her voice prying like fingers. "What clan is he with?" Clavely heard the tone in her voice which said she knew the answer, although Danakil Lu wore no embroidery on his shirt, no token of clan membership. "Wayaways," Danakil Lu said flatly, looking back at her. His expression said that he recognized the tone in her voice, too. Wayways? But isn't that a winter clan? Capella said, with sour insinuation. The sound of her surprise rang as false as a cracked bell. I would think you'd be eager to return to your home. It isn't my home, he snapped. I am a sibyl. Of course you are. She stared at his trefoil. A winter who worships the lady. Aren't you unusual? She rubbed her arms, looking out at the sea. Danakil looked away from her again, irritation plain on his face. He did not believe in the lady, or in anything at all except his calling. But the lady believed in him. Clavely looked back at Capella Goodventure, frowning. She had never been fond of the Goodventure's elder. She was becoming less fond of her now with every heartbeat. She opened her mouth to inquire whether Capella had a question to ask or not. I would go nowhere near the city if I were a sibyl, Capella said, looking back at her. I was in Carbuncle at the last festival. It was my duty to oversee the crowning of the Summer Queen, and the drowning of the Snow Queen. She smiled slightly. Clavely tightened her jaw and held her tongue. And what I saw then made me wonder whether the lady had abandoned Carbuncle forever. What do you mean? Clavely asked, her curiosity forcing the words out against her will. The new queen claims to be a sibyl. Clavely's eyes widened. Her hand touched the trefoil hanging against her chest. But isn't that a good... But, Capella Goodventure went on, relentlessly, she's white as snow. She looks exactly like the old queen, Arienrhod. Her voice dripped vitriol. She forsook the proper rituals of the change. She speaks blasphemies about the lady's will. She chooses to live in the Snow Queen's palace, and she went so far as to have me turned out of it when I tried to show her how her willfulness could harm us all. Ah, Clavely thought. The winter gossip says that she is the old queen's illegal clone, an unnatural copy of herself, made for her by the off-worlders to oppress us, Capella Goodventure went on. She couldn't possibly be a Summer, even though she claims to belong to the Dawntreader clan. The Dawntreaders? Clavely said, startled. I knew a sibyl of the Dawntreaders. About 5 years ago. Her name was Moon... This time it was the Goodventure woman who looked surprised. Is she the new queen? Clavely asked, incredulous. She read the answer in the other woman's eyes. You know her? Capella Goodventure demanded. What did she look like? She would be young and very fair. Her hair was almost white. Her eyes were a strange, shifting color, like fog agates. She knew again, from the look on the other woman's face, that she had described the new queen. She is a sibyl, Danakil said abruptly. We trained her ourselves, and she was a Summer. I would have known if she was not. Capella Goodventure looked at him, her eyes narrowing. He met her stare, until finally she was the one who looked away. She isn't right, she said finally, looking at Clavely again. I will tell you what I have told every sibyl I've seen. I have to return to the city, but you do not. Don't go to Carbuncle. She turned and started away, her angry momentum splitting the crowd like a ship's wake. Clavely looked at Danakil, found him already looking at her. Perhaps the only thing that's truly wrong with the new queen is that she isn't a Goodventure, she murmured. Danakil mouth twitched with a fleeting, ironic smile. The smile disappeared. What do you really think? He asked her. She brushed at a fly that was buzzing in her ear like doubt, and felt another frown start to form. I remember the girl, Moon Dawntreader, that we knew. She was different. There was something about her, but I always felt that it was good. I think that I want to know for myself what the truth is. Dana. He nodded, his face pinching. You want to go to Carbuncle? Slowly she nodded. But what do you think? What do you feel? What do you want to do? He looked out across the sea again, squinting with the glare of light on water, looking north. She saw him swallow as if something were caught in his throat. At last he said, I want to go home. Ondinee, Razuma. Halt! Who are you? He stopped in the Inquisitory's shadowed corridor as weapons surrounded him, with cold-eyed men behind them. The smith. They knew him only as the smith when he came on errands like this, when he wore openly the pendant of silver metal that he usually kept hidden beneath his shirt. He could pass unmolested through circumstances that would be suicidal if he did not wear the cryptic star and compass, which stood for so many things to so many people. The star in this particular pendant was the solar eye, a rare and secret gem born in the heart of dying stars, more precious than diamonds, believed by some mystics to hold powers of enlightenment. In this setting it symbolized all that and more. The high priest sent for me. The men surrounding him wore the uniforms of the church police, with the blood-red badge of the high priest's elite guard. They looked dubious as they took in his face, his youth. They studied the sign he wore. Their weapons lowered slightly. They carried plasma rifles, not the stun rifles that most police forces used, that were both cheaper and far more humane. The high priest's red badges were called the Terror, and the name was not an empty threat. Come with us, one of the guards said finally, nodding his head. He's waiting for you. The smith followed them along the dark, echoing corridor, down a flight of steps cut from stone. The steps had been worn into crescents by the pitiless tread of booted feet going down and up again, by the feet of the Inquisitory's countless victims, going only down. Someone screamed somewhere as they reached the bottom. The guards glanced at him as he hesitated, measuring his reaction to the sound. Infidel, their stares whispered. Criminal. Off-worlder scum. He looked back at them, letting them into his eyes, letting them see what waited for them there. Let's go, he whispered. They looked away and started on into the Inquisitory's bowels. They passed many closed doors. He heard more screams, moans, prayers in more than one language. The parched heat of the streets was a reeking fever sweat here. He felt himself sweating, not entirely from the fetid heat. One of his escort unlocked a door, and the noises he had been trying not to listen to suddenly became impossible to ignore. They led him through the chamber beyond. He did not look right or left, stared fixedly at the back of the man ahead of him. But the corners of his eyes showed him a naked, bleeding body suspended from chains, an inquisitor irate at the interruption, an array of torture equipment ranging from the primitive to the sublime. Nothing ever became obsolete in this business. The stench was overwhelming, like the heat, the sounds. A rushing filled his head. His eyesight began to strobe. He swore under his breath and turned it into forced meditation, pulling himself together. He finished crossing the room. Beyond the far door was another corridor, and at its end another room. A laboratory this time. The air was suddenly, startlingly cool. He realized that this must be where the government kept the research installation he had heard rumors about. No wonder the secret of its location kept so well. He took a deep breath, let it out as Urdaz, the high priest of the western continent, came forward to greet him. Urdaz was here in person. This was a bigger mess than he'd expected. "Shaiba be praised you've come so soon." He shrugged off the touch of Erdaz's hand. The high priest must have his own entrails on the sacrificial plate to make him touch an unbeliever as if they were friends. "What's the problem?" the smith asked, his voice rasping. Erdaz stepped back. "That is," he said, and pointed. Behind him stood half a dozen men in lab clothing, some Ondinean, some not. "Our researchers were trying a replication process. Something went wrong." The researchers moved aside as the smith started forward, giving him access to what lay behind them. He stopped, staring. Beyond the electromagnetic barrier of an emergency containment shield, he saw a seething mass of glittering, cloud-like material. He looked at the display on the wall beside it, just as one more subsystem went critical, and another indicator slipped into the red in a spreading epidemic of crisis. "What the hell?" he murmured. He turned back to the research team. "What is it?" They looked at each other, glancing nervously at the high priest. "We were trying to create a replication process that would restructure carbon into diamond for a building material." He gave a bark of sardonic laughter. "By the render!" He looked back at Erdaz, watching the high priest's barely controlled anxiety become barely controlled anger, at his blasphemy, at his mockery. "Maybe Shaiba and the hallowed Calaver don't approve of your unnatural methods. Our plans for the new temple require large expanses of a material that is both transparent and extremely strong. Diamond veneer will not suffice. The Holy of Holies knows that everything we do in this place is to the greater exaltation of the name." Erdaz snapped. His heavy robes rustled like leaves of steel. The smith glanced toward the door he had entered by, and what lay beyond it. He smiled sourly. "Why don't you just evacuate and drop a nuke on this place? That would solve your problem." "This is not an acceptable solution," Erdaz said, frowning. "You mean it's too obvious?" The smith shook his head, turning back to the displays. They had been trying to create a primitive replicator, as limited in function compared to the old empire's smart matter as an amoeba was to a human being. They had wanted something that would mindlessly realign the molecular structure of carbon, transforming it into diamond. They had tried to create an imitation of life, and they had been too successful. Instead of an army of cell-sized mechanical slaves, whose purpose was endlessly replicating the molecular pattern of diamonds, they had gotten an army of mindless automatons, whose only purpose was reproducing themselves. And getting rid of them would require something far more sophisticated and lethal than a dose of disinfectant. The replicators by design incorporated diamond and other materials into their own analog bacterial structures, making them stronger, more active, and far more resistant to attack than any natural organism. He studied the displays silently, feeling incredulity and disgust groan inside him as he located the critical error sequence in their programming. He glanced again at the systems monitors, confirming his worst-case expectations with one look. "This is eating its way through the shields." He turned back. "It's feeding on their energy output. In about half an hour the whole system is going to crash. Congratulations, gentlemen. You've produced a universal solvent." The looks on the faces of the researchers turned critical, like the data readings behind him. And he realized that they had suspected it all along, but they had not even dared to speak its name, had been hoping against hope that he would come in here like a miracle and tell them they were wrong. "A universal solvent?" Erdaz took a step backward, pressing an ebony hand to his jeweled breastplate. "It can't be." It was the ultimate demon of old empire technology run wild. That absorbs everything it comes in contact with. Everything. Nothing can contain it. Nothing can stop it. It's the end of the world. He looked back at the stricken researchers, His indigo eyes filled with death. "By the holy—" The smith silenced him with an impatient gesture. "Tell me," he said evenly, to the cluster of researchers. "Why haven't you stopped this?" "We can't," someone protested. "What do you mean?" the smith said angrily. "You knew what the problem was. Anybody who knows bacteriology and its analogues could kill this thing. You have the processing power here, and you presumably possess at least the variety of chemical tools available to the average drug dealer, don't you?" "Yes, but—" "But what, for God's sakes?" He caught the man and jerked him forward. "What the hell were you waiting for?" But, we can't get in there." The researcher gestured at the seething mass waiting beyond the transparent wall. "You what?" the smith whispered. "We can't get at it." He wiped his sweating face. "When the emergency shields are up, there's no way to get access to what's contained inside them. But if we open the shielding, the solvent will get out." The smith laughed incredulously. "You can't be serious." He looked at their faces. He looked back at the shield displays. "How in the name of any god you like could you possibly set up a system with no emergency access?" "You miserable, stupid bastards." His hands tightened. "Isn't there anything you can do?" someone asked, in a voice that sounded pathetically high. "There must be something. You're the expert." "I really don't know. You've done your work so well," he said softly, twisting the knife, almost enjoying the look on their faces. "What if you can't?" Urdaz said thickly. "What will happen to our world?" The smith glanced at the data on the displays beside him. "It could be worse." He shrugged. They looked at him. "What do you mean?" Urdaz demanded. The term universal solvent is really a misnomer. There are a number of different biotechnical compounds you could call universal solvents. Their interests vary depending on their composition. A few things would actually survive if this escapes containment. "What kind of things?" Urdaz said. "What—" The smith stared at his feet, rubbing his face, wiping away any trace of sardonic smile. He looked up again, finally. "Titanium spires in some of your monuments." "What else?" He shrugged again. "There are a number of things I can think of that would retain their integrity. But nothing you'd be interested in. Except diamonds. Ships at the starport with titanium hulls, if their locks were completely sealed, might even get off the ground. Carbon-based life forms will be the first to go, though. The replicants need carbon to make diamond, obviously. We'll all become diamond. Filigrees of diamond frost on a pond. The human body is mostly water. They don't need water." He glanced at the glittering cloud of doom. "This will spread like a disease. The solvent can't destroy everything as fast as it will destroy human body tissue. Some things will take weeks to break down. The whole planet will probably take months to transmogrify." "Stop it!" Urdaz said, and it took the smith a moment to realize that he meant the solvent itself. "Stop it, and you can have anything you desire." The smith's mouth twisted. "It's not that simple," he said. "Maybe you can bribe your gods, priest, but you can't bribe mine." He gestured at the disintegrating fields, let his hand fall back to his side. "I can probably stop it," he murmured finally in disgust, looking at their terrified faces. "Personally, I'd see you all in hell first, and me on the next ship out of here. But our mutual friends want your ass sitting in the high seat a little while longer, Urdaz." He touched the pendant hanging against his shirt. "So the next time you say your prayers, you'll know who to thank. But if I save the world for you, I want you to take these incompetent sons of bitches on a tour of your other facilities." He jerked his head at the door to hell. "It wasn't our fault," the researcher beside him said. "Fakkel was in transfer. We were in contact with the Sybil net the whole time. We followed the process exactly. There were no mistakes in our program, I swear it." The smith spun around. "You got this data through Sybil transfer?" he asked. "I don't believe that. That's impossible." Another man stepped forward, wearing a Sybil's trefoil. "I was in transfer during the entire process," he said. "We made no mistakes at our end. We followed everything exactly. The Sybil net made the mistake. It was wrong. It was wrong." His voice faded. The smith saw fear in his eyes. Not fear of the Church's retribution, or even of the end of the world in that moment, but instead the fear of a man whose belief in something more reliable than any god had been profoundly shaken. "That's impossible," Urdaz said. "No," the smith murmured. "It could be true. It could be why I'm here." He shook his head, as the stupefying visions of a real-time nightmare suddenly filled his mind, filling him with incomprehensible dread. He sucked in a ragged breath. "Why? Do you mean there's something wrong with the entire Sybil net?" Urdaz demanded. "How could such a thing happen?" "Shut up," the smith said thickly, "and let me work, unless you really want to find out firsthand what it feels like when your flesh cracks and curls, and all the water oozes out of your crystallizing body. You dare to speak to me like—" The smith stared at him. Urdaz's thin-lipped mouth pressed shut, and the smith turned away again. He began to give commands to the control system, going back over the faulty Sybil data, doing his analyses, half in the machine, half in his head. The purity of analytical thought calmed him, fulfilled him, making him forget his human fears. The replicators were essentially an analog of bacteria, structured for strength. They could be stopped by the application of appropriate analog toxins. Once he understood their structure well enough, he would know what tools would destroy them. But he also needed heat, a lot of heat, to break down the carbon-carbon bonds of the diamond matrix that made the replicators almost impervious to attack. And then, somehow, he had to deliver the blow. He crossed the lab to another bank of processors, cursing under his breath at the impossibly inadequate design of the lab itself. He transferred his results, inputting more data, his murmured commands loud in the sudden, perfect silence of the sealed room. "I need access to your toxin component inventory." He gestured at the displays. One of the researchers came forward. He made a quick pass of his hands over the touchboards and stood aside again. "You're cleared." The smith went back to his work as the accesses opened, searching for the fastest way to create his silver bullet from the simplistic assortment of analog toxins he had available. The solution to this problem was painfully obvious, but it had to be quick, subtle, and right the first time. He was oblivious now to everything but the exaltation of his work, caught up in an ecstasy that was more like prayer than anything anyone else in this room had ever known. When he had his prototype toxin designed, he activated the sequence that would begin to produce it in large quantities in aerosol form, and heat it to 3,000 or 4,000 degrees centigrade. He estimated that half that much heat, combined with the toxin, should be enough to turn the seething mass of replicant ooze into useless slag that would harm nothing. This much would also leave their entire system in ruins. Destroying their system wasn't absolutely necessary to this process, but it was better to be safe than sorry when you were dealing with the end of the world. And besides, he felt like it. "All right," he said, turning back to his silent witnesses. "Turn off the emergency shields." "What?" someone gasped. "Do it!" he snapped. "I have to get this mixture in there if I'm going to stop what's happening, and the only way to do that is to shut it down." "But if the solvent escapes—" "Shutting off the fields will slow it down, because it's feeding on their energy," he said, as patiently as if he were speaking to someone with brain damage. "That should give my agent enough time to do its work. This is your only chance. You have about 5 minutes before the replicant mass overloads the barriers anyway, you stupid sons of bitches, and then there will be no stopping it. Shut off the goddamn field." He went back to his position among the system displays, never taking his eyes off the researchers as they looked toward Urdas. As Urdas nodded, slowly, and someone gave the fateful command, he watched the data on the screens, barely breathing. Timing his own directives to synchronize, to feed the superheated gas into the space at the exact point in time when the shields went down. Something happened beyond the protective window wall of the observation room that registered in his eyes as blinding pain. He shut them, as the virtually indestructible material of the window, the room, and the building itself made sounds that no one in this room had ever expected to hear. The smith felt an impossible heat reach him, like the sun's kiss, making his flesh tingle even here. He stood motionless until he felt the sensation fade, the reaction snuffing out. He opened his eyes. The formerly transparent window before him was opaqued now by a sheen of metallic silver-gray. He could make out nothing beyond it. He looked down at the displays, where to his relief a new and entirely different pattern of disaster warnings met his eyes, showing him the answers he needed to see. Data feeding in from the black box in the heart of the chamber he could no longer see told him that he had accomplished his goal. The replicant mass had been terminated. He looked away, drained, turning back to the researchers. He saw in their eyes that they knew he had been successful, even Urdas. They were safe, their slack faces said, as if anyone was ever safe. "You weren't afraid," one of the men murmured, looking at him as if the idea was incomprehensible. "How could you not be afraid?" The smith glanced at Urdas. "I'm not afraid of things I understand," he said sourly. "Just things I don't understand." Urdas's gaze met his own, without comprehension. "It's over, then?" Urdas asked. "It's all right? The solvent has been utterly destroyed?" The smith nodded. "You're absolutely certain?" "Absolutely." The smith let his mouth twitch. "Although if I were you," he added gently, "I'd keep a couple of containers of my brew on call, just in case." "Did you know all along that this would work, then?" one of the others said, half reluctant and half fascinated. "The odds of success were 98%. If nobody involved fucked up," the smith said, with a smile that did not spare them. "Have a nice day. And for God's sakes, when you rebuild this place, hire Karamogis to do it right." He crossed the room to the high priest's side. "I'll be going," he said. "I came in the back door. I'm not going out that way. After you." He gestured, knowing there had to be other ways into this hidden complex, forcing Urdas to acknowledge it. Urdas nodded, frowning but not daring to object. He led the way out. The smith left the church inquisitory by the main entrance, followed by the high priest's hollow blessing and many naked stares of disbelief. He pushed the solii pendant back into concealment inside his clothes as he went down the broad steps. He began to walk out across the open square, breathing deeply for the first time in hours as he passed through the shifting patterns of the market-day crowd. The dry, clean, spice-scented air cleared out his lungs, but even the sun's purifying heat could not burn away his fragmented visions of a disaster far more widespread and profound than the one he had just averted. The Sybil net had made a mistake. There was something wrong with the Sybil net, and that terrifying knowledge haunted his confused mind as though it were somehow his fault, his responsibility. Tell your fortune, for only a sisk." Someone's hand caught his arm as he passed yet another canopied stall. He stopped as the dark hand brushed his own, looked down into the woman's deeply blue-violet eyes, gazing up at him. "What?" he said. "Your future, stranger, for only a sisk. I sense that you are a lucky man." He followed her glance back the way he had come. He had come out of the inquisitory's doors in one piece, walking on his own 2 feet. A lucky man. He was about to refuse her, with a cynicism that probably matched her own, when he noticed she held a circular tan board on her lap. Most fortune-tellers used jumble sticks, or simply the palm of your hand. The intricate geometries, painstakingly laid out on the board's polished surface, symbolized many things, just as his hidden pendant did. The moves to be made in a game that was probably older than time. The hidden moves of the great game, in which he was a hidden player. He had never seen a tan board used to tell fortunes. "Sure," he murmured, with an acid smile. "Tell me my future." He sat down across from her on the pillows in the shade, his curiosity piqued. He leaned forward, intrigued in spite of himself, as she cast the smooth gaming pieces out across the tan board's surface. They scattered, colliding, rebounding off its rim with the random motions of fate, coming to rest in a configuration that looked equally random. She stared at the pattern they made, and sucked in a breath. Her night-black hands covered the board with spread fingers, as if to shield his eyes from it. She looked up at him again, with both incomprehension and dread. "Death," she murmured, looking into his eyes as deeply as if she saw time itself there. He almost laughed. "Everybody dies. Death by water." He froze, feeling the blood fall away from his face. He scrambled to his feet, swayed there a moment, dizzy with disbelief. He fumbled in his pocket, dropped a coin on her board, not even noticing what it was that he gave her, not caring. He turned away without another word, and disappeared into the crowd. Tiamat, Carbuncle. Gods, what am I doing here? Jerusha Palathion bent her head, pressing her fingertips against her eyes. The feeling that she was a prisoner in someone else's dream crept over her again as the scene before her suddenly turned surreal. She raised her head and opened her eyes as the disorientation passed. Yes, she was really here, standing in the Hall of the Winds, waiting for the Summer Queen, watching over the crowd that waited with her. But still she seemed to hear the song of a goddess in the air, high overhead, feel the living breath of the sea-mother chill her flesh. The ageless chamber reeked of the sea. The keening windsong carried her voice to Jerusha, and to the small gathering of the faithful who waited with reverence and awe at the edge of the pit for their audience with the queen. The sea herself lay waiting too, at the bottom of the pit, 300 meters below. A single fragile span of bridge crossed the dizzying well, giving access to the palace on the other side. But high above them, gossamer curtains swelled and billowed with the restless wind, creating treacherous air currents that could sweep a body from the bridge with terrifying ease. "The lady gives," they said, "and the lady takes away. The lady, the lady." Hushed voices murmured her name as the Summer Queen appeared suddenly at the far end of the span. Jerusha took a deep breath and lowered her hand to her side, focusing on the queen, the goddess incarnate, as she stepped carefully onto the bridge. Jerusha watched her come, slowly, regally, her milk-white hair drifting around her in a shining cloud, her loose summer-green robes billowing like grass, like the sea. She wore a crown of flowers and bird wings shot through with the light of jewels, and the trefoil of a sibyl. The lady. "Damn it!" Jerusha shook her head, a head-clearing, a denial. She looked at the queen again, seeing her clearly this time. Not a goddess incarnate, but an 18-year-old girl named Moon. Her face was drawn with strain and weariness. Her movements were made slow and awkward by the swelling of an unexpected pregnancy that was now near term, no longer completely concealed even by her flowing robes. There was no mystery to her, any more than there was any divine presence in this room. Jerusha's eyes still reminded her insistently that the queen wore another woman's face. Memory told her that Moon Dawntreader carried another woman's ambitions in her mind, in her heart. It was impossible not to stare at her, not to wonder about the strange motion of a fate whose dance had trapped them both. She listened to the progression of high, piercing notes that filled the chamber as the queen touched the tone-box she carried in her hand, the sounds that controlled the movement of the wind curtains high above, to create a space of quiet air through which she and the 3 people who followed her could move. The tone-box was an artifact of the old empire, like the hall, the pit, the palace above them, and the ancient serpentine city at whose pinnacle it sat. Technology was the real god at work here, and the queen knew that as well as Jerusha did. She had come here today to try to reconcile this crucial gathering of her people to that truth, if she could. Jerusha felt a sudden twinge of compassion for the fragile figure crossing the bridge toward her. Moon Dawntreader had defied the off-worlder rule that Jerusha Palathian had represented to become the new queen, and Jerusha had believed her cause was just, had believed in her. Instead of deporting her, had let her become queen. In the end, she had even given up her own position as commander of police, stopped serving the hegemony that had brought nothing but grief to her and to this world. She had chosen to stay behind on Tiamat at the final departure, and serve its new queen instead. But when the off-worlders had gone away at the change, they had gone forever, at least as far as Jerusha Palathian was concerned. They would not come back in her lifetime. She had exiled herself, and if ever she changed her mind, she still could not change that. And had she changed her mind? Jerusha's face pinched. She rubbed her arms, feeling the rough homespun cloth chafe her skin. Gods, she was so tired all the time lately. She wondered if she was getting some disease, or simply getting depressed. She dressed like a Tiamatan, even though there were still plenty of off-worlder clothes to be had, trying to do the impossible to fit in when her dark curling hair and upslanting eyes, her cinnamon-colored skin, marked her as alien. She had never felt at home on this world, in all the time she had served here. She had hated this ancient, musty, mysterious city the way she had hated its former queen. But in the end, it had worked its will on her. In the end, it had still been the lesser of 2 evils. Someone touched her shoulder. She started, caught off guard, raised her hand in a defense gesture that police training had programmed into her reflexes. She stopped herself, chagrined, as she realized that the touch belonged to her husband. "Miro," she whispered, feeling the tension inside her dissolve. He made a sound that was almost a laugh. "Who were you expecting?" She gazed at him for a long moment. His off-worlder's face looked as out of place here as her own. And yet he belonged here, had lived here, all of his life. It was not impossible to learn to love a new world. She only shook her head and put her hand over his as she glanced away at the queen. "How is she?" she asked, looking again at the swell of the queen's belly. Miro had off-worlder medical training, and Moon had chosen him, trusted him over any local physician or healer to attend her, as she had chosen Jerusha to watch her back. "I think I picked up 2 heartbeats today. I think she's carrying twins." "Gods," Jerusha murmured. She shifted from foot to foot, wondering why her hands and feet went to sleep on her so easily lately. He nodded with a heavy sigh. "She shouldn't be doing this. I told her that. She ought to let go of it, let the Summers treat her like a goddess. That's all they expect or want of her." Jerusha looked back at him, feeling unexpected irritation rise inside her. "She doesn't want to be a puppet, Miro. She wants to be a queen. Just because women are the ones who get pregnant." The sudden thought filled her head like a strange perfume. Am I pregnant? He looked back at her, frowning. God damn it, you know that's not what I meant. She looked down. Am I? Feeling wonder fall through her like rain. She's pushing too hard, that's all. She wants it all to change now. She should let it go until she delivers, that's all. The frown was still on his face. Concern now instead of annoyance. Carrying twins causes complications in a pregnancy, you know that. Jerusha forced her attention back to his words, saying nothing about what she had just felt, thought, imagined. She wasn't even sure. There was no reason to mention it now. She looked at Moon again, at the swelling curve of her stomach. If she waits that long, the Summers will smother her in worship, she said sourly. The Good Venture clan, whose ancestors had been the Summer Queens during the last cycle, had gotten a taste for power and nursed their hunger for it through 150 years, through Tiamat's near-endless winter. They still believed in the old ways of Summer's conservative outback, and they still believed they held their goddess's favor over this heretic upstart who was trying to unnaturally force the Winter's off-worlder technophile ways on them. She's made enemies of the Good Ventures already by pushing them too hard. But if she doesn't push, they'll drown her. She's damned either way. The Sybil net is behind her. Who knows what it's really telling her? Nobody understands how it acts, Miro, or half of what it says. She shook her head. Who knows if she really even hears it at all? Or only the ghost of the Snow Queen whispering in her ear. Miro was silent for a long moment. She hears it, he said at last. She looked away, shifting the projectile rifle's strap against her shoulder, feeling the distance open between them, reminded by the words that he shared a history, a bond of faith that did not include her with this world's queen. She focused on Moon Dawntreader again, as the queen began to speak. The small crowd of islanders, almost all of them Sybils, shuffled and bowed their heads as the queen greeted them. They were obviously awed by the trefoil she wore, and by her surroundings, even though her soft, uncertain voice barely carried above the sighing of the wind. Sparks Dawntreader, the red-haired youth who was Moon's husband, stood close beside her. His arm went around her protectively as he looked out at the crowd. Behind them stood a middle-aged woman with dark gray-shot hair hanging in a thick plait over her shoulder. She wore the same trefoil sign the queen wore. She gazed aimlessly over the crowd with eyes that were like shuttered windows, as the fourth person, a plain, stocky woman, murmured something in her ear, describing the scene, probably. "Thank you for coming," Moon murmured, her pale hands clutching restlessly at her robes. The words sounded banal, but gratitude shone in her eyes, a tribute to the people standing before her, whose quiet reverence belied the long and difficult journey they had made to this meeting. She hesitated, as if she were trying to remember words, and Jerusha sensed her fleeting panic. "I asked all the Sybils of Summer to come to the city when I became queen because—" She glanced down, up again, and suddenly there was a painful knowledge in her eyes that only the two off-worlders understood. "Because the lady has spoken to me, and shown me a truth that I must share with all of you. The sea has blessed our people with her bounty and her wisdom, and we have always believed that she spoke her will through those of us who wear the Sybil sign." Her hand touched the trefoil again, self-consciously. "But now, at last, she has chosen to show us a greater truth." Moon bit her lip, pushed back a strand of hair. "Oh, gods," Jerusha thought. "Here we go. Now there's no turning back." "We are not the only Sybils," the queen said, her voice suddenly strong with belief. "Sybils are everywhere, on all the worlds of the hegemony. I have been off-world. I have seen them. The rapt silence of her audience broke like a wave. Their astonishment flowed over her. I have seen them! She lifted her hands. They fell silent again. I have been to another world, called Keramoth, where they wear the same sign. They speak the same words to go into transfer. They have the same wisdom. They also say, she glanced at her husband with a brief private smile and pressed her hands to her stomach, that it is death to kill a Sibyl, death to love a Sibyl, death to be a Sibyl. But they also showed me that it doesn't have to be true. She turned back again, this time to touch the arm of the blind woman, drawing her forward. Fate Ravenglass is a Sibyl, just as you are and I am. But she is a Winter. How? Impossible. The astonished murmurs broke over her again. She waited for them to die down, her hands pressing her swollen stomach. It's true, Fate said slowly as the voices faded. Ask, and I will answer. She spoke the ritual words, her voice filled with emotion. For more than half of my life, I hid my secret from the off-worlders and my own people. The off-worlders lied to us all about the true nature of what we do. We are part of something much greater than we ever dreamed, Moon said, moving forward, all her hesitation gone now, a part of a network created by our ancestors, before we even came to this world. The Sibyls in the crowd pulled their homespun clothes and clee-skin slickers closer about them, staring at her with every face among them showing a different emotion. But lady, someone began, broke off. But how can the lady... He looked down, speechless, shaking his head. The Sea Mother is still with you, in you, all around you, the Queen said, forcing into the words a conviction that Jerusha knew she no longer felt. Her time off-world had taught her more than one truth, and it had taught her that no truth was a simple one. She has blessed your ways because you serve her selflessly, as Sibyls everywhere do. Stop this blasphemy! All heads turned at once, as the voice echoed down the entry hall toward them. Jerusha stiffened as she saw Capella Goodventure stride into the Hall of the Winds. How the hell did she get in here? Jerusha muttered. The Queen had ordered all the Goodventures, and particularly their elder, out of the palace after their last bitter theological argument. Jerusha had directed the palace security guards to make certain it was done. But some of the palace guards were Summers, and the gods, or their goddess, only knew where their loyalties really lay. Someone had let her pass. Jerusha took a step forward, her face hardening over, and pulled the rifle strap from her shoulder. Miro caught her arm, stopping her. Wait. He looked toward the crowd as Capella Goodventure showed herself to them. Jerusha nodded, lowering the gun. She moved forward more slowly, only watching now. This woman who claims that she speaks as one of you is telling you lies. The Goodventure elder's voice shook with anger. She is not a true Sibyl, not even a true Summer. She wears Winter's face and Winter's ways. She has tried to keep me from speaking the truth, but I will speak it. She turned to face the Queen. Do you still deny me my right to be heard? Or will you order your off-worlders to drag me from the hall? Because that is what they will have to do. Jerusha stopped moving, looking toward the Queen. The Queen glanced her way, looked back at Capella Goodventure. No, Moon said softly. Say what you must. Capella Goodventure deflated slightly, her defiance punctured by the Queen's easy capitulation. She took a deep breath. You all know of me. I am head woman of the clan that gave Summer its last line of queens. I have come to tell you that this woman who calls herself Moon Dawntreader Summer has brought you here to fill your minds with doubt. About yourselves, about the lady's place in your lives. She would strip away the beliefs, the traditions that make us Summers. She wants us to become like the Winters, miserable lackeys of the off-worlders who despise our ways and butcher the sacred mares. She turned, confronting the Queen directly. "You do not speak for the Sea Mother," she said furiously. "You are not the woman who was chosen Queen. You have no right to wear that sign at your throat." "That isn't true," Moon said, lifting her chin so that all the watchers could clearly see the trefoil tattoo that echoed the barbed fishhook curves of the Sibyl pendant she wore. "Anyone can wear a tattoo," Capella Goodventure said disdainfully. "But not just anyone can wear the face of the Winter's Queen. There is no Moon Dawntreader, Summer. You are the Snow Queen, Arienrhod. You cheated Death and the Off-worlders. I don't know how. You stole the rightful place of our Queen, and now you desecrate the mother of us all with this filth." She faced the crowd again, her own face flushed with an outrage that Jerusha knew was genuine. But a woman's voice called out from the crowd. "I know Moon Dawntreader." Capella Goodventure's broad-lined face frowned as she peered into the crowd. The Queen stared with her as the speaker pushed through the wall of faces. Jerusha saw a sturdy, dark-haired island woman in her mid-30s. Saw sudden recognition fill Moon's face at the sight of her. "Clavely Bluestone Summer," the woman identified herself, and Capella Goodventure's frown deepened. "I made her a Sibyl. She has the right to the trefoil, and to speak the lady's will." "Then let her prove it," Capella Goodventure said, her face mottling with anger. "If she has any right to speak as she does, then let her prove it." Moon nodded, looking surer now. "Ask, and I will answer," she said again. "No," Capella Goodventure said. "A Sibyl transfer can be faked, just like a tattoo. Let her show us real proof. Let the sea give us a sign of her will." The Queen stood where she was, listening to the crowd murmur its doubts, her own face furrowing in a frown as she tried to imagine how to lay their doubts to rest. Jerusha stood unmoving, her body drawn with tension as she waited for a sign from the Queen to come forward and remove the Goodventure woman. But she knew that Moon could not take that step now, without losing all credibility. Moon glanced over her shoulder at the pit waiting behind her like a tangible symbol of her danger, looked back at Capella Goodventure again. "The Sea Mother is with us here," she said, clearly enough for all the crowd to hear her. "Do you feel her presence? The waters of the sea lie at the bottom of the pit behind me. Smell the air, listen for her voice calling up to you." Capella Goodventure stood back, a faint smile of anticipation pulling at her mouth. But then the Queen held something out in her hand. Jerusha caught her breath as she saw what it was. "This is called a tone box. It controls the wind in the Hall of Winds. It is the only way for a person to cross the pit safely." She handed the control box to Capella Goodventure, and turned back toward the bridge. Jerusha swore softly. "No." "Moon!" Jerusha heard Sparks Dawntreader call out to his wife, reaching after her as she left his side. The Queen glanced back over her shoulder. Something in her look stopped him where he was, with dread on his face. She turned away again, raising her arms, bowing her head, and murmured something inaudible that might have been a prayer. Jerusha saw her body quiver slightly, as if she were going into transfer. The moaning of the winds was loud in the sudden, utter silence of the hall as she stepped out onto the bridge. She swayed as the wind buffeted her, froze for an instant, regained her balance, and took another step. Jerusha's hands tightened. She felt a surge of sickness as she remembered her own terrifying, vertiginous passages over that span. She fought the urge to close her eyes. The queen took a third precarious step, braced against the wind. And then something happened. Jerusha looked up as the queen looked up. She sucked in a deep breath of wonder. The clangorous sighing of the wind curtains faded as the wind spilled from the sails and the air currents died, as the open windows high above began to close. Blue and gold sunlight shafted down through the inert cloud forms of the curtains to light Moon's hair like an aura. "By the bastard boatman," Jerusha whispered, feeling Miro's hand tighten around her arm with painful awe. "By the lady," his voice answered, deep and resonant, although she knew that he could not mean it. A slow murmur spread through the crowd, and one by one the watchers dropped to their knees, sure that they were in the presence of a miracle, a goddess, her chosen. Until at last only Capella Goodventure was left standing. As Jerusha watched, even she nodded in acknowledgment or defeat. The queen stood a moment longer, her head held high, her face a mask that Jerusha could not read. The air stayed calm. The ancient hall and everyone in it seemed frozen in place. And then at last Moon Dawntreader moved again, stepping off of the bridge onto solid ground. She looked back at the flaccid curtains hanging in the air, as if she were waiting for something. But they did not begin to fill again. The window walls remained closed. She took a deep breath, her shoulders rising and falling visibly, her own face showing traces of the awe that had silenced the crowd. She looked ahead again, with her gaze on her husband's white, stunned face. She returned to his side. Jerusha saw the uncertainty that was almost fear in his eyes as she took his hand. "It is the lady's will," she said, facing the crowd again, at last, "that I should be here, and that you should be here with me." She gestured at the span behind her, open to anyone who chose to cross it, now that the winds had ceased. "This is her sign to you that a true change has come. The ways of winter are not forbidden to us any more." She hesitated, looking out at their faces, her own face changed by the emotions that played across it. "We are who we are," she said, "and the old ways have always been our survival. But no one's ways are the only, or the best. Change is not always evil. It is the destiny of all things. It is not the will of the lady that we were denied knowledge that could make our lives better. It was the will of the off-worlders, and they are gone. I ask you to work with me now to do the lady's will, and work for change." Capella Goodventure threw down the tone-box and stalked out of the hall. The echo of its clatter followed her into the darkness. But the rest of the watchers stayed, their eyes on the queen, waiting for what came next. Ready to listen, ready to work the lady's will at her bidding. "How did she do it, Miro?" Jerusha murmured. "How?" He only shook his head, his face incredulous. "I don't know," he said. "I only hope she knows, because she didn't do it herself." Jerusha looked up, her eyes searching the haunted shadows of the heights, her memory spinning out the past. But all the history of this place that she had experienced spanned less than 2 decades. The layers of dusty time, the hidden secrets, the haunted years of Carbuncle, the city, stretched back through millennia. Jerusha rubbed her arms, feeling its walls close around her like the cold embrace of a tomb, and said nothing more. Tiamat, Carbuncle. Sparks Dawntreader hesitated in the doorway to what had been the throne room, when this was the Snow Queen's palace. Suddenly, as incapable of motion as if he had fallen under a spell, he stared at the throne, transfixed by its sublime beauty. Its blown and welded glass convolutions could have been carved from ice. Light caught in its folds and flowed over its shining surfaces until it seemed to possess an inner radiance. It had seemed to him to be uncannily alive the first time he had entered this room and seen her seated there. Arienrhod, the Snow Queen, impossibly wearing the face of Moon, the girl he had loved forever. It still struck him that way, even after all the years he had spent as Arienrhod's lover. Even now, as he found Moon seated there, wearing the face of Arienrhod, sitting silent and still in the vast white space in the middle of the night, like a sleepwalker who had lost her way. He took a deep breath, relieving the constriction in his chest, breaking the spell that held him as he forced himself forward into the room. He crossed the expanse of white carpet as silently as a ghost. His own ghost, he thought. "Moon," he said softly, in warning. Her body spasmed. She turned on the throne to stare at him. "What are you doing here?" he asked. He heard a knife edge of anger that he had not intended in the words, and said hastily, "You should be resting, sleeping. I thought Miro gave you something to make you sleep." After meeting with the Sybils this afternoon, after she had stopped the winds, she had come up the stairs from the hall below, ashen-faced with exhaustion. She had let him support her as they climbed. He had felt her shaking with fatigue. She had no reserves of strength these days. The child, or two, growing inside her, demanded them all. He had helped her to their bedroom, and Miro Ngenet had given her a warm brew of herbs to calm her, forbidding anyone to disturb her, even him. He had not argued. When he had come to bed himself, she had been sleeping. But he had wakened in the middle of the night and found the bed empty beside him, and had come searching. He had not expected to find her here like this. "Moon?" he said again, tentatively, as if some part of him was still uncertain whether she was the one that he saw on the throne, whether it was not really Arienrhod. Are you all right?" Her face eased at the words, as if it were something in his face that had disturbed her. She nodded, her tangled milk-white hair falling across her shoulders. Suddenly she was his pledged again, and barely more than a girl, the porcelain translucency of her skin bruised with fatigue, and her hands pressing her pregnant belly. "I'm all right," she said faintly. "I woke up. I couldn't get back to sleep." She brushed her hair back from her face. "The babies won't let me rest." She smiled as the thought brought color into her cheeks. "Two," he whispered, coming closer, stepping up onto the dais beside her. "Gods? Goddess?" Barely remembering to use the summer oath, and not the off-worlder one. "We're doubly blessed, then." Ngenet had told him the news, after insisting that Moon should not be disturbed from her rest. "Yes." She made the triad sign of the Sea-Mother with her fingers. Her hand fell away again, almost listlessly, although she still smiled, still shone with wonder. He glanced at the Sibyl tattoo at her throat, covered her hands with his own on the swell of her soft, white sleep-gown. Once he had believed it was impossible for them ever to have a child together, and so had she. Summer tradition said that it was death to love a Sibyl. That saying, the fear behind it, had driven them apart, driven him here to the city, into the arms of Arienrhod. But it was not true, and here beneath his hand lay the proof of it. He felt movement, heard Moon's soft laugh at his exclamation of surprise. She got up from the throne, in a motion that was graceful for all its ungainliness. He had always been fascinated by her unconscious grace, so much a part of her that she was completely unaware of it. He remembered her running endlessly along the beaches of Neath, their island home. Saw her in his mind's eye climbing the crags in search of birds' eggs and saltweed, never slipping, or darting along the narrow rock-built walls of the Clee pens, never falling. He remembered her dancing, held close in his arms while the musicians played the old songs. She was not tall, and so slender that Gran had always said she barely cast a shadow, but she was as strong physically as any woman he knew. Strength and grace were one in her. She rarely doubted her body's responses, and it rarely betrayed her. Ngenet had told him that carrying twins was doubly hard on a woman's body, especially under circumstances like these, when Moon pushed herself endlessly, relentlessly. He had tried to make her listen, but she would not stop and rest, even for him, as she had never stopped pursuing anything she believed in, even for him. He could only hope that her body would not fail her in this, but see her through until their children were born into the new world she had become obsessed with creating. Her strength of will had always been as much a part of her, and as unquestioned in her mind as the strength of her body. It had not been easy sometimes, loving her, when her stubbornness had collided with his own quick temper, but their making up had always been sweet, back in summer. "I love you," he murmured. He put his arms around her, feeling the shadows of lost time fall away as he held her close. She kissed his mouth, her eyes closed. Her eyelids were a fragile lavender. "What were you doing here?" He nodded at the throne as their lips parted, half afraid to ask, but asking anyway. She shook her head as if she was not certain either. "I wanted to know how it felt when she was queen. Arienrhod. Today I was truly the lady. Sparky." Unthinkingly, she used his childhood nickname. But there was nothing of childhood in her voice, and suddenly he felt cold. "The lady is not the queen." He didn't say it, afraid of her response. The Summer Queen was traditionally a symbolic ruler, representing the Sea Mother to her people. But from the first ceremony Moon had led as the lady, she had broken with ritual and tradition. She had claimed that it was the goddess's will, that this change must begin a real change. He knew that she did not believe in the goddess any more, not since she had learned the truth, that Sibyls were human computer ports, and not the Sea Mother's chosen speakers of wisdom. Sibyls existed on all the worlds of the hegemony, and probably on all the other worlds of the former empire. They were speakers for the wisdom of an artificial intelligence, not the Sea Mother. But Moon had told him the Sibyl mind spoke to her, not simply through her, that it had commanded her to bring Tiamat the technological enlightenment that the hegemony had denied it for so long. He had found the idea as unbelievable as the idea of the goddess now seemed to him, until he had watched her today in the Hall of Winds. "How did you do it?" he asked at last. "What you did today. How did you stop the wind?" She looked up at him, her eyes stricken and empty. "I had to," she said, her voice as thin as thread. "I had to, and so I did." The thread snapped. "Don't you know how?" he whispered. She shook her head, looking down, but her fingers rose to the Sibyl sign at her throat. "Something inside me knew. It made me do it, to make them believe me." His hands released her reflexively. She looked up at him, her pale lashes beating, her agate-colored eyes full of sudden pain. He put his arms around her again, but it was not the same. "Come back to bed," he murmured into her ear. "You should be resting." I can't rest." "Let me hold you. I'll help you." He led her down from the dais. She clung to his hand, but her gaze still wandered the room, which was lit as brightly as day. He followed her glance, looking across the snowfield carpet. remembering Arienrhod's courtiers scattered across it like living jewels in their brilliant rainbow-colored clothing. Gossamer hangings drifted down from the ceiling, decorated with countless tiny bells that still chimed sweetly and intermittently as they were disturbed by random currents of air. They left the throne room, entering the darkened upper halls that were empty even of servants now. He was relieved to find himself alone with her, jealous of these stolen moments. He had thought when they were reunited at the Change that everything would change for them, and it had, but not the way he had wanted. Not back to what it had been. Moon was no longer his alone, his innocent summer love, and he would never again be the naive island youth she had pledged her life to. Arienrhod had seen to that. He tried to lead her toward their room, but she shook her head. "I don't want to go back to bed. Walk with me. Show me the palace. Show me all the parts of it." "What, now?" he said. "Why?" She had promised him, after Arienrhod's death, that they would never set foot in the palace again. He had believed her, believed that she would no more want to be reminded of all that had happened here than he did. But she had been drawn back to this place, like metal to a lodestone, as if it were somehow part of the compulsion that had seized her at the Change. She did not seem to enjoy being here, any more than he did. He knew she was intimidated by its vastness, its staff of obsequious winter servants, the alienness of its off-worlder luxuries. She seldom went beyond a small circuit of rooms, as if she were afraid that she might take a wrong turn somewhere in its columned halls and be lost forever in time. Only the Snow Queens had lived here, ruled from here as secular leaders dealing with the off-worlders who controlled Tiamat's fate. Never a summer queen, until now. But Moon would not leave, refusing to make her home among their own people, among the watchful, peaceful faces and familiar ways of the summers who inhabited Carbuncle's lower city. And now, in the stillness of midnight, she wandered the palace's halls like a restless spirit, searching for questions without answers, answers that were better left ungiven, forcing him to show her the way. "Why?" he said again. She touched her stomach, the promise of new life within her. "This," she said softly, looking down. He nodded, resigned but not really understanding. He started on through the halls, the rooms one by one, level by level, showing her the places she knew, how they fit into the palace she did not know, the ordinary, the common, the empty, the extraordinary, the exquisite, and the perverse. Light followed them from room to room, at his command, revealing the fluted curves of doorways, the shell-formed trim, the decorated ceiling edges, the arched convolutions of space, and the spiraling stairwells that always made him feel as though he were climbing and descending through the heart of a shell. The imported technology that had once made the palace seem like a wonderland to his newly opened senses now lay everywhere like the husks of dead insects, an ephemeral infestation. Their components had been rendered useless by the off-worlders before the hegemony left Tiamat. But the palace, like the rest of the city of Carbuncle, lived forever, existing on its own terms, on its own power source, as it had since time out of memory. The palace's nacreous walls were covered with murals, with artwork, tapestries, mirrors. The superficial decorations had been added over the centuries by various winter rulers, but the palace itself, with its inescapable motifs of the sea, remained unchanged. He had lost count of the times he had wondered who might have built this strange place and why. Now, moving through these halls that reeked of age, he felt the newness of his life and Moon's, with a clarity that was almost frightening. He showed Moon through what had once been his suite of rooms, still filled with the clutter of high-tech equipment that Arienrhod had allowed him for his amusement. All his life he had burned with curiosity about the techno-magic of the off-worlders, who had been his father's people. He had come to Carbuncle seeking something that had been missing from his life, But Carbuncle had not filled that void in him, not the city, not its people, not the endless imported devices he had ruined in his need to learn. He had only learned how well his father's people kept their secrets from his mother's. He showed Moon through the hidden passageway that led directly from his room to Arienrhod's. Moon looked around the Snow Queen's bedchamber, with its panoramic view of the sea, its furniture that echoed the pale opalescence of the walls, chairs, tables, cushioned seats made of what seemed to be polished shell. He had never known whether they were only a clever imitation or whether on some world, even somewhere in Tiamat's own all-encompassing sea, there were shelled creatures that actually grew so large. Moon glanced toward the bed, with its fluted headboard made of the same jeweled and gilded shell forms. Arienrhod waking had been like a vision of the sea-mother rising from the waves to him. He had never said so because he had been afraid she would laugh at him. Moon looked back at him, her eyes filled with dark curiosity. She turned away again, suddenly searching for the way out, and stopped in astonishment, staring at the wall in front of her. At Arienrhod, dressed all in rainbows. A portrait. A painting, not a hologram. But somehow it seemed more real to him than any three-dimensional representation of her, almost more real than she was herself. It was as if the artist had trapped her soul there. Even now it seemed to him as if the eyes of the portrait were watching him, watching Moon, all-knowing, pitying, baleful. Moon moved forward slowly, stretching out her hand until she touched the hand of the woman in the painting, half fearfully. She stood that way, touching the portrait's hand as if she were hypnotized. Sparks looked from her flushed, transfixed face to Arienrhod's, which was as pale and coolly prescient as if she had just been told a secret about them, one that even they would never know. He came forward to stand behind Moon, holding her again as she faced the image that could almost have been a mirror. He felt her tremble inside the warm circle of his arms that were no protection from Arienrhod's memory, Arienrhod's legacy. Finally Moon tore her gaze from the painting and let him lead her out of the room. When they stood in the empty hall again, he murmured, "Are you ready to sleep?" asking it so softly that even the echoes did not waken. But she shook her head. Her purple-shadowed eyes looked up into his. "Where is the room where we—" She glanced down at the swell of her stomach. "I want to see it." "Moon, this is—" He broke off. "All right," he said roughly. "I'll show you where it is. But if you ever go there again, you'll go alone." She nodded, her eyes filled with apology. He took her back through the halls, moving against his will, against the flow of time, until they reached the door of the sealed room. No one had touched it, opened it, entered it, since Arienrhod's death. He was not even certain how many hands besides his own could make its door respond. The door slid aside under his touch as if it were avoiding him, and brilliance dazzled their eyes as the lights came up, redoubling from mirrored wall to mirrored wall. The walls and ceiling of the room were filled with mirrors, reflecting back their faces, their bodies, from every angle as they entered, multiplying every motion until he stopped, giddy. He had forgotten how entering this room made his thoughts spin. He looked toward the room's center, toward the bed that was its only piece of furniture. The bedclothes were still rumpled, untouched since the last time someone had lain in it, since the night during the final festival of winter, when Moon had come to the palace and reclaimed him from his living death. He searched for a single shattered mirror panel, found it, its cracked surface dulled with dried blood, his blood, from the moment when he had struck out at his reflection, at all that he had become. He remembered how the blood had flowed, red and warm, proving to him that he was still alive, vital, young, that he had not grown old and died, behind the soulless mask of his face. He remembered how he had made love to Moon, there in that bed, in this room, rekindling their life together, planting the seeds of new life within her. He looked over at her in time to see a spasm of pain cross her face. He did not know whether it was physical pain or the pain of memory, but she came with him willingly as he turned back to the door. As he resealed the room behind them, she whispered, "I never want to see it again. I never want anyone to see it." He nodded, hoping that this would be the end of all their night's agonizing reminiscences. But she glanced toward the spiral staircase that rose into the secret darkness above. "Where does that go?" "To Arienrhod's private study," he said. "She never let anyone else up there." He started forward, surprised to find that he was the one who was eager, leading the way this time. She followed him slowly, carefully, up the narrow steps, up through the level of another floor, and into the space beyond it. His breath caught. He heard Moon's small gasp of astonishment behind him. The room they stood in now lay at the peak of the palace, at the peak of the city itself. Its transparent dome rose to a star-pointed pinnacle, and beyond it the glowing forge of the sky surrounded them, fired by the countless separate suns of the stellar cluster into which this footloose system had wandered eons ago. Tiamat's single large moon was not visible tonight, but one star stood out among the thousands over their heads, the summer star, whose brightening marked their system's approach to the black hole, which had captured the roving twins and made them its perpetual prisoners. The black hole was an astronomical object with a gravity well so powerful that not even light could escape it. The off-worlders called it the Black Gate, and among the things that they had never shared with Tiamat's people were the starships capable of using such openings on another reality for faster-than-light travel. Through the gate lay the 7 other worlds of the hegemony, some of them so far away that their distances were almost incomprehensible. They were bound to each other because the black gates let starships through into a region where space was twisted like a string, tied into knots so that far became near and time was caught up in the loop. But as Tiamat's twin suns approached the aphelion of their orbit, the unnatural stresses created by their approach to the black hole destabilized the gate, and the passage from Tiamat to the rest of the hegemony was no longer simple or certain. And so the off-worlders had abandoned Tiamat, as they did every time the summer star brightened in its sky. They had taken their technology with them, forcing Tiamat's people back into ignorance and bare subsistence for another century, ensuring that Tiamat would remain exploitable and eager for their return, when it was finally possible for the hegemony to come back again. They bound Tiamat to them with chains of need, because Tiamat's seas held the mare's, and the mare's blood held the secret of immortality. They called it the water of life, and it was more precious than gold, than wisdom, even than life itself. He looked down over the city's undulations gleaming in the darkness out across the sea. He searched the dark mirror of the water for a sign of life, the telltale motion of forms that might be mares swimming. But the ocean surface lay calm and unbroken as far as his eyes could see. When he could force himself to turn his back on the sea and sky, the room lay waiting. Its rug was made from the hides of fallows, which were herded by winter nomads in the harsh mountain reaches inland of the city. Moon moved across the pristine surface hesitantly, her bare feet sinking into the pile as if it were drifted snow. He began his own slow trajectory through the room, witnessing a side of Arienrhod that he had never seen. He studied a cluster of dried flowers preserved inside a dome of glass. The blooms were so old that they had lost all color, so old that he could not even tell what kind of blossoms they had once been. He touched a cloth doll, worn and one-eyed from a child's love, dusty now with neglect. There were other things, clustered together on the same small painted table, fragile remains of a childhood spent at the end of the last high summer. Arienrhod had been born into a world much like the one that he and Moon had shared in their youth. But when the off-worlders had arrived, she had become the Snow Queen, had taken the water of life. She remained young through winter's 150 years, changeless but ever-changing, until she became at last the woman he had known. Arienrhod had told him many times that he reminded her of things she had lost, of memories almost forgotten. He had thought the words were lies, like too many other lies she had told him. He stared at the forlorn mementos bearing silent witness on the table. At last he turned away. Moon was holding up a piece of jewelry as he looked at her, a silver pendant on the silver chain, with a jewel catching the light in its center. "That's a soli," he said in surprise. He had never seen Arienrhod wear the pendant, although it must have been expensive. He wondered if she hadn't liked it. He wondered what the necklace was doing in her private study instead of with the rest of her jewelry. Moon glanced up at him and laid the pendant back on the desktop. Sparks drifted on across the room toward the solitary, ornately framed mirror, sitting on another table. It could have been a vanity table, where Arienrhod had studied her reflection to make certain it was still unchanged after 100 years and more of taking the water of life. But he saw the telltale touch plate in the mirror's base, the off-world electronics that had transformed its silvery surface into something else entirely. He realized with a shock of recognition that this silent room was the heart of the spy system that Arienrhod had used to keep her informed of what went on in her city, to keep herself one step ahead of the off-worlders, who would have taken advantage of her, to amuse herself, spying on the private lives of her enemies, of her own nobles, even of the people closest to her, who were the most vulnerable, as she had spied on him while he made love to Moon in the mirrored room down below. He turned away from his own suddenly grief-stricken reflection. "Moon," he said hoarsely, "we'll never be able to forget, to begin again here. We have to get away from all this. Memory, it'll never give us peace. I know we can't go back to Neath, but why do we have to stay here? Let's find somewhere else before the babies come." Moon looked up at him. Her mouth opened, but she made no sound. She held something out to him in her hands, and from the look in her eyes he knew that she had not even heard him. He took the cube, saw a hologram of a child inside it, a small girl with milk-white hair, bundled in the rough woolens and slickers of an islander, a girl he knew. The child moved through a moment's joyful laughter over and over again, held captive forever, never changing. "It's me," Moon whispered, her voice breaking. "How did she get this? How did it get here?" He shook his head, staring at the image of the girl he had loved even as a child in summer. He looked up again at her sudden sharp cry, not a sound of grief but of pain. "Moon?" He reached out to her as she clutched her stomach, doubling over. Her face whitened with another spasm. He moved toward her, catching her in his arms, supporting her as he pulled her onto the bench beside the mirror table. Fluid spilled down her legs, wetting her nightgown and the rug beneath her feet. "Moon, what's happening?" he cried. "Are you all right? Moon?" She looked up at him, biting her lips, her eyes glassy. "Find Miro. Sparks. It's time." Ondinee, Razuma port town. "Tammy, it's Cadelian!" Ravian leaned across the bar, his heavy blue-black hand catching the back of Cadelian's collar and hauling them the rest of the way up onto a seat. "Has it been a round trip already, then?" Cadelian Niburu straightened up on the high stool, rearranging his coat. "Thank you, Ravian, I think," he murmured. He leaned on the bar, his legs dangling like a child's over the edge of a seat that was nearly his own height. Being not much over a meter tall, in a universe where most humans were nearly twice that height, had its drawbacks. Among its mixed blessings was the fact that very few people ever forgot him, even after 6 years. "You've got a memory like a servo, and a grip to match." Ravian snorted and poured him a drink. "See if I remembered that right." Cadelian took a sip of the greenish-black liquid and made a face. "Ye gods! Right again," he said sourly. "You mean to tell me this is still the best thing you have to drink?" Ravian rubbed his several chins. "Well, you know, we're lucky to get anything at all, what with the stinking breath of the church police down my neck all the time. I can get the sacramental wine on the black market, because it profits the church. But for a certain price I could maybe find you something special." "Bring it out." Cadelian pushed the cup back across the bar. "I made all my deliveries on Samath. I'm feeling worth it." "Good man." Ravian nodded happily, wiping his hands down the front of his elaborately formal and extremely unbecoming shirt as he started away toward the back room. Cadelian leaned on the bar, looking out into the room, absently scratching the astrogation implants hidden in his hair. First a drink, then a room and a shower, and some companionship. He felt a pleasant twinge of nostalgia, brought on by the completion of another successful run, though maybe nostalgia was the wrong word for it. Relief was probably more accurate. He was a legal trader, but the people he did business with and for usually were not. It was an interesting life, and half his time was spent wishing he'd chosen some other line of work. He wondered, not for the first time, if he was trying to prove something to somebody. Well, what the hell? As far as he could see, that was what motivated the entire human race. He let his gaze wander the subterranean room, taking in the reflective ceiling that hid the naked structural forms of someone else's basement. Up above them was the survey hall, where off-worlders who belonged to that ancient conservative social group talked politics, gave each other self-important secret handshakes, and generally spent their evenings far more tediously than he planned to. He had wandered through a display of the latest Karamogi tech imports in one of their meeting rooms before arriving at the club's hidden entrance. What he had seen of the hall was severe and stuffy-looking. The decor here, on the other hand, set his teeth on edge with its gleaming excess. He focused on the dancer performing incredible contortions as effortlessly as he would breathe, to the rhythmic, haunting accompaniment of a flute and drum, and the wild trills of a woman singer. This was the best private club he knew of in Razuma, and that wasn't a compliment. There were no public clubs. The theocracy that was Ondinee's dominant on-world government forbade even thinking about most of the things that went on here, and in other places like this. He had heard that all those things and worse went on all the time in the men's orders that most privileged Ondinean males belonged to, but places where off-worlders were welcome and permitted to enjoy themselves were as rare as jewels and about as hard to find, even in a major port like Razuma. The irony was that while it persecuted vice among its own people with a fervor that verged on the perverse, the Church also harbored, and let itself be intimidated by, the largest enclave of off-world vice cartels in the hegemony. A large part of the local population made its living harvesting drug crops and doing whatever else the cartels needed done. The off-worlder underworld made an enormous contribution to the Church's economic and political stability. The relationship was not without its complications, however. Like most long-term relationships, retribution was as much a part of the symbiosis as contribution. A politician or churchman who made too much noise about reform got a single warning, if he was lucky, and then a lethal sample of the off-worlder's wares. It was a system which made the cartel's strange bedfellowship with the church lords work very well. He should know. He worked for them, too. Ravian came back with a bottle full of something that looked to be a decent shade of amber. He poured it into an ornate silver metal cup and passed it across the bar. Cadelian took a sip, didn't gag, and nodded. Whatever it was drinkable. Better. How's business been? Ravian made a noise like clearing out phlegm. Wonderful, he said sourly. I could do 10 times the business if I didn't have to be so careful. The bribes I pay would astound you, and still they raid me. But they'd close me down completely if I didn't pay them. At least they've left me alone these past few weeks. He threw up his hands and stumped away, still muttering. Cadelian shook his head, even though Ravian was no longer there to see the gesture, and went on drinking, searching the crowd for a familiar face. He'd take a few days off, and then it would be time to start hustling for another job. It wasn't that he'd need the money that soon, more that he'd need to get away from here. This world depressed him too much, reminding him more acutely than even Karamov of how uncomfortable human beings invariably made one another. The sound of tinkling bells and the heavy fragrance of perfume made him turn in his seat, as one of the entertainers insinuated herself against the bar beside him. "Ah," she said, running slender ebony fingers through his close-cropped brown hair. "Hello, Cadelian. Have you missed me? I've missed you." She let the fingers trickle like water down the side of his jaw. "Then it's certainly mutual," he said, feeling a grin spread across his face. She laughed. "I love you light-skins, the way you blush," she said. Her name was Shalfaz, which was the name of the desert wind in the local dialect. She wasn't young any more, but she could still haunt a man's dreams like the wind. Her body made music with every slightest movement, from the necklaces, bracelets, anklets she wore, heavy with the traditional clattering bangles and silver bells. She did not go veiled, since her occupation, though traditional, was hardly respectable, and her robes were of thinnest gauze, in brilliant layers like petals on a flower. "My room is empty," she said. Her indigo eyes gazed meaningfully into his own light blue ones. He scratched his stubble jaw, still smiling. "Yes," he said, and nodded, answering her unspoken question. "But have a drink with me first. It's the first time Ravian has given me liquor I minded leaving. Let me savor the anticipation a little." She nodded and smiled too, bobbing her head in what was almost an obeisance. She sat down. "You honor me," she murmured, as she saw what he was drinking. "On the contrary," he said, feeling uncomfortable as he realized she meant that. She sipped the amber liquor and sighed, closing her eyes. She opened them again, looking out across the room. "What a strange night it has been," she said, almost as if she were thinking aloud. "It must be a moon-crossing night. See that boy there?" She lifted her hand. "He was with me just since, but all he did was talk. He didn't even take off his clothes. He asked me to show him how I did some of my moves in the dance, but it didn't arouse him. He was very polite, but he just talked." She shook her head. "He always comes in alone, not with friends. I think maybe he's some kind of pervert, but he doesn't know which." "Maybe he misses his mother," Cadelian said, following her gaze. "He's only a kid." She shrugged, jingling. "He said he wants to leave Ondinee. That's why he comes in here," he said, "to look for someone who would take him on for crew. He's been here every night for a week." "Oh?" Cadelian kept watching the boy, not certain why he did at first. He saw a youth with Shalfaz's midnight coloring, dressed in a loose robe and pantaloons of dark, bulky cloth. The boy's long, straight, jet-black hair was pulled back in a ponytail. Thin braids dangled in front of his ears. There was nothing about him that marked him as different from any of the dozen or so other local men scattered around the room, probably all hirelings of some drug boss, from their easy mingling with off-worlders. Unease. That was what made the boy different. He looked uncomfortable. It was as if he was uncomfortable inside his skin, uncertain whether it was showing the right face to the universe or about to betray him. It was a feeling Cadalion recognized instinctively. "Shalfaz," Cadalion said, leaning back against the bar, "would you ask him to join us?" She turned to him, her eyebrows rising. "You wish to hire him?" "I wish to speak to him, anyway." Cadalion shrugged, a little surprised himself. He was not impulsive by nature. "Maybe I wish to hire him. We'll see." He had had a partner when he started out, but they had gone their separate ways a while ago. Smuggling was a business that took its toll on the nerves, and after a while they had gotten on each other's too much of the time. He had worked alone since then, but that had its own drawbacks, especially for a small man in a big man's universe. He suddenly realized that he was tired, and he had never been a loner by nature. Shalfaz left his side in a soft cloud of silver music. He watched her make her way across the room to where the boy was sitting and speak to him, gesturing at Cadalion. The boy's head came up, and he rose from his chair almost in one motion to follow her back to the bar. They had almost reached it when a hand shot out from a table full of local youths and caught Shalfaz's clothing, jerking her up short. She tried to pull away without seeming to, and Cadalion could almost make out her murmured half-protests as she explained that her time was taken. The man's answer was slurred and crude. The boy hesitated, looking toward Cadalion, and then turned back, speaking brusquely to the other Ondinians as he tried to take her hand. One of the men pushed him away. Cadalion watched the boy recover his balance with surprising grace, saw his fists tighten with anger, but he didn't reach for the knife at his belt, only stood with his hands flexing in indecision as the drunken youth at the table pulled his own blade. Cadalion slid down from his stool and crossed the space between them. "My guests would like to join me at the bar," he said flatly. "I'd appreciate it if you would let them do that." He hooked his hands over his weapon belt, realized with a sudden unpleasant shock that it was empty, because non-citizens were not allowed to carry weapons in the city. He kept his face expressionless, needing all his trader's skill to ignore the gleaming knife blade almost exactly at eye level in front of him. "Shalfaz," he said, with a calm he did not feel. "You insult my manhood, runt." The Ondinian with the knife jabbed it at Cadalion's face, this time speaking the local tongue, not trade. "Leave now, and keep your own, or stay and lose it." Cadalion backed up a step as more knives began to appear below the table edge, hidden from most eyes, but not from his. He knew enough about young toughs like these to realize that if he pushed it, they'd kill him. But even if he backed off now, there was no guarantee they'd let the matter drop. His hands tightened over his empty belt, and he said numbly, "Neither of those choices is acceptable," answering in their own language. He wondered how, in 7 hells, he had managed to get into such a stupid position so quickly. The wine must have been stronger than he thought. "Cadalion, please go," Shalfaz said softly. "I will stay here." She moved closer to the man who still held her arm, her body settling against him. "Slut!" He slapped her. "You don't tell a man what to do. I choose, not you." He shoved her away. She crashed, jingling, into the off-worlder who had been leaning against the bar behind them, watching with casual amusement. The bottle the man had been holding fell and smashed, spraying them with liquor and bits of broken ceramic. Cadalion dodged back awkwardly as the local youth aimed a kick at him. And then his vision seemed to strobe as the man Shalfaz had collided with suddenly exploded past her. Before Cadalion could quite believe it was happening, the man with the knife was no longer a man with a knife. He was a man howling on the floor, and the off-worlder's foot was on his neck. "You want to fight?" The curved, jewel-handled blade was in the stranger's fist, and he was grinning at the fury still forming on the faces of the other men around the table. He flashed the knife at them. "Come and get it," he said. Cadalion backed up another step. "He must be mad," Shalfaz whispered. Cadalion, who had caught a flashing look into the man's eyes, didn't answer. Slowly he began to edge away, taking Shalfaz and the boy with him. "Dopper shit," one of the Ondinians said. "There are 6 of us and 1 of you." Do you want to kiss the sole of my boot and beg our forgiveness? Or do you really want your guts cut out of you with that blade?" Cadelian glanced back, hesitating as he saw the off-worlder's smile grow thin and tight. "Sure," the off-worlder said, twisting the knife so that it caught the light. "Gut me. I'd enjoy that. That sounds good. Or maybe use it to peel my skin off a centimeter at a time. But you still have to get this away from me first." He leaned on the edge of their table, waving the blade at them, invading their space with fatal nonchalance. "Well?" Their stares broke and fell away from the hunger in his eyes. They looked at each other, their bodies unconsciously shrinking back from him. "The foreteller has shown us that it is unworthy to kill the insane," another man muttered. The blades did not go back into sheaths, but the men began to get up slowly from the table. The off-worlder snorted and stepped back, looking down at the man still sprawled on the floor. "You kiss my boot, you shit." The bottom of his foot brushed the man's lip in a not quite gentle caress. He shoved the man's dagger into his own belt. "Then think twice about being an asshole in such a crowded room." The Ondinian scrambled to his feet, spitting and wiping his mouth, and joined his friends. "You will die for this." His voice shook. The others put restraining hands on him because they were surrounded now by the club's security. Ravian himself stood beside the off-worlder, putting a cautionary hand on his shoulder. The stranger shrugged it off, but he only murmured, "Yes, sooner or later," looking back at them. "Sooner or later we all get what we deserve." Cadelian joined Shalfaz and the boy at a table as far from the scene of the fight as possible, stopping only to collect his bottle from the bar. As he went, he saw the club security herding the Ondinians toward the door. He noticed with some surprise that Ravian escorted the off-worlder solicitously back to the bar instead of having him thrown out with the rest. Well, the man had lost a bottle. Or maybe Ravian didn't want his private entrance marked by a litter of corpses. The off-worlder shot Cadelian a curious glance as he passed. Cadelian touched his forehead in a brief, wary acknowledgment, and the stranger gave him a surprisingly cheerful smile. Cadelian looked away from it and went on to the table. He poured drinks for himself and the two Ondinians, noticed the boy stare as he handed a drink to Shalfaz. "You ever see that one before?" Cadelian asked her, gesturing over his shoulder at the stranger. She nodded, still looking as unnerved as he felt. "He comes in often to watch the shows. He never visits anyone's room, male or female. He is usually very quiet and sits by himself." Cadelian took a deep breath, shaking himself out, and looked at the boy again. "So," he said somewhat inadequately, "Shalfaz says you're looking for a way to get off-world." The boy nodded, self-consciousness struggling with hope on his face. "I can't imagine why." Cadelian glanced toward the door and back, his mouth twitching sardonically. "Why?" The boy also looked toward the spot where the locals had made their forced exit. He made a disgusted face of his own in response. Cadelian studied him, as unobtrusively as possible. The boy was small and slight compared to the men who just left, even though he still towered over Cadelian. Maybe he was tired of being bullied. "What kind of work are you looking for?" The boy hesitated, and then said, "Anything," meeting Cadelian's stare. Cadelian half smiled, thinking that at least the kid didn't ask for honest work. He probably knew how much of that he'd find in a place like this. "What skills do you have?" The boy hesitated again, his face furrowing. "I'm flexible," he said. "Physically or mentally?" "Both." A spark of pride showed in the boy's changeable eyes. Cadelian laughed out loud this time. "That's unique," he said, "and probably an asset." The boy was wearing the long, curved ritual knife all the local men wore, although his was plain and cheap-looking, like his clothes. He also carried a less common, state-of-the-art stun weapon. partly concealed by the folds of his jacket. "You ever kill anybody?" Cadelian asked, wondering suddenly if that was why he was in a hurry to leave. But he remembered how the boy had hesitated, confronting the men who had accosted Chalfaz. Not a coward, but not a hothead either. The boy jerked slightly, as if he had been insulted. Most of the young Ondinian males Cadelian had met fought knife duels as often as they smoked a pot of waterweed together. Those blades weren't for show. They could cut a man open like a red fruit. If it wasn't for modern medical technology, Ondinee would be depopulated inside of a couple of generations. "I don't want to kill people," the boy said, "but I would kill someone if I had to." There was none of the glazed bravado Cadelian expected in the indigo eyes, but somehow he knew that the boy meant what he said. "Have you killed people?" the boy asked bluntly. "I don't want to kill people either," Cadelian shrugged. "I'm just a runner." The boy's glance searched out Cadelian's legs, hidden under the table edge. "Not that kind of runner. As you can see, I'm not equipped for the odds." For a second, a smile hovered on the boy's lips. "Just say I'm a trader. I transport goods from world to world. I travel a lot. I run an honest business, but I can't say the same for most of my customers. My mother, rest her soul, would say I keep bad company. What's your name?" "Ananke," the boy said, looking down. It meant necessity. He glanced at Chalfaz and back at Cadelian again. "I would like to work for you." "Do you have any tech training?" Cadelian asked, skeptical. The boy didn't look old enough to have had much work experience. "Some," Ananke nodded earnestly. "I've been studying with the university whenever I can pay for an outlet." He had ambition, at least. Cadelian sipped his drink, non-committal. "How do you support yourself?" "I'm a street performer," the boy murmured, "a juggler and an acrobat." Cadelian reached into the maze of pockets inside his long, loose coat, pulled out the huskful he had carried with him like a kind of talisman ever since he was a boy. He tossed it at Ananke with no warning. Ananke caught it easily, flipped it into the air, over his shoulder, made it disappear and reappear between his hands. Cadelian grinned and caught it, barely, as the boy suddenly threw it back to him. "Okay," he said. "You work my next run with me. We'll see how it goes. At least it'll earn you passage to somewhere else. I'll pay you 10% of the profit when we get there. You can make a start with that." The boy grinned, too, nodding. "I have all my things here. I'll get them." "Relax," Cadelian put up a hand. "I still got to find us a cargo. And besides, I just got here. I won't be going anywhere for a while." He glanced at Chalfaz. She smiled, and his bones melted. "Just be here when I want to leave." Ananke nodded again, looking at them with an expression that was knowing and somehow full of pain all at once. Cadelian remembered what Chalfaz had said about the boy, and wondered. Ananke began to get up from his chair. "With my compliments," a soft, slightly husky voice said behind Cadelian's back. "And my apologies." Ananke looked up, sat down again, surprise filling his face. Chalfaz shrank back in her seat, her hands fluttering. Cadelian turned in his own seat to find the off-worlder who had challenged the Ondinians standing behind him. The man grinned disarmingly, taking in the tableau of mixed emotions as if he were used to it. He probably was, Cadelian thought. He was tall but slender. Cadelian's memory of the fight seemed to hold someone a lot larger, more massive. But there was no mistaking those eyes, bluer than his own, probing him with the intensity of laser light when they met his. The off-worlder looked away first, as if he was aware of the effect his gaze had on strangers. He set something down on the tabletop between the three of them, another bottle. Cadelian stared at it in disbelief. The bottle was an exotic, stylized flower form, layers of silver petals tipped with gold. Pure silver, pure gold. Cadelian reached toward it, touched it, incredulous. Only one thing came in a bottle like that. They called it the Water of Life. It was the most expensive liquor available anywhere in the hegemony, named for the far rarer drug that came from Tiamat, a drug which kept the absurdly rich young at unbelievable expense. The real thing was no longer available at any price, now that Tiamat's gate was closed for the next century. Cadelian had never expected to taste this imitation of it any sooner than he tasted the real thing. "Apologies?" he remembered to say, finally. He tore his eyes from the silver gilt bottle to look up at the stranger again. "I should be sending you a bottle." He shrugged, realizing that his own smile was on crooked as he looked into that face again. The stranger grunted. "Ravian tells me I should have let you settle your own quarrel," he murmured. "I made an ass of myself. I'm not in a very good mood tonight. But then, I guess I never am." The gallows grin came back. His fingers drummed against his thigh. "Sorry." "Nothing to forgive," Cadelian said, thinking that if the stranger hadn't intervened, even the genuine water of life wouldn't have been enough to revive him. "Believe me." He looked at the silver bottle again, still not quite believing his eyes. He picked it up, almost afraid to touch it, and held it out to the stranger. "Keep it," the stranger said. "I insist." Cadelian looked into his eyes and didn't argue. He pulled the bottle toward him, his hands proving its reality again, and unset the seal with his thumb. Sudden fragrance filled his head like perfume, made his mouth water, filled his eyes with tears of pure pleasure. "Ye gods!" he murmured. "I had no idea." He passed the bottle around the table, letting the others touch it with awed hands, breathe in its essence, watching their faces. Cadelian realized that the stranger was still standing beside him, taking it all in, with something that was almost fascination in his own eyes. "Join us?" Cadelian asked, not particularly wanting to, but feeling that he could hardly do anything else under the circumstances. The service unit under the smooth onyx-colored table obliged him, spitting out an extra cup. "Not my poison," the stranger murmured. He shook his head, unkempt fingers of brown hair brushing his shoulders. Cadelian started to breathe again as the man began to turn away, but the man shrugged abruptly and turned back. He pulled out a seat and sat down. "I'm Reed," he said. Cadelian made introductions, trying not to look like a man sitting next to an armed bomb. He poured water of life for himself and the two Ondineans, somehow managing not to spill a drop, even though his hands weren't steady. He stole another glance at Reed, wondering how the other man had come by something like this bottle, and why he was willing to give it up so casually. It was a rich man's gesture, but Reed didn't look like a rich man. He wore nondescript black breeches and heavy dock-hands boots, a sleeveless jerkin, dangling bits of jewelry and flash, souvenirs. Not an unusual outfit for a young hireling of some drug cartel. Reed's bare arms were covered with tattoos, telling his life history in the hegemony's underworld to anyone who wanted to look close enough. There was nothing unusual about that, either. The only thing odd about the tattoos was that there were none on his hands. Probably he was another smuggler looking for work, and this bottle was a flamboyant way of advertising his services. Just what they needed, competition. But Cadelian intended to enjoy Reed's generosity anyway. Even though Cadelian didn't advertise, his reputation for reliability was usually enough to get him all the work he could handle. "You a runner?" he asked Reed. Reed looked surprised. "Me? No." He didn't say what he did do. Cadelian didn't ask. "Why?" Reed asked a little sharply, and then, "You need one?" "I am one." Cadelian shook his head. Reed nodded, easing off. "I knew your name was familiar. Your ship is the Prajna. That's a Samathan word for God?" He raised his eyebrows. "One of them," Cadalian said. "It means astral light, actually. It's supposed to bring luck." He shrugged, mildly annoyed at having to explain himself. "It seems to work for you." Reed's mouth twitched. "You have a good reputation, and you had your share of good fortune tonight." He spoke trade, the universal second language of most people who did interstellar business. Everyone here in the port spoke it. Even the Boyananki handled it well enough. It was easy to learn a language with an enhancer. Cadalian spoke several. It wasn't easy to make a construct like trade sound graceful, and from what he had seen tonight, Reed was the last person he would have expected to manage the feat. He glanced at Reed again, wondering where in hell somebody like this came from anyway. Reed looked back at him with an expression that was close to thoughtful. "So, honor among thieves is the code you live by?" Cadalian smiled, hoping the question was rhetorical. "I only wondered how you came by this." He raised his cup of the water of life in a toast. Its scent filled the air he breathed. The silver liquid lay in the cup like molten metal, waiting. Reed shrugged. "I got it at the bar." "From Ravian?" Cadalian asked, incredulous. "That bastard!" He pointed at his own bottle. "He claimed this was the best he had. He's been serving me swill for years." Reed grinned ferally. "He does that to everyone. You just have to know how to ask." He fingered the expensive-looking jeweled ear cuff that dangled against his neck, jerked it off suddenly as if it was burning hot, and flung it down on the table in disgust. Cadalian looked away nervously. "Uh-oh," he murmured. He wondered how old Reed actually was. Sitting here, he had begun to realize that the other man was much younger than he had thought. Reed had a strikingly handsome face, and surprisingly nobody had smashed it in yet. But it was the face of someone barely out of his teens, hardly older than Ananke, and a good 10 years younger than he was himself. The thought was depressing. But maybe Reed was just baby-faced. His punk kid looks were peculiarly at odds with his manner and his apparent status. Cadalian decided that whatever Reed's real age was, someone who lived like that was not likely to get much older. Reed sat moodily biting his thumbnail. He noticed Shalfaz staring at his cast-off earring and flicked it across the table at her. She picked it up with long, slim fingers that hesitated slightly and put it on. She glanced at him, her expression grave. He smiled and nodded, and slowly she smiled too. Ananke watched them silently. He barely seemed to be breathing. Cadalian let out his own breath in a sigh and lifted his cup again. "Good business," he said, offering the toast, savoring his anticipation. The two Ondinians raised their cups. "Good fortune," Shalfaz gave the answer, still fingering her new earring as she lifted her cup. As the cup touched Cadalian's lips, a loud, sudden noise made him jerk around. The rest of the room seemed to turn with him, 100 heads swiveling at once, looking toward the club's entrance. And then chairs were squealing on the patterned floor, and the crowd found its voice. The room became a sea of shouting, cursing motion. "Son of a bitch," Reed muttered irritably. "A raid." He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms in resignation, like a man waiting out an inconvenient rainstorm. Cadalian exchanged glances with the two Ondinians, not feeling as sanguine about the outcome. He had never been present when the church police raided a club, and never wanted to be. He had heard enough stories about their brutality toward off-worlders, that it was even worse than their brutality toward their own people. The hegemonic authorities were supposed to have jurisdiction over non-citizens, but the church inquisitors seldom bothered to notify or cooperate with them. A half-dozen armed, uniformed men stood in the entrance, blocking it off, searching the crowd as if they were looking for someone in particular. Cadalian felt the habitual cold fist of paranoia squeeze his gut. realizing that in a crowd like this it was monstrous egotism to think they were looking for him, but not able to stop the sudden surge of fear. And then a local man stepped from between the uniformed police. One of the youths Ravian had thrown out of the club. He pointed directly at Cadalion. Cadalion swore, sliding down from his chair as Shalfaz and Ananke rose from theirs. Reed looked toward the entrance as he noticed their panic. "You better get out of here." He was already on his feet as he spoke, beside Shalfaz, taking her arm. "You know another way out?" She nodded, already moving toward the back of the club, with Ananke on her heels. Cadalion started after them, hesitated, turned back to grab the silver bottle off the table. He plunged back into the sea of milling bodies like a man diving into the ocean. He was immediately in over his head, battered by the surge of panic-stricken strangers. Cursing, he fought his way through them in the direction he thought Shalfaz had taken, but the others were lost from sight. Hands seized him around the waist and dragged him back and up. He struggled to break the hold, aimed a hard blow at his captor's groin. "God damn it!" He realized, half a moment too late, that the man was not wearing a uniform. Reed swore, doubling up over him. "You asshole!" He straightened with an effort, holding Cadalion under one arm like a stubborn child. Cursing under his breath, Cadalion let himself be carried ignominiously but rapidly through the crush of bodies, through a maze of dark tunnels, and finally out into the reeking back-alley gloom. The others stood waiting, fading against the darkness. Reed dropped him on his feet. "Go, quickly," Shalfaz said, waving them on. "I must get back." "But," Cadalion gasped, with what breath he still had in him, "will you be safe?" She shrugged, her body going soft with resignation. "I am only a woman. I am not held responsible. If I let them—" "No," Ananke said. "Don't come with us." He pulled at her arm almost desperately. "The earring," Reed said. "The stones are genuine. Buy them off. You know the customs." She nodded, and he shoved Ananke out into the street. "Get moving." He jerked Cadalion off his feet again. "Damn it, put me down!" Cadalion swore as Reed began to run. "I can—" "No, you can't." "God damn it, I'm not—" "Yes, you are. In big trouble. Complain about your injured dignity later." Reed hissed, looking back over his shoulder as he heard shouting. Light burst on them from up ahead, lancing through the mud-brick alleyway between building walls. They collided with Ananke as the boy skidded to a stop. "We're trapped!" Ananke cried, his voice going high like a girl's. Reed glanced up at something beyond sight and grunted. "They're high-tracking us." He turned and forced them into the narrow tunnel between two buildings, out into a small open plaza. All Cadalion could see was mud-brick and shadows. All he could hear was the sound of angry voices shouting at them to stop. He shut his eyes. Any minute Reed would go down to someone's weapon, and this grotesque ignominy would reach its inevitable conclusion. They slammed through the high double doors in a mountain of building facade into the vast cavern of its interior, the befuddling darkness barely defined by the glow of countless candles. Up ahead of them, a wall of hologramic illumination burst across Cadalion's vision. 1,000 views of paradise painted in light, rising to an ecstatic apex, a finger pointing toward heaven like the pyramidal structure of which it formed one wall. "We're in a temple," he gasped. "Can we ask for sanctuary?" "From the church police? Who do you think they work for?" Reed muttered. He dropped Cadalion onto his feet again and hesitated, searching the candlelit darkness. There were still a few worshippers prostrating themselves before the high altar and the radiant images of light. He turned back as the heavy doors burst open behind them. "Lose yourselves," he said. "I'll draw them off." "Hey, police!" he shouted. A warning or an invitation. Cadalion wasn't sure. "Reed," Cadalion began, but Reed was already bounding away, silhouetting himself against the blinding light. Gods! Come on! He nudged Ananke forward through the forest of candelabra, hoping that they could fade into the random motion of bodies as people picked themselves up from their prayers and scurried toward the exits. He pulled on the boy's arm, forcing him into the crowd. Ananke followed like someone in a trance. Cadelian felt the boy's body tremble. Cadelian glanced back as people in the scattering crowd cried out to see Reed scramble up onto the gold-crusted altar, climbing higher among its rococo pinnacles in an act of unthinkable desecration. Ananke gasped in horror, and Cadelian swore in empathy and disgust as the black uniformed figures of the police closed in on Reed. And then Reed leaped, throwing himself off of the altar into the embrace of the light, into the wall of heaven. Cadelian heard a splintering crash and stopped dead, gaping in disbelief. The image hadn't been a hologram at all. It had been a wall of backlit glass. Now it bore a gaping black hole where Reed had gone through it into the night outside. Cadelian groaned, beyond words to express what filled him then. He stared on again, but too late. Armored hands fell on his shoulders, wrenching him around and into the embrace of a body manacle. A volley of blows and kicks drove him to his knees, retching. The police dragged him outside, with curses so graphic that he couldn't even translate most of them. Or maybe they were promises. Ananke staggered beside him, bloody and dazed. Something was digging into his ribs beneath his jacket, the silver and gold flask of the water of life. Sweet Edu, he thought. I'm going to die. They'll kill us for this. And I never even got to taste it. A gasp of hysterical laughter escaped him, and someone slapped him hard. Behind the temple, in a glittering snowfall of broken glass, the rest of the police were gathered around Reed's sprawled body. Cadelian thought with a sick lurch that they'd killed Reed already. But as he was dragged closer, he saw them haul Reed up, his face bloody but his eyes wide open, and knock him sprawling again into the field of glass. Wanting to look away, Cadelian kept watching as a man who looked like an officer pulled Reed to his feet, shaking him. You think that's pain you feel, you wave-faced filth? You don't know what pain is, yet. Reed stared at him with wild eyes and laughed, as if the threat was completely absurd. Cadelian grimaced. Take him to the inquisitory, the officer snarled, gesturing toward the police ground van waiting across the square. Reed did not protest or resist as they hauled him roughly toward it. Take them all. Reed looked back as the officer's words registered on him. He stiffened suddenly, resisting the efforts to force him inside. Something like chagrin filled his face as he watched the police drag the others toward the van and saw their own faces as they were dumped beside him. Wait! Reed called out, and ducked the blow someone aimed at his head. Elisark! The second officer, who had overseen Cadelian's capture, turned toward them abruptly, away from staring at the gaping hole in the glass wall of the temple. You? He said, registering Reed's presence with something that looked like disbelief. He swore and broke off whatever he had been going to say next. He came toward the van, stood before Reed for a moment that seemed endless to Cadelian, before he turned away again, his eyes hot with fury. Let him go. The other officer, the one who had knocked Reed down, let out a stream of outraged protest that Cadelian could barely follow. The first officer answered him, in Ondinee, as rapid and angry, in which the names Reed and Humbaba stood out like alien stones. He finished the outburst by drawing his finger across his own throat in a blunt, graphic motion. "Let him go," he repeated. The other officer didn't move. The rest of the police stood sullenly glaring at him, at the prisoners, as Elisark turned back and released the manacle that held Reed. No one moved to stop him. Reed climbed down out of the van, shaking himself out. He turned and glanced up at Cadelian and Ananke, looked back at Elisark. Those two work for me," he said. Elisark stiffened, and the sudden hope inside Cadelian began to curdle. "The window will be repaired perfectly inside of 3 days," Reed said. "You will receive a large anonymous donation to the Church Security Fund." Slowly, Elisark moved back to them and released their bonds, his motions rough with barely controlled rage as he shoved them down out of the van. He shouted an order, and the police climbed inside without their prisoners. The door slammed, and the black van left the square, howling like a frustrated beast. Ananke stood watching silently until the van was out of sight, and then his eyes rolled up and back in his head, and he collapsed in a billowing heap of robes. Cadelian crouched down beside him, glad for the excuse to sit, as he lifted the boy's head. "Is he all right?" Reed asked, looking more surprised than concerned. "No," Cadelian said, the word sounding more irritable than he had intended. "But he will be. Are you?" Reed wiped absently at his lacerated face, not even wincing. Cadelian winced. Reed studied his reddened fingers in mild disgust, as if it were paint staining them, and not his own blood. He wiped his hand on his pants. "Sure." A bark of mocking laughter burst out of him as he looked away across the deserted square in the direction the van had taken. "Stupid bastards," he said. "You just saved all our lives," Cadelian murmured, well aware that the church police were anything but stupid, and equally aware that there couldn't be more than 6 people on this entire planet who could do what he had just seen Reed do to them. "You don't have to be so goddamn casual about it." His voice was shaking now. He reached into the numerous pockets of his coat and found the one with the silver bottle still safely inside it. Reed looked at him and shrugged. "Sorry," he murmured, but there was no comprehension in it. "God damn it!" Cadelian muttered again, still glaring at Reed as he struggled to pull the bottle free. He unstoppered it and took a large mouthful of the silver liquid heedlessly. He gasped as it slid down his throat with an almost sentient caress, bringing his shock-numbed body back to life from the inside. "Gods," he whispered, almost a prayer. "It's like sex." "I like a man who knows what's really important," Reed said sardonically. "If you think I was going to miss a chance to drink this after all that's happened tonight, you're crazy," Cadelian snapped, beyond caring by now whether Reed really was crazy. "Who the hell are you, anyway?" Not really expecting an answer to the question this time, either. "I work for Sabi Mohambaba," Reed said, picking his teeth. "Therefore the police and I have a kind of symbiotic relationship." "A lot of people work for Humbaba," Cadelian said. "I've worked for him myself. But the church police don't scatter like cats when I say so." Reed sighed and looked pained. "My full name is Reed Kaleva Kalervo. I'm Humbaba's brains. I head his research and development. If anything happened to me," he shrugged meaningfully, "you know who the real gods are around here." The name sounded familiar, but Cadelian couldn't place it. He stared at Reed, trying to picture the tattooed lunatic in front of him at work in a sterile lab somewhere, peacefully accessing restricted information, data modeling illegal chemicals inside a holofield. "No," he said, shaking his head. "Bullshit. What are you, really?" Reed raised his eyebrows. "What does it really matter?" he asked softly. "As long as he had the power." Cadelian looked back at Ananke, still lying sprawled on the pavement, and took another swig from the silver bottle. Ananke opened his eyes and sucked in a loud gasp of panic. He let it out again in a sigh as he realized where he was and registered their faces. Cadelian kneeled down and fed him a sip of liquor from the silver bottle, watched his stupefaction turn into bliss, and grinned at him. Ananke pushed himself up until he was sitting alone. You mean, Cadelian turned back to Reed as the realization suddenly struck him, you could have done what you did here, back in the club? We didn't have to run? None of this needed to happen? No chase, no desecrating a temple, no scaring the shit out of the kid here? And me. But he didn't say it. Reed shrugged. Maybe. But in the chaos, who knows? Accidents happen, like they say around here. His bloody grin crept back. Besides, this was more fun. Speak for yourself, Cadelian muttered. He looked away from Reed's molten gaze as he got stiffly to his feet. Well, let's go, Reed said, watching as he helped Ananke up. Cadelian hesitated, suddenly uncertain. Thanks, but I think we've got other plans. But you work for me now. Reed folded his arms, and the grin grew wider on his face. Cadelian looked at him and laughed once, remembering what Reed had told the police. A joke. I quit, he said, and returned the grin. Reed shook his head. Too late. You drank my liquor. I saved your life. You're my man, Cadelian Niburu. Cadelian went on staring, trying to read the other man's face, suddenly feeling cold in the pit of his stomach as he realized that Reed was actually serious. You need a runner? He asked, his voice getting away from him for the second time tonight. No, not until I know what you really do, he said, with more courage than he felt. I told you what I really do. Reed lifted a hand. Ask around. Access it right now. He shrugged, waiting. Cadelian felt a strange electricity sing through him, knowing as suddenly that there was no need to check it out. Everything Reed had told him was completely true. I don't much like drugs, he said, somehow able to keep looking Reed in the eye. Reed glanced at the silver bottle still clutched in Cadelian's hand, and his mouth twitched. Everything's relative, isn't it? Cadelian flushed. But what I make and where it goes are not the point. I'm looking for a ferryman. I need a personal crew. Why us? Cadelian said. You don't know me. I don't even know him. He gestured at Ananke. You're a landsman. You're from Samath, so am I. Maybe I'm sentimental. And I know your reputation. I've already checked you out. You're trustworthy, you have good judgment, and you deliver. What happened to your last ferryman? He quit. Reed smiled faintly. He couldn't stand the boredom. Cadelian laughed in spite of himself. What was this tonight? My audition for the job? Reed grinned and didn't answer. I need somebody I can rely on. I like your style. What do you charge for a run? That depends. Cadelian named a sum that almost choked him. I'll double that on a regular basis, if you work out. Cadelian took a deep breath in disbelief. He hesitated and shook his head. I'm flattered, he said honestly, but I don't think I'm up to it. He glanced at Ananke, watching the mixed emotions that played across the boy's face while he looked at Reed. Come on, kid. He started away. Ananke followed him like a sleepwalker, still looking back at Reed. Niburu? Reed called. You may find it exceptionally difficult to get the kind of work you want from now on. If you turn me down. Cadelian stopped, looking back. His mouth tightened as he saw the expression on Reed's face. We'll see about that, he said, not as convincingly as he would have liked. He turned his back on Reed and started on again. Yes, Reed said to his retreating back. I expect that we will. Number 4. Foursgate. Hegemonic Police Inspector B.Z. Gandolino entered his office as he had done every day for almost 5 years, imitating the precise patterns of the day before. Like a robot, he would have thought, if he had allowed himself to think about it, which he never did. He set a beaker of overbrewed challow, the closest thing to a drug he ever permitted himself, down on the corner of his desk terminal, on the precise spot where the heat of past mugs had dulled the dark ceralic sheen of its surface. He sat down in his chair, turning it to face the view of Foursgate as he requested his morning briefing from the desk. He always took the briefing on audio. It was the closest he came to relaxing all day. The terminal's irritating facsimile of his own voice began a condensed recitation of the file contents. He marked with a murmured word the things to be brought up in more detail, stared out the window at the city shrouded in cold mist. The window pane was completely dry for once, but as he watched the rain began again, random fingers tapping restlessly on the pane, droplets running down its face randomly like tears. Damn the rain, he thought, rubbing at his eyes. It was too much like snow. The Chief Inspector requests your presence in his office as soon as possible. Gandolino stiffened. Hold, he said to the desk, and turned back to face the message lying on its screen. The Chief Inspector. He stared at the inert forms of the graphics. In his office. Gandolino's hands closed over the molded arms of his seat, anchoring his body in the present, while the room around him shimmered as if it were about to disappear, about to leave him alone in the white wilderness. He stood up, slowly, afraid that his body would betray him, that his legs would refuse to carry him forward, or that when he reached the door and stepped into the hall he would bolt and run. There was only one reason the Chief Inspector could have for wanting to see him in person. He looked down, checking the blue-gray length of his uniform for a speck of dust, a line out of place. When he was certain that his appearance was regulation, he went out of his office and through the police complex to where Chief Inspector Savan waited for him. He stood on the muted floribunda carpet before the Chief Inspector's desk without a single memory of how he had gotten there. His body made the correct salute perfectly, habitually, although he was certain his face was betraying him with a look more guilty than a felon's. Savan returned the salute, but did not rise. He leaned back in the flexible confines of his seat, studying Gandolino wordlessly. Gandolino met his gaze with an effort of will. The Chief Inspector was not an easy man to face, even on a view-screen. And now the uncertainty he found in Savan's grey eyes was harder to endure than the cold disapproval he had been expecting. "Sir," Gandolino began, and bit off the flood of excuses that filled his mouth. He glanced down the blue length of his uniform to his shining boots, compulsively, finding no flaw. And yet his mind saw the truth, the real hidden flaw, saw a hypocrite, a traitor, wearing the clothes of an honest man. He was certain that the Chief Inspector saw the same thing. Tiamat, the word, the world, were suddenly all he could think of. Tiamat, Tiamat, Tiamat. "Inspector," Savan said, and nodded in acknowledgment. Gandolino felt his own lips press together more tightly, felt every muscle in his face and body stiffen, bracing for an attack. But the Chief Inspector only said, "I think we both realize that your work has not been up to standard in recent months." He came directly to the point, as usual. Gandolino stood a little straighter, forcing himself to meet Savan's gaze again. "Yes, sir," he said. Savan let his fingertips drift over the touchboard of his terminal, throwing random messages onto its screen, as he did sometimes when he was distracted. Or maybe the messages weren't random. Gandolino could not make them out from where he stood. "You obviously served very competently on Tiamat, to have risen to the rank of inspector in so short a time. But that doesn't surprise me, since you were a technician of the second rank." Savan was from Karamov, like Gandolino, like most high officers on the force. He knew the social codes of its rigid, technocratic class system, and all that they implied. Were. Gandalino swallowed the word like a lump of dry bread. His hands moved behind his back. His fingers touched his scarred wrists. He could protect his family from dishonor by staying away from Karamov. But he had never been able to forget his failure, because his people would never forget it. And they were everywhere he went. Sevan glanced up, frowning slightly at the surreptitious movement. Gandalino, I know you carry some unpleasant memory from your duty on Tiamat. I know you will still bear the scars. He looked down again, as if even to mention it embarrassed him. I don't know why you haven't had the scars removed, but I don't want you to think that I hold what you did against you, or what I failed to do. Gandalino felt his face flush, aware that his pale freckles were reddening visibly against the brown of his skin. The very fact that Sevan mentioned the scars at all told him too much. He said nothing. You've served here on number 4 for nearly 5 standards, and for most of that time you've kept whatever is troubling you to yourself. Perhaps too much to yourself. Gandalino looked down. He knew that some of the other officers felt he was aloof and unsociable. Knew that they were right. But it hadn't mattered, because nothing had seemed to matter much to him since Tiamat. He felt the cold of a long-ago winter seep back into his bones as he stood waiting. He tried to remember a face. A girl with hair the color of snow and eyes like agate. Tried not to remember. You've shown admirable self-discipline, until recently, Sevan said. But after the Wendro Brethren matter, it was handled very badly, as I'm sure I don't have to tell you. The Governor-General complained to me personally about it. Gandalino suppressed an involuntary grimace, as he suddenly heard what lay between the words. The police had to demonstrate the hegemony's goodwill. His eyelids twitched with the need to let him stop seeing, but he held Sevan's gaze. I understand, sir. It was my responsibility. My accusations against the Brethren's Chamberlain were inexcusable, even though they were true. Truth was always the first casualty in their relationship with an on-world government. Karamov held the hegemony together with a fragile net of economic sanctions and self-interested manipulation, because without a hyperlight star drive, anything more centralized was impossible. The 8 worlds of the hegemony had little in common but their mutual access to the Black Gates. They were technically autonomous, and Karamov cultivated their sufferance with hypocritically elaborate care. He knew all of that as well as anyone. It was one more thing his service on Tiamat had taught him. I should have offered you my resignation immediately, he said. I've had family difficulties the past few months. My brothers lost the family estates, my father's fortune, the sacred memory of 1,000 ancestors, all through their stupidity and greed, are lost in World's End. He felt the blood rise to his face again and went on hastily. I don't offer that as an excuse, only as an explanation. The Chief Inspector looked at him as though that explained nothing. He could not explain even to himself the dreams that had ruined his sleep ever since his brothers had passed through Foursgate on their way to seek fool's treasure in the brutal wilderness called World's End. Night after night his dreams were haunted by the ghosts of his dispossessed ancestors, by his dead father's face, changing into a girl's face as pale as snow, endless fields of snow. He would wake up shivering as if he were freezing cold. I offer you my resignation now, sir, he said, and somehow his voice did not break. The Chief Inspector shook his head. That isn't necessary. Not if you are willing to accept the alternative of a temporary reduction in rank and an enforced leave of absence until the Governor-General has forgotten this incident, and until you have regained some kind of emotional equilibrium. If only I could forget the past as easily as the Governor-General will forget about me. Gandalinu swallowed the hard knot in his throat and only said faintly, "Thank you, sir. You show me more consideration than I deserve." "You've been a good officer," Sivan replied a little mechanically. "You deserve whatever time it takes to resolve your problems, however you can. Rest. Enjoy this vacation from your responsibilities. Get to feel at home on this world." He glanced at Gandalinu, his eyes touching uncomfortably on the pink wheals of scar at his wrists. "Or perhaps what you need is to look into your brother's disappearance in World's End." Gandalinu felt a black, sudden rush of vertigo, as if he were falling. He shook his head abruptly, saw a fleeting frown across the Chief Inspector's face. "Come back to the Force, Gandalinu," Sivan murmured. "But only if you can come back without scars." Gandalinu stared at him. He made a final salute before his body turned away smartly and took him out of the office. Without scars. The whole way stretched out, shining and inescapable before him. Without the past. He wondered what point there was to having the scars removed. The Chief Inspector would still see them, and so would he. It would only be one more act of hypocrisy. He began to walk. Life scars us with its random motion, he thought. Only death is perfect. Tiamat, South Coast. "Miro!" Jerusha called, stepping out of the ship's cabin onto the gently rocking deck. She saw him standing at the rail, still there as he had been for hours, observing the mares. The sea wind was cold and brisk, rattling the rigging, rudely pushing at her as she came out into the open. But the sky was clear today for once, and for once the sun's heat on her face warmed her more than just skin-deep. It was more than she could say for her husband's expression as he glanced up at her. He shut off the makeshift recording device he held and pulled the headset away from his ears. "Damn it," he muttered, as much to himself as to her. "I'm not getting anywhere." She sighed, controlling her annoyance as his frustration struck her in the face. She joined him at the catamaran's rail, looking down at the water's moving surface. At the moment there were no mares visible anywhere in the sea around them. "When you suggested that we go away for a few days, just the two of us, and sail down the coast, I was hoping this would be restful," she said. "Romantic." She looked away again, unable to say what she felt, as usual, when it involved her own feelings. "Don't you find it restful?" he asked, surprised. He had insisted that they were both working too hard, after her third miscarriage. Enough time had passed that they could safely try again for a child, and she had hoped that he meant this trip to be for them, just them. "I find it lonely." She forced the word out, forced herself to look at him. "You miss Carbuncle that much?" he asked. "I miss you." His brown eyes, with their epicanthic folds, glanced away. He put his arm around her, drawing her close. He held her, his nearness warming her like the sun. But his other hand busied itself with the recording equipment, allowing him to avoid answering her. He had always been a man of few words. His emotions ran so strong and deep that they were almost unreachable. She had known that when she married him. It was what had drawn her to him. His strength and his depth. That in his face, golden-skinned and ruggedly handsome when he smiled at her. His straight, night-black hair. The absurd stubbornness of his moustache, and the way it twitched when something took him by surprise, as she had when she told him she was staying on Tiamat, and asked him the question he could not ask himself. She had always understood his reticence, his guardedness, so well because it was so much like her own. But understanding had not kept the silence from accreting like an invisible wall between them. Sometimes she felt as if they were trapped in a stasis field, that they had been rendered incapable of communication, of motion or emotion. It frightened her in a way that nothing in all her years on the hegemonic police force had ever frightened her. This was worse because she had no idea what to do about it. "I won't be much longer," he murmured at last, "I promise you. I'm almost out of recording medium." He smiled, one of his wry, rare, self-aware smiles, and she felt her tension ease. A mare's face broke the surface beside them, startling her. Another one appeared, and another. Their heads moved with nodding curiosity as their long, sinuous necks rose farther out of the water. Their wet brindle fur glistened. Their movements were as graceful as the motion of birds in flight. The mares gazed up at her with eyes like midnight. Looking into their eyes was almost a meditation. A moment's contact somehow gave her a sense of peace that would have taken her hours of empty-minded solitude to attain. She wondered again about whoever had created them, in the long-ago days of the old empire. The mares did not look human, but the human eye saw them as benign, even beautiful. And they seemed to regard humans with instinctive trust. They showed no fear at all, even though humans had slaughtered their kind for centuries. They forgot, or they forgave. She could not say which, because she had no idea what really went on inside their minds. Humans and mares shared a genetic structure that was superficially similar. The mare's wide, blunt-nosed faces always reminded her of children's faces, curious, expectant. And yet the ones gazing up at her now were gods only knew how old. They were in profound ways as alien and unfathomable as they were superficially like anything she recognized. She watched and listened while Miro played pre-recorded passages of their speech and recorded their responses. Sing-song trills and chittering squawks, deep thrumming harmonies filled the air. The mares were a sentient race. Their brains were similar in size and complexity to a human brain. The fact of their sentience was recorded in the SibylNet's memory banks and could be accessed by any Sibyl in transfer. But no data existed about why their god-playing creators had given them intelligence, any more than it existed about why they had been given the gift of virtual immortality. The mares were one more of the mysteries that clung to this haunted world like fog, until clear vision into its past seemed as impossible as looking into the future. But their intelligence manifested itself in alien ways. The mares had no natural enemies besides humans, and no apparent material culture, or desire to create one. They lived in an eternal now, in the constant sea. The time itself was a sea for them, even as it was a river for the creatures that surrounded them, whose brief lives flickered in and out of their timeless existence. Here today, gone tomorrow. That difference was incomprehensible to many human beings, either because they could not bridge the conceptual gap to an alien way of thought, or because they chose to ignore the distinction. It was far easier to see that the mares made the seas of this world a fountain of youth. One of the richest and most powerful people in the hegemony would pay any price to drink from, even if it meant they had to drink blood. The silvery extract taken from the blood of slaughtered mares was euphemistically called the water of life, and if it was taken daily, it maintained a state of physical preservation in human beings. So far, no one had been able to reproduce the extract, a benign technovirus engineered like the mares themselves through old empire processes that had been lost to time. The technovirus quickly died outside the body of its original host, no matter how carefully it was maintained, as the mares themselves died if they were separated from their own kind and shipped off-world. But a reliable supply of the water of life was needed to satisfy a constant demand. Arienrhod had provided it, as had all the Snow Queens before her, by allowing the mares to be hunted. The Winters had reaped the rewards, growing fat off the flow of trade. and countless mares had died. But now at last summer had come again. The off-worlders had gone, taking their insatiable greed with them. The mares would have an inviolate space of time in which to replenish their numbers, with painful slowness, righting the unspeakable wrong their creators had done them. One of the mares ducked back under the water's surface, abruptly disappearing from the conversation Miro had been attempting to carry on. The two who remained glanced at each other, looked up at him. Then one by one they sank out of sight, whistling trills that might have been farewells or simply meaningless noise. Miro leaned over the rail, staring down at the suddenly empty sea. He swore in frustration and incomprehension. What the hell? Why did they just leave like that? Jerusha shrugged. Did you say something that made them angry? No, he snapped with pungent irritation. I didn't. I know that much about their speech after this long, and it's all recorded. He had been fascinated by the mares since long before she met him, before either one of them had been certain that the mares were an intelligent race. When she first encountered him, he had been dealing with tech runners, buying embargoed equipment that helped him interfere with the Snow Queen's hunts. He had believed in the mare's intelligence even before Moon Dawntreader told him the truth in Sybil transfer. He had been trying for years to decode what seemed to be their tonal speech, because mares were unable to form human speech. Maybe the conversation bored them, Jerusha said. Miro turned toward her, but his frown of annoyance faded. He looked down at the water again. I almost think you're right, he murmured. Damn it! After all this time, I don't understand them any better than I did 20 years ago. He shut off his recorder roughly. They don't want to talk, all they want to do is sing. The harmonic structures are there, it's logical and patterned, but there's no sense to it. It's just noise. He had isolated sequences that signified specific objects or actions to the mares, but those were few and far between in the recordings he had made. What the Tiamatans called mare song was beautiful in the abstract, its interrelationship of tones and sounds incredibly complex and subtle. The mares seemed to spend most of their time repeating passages of songs, as if they were reciting oral history, teaching it to their young, preserving it for their descendants. But the coherent patterns of sound had no symbolic content that he had been able to discover. The mares seemed to have no interest in conversation, in give and take, except to express the most basic aspects of their life. But isn't conversation, communication, what language is for? He demanded of the empty water. Otherwise, what's the point? Why have such a complex, structured system if they don't use it to expand their knowledge or to change their lives? They are aliens, she reminded him gently. Whoever made them something new. Maybe the meaning of it all died with their creators, just like the meaning of Carbuncle. He shook his head, looking toward the mares at rest on the distant shore. If we could only teach them to communicate willingly, we'd have proof of their intelligence that no one could ignore, proof that would force the hegemony to leave them in peace. If we could even just find how to make a warning clear to them, they could escape the hunt. His hands fisted as memory became obsession. Miro, she said, taking his arm, trying to lead him away. Moon should be doing more to solve this problem. He freed himself almost unthinkingly from her hold. She stepped back away from him. She told me the mare's survival would be her life's work when she became queen. She believes that building up Tiamat's economy before the hegemony returns will help both us and the mares, Jerusha said a little sharply. You know that. You're helping her do it. Sparks has been doing studies for her with the data we provided on the mares. Maybe you should talk to him about it, get some kind of dialogue going. He might have some fresh insight. Not him, Miro said flatly. She looked at him. You know why? He frowned, glancing away at the shore. "You, of all people. You saw what he did. You know it's his fault that we had to come out here like this, that we can't be back at the plantation observing a mare colony. Because Sparks Dawntreader had killed them all." She looked up at the sky, remembering another sky, how she had been certain that any moment it would crack and fall in on them, that day nearly 8 years ago at winter's end, when they stood on the blood-soaked beach together, witnesses to Arienrhod's revenge. They had interfered, unwittingly, with her plans for the change. And so she had sent her hunters to slaughter the mare colony that made its home on the shores of Miro's plantation. The colony he had always believed was safe under his protection. But her hunters had killed them all, led by a man who bore a ritual name, who wore a ritual mask, and dressed in black to protect his real identity. Starbuck, he was called, her henchman, her lover. And at winter's end, the man wearing the ritual mask had been Sparks Dawntreader. Jerusha had never seen a mare before that day. That day she saw nearly 100 of them, lying on the beach, their throats cut, drained of their precious blood. And then, by a final bitter twist of fate, stripped of their skins by a passing band of winter nomads. She saw 100 corpses, mutilated, violated, soulless mounds of flesh left to rot on the beach and be picked bare by scavengers. But she had not really seen a mare that day either, or understood the true impact of the tragedy, the depth of grief felt by the man who stood beside her. It was not until she had seen living mares in motion in the sea, until she had heard the siren call of the mare song, or discovered depths of peace in their eyes, then she had finally understood the hideous reality of the hunt, the obscenity of the water of life. And then she had understood why Miro would not, could not, forgive Sparks Dawntreader, a summer, a child of the sea, for becoming Arienrhod's creature, Arienrhod's Starbuck. She glanced away from the mares on the beach, facing the emptiness in her husband's eyes. She released her hands from their unconscious death grip on the rail, pressed them against her stomach, which was as barren and empty as the look he gave her. She turned away, starting back toward the cabin's shadowed womb, feeling suddenly as if Arienrhod's curse still followed them all, even here, even after so long. She hesitated in the doorway, glancing toward him one last time. He stood motionless at the rail, staring down at the water. She stepped into the cabin's darkness, listening for his footsteps behind her, feeling only relief when she heard no sound. Tiamat, Carbuncle. "Well, cousin, what a beautiful day it's going to be." Danakil Lu Wayaways glanced up, startled, as hands settled familiarly on his shoulders. The pressure sent pain down through his arthritic back, making him clench his teeth. His kinsman, Gerard Set, the elder of the Wayaways clan, smiled in sublime anticipation, oblivious to his discomfort. Danakil Lu frowned. "Are you talking about the weather?" he said. Gerard Set laughed. "The weather! You're priceless, Dana." He peered at his cousin. "I can't tell whether you're tweaking me or whether you've simply been so long among the fish-eaters that you mean that. But either way, you're delightful." Danakil Lu, who had not meant it, said nothing. "I'm speaking of the upcoming decision about the new foundry, of course." "Then you shouldn't be talking to me about it," Danakil Lu said flatly. There were plenty of the winter nobility who were willing to accuse him of favoritism because he was one of the only 2 winters in the Sibyl College, and a Wayaways, even though the ultimate decision would be the Queen's. He leaned heavily on the tabletop, trying to find a position that would make him comfortable. He could not straighten up fully any more, either sitting or standing. Gerard Set grunted. You not only look old, cousin, you act old. You should never have left the city." He stopped midway through the motion of sitting down beside Danakil Lu, and instead moved on around the large, tactfully circular table to find a more congenial seatmate. "What choice did I have?" Danakil Lu murmured to the air. His hand rose, fingering the ridges of scarring down his cheek and jaw. The memory of his casting out from Carbuncle burned behind his eyes, as vivid suddenly as if it had happened yesterday. It was hard to realize now that it had happened half a lifetime ago, to a dumbstruck boy, someone who might as well be a complete stranger to the person he had become in summer. And almost as hard to believe that he had been back in Carbuncle now for nearly 8 years. He shook off the sense of disorientation with a motion that caused him more pain. Miro Ngenet, the Queen's physician, was working with Clavely, consulting the Sybil net, trying to recreate some medicine or surgical technique that would help him. In the meantime, there was nothing he could do but live with it. He moved like an old man. He felt like an old man. Some days it was hard not to believe that he was an old man, especially when he looked at Gerard Set. Gerard Set was old enough to be his great-grandfather, but looked more like his son. Gerard Set had been a favorite of the Snow Queen, and she had given him access to the water of life. But the Snow Queen was gone, and faint age lines were beginning to appear at the corners of Gerard Set's eyes. Danakil Lu meditated on that thought, and did not feel so old. At least the physical hardships of life were less severe here in the city, and if they had not come to Carbuncle, Clavely would never have let herself become pregnant, and they would not have their beautiful daughter to delight them, and distract him and Clavely from an obsession with his health. Summer had come to the city, and to their lives at last. It was good to be home. He glanced up again, noticing with some surprise that Gerard Set had taken the one empty seat next to Sparks Dawntreader, the Queen's consort, a seat he would have expected the Queen herself to occupy. But Sparks had apparently made no protest, and Gerard Set smiled in satisfaction, folding his hands on the tabletop. "Damnation!" Danakil Lu glanced up again as someone else dropped into the seat beside him. Bora Clearwater sat snorting like a clee through the thick white brush of his moustache, rumbling ominously. Danakil Lu pressed his lips together, controlling his smile as the older man slowly got himself under control. Bora Clearwater was some kind of uncle to him, on his mother's side, if he recalled rightly, a cantankerous old stone who owned plantation lands far south of the city, and came to Carbuncle only under duress. The duress this time had to do with the Wayaways clan. Gerard Set had been agitating for an access across Clearwater's lands, a shortcut to the sea, as part of his push to get the Queen to grant him the right to have the new foundry built on a landlocked piece of his own holdings. The fact that Clearwater was here suggested he was afraid Gerard Set would be successful. Danakil Lu glanced on around the table. There were still a few empty seats. It was some kind of comment on his status that Clearwater chose to sit next to him, and that everyone else apparently chose not to. His status as a Sybil, or his status as an outsider among his own kind. He supposed they were really the same thing. He fingered the trefoil hanging against his shirt as he glanced to his left, seeing that the seat on the other side of him was still unoccupied. The greenside head woman, sitting across the gap, looked back at him, her expression guarded. The Summer Queen had made the Winters accept what he had never believed they would accept, after centuries of being lied to by the hegemony. The truth that Sybils were human computer ports tied to an interstellar information network. She had shown the people of the city that Sybils could give them back the technology they hungered for, that Sybils were not simply diseased lunatics, as the off-worlders had always claimed, in order to keep Tiamat ignorant and backward in their absence. But a lifetime of suspicion did not fade overnight, or even over 8 years. "Well, at least you don't smell like a sugar bath, like most of my kin, Danakil Lu Wayaways," Bora Clearwater said abruptly, as if he had been reading Danakil Lu's mind. "And you don't look like a mother-lorn off-worlder in plastic clothes. Drown me if I wouldn't rather sit with lunatics and Summers than with these city-sock piss-ants, with their bog-brained ideas about raising the dead." He looked at Danakil Lu as if he expected argument, his grey eyes as piercing as a predator's, and about as congenial. Danakil felt his mouth inch up into another smile. "Me too," he said sincerely. Clearwater grunted, not requiring even that much encouragement. "The off-worlders are gone. The technology's gone with them. What's gone is gone. I spent my whole life getting used to the idea. Let it go, and good riddance." Danakil Lu said nothing this time, thinking privately that if he and everyone else at this meeting table were as old as Clearwater, they might all find it easy to let go of the past and make peace with the inevitable. But they weren't ready to stop living yet, and that was the difference. Although there were days, trying to get up in the morning, when he could almost see Bora Clearwater's point of view. "Goddamn nuisance, this damn woman, this Summer Queen. Gerard's set, dragging me halfway up the coast for this—" Danakil Lu raised a hand, silencing him abruptly, unthinkingly. "The Queen," he murmured. Clearwater turned, following his gaze as he looked across the room. "Damnation!" Clearwater breathed. It sounded more like wonder than a curse. Danakil Lu wondered what emotion lay behind it. His own eyes stayed on the Queen as she entered the hall, crossed it under the waiting gaze of 100 eyes. He found it hard, as he always did, to look away from her. He could not say what it was about her that affected him so. The paleness of her hair made a startling contrast to the muted greens of her traditional robes, which billowed behind her like the sea. Her eyes, he knew, were the color of the agates that washed up along Tiamat's shores. Their changeable depths held the earth, the sea, the sky. She was not a tall woman, not extraordinarily beautiful, and still as slender as the girl she had been when he and Clavely had initiated her into the calling of a Sibyl. But there was something about her, an intensity of belief, the urgent grace of a drawn bow, that showed even in her movement as she crossed the room. That compelled him to watch her every move, listen to her every word. He knew he was not the only one who felt that way. He had seen her almost every day in the years since he and Clavely had come to the city. They had been among the first to join the Sibyl College that Moon had established as part of her effort to recreate technology from the ground up. He had watched her grow in confidence and experience, from an awkward island girl into a shrewd, determined woman, who won her battles more and more through skill, depending less and less on the lady's luck for her survival as queen. If the rumors were true, and he thought they were, she came by her leadership abilities naturally. But where she had gotten the vision that drove her to forge a totally new future for this world, after growing up among the tradition-minded, tech-hating summer islanders, he could not imagine. That was part of her mystery, which was perhaps part of her power. Danakil Lu refocused on the room, on the present, as Moon Dawntreader chose the empty seat beside his own at the table. Still standing, with her hands cupping the totem creatures carved on the chair's back, she called the gathered men and women to order. Silence fell as she took her seat. Danakil Lu glanced down at his notepad, seeing the trefoil symbols he had been absent-mindedly doodling there. His back was killing him, and the meeting had not yet even begun. Days were long when the college met with the council. He sighed, wishing that he had the Queen's single-minded resolve, wishing that it had been his turn today to be the stay-at-home parent and not Clavely's. He covered the symbols with his hand as the Queen began to speak, and Bora Clearwater began to mutter in counterpoint beside him. There were several members of the Sibyl College here today, including blind Fate Ravenglass, who was its head and still the only other winter among the Sibyls. Jerusa Palathion and her husband Miro Ngenet were here too, along with the few Winters who had managed to absorb some technical knowledge from their contact with the off-worlders. They were struggling to become the researchers, the engineers of Tiamat's future, asking the questions and working with the Sibyls to turn the net's data into measurable progress. Elders of the various winter and summer clans, or their representatives, filled most of the other seats, and filled the air with give and take. They had become the first members of the council the Queen had established at the same time she had established the Sibyl College. They were already the leaders of their extended family groups. The council gave them a forum where they could speak for and vote to protect their clan's interests and holdings. There had been a council during the Snow Queen's reign, imitating the off-worlders' justiciate government, but it had been strictly for Winters, and dominated by the self-proclaimed nobility who were Arienrhod's favourites. There had never been a council with Summers on it, too, and usually the Summers and Winters mixed like oil and water. He was relieved to see that Capella Goodventure was not here today. He did not recognize the woman whom she had sent as her replacement. It surprised him that she was not here herself. She rarely missed the opportunity to object to any new project the Sibyl College or the Queen proposed. Making use of the Sibyl network and its vast resources of knowledge, the Queen had begun planting the seeds of progress everywhere, and already they were sprouting, like spring grass pushing up through the snow. New resources, new methods of production, new tools and new comforts had already rewarded the hard work of Tiamat's people. It was only the beginning, but already the promise of what the next century could hold was a more tangible incentive to most people than the Queen's constant insistence that they must make themselves technologically independent, so that when the off-worlders returned, Tiamat could meet them as an equal. The Winters embraced most of her proposals with an enthusiasm that made up for the Summers' reluctance. Often they were eager to a fault, vying for the opportunity to exploit the mineral rights of their plantations, or have new laboratories and prototype manufactories constructed there. Today they were pressing the Queen for a decision on building a dam and power station north of the city. That it would allow us to progress much faster if we have adequate power for the new factories, Gadden Overhill was saying, speaking with staccato urgency as usual. And it won't foul the air or pollute the seas. But a dam will flood lands, mostly summer lands, that are used for farming and herding, Dal Windward objected. Overhill waved a hand dismissively. Those lands are scarcely fit to support either crops or grazing. Small loss. To you, maybe, Winter, the Good Venture representative said. Someone has to provide food for all you fools while you neglect your own plantations to play with your new inventions. Stick to the sea, then, that you Summers love so much, Sua Storm Prince answered. The sea will provide, as you always like to say, and this won't pollute it. The Sibyl College has consulted the net on the matter. The Queen raised her voice to silence them, as she frequently had to do. The Summers resisted rules of order, and the Winters would not let the Summers outshout them. Danakilu Wayaways will give you its findings. Rubbish and lunacy, Bora Clearwater muttered to the room at large. Danakilu took a deep breath, and a last look at his prepared notes before he lifted his eyes to the expectant faces of the council. The data received in transfer from the Sibyl net indicate that such a project is unfeasible, for a number of reasons. He pressed on, through suddenly rising protests. The primary reason we have for recommending against the dam project is that it would, as the Summers claim, render a substantial amount of land unavailable. On top of that, our ability to construct such a dam with complete safety, even with blueprints and material specifications provided by the net, is uncertain at this point in our development. It has to function not only through the relatively mild weather of high summer, when free-flowing water is plentiful, but also the intense and extended cold of high winter, when everything is frozen. We don't have a great margin for error, unlike a lot of worlds. Lady and all the gods, Overhill interrupted. How are we ever going to get past this point if we don't take some chances? The Sibyl mind is guiding us." The Queen cut him off almost sharply, something she would not have had the confidence to do 2 or 3 years ago. She had become surer in her leadership as she had grown used to being queen, and as it became clear to everyone that the Sibyl net, which she relied on as faithfully as if it really were the Sea-Mother's voice, was as omniscient as any goddess when it came to what was wisdom or folly for her people. It has shown us that our world is barely habitable, by the standards of most worlds human beings live on. We must make technological progress if we are ever to have an easier, safer life here. But we still have nearly a century before the hegemony returns, and the Sibyl mind is showing us the straightest, swiftest course to our future. Without its guidance, we would not have achieved 1/10 of what we have done so far. We have to trust it, or we'll end up destroying our world instead. Therefore, in this matter, I support the Summers. "Then where will we get a new source of energy for our manufactories?" Overhill demanded. "If you will let Danakil Lu Wayaways finish his report," the Queen said with faint impatience, "then you will see that there are alternative solutions." Overhill settled back into his seat, into silence, as she glanced at Danakil Lu. "An alternative method of generating power has been offered to us," Danakil Lu went on at her nod. "It involves using wind-driven turbines, which can be put up in the fields and on hillsides without spoiling them for grazing or farming. The wind will provide all the energy we'll need for the next decade or so, and by then we may be able to construct tide-driven turbines and take our power directly from the sea. Carbuncle gets its power that way, and its system has worked perfectly for centuries." "You're talking about windmills?" Abba Wingreymount said. "I've seen one power a pump once or twice, but they could never produce the kind of energy we need to run factories, not if you had 500,000 of them." "You've never seen one with this design," Miro Ngenet broke in. "I've used them on my plantation for years. They're far more efficient than anything you've ever seen." Greymount shrugged, dubious. "We will begin developing detailed plans for the wind power project and discuss location sites and materials at our next meeting. We may be able to make use of supplies left behind by the off-worlders in some of the city warehouses," the Queen said, looking relieved as the hubbub of discussion faded to murmured speculation among the winters, grudging silence among the summers. Bora Clearwater muttered under his breath as Danakil Lu settled into a more comfortable position, relieved to be done with his command performance. He was content to let the Queen's other advisers handle all further topics of discussion and debate. He sat, half listening, half preoccupied by his own pain, through a seemingly endless litany of old versus new. Gerard Set, who had sat waiting with serene anticipation all the while Bora Clearwater simmered, spoke up at last, inquiring with subtle confidence whether the Queen had considered the matter of his bid for the latest refining operation and the right-of-way across the Clearwater lands. The Queen nodded. "Yes, Elder Wayaways," she said, shuffling through her sheaf of handwritten notes. "Your site seems ideal for the foundry, especially since its location is so close to the source of iron ore. Your offer to fund the initial construction work is very generous. I don't see any significant obstacles to granting your request. Does the Clearwater Elder have any objection to granting the needed right-of-way?" She glanced around the table. Danakil Lu was not certain that whoever represented the Clearwater clan was even present. "I have an objection, damn it!" Bora Clearwater loomed up suddenly beside him, glaring at Gerard Set. "It's my plantation, and by all the gods I won't have any wayaways touching so much as a speck of dust on it." He turned toward the Queen as he spoke, bellowing as if she were halfway across the planet, and not almost next to him. Danakil Lu covered his ears. The Queen looked up at him with a mixture of alarm and disbelief. But all that he requested was an easement. "Today, and tomorrow he'll bribe you into— Get your hands off me." The last was directed toward the 2 city constables who had come in, at Jerusha Palathion's summons from their post outside the door. They took his arms and led him forcibly out of the room, still protesting loudly. Danakiel let his hands fall into his lap. He shook his head, meeting the Queen's astonished stare as the room around them rippled with relieved laughter. She looked away from him again, toward Kirard's set. "Your request is granted, Elder Wayaways," she said, with apparent calm and something like satisfaction. Kirard Set smiled, nodding his head in what appeared to be grateful acknowledgment. But Danakiel caught the gleam of knowing amusement in his eyes as he looked at the Queen, a secret assumption of complicity that the Queen's expression did not return, or even seem to register. Danakiel looked away, glancing toward the empty doorway. It seemed to him that he still heard Bora Clearwater's voice echoing through the halls of the Sibyl College. He pushed to his feet, slowly and awkwardly. Murmuring his apologies to the Queen, he left the council chamber by the same exit. Tiamat, Carbuncle. "Motherless blasphemer!" The shout came at her from some shadowed doorway. A fish head came with it, thudding against her shoulder. Moon Dawntreader stopped walking and turned back, her eyes burning. "Come out!" Her voice echoed along the almost deserted street. "If you have a criticism, say it to my face." But whoever had hurled the insult and the fish head stayed hidden. "Lady?" Jerusha Palathion asked the question with her motion as she unslung the rifle from her shoulder. She glanced toward the silent buildings, gazing back at them with empty eyes. Moon shook her head, putting her hand on the gun. "What is it, Moon?" Fate Ravenglass turned toward their voices, her own empty eyes moving restlessly, blindly. "Nothing, Fate," Moon murmured. "Just some stinking summer with fish for brains losing their mind," Tor Starhiker, the fourth woman in their party, said sourly. She took the blind woman's arm, guiding her steps as they started on again. Moon raised her hand, pulling down the smile that unexpectedly tried to turn up the corners of her mouth. "The Summers have every right to criticize me, Tor." She felt the smile disappear. "They are my people. Don't insult them for it. At least not in my hearing." She looked down, fingered the trefoil pendant that hung like a star against the dappled greens of her robes. "Even when they deserve it." The stench of rotten fish filled her nose, as inescapable as doubt or truth. She glanced at the women who surrounded her. There was not a Summer among them. She was not the Queen her people had expected when she was chosen at the change. And she was not the lady they wanted, a symbolic avatar of the Sea Mother, who would preside over their sacred rituals and safeguard their cherished traditions. They had not asked for a queen who needed and wielded real power, one who believed that the ways of off-worlders were superior to the ways which had served them for centuries. A lady who did not even believe in the goddess. They went on in silence until they reached the mouth of Olivine Alley, one of the countless labyrinthine ways that branched off the rising spiral of the street, honeycombing the ancient shell-formed city of Carbuncle. Moon looked down at her feet, shod in soft leather, moving over the smooth surface of the pavement. The pavement was made from some material that never seemed to decay, no matter how many footsteps, wheels, treads, or burdens passed over its uniform surface. She looked back down the alley as they turned into the street, taking a final look at the Sibyl College, where they studied and labored day after day to unlock the secrets of technology. She could still see the alley's end, where the transparent storm walls let in the sunset, the last light of another day. The meeting with the council had made this day run even longer than most. One more day was gone in which she had not accomplished all she had hoped to. But still, they were one day further along the path to real knowledge, the way to her world's future. She began to walk again, feeling her weariness grow as they made their way on up the street. "This is where we get off, folks." Tor Starhiker's voice startled her out of her reverie, and she nodded. "Rest well, Fate," she murmured. "We have a long way to go tomorrow. Good night, Tor." Their answers were equally subdued, as if her mood had spread to them all. She went on with Jerusha at her side, her head still echoing with the arguments of winters and summers, and with doubt. Tor stood beside Fate with a hand resting on her arm, and watched the Summer Queen go on her way toward the palace at Street's End. "Must have been a rough one," she said, as much to herself as to the woman beside her. "About as usual," Fate answered with a sigh. "Council days are always a trial. The ex-nobility's eagerness to build a new world is matched only by their eagerness to be the first and richest in it. They argue endlessly with the Summers, as if everything were some court pettiness over who was the Snow Queen's favorite this week. They don't seem to realize that Moon is not the old queen." "Well, she looks just like her," Tor said bluntly. Fate sighed again as they started on down the alleyway toward her empty shop. "Yes, I remember." Tor looked at her. While the Snow Queen ruled, Fate had possessed vision of a sort, using imported sensors. She had been an artist, a professional mask-maker, the one chosen to make the Summer Queen's mask for the final festival, the one who had placed it on Moon Dawntreader's head. But her vision had gone with the off-worlders, like so much else that had made both their lives bearable. Now, at least, Fate had found a new life in the Sibyl College. And Tor, who had been her acquaintance for many years, had made a new life of a sort as her assistant. But the vacant trances of Sibyls, the endless questions that were all but meaningless to her, the stupid wrangling among stupid aristos, still left her feeling cast adrift. She was glad enough to go on sharing in the lives of the powerful and important people whose destinies she had been sucked into during the change. What they believed and what they were trying to do awed her, and at least they weren't dull. But her own life was dull. The present was still too much like what she had expected it to be, inconvenient, narrow, stinking of fish. She had spent her entire life before the change doing the off-worlders' work. She missed the past, with all its excesses and terrors. She had almost escaped this future, nearly married an off-worlder and gone off-planet with him. But destiny had stepped into their path, other people's destiny, sending her lover, Oyarzabal, to prison with his employers and stranding her like an empty boat when the hegemony's tide went out. "Why doesn't Moon get rid of those damned aristos?" she said, feeling irritable as memory pinched her. "There are plenty of other winters who'd be glad to take their places, and they don't have all the bad habits Arienrhod taught her favorites." Fate smiled, sweeping the street ahead with her cane, a gesture that let her feel some kind of control over her progress, and maybe her life. "Yes, but they don't own most of the land. The winter nobility may have been called noble by default, but most of them had held their positions at Arienrhod's court because they headed the clans which controlled the most resources. And they're not all jaded fools. Some of them are smart and creative and highly motivated. Those are the ones who will end up as the real leaders. I only hope I live long enough to see it." Her mouth twisted with weary irony. "Right," Tor said. She shook her head, thinking privately that they had more chance of living to see the off-worlders return than they did of seeing all Moon Dawntreader's dreams come true. Looking toward the alley's end, she could see the summer star now, the sign that had marked the change for her people and the off-worlders too. As their farewell gesture before leaving, the off-worlders had sent down a beam of high-frequency energy that fried the fragile components in every single piece of equipment they had left behind, including Fate's vision sensors. Since they had blocked the development of any local technological base, nothing could be repaired. Then they had gone, secure in the knowledge that the technophobic summers would move north into the winter's territory, as they had done since the beginning of their days on this world. The Summer Queen would lead Tiamat's people back, willingly or not, into the traditional ways that had meant their survival for centuries before the off-worlders ever set foot here, keeping things stagnant and secure until the hegemony could return. Moon Dawntreader meant to change all that. Tor's admiration for the Queen's goals was matched only by her skepticism about their achievability. Tor steered fate sideways to avoid a summer, striding obliviously down the street with a load of flea-skins on his back. The batch of foul-smelling hides struck her as he passed, and knocked her staggering into Fate. She regained her balance and caught Fate, barely in time to keep them both from sprawling in the gutter. "Watch where you're going, you crack-brain! You want to knock down a blind woman?" The summer swung around without breaking stride. "Watch yourself, motherless. I've got better things to do than teach you how to walk." "Like teach yourself some manners." Tor spat. "Parasite." He turned his back on them and trudged on down the alley. Tor flung an obscene hand gesture at his retreating back. Fate's hand reached out, searching for her arm, caught hold of her. Tor forced herself to relax, muttering under her breath. She turned back again, and they went on toward Fate's door. "They should all drown, the fish-eaters. Then we wouldn't have any trouble." "You think not," Fate said, her voice gently mocking. "Who would you hate, then?" Tor took a deep breath. "All right, so I don't hate them. They're our cousins. We all need each other to survive. All our sins went into the sea with the Snow Queen, and now we're all one." She repeated the litany of the Summer Queen's propaganda, the supposed will of the supposed Sea Mother. "But by all the gods, I don't know whoever said fish was brain food." Fate laughed, and was silent again, lost in her own thoughts. Tor led her on down the alleyway. The winters endured the summer's cyclical invasion, knowing there was no real choice. Winters and summers had always needed each other to survive, and the ancient rituals they shared gave them enough common ground to get by. Her people waited out high summer with the patience of exiles, secure in the knowledge that the off-worlders would return at the first possible moment, bringing back to their descendants, if not to them, the sophisticated comforts to which they had grown accustomed. But even though clan ties and traditional religion had left them blueprints for peaceful coexistence, the culture-wide shockwave of the change still left them with ugly, petty confrontations. Winters who had lost all sense of their heritage over the 150 years of off-worlder rule, and newly arrived summers, wary, unwanted guests in the territories of their distant relatives, still cursed each other and had fistfights in the half-empty streets of Carbuncle even after 8 years. The problem would get worse before it got better, if it ever did, because the new queen's unorthodox changes heightened all the old tensions. The coming of the summers was a gradual thing, and that was probably all that saved their world from complete anarchy. In another decade, this city would be teeming, in a completely different way than it had been when the off-worlders filled its streets, but teeming nonetheless, just like the rapidly thawing countryside beyond its walls. "Here we are," Tor said. She hesitated as Fate found her way up the single step to her door and unfastened the lock. "Will you be all right if I leave now?" Usually she stayed, and they shared dinner, although she knew Fate was perfectly capable of getting around her home and former shop alone. Sometimes after the meal Fate would play her cithra, and Tor would sing. Old songs about the sea, new songs about the stars, songs with long memories that carried them both back to better days. Neither one of them liked spending endless evenings alone, although neither one of them had ever spoken of it. But tonight she felt as restless as the large grey cat that wound around Fate's ankles, yowling with impatience. "I think I've got to scratch an itch tonight." "Yes, I'll be fine. Fate nodded. She leaned down to pick up the cat, stroking its fur, scratching it fondly under the chin. "I think Malkin and I only want to sleep tonight anyway. It's been a long—" She broke off and didn't say what had been so long. "You don't need anything from the markets?" "No, thank you. Thank you for everything." Fate smiled, her sightless eyes finding Tor's with uncanny accuracy. "Let me know whether he's worth losing sleep over." Tor laughed, pushing her hands into the frayed pockets of her aging off-worlder coveralls. "It doesn't matter if he is or not, because I don't intend to remember him in the morning." She stepped down into the street and strode away, heading for her favorite tavern. Moon sighed, wearied by the steep climb up the street, the steep upward spiral of life. They had reached street's end at last. Ahead she saw the wide vortex of alabaster pavement, and beyond it the elaborately carven double doors of the palace. 2 guards stood at the entrance, as they always did, by Jerusha's order. Moon blinked her eyes, clear of the waking dream that had suffused her thoughts as she climbed the hill, as insubstantial as fog, as inescapable as a shadow. The memory of the dark-eyed stranger who had led her once to these doors, who had been her spirit guide when she was lost in this strange city, caught up in destiny's storm. The man who had been her lover for one night, before his own destiny had swept him from her life forever. Moon glanced at the woman beside her, feeling a pang of guilt, afraid that Jerusha Palathion's shrewd, observant eyes might have looked in through the open window of her thoughts and seen too much. But Jerusha was gazing straight ahead, lost in a reverie of her own. Jerusha had stayed behind when the off-worlders left Tiamat, as much from a sense of betrayal by her own people as from love of her new home. Moon had never fully understood her motives. Jerusha was not a woman much given to discussing her thoughts, but she was an excellent listener, whose friendship Moon had come to treasure as a rare gift. Jerusha was one of their chief advisers regarding the hegemony's cast-off technology, and also her most loyal protector. Jerusha kept the transition peaceful in the restless city, with a cannily chosen security force of Winters, who had worked for the old queen, and Summers, who were loyal to the new one. The palace doors swung open before them. Moon's footsteps quickened, forcing Jerusha to lengthen her stride to keep up. Moon began to smile, suddenly filled with eagerness, as 2 small bright forms came hurtling toward her. She kneeled on the hard pavement, catching the twins, hugging them close, astonished again, as she was every day, by the power of the emotions that filled her. Still astonished, after all this time, to find herself the mother of 2 children. She kissed their faces, holding tight to their squirming warmth, absorbing the sweet smell of their hair, the excited clamor of their voices. "Mama, Mama, Gran is here! Gran is here!" Their voices sang together as they echoed the words, each of them trying to be the first to tell her the news. "Really?" Wait, she murmured. "You mean that my mother is here?" She had not seen her family in all the years since she had left the Windwards for Carbuncle. Now, holding her children in her arms, her need to see her own mother was as sudden and hot as the sun. "No, Gran," Ariel insisted, her cloud of fair hair moving across her face as she shook her head. She pushed it back impatiently. "Gran," Tamas echoed, pulling on his mother's sleeve. "Your grandmother, Moon," someone said. Moon looked up to see Clavely Bluestone's short, stolid figure framed in the high arch of the double doors, the Sybil sign gleaming against her shirt-front, her own daughter, Merovi, clinging to her side while she watched the twins greet their mother. Clavely and Danakil Lou had begun to spend less time at the Sybil College after their child was born, and they had taken on the task of watching Tamas and Ariel as well. "Not my mother?" Moon repeated, her own voice suddenly thin with disappointment. She wondered why, how, her grandmother had come alone to Carbuncle. "We'll show you," Ariel cried, bounding impatiently back toward the palace entrance. "Come on, Mama." Tamas stayed by his mother's side, always the quiet one, his brown eyes gazing up at her somberly as he hung on her arm. "Tamas, I'm too tired," she murmured, trying to take his hand instead. She broke off as Jerusha swept Tamas off his feet and up into her arms. "I'll take him," Jerusha said, tickling him until he forgot the protesting squawk he had been about to make. Moon bit off the protest that came half-formed to her lips, drew back her hands, which had instinctively reached for him. She watched, resigned, as Jerusha strode on ahead, carrying Tamas on her hip, grinning back at him with tender whimsy. Clavely passed them, leading Merovi by the hand, nodding her head in a formal gesture of respect and farewell as she reached Moon's side. Moon saw unspoken concern in Clavely's glance, and wondered what she knew that she could not bring herself to say. Danakil sent word that there is a party being given tonight by his cousin Gerard Seth. Clavely's round face pinched slightly. Dana asked if we would come to help him get through it. But if you would like me to stay. Moon smiled, her smile quirking slightly. She could guess after this afternoon's negotiations among the nobles what Gerard Seth was celebrating. Go and keep him company. He's like a man who's been in the swarm of blood flies after he's been with his relatives. He does need you. Clavely smiled wryly and nodded. Enjoy it, Moon said. It's in a good cause. She looked down at Merovi, at the little girl's shy, wide-eyed gaze fixed on Tamas. You have fun, too, she added gently. Merovi nodded soberly as her mother led her on past. She looked back over her shoulder, still watching Tamas. Bye, Tamas, she called. He waved, his own expression equally somber, from where he sat perched on Jerusha's hip. Moon entered the palace, looking up at the frescoed walls as she walked the echoing hallway that led into its heart. The first time she had come into this place, the walls had been haunted by stark scenes of winter. Those murals had long since been painted over at her order, with scenes of bright sunlight, green fields, the blues of sea and sky. But still the images of winter seeped through into her memory, imprinted indelibly on her mind's eye, making her remember all that had happened here at winter's end, making her remember Arienrhod, who haunted the very air here, who haunted every mirror. She forced herself to look down, fixing her vision on her children and the way ahead. "Mama!" Ariel cried impatiently. Moon saw her daughter dancing from foot to foot at the edge of the pit, and her breath caught. "Ariel!" she called sharply, quickening her steps as Ariel knew she would. "Hurry up!" Ariel shouted, and darted out onto the railingless ribbon of bridge that arced across the shaft. Ariel laughed, fearless, shaking her tumbled, milk-white hair at their dismay. Moon stepped onto the bridge, her feet soundless in their soft city shoes, and caught her daughter up in her arms. "How many times—" she began angrily. "You're too slow. I want to see Gran," Ariel insisted. She wrapped long, slender legs around her mother's waist, drumming her feet. "You smell like fish. Ugh! Come on, Mama." Moon sighed and carried her across the bridge, leaving Jerusha to make her way as slowly as she chose with Tamas. The bridge was wide enough that, even railingless, it allowed people to walk its span with no more than a quickened heartbeat, ever since she had stopped the wind. Moon glanced up, resolutely not looking down, letting her eyes find the pale curtains that hung like fog in the vaulting space overhead. A glowing mass of stars was beginning to show through the fading light of day in the tall, starkly silhouetted windows. Moon stepped off the far end of the bridge and let her squirming daughter down to run on ahead. She stayed where she was, turning back to wait for Jerusha. To stand for a long moment gazing into the pit, letting the sharp smell of the sea clear the stink of fish from her nostrils. The currents of past and present collided inside her like a riptide, their undertow sucking at her. She swayed a moment, closing her eyes, before she turned and started on again into the palace, her clothes still reeking. She had defied both summers and winters by crossing that bridge and taking up residence here. The past was no longer an option, not for her or for anyone. It was unreachable in time, like the sea at the bottom of the pit. She could only go on, into summer, changing with the world. And Gran had come. She tried to recapture the happiness and excitement the news had filled her with. Tiamat slithered out of Jerusha's arms as they caught up, and came to take her hand. She looked down at his hand, so small inside her own, its golden brownness in such stark contrast to her paleness. She squeezed his hand gently, smiling down at him. "Where's Da?" he asked. He asked it every day. "He can't come home yet," Moon said. She gave him almost the same answer every day. "Why not?" "Because there's so much to do," she murmured, as she always did. "Well, why can't he do it here?" "Tiamat, doesn't he love us? Doesn't he want to be here?" "Of course he does." She looked away, seeing the palace walls that Sparks had known for far longer than she had, and which he hated now so much that he spent as little time as possible inside them. She made herself look back at Tiamat and smile. "He loves you very much. He loves us all. He'll be home to play songs for you at bedtime. Some day you'll understand why it's so important for us to finish our work. Which will never be finished, not in our lifetime. Some day I hope you'll help us finish it." "Ariel, too?" "Yes, Ariel, too." "I want to help." He gave a small hop, hanging on her hand. "I know," she nodded, looking down. "Are you happy, Mama?" She looked back at him, realizing with sudden pain that it was a question which was almost meaningless to her. But it was not meaningless to him. And so she smiled at him, a real smile, filled with the same unquestioning love that she found in his eyes. "Yes, I am, when I'm with you and Ariel." "And Da?" "Yes, and Da." She hugged him against her side, looking away again. The winter staff, who took care of the palace and its occupants, hovered discreetly at the corners of her vision, waiting for some sign of interest or some command from her as she moved through one vast, purposeless room after another. Their presence still made her uncomfortable after so many years. She had been born into a world where everyone took care of their own needs, and few people had more possessions or space in which to keep them than they could easily use. Arienrhod's palace, it would never seem like her palace, would have covered a small island in the Windwards, and every room of it was filled with strange and exotic gleanings from all over the hegemony. The furniture, rugs, and hangings, the exotic playthings and ornaments, glittered everywhere like bizarre, deep-water storm-wrack. She had changed scarcely anything of what she had found here, telling herself that she wanted everything for study, just as she wanted whatever other artifacts of the off-worlders had survived their leaving. But in the secret places of her soul, she knew that she had not touched them because she was afraid of them, afraid of violating the memory of Arienrhod. Over the years she had grown used to seeing Arienrhod's possessions, just as she had grown inured to the uncertain, over-eager attentions of the palace staff. Although every time she found herself growing too comfortable with them, she felt as if she were startling awake out of a bad dream. A man in the uniform of a city constable approached deferentially. "Lady," he murmured, bobbing his head. "Commander." He turned to Jerusha, addressing her by her old title, which had become her new title by default. "The day-watch sergeant asked me to report that a person carrying a concealed knife was arrested trying to enter the palace without—" "Not here, damn it!" Jerusha whispered sharply, As Moon froze beside her, she gestured him away, leaving their presence with a brusque, apologetic nod. "What was that, Mama?" Tiamat asked, his face filling with concern as he saw his mother's worried frown. "Is somebody going to hurt us?" "No, treasure," she murmured, stroking his head, hugging him against her. "No, of course not." She led him on across the hall to the wide, curving stairs, where Ariel was waiting to hurry them upward to Gran. Jerusha watched the Queen and her children go with a rush of sudden emotion that was almost a physical pain. She turned back to the constable, her own expression settling into anger. "By all the gods, Shellwaters, don't you have sense enough to keep your mouth shut in front of a child, even if you don't have the sense to keep it shut in front of the Queen?" He grimaced and looked down. "I'm sorry, Commander, I—" "Forget it." She shook her head, getting herself under control. "Just remember it next time." "Yes, Commander." He looked up again, relieved. She felt an odd relief of her own as his neutral gaze met hers. He was Tiamatan, which meant that he didn't mind serving a woman, and he was a Winter, which meant that he didn't mind serving an off-worlder. At least when she was doing her job, she felt less like an alien here than she had in her old life. "You say they got the man? Or was it a woman?" "Yes, Commander. A woman, a Summer. She claims she heard the Sea Mother's voice telling her to drive out the impostor pretending to be Queen." He made a disgusted face. Something in his voice said that it was no more than could be expected of a Summer. "We have her in detention." "All right, good. Give me a full report tomorrow. And for God's sakes, try to keep the gossip down." He nodded and made what passed for a salute among the locals. She watched him go out of the room. A handful of the palace staff watched him go as well. She knew they were already spreading rumors among themselves. It was an irony that was no more lost on her than it was on the Queen, that the Winters of Carbuncle were more loyal than the Summer clans were to Moon Dawntreader. Jerusha tried to spare Moon and her family the awareness of just how many rigid, narrow-minded religious fanatics there were among her people, but she knew in her heart that the task was futile. Moon knew it as well as she did. "She hears voices telling her the Sea Mother wants her to kill the Queen." Jerusha shook her head. What the hell was the matter with some people? But then she remembered that Moon Dawntreader claimed to hear voices that told her to defy her own traditions and change her world. Jerusha sighed, looking back at the stairway, where Moon and her 2 children had disappeared into the shadowed upper levels. She felt the mixed emotions hit her again as she thought of something happening to those children. The sudden, gut-wrenching fear of loss stabbed like an assassin's knife. She loved those children as if they were her own, and if her latest pregnancy ended like the others, they might be as close to her own children as she would ever come. But no, she would not let herself think about that. This time everything would go all right. If she had left Tiamat at the change, she could have gotten help. But then she would not have had Miro, would not have had any reason to want a child. She would not even have had any reason to go on fighting a system that had never shown her anything but contempt when she tried to lead a full life, the kind any man of her people was free to lead. On New Haven she had been expected to act like a woman, marry and raise children, but live subservient to her husband forever. Here on Tiamat, she had thought that at last she'd found her chance to live as a complete human being. But when it was too late to change her mind, fate had played its final trick on her. She had not even told anyone that she was pregnant, this time, afraid that making it real would make her vulnerable. She started toward the door, trying to shake off the creeping melancholy of her thoughts, knowing they would follow her home to the empty apartment waiting for her down in Carbuncle's maze. She would call Miro, and for a while his voice would fill the silence and drown out her fears. He spent most of his time away from the city, overseeing the Plantation, experimenting with the new technology the Sybils and the Winters were creating daily. Avoiding Carbuncle. Not avoiding her. She repeated it to herself again, less and less sure that she believed it, any more than she still believed that remaining on Tiamat had been anything but an act of desperation. Moon entered the room, at first seeing only the unexpected brightness of the sunset sky through the oval window that filled most of the far wall. Blinking, she found the silhouette of her grandmother's face. Blinking again, she filled in its features as her grandmother turned toward her. "Gran," she murmured, and stopped. "How did you get so old?" Her memory of her grandmother had not prepared her for this stooped, wrinkled woman, this old woman with snow-white hair and skin so transparent that every vein seemed visible. The woman she remembered had gray hair. Her face had been lined by time and weather, but she had been strong and vital and full of life, as she watched over 2 growing children, who had once been Moon herself and Sparks, her orphaned cousin, while Moon's mother went out with the fishing fleet. It had only been 8 years. But no, it had been 8 years for her, but she had been off-world, and lost 5 more years in the lives of everyone she loved to the effects of time dilation during her transit. For Gran, it had been almost 14 years since Moon had left the islands, following Sparks into the unknown. Joy filled her grandmother's face now as she saw her granddaughter again, as her great-grandchildren ran to hug and kiss her. "Moon," she raised her arms, struggling up from the cushioned bench. But as she rose, her expression suddenly changed, and she bowed her head. "I mean, lady." "Gran," Moon said again, finding her voice, moving forward quickly to take her grandmother's arms, and straighten her trembling body upright again. "Oh, Gran." Moon held her tightly, feeling the fragility of bird bones, not the remembered solidness of her grandmother's body, the proof of what her eyes had shown her. "It's me. You don't have to bow to me." Suddenly she felt 17 again, no older than she had been on the day she left home, feeling 12 again, or 5. Gran's arms took hold of her with a firm strength that the old woman's body belied, and held her at arm's length. "You are the chosen one of the lady. You speak for her," she said, meeting Moon's gaze with eyes that had lost none of the clear intentness that Moon remembered. "And I raised you myself, child. I am proud to have been so honored. You will certainly give me the honor of allowing me to show you proper respect." Moon nodded silently, still caught in the void of time and distance that had separated them for so long. "I'm so glad to see you," she whispered, feeling the room slide back into focus, hearing the squeals and chatter of her children. She hushed them absently, ineffectively. Gran hugged them close again, beaming but unsteady under their eager assault. "What a wonderful surprise you and Sparks have given me, to warm my old age, to ease the change for an old woman." "Gran, you aren't old," Moon said, hearing the words ring false, wishing she had said nothing, as she guided her grandmother back to the settee. "Are you hungry? How long have you been here? Have they been taking care of you?" Hurrying on, stumbling through the awkward moment of her grandmother's painful smile. "Yes, yes," Gran said. "A good summer woman, a Sybil. Cleverly. Yes, she was very kind, bringing the children in. And what do you call them? The hands?" "The servants," Moon said, glancing down. Gran's eyebrows arched. "Yes, well, they were very thoughtful. For Winters? Are they all Winters here? Why are you here, surrounded by these people, instead of our own?" "Winters are just like summers, Gran," she answered, feeling the prick of impatience. "They're just as human as we are. They're sweet and sour together, just like islanders. They're even Sibyls." "So cleverly said to me," Gran said, shaking her head. "Her own pledged is a winter Sybil," she said. "I'll believe that when I see it." She folded her knob-knuckled hands in her lap, worrying the folds of her heavy sweater. "Yes, Gran." Moon smiled again in surrender, watching her children climb onto her grandmother's lap, giggling and shoving, struggling for position. Seeing herself and Sparks there, feeling the memories start and ache inside her. "Gran, How is Mama? Where is she? Why didn't she come here with you? She forced the question out, afraid of the answer, as she had been afraid of it for the past 8 years. She had come to hope that her family believed she was dead, and Sparks too, so that they would never know the real cost of this new life, this place of honor she had achieved. But in her darkest nights, she had been sure that somehow her mother did know. Moon, Gran murmured, looking up from the 2 small, contented faces pressed against her. I don't know how to say this, but badly. She knows, doesn't she? Moon said, unable to stop the words. She knows everything, and that's why she wouldn't come here, even to see my children. Her children looked up at her in surprise at the sudden change in her voice. Moon, Gran interrupted, her eyes filling with the sudden pain that aged them to match her face. Your mother is dead. What? Moon said. She felt her knees give. What? No. How? When? She sank down onto the Ampere replica recliner that pressed the back of her knees as she reached out for support. An accident. A fall. About 3 years ago. She slipped on the key while they were unloading the catch, and struck her head on the stones. We thought she was all right, but then at dinner in the hall she grew sleepy. They knew it was a bad sign, and they tried to keep her awake, but they couldn't keep her from going to sleep. And she never woke up. Gran's eyes grew moist with grief, and she held the children closer. They gazed up at her with wide eyes, half comprehending. And so the Sea Mother has taken both my children back to her breast. A concussion, Moon said, the harshness of her voice startling even her. Now 3 sets of eyes were staring at her without comprehension. All she had was a concussion. She could have been saved. It was the lady's will. Gran shook her head. It wasn't. Her own voice rose as grief and frustration triggered her anger. If we had the technology of the off-worlders for ourselves, neither of your children would have had to die. Spark's mother didn't have to die in childbirth. Stop it, Moon. Gran's frown deepened the lines of her face. What are you saying? Her own voice quavered. She shook her head. So it is true. Her face filled with a different kind of grief. You no longer follow her will. But you are the Summer Queen, Moon, the chosen of the goddess. It isn't too late for you to hear her voice again. You don't understand. Moon shook her head. Her hands hardened into fists in the lap of her robes. Who told you that, Gran? Who brought you here? How did you make the journey here from Neath if my mother didn't? I brought her to the palace, a voice said calmly, behind Moon's back. Moon turned, pushing to her feet as she found Capella Goodventure, framed in the scallop-formed doorway like a portrait. Her graying braids circled her head like a crown. Her face was drawn up in a witch's knot of spite and satisfaction. I sent my people out into the islands to find some of your clan who might still be able to reach you, and remind you of your proper duty as the Summer Queen. They have been very good to me, Moon, Gran said with gentle firmness, bringing me here all this way to be with you. You should think about her words. Moon pressed her lips together. That must have put you to a great deal of effort, she said to Capella Goodventure. I'm sure the lady will grant you your just reward. Her gaze was as cold as the sea. Capella Goodventure's frown deepened. Perhaps you have already been shown the reward for your heresy committed in the lady's name. Moon stiffened. What do you mean? Capella Goodventure bent her head. Your mother's accident? Perhaps it was a judgment. Moon felt herself go dizzy as the blood fell away from her face. My mother's death was not my fault." Even her grandmother pushed to her feet, leaving the children tumbled wide-eyed on the settee. "I didn't say that." Capella Goodventure lifted a hand in protest, in warning. "I only meant to suggest that it was my fault. Who are you to push yourself into my life where you're not wanted? Get out! Leave me alone!" Moon's hand found a smooth ice-form sculpture on the table beside her. Her hand closed over it, and she hurled it at the doorway. It shattered, sending bits of crystal flying. The children shrieked in surprise and fright. Moon turned back, seeing that they were all right, before she looked again at the doorway. Capella Goodventure was gone. Standing in the hall at the top of the stairs, a winter servant stood smirking at the summer woman's abrupt departure. "You get away from there!" Moon shouted, her voice breaking. He turned, his smirk falling away. "Yes, Your Majesty." He scuttled out of her sight. She stood staring after him. "Your Majesty." He had not been seeing her, but the image of a ghost she wore in her face, felt in her anger. Sometimes they still called her that, the winter staff, cringing away when she snapped at them as if she were not the Summer Queen but the Snow Queen, and her anger was as deadly as frost. But Arienrhod was dead. Like the Moon Dawntreader, the sandy-haired, sea-smelling woman who had rocked a sleepy child in her arms beside the fire so long ago. They were both dead, and she was the Summer Queen. She shook her head, pressed nerveless fingers against her mouth as she became aware of Ariel and Tamas clinging to her, their faces buried in the homespun cloth of her robes, their voices crying at her like the voices of sea-birds that it was all right, comforting her, needing her comfort. She let her hands fall to their slender shoulders, felt the tension begin to loosen in their small bodies and her own as she gently rubbed their backs. "It's all right, treasures," she murmured, hearing her voice falter as she spoke the words. "Why don't you take Gran down to dinner? She's come such a long way." "You come too. I don't want to go without you." The children clung to her hands more tightly than before, their eyes still filled with need, until she nodded. "Yes, all right. We'll all go." She looked back at her grandmother, away again from the look in her eyes, her outstretched hand. Seeing her grandmother's sympathy, sorrow, apology, concern, she felt her own tears rise. If she let herself take that hand, she would become a child again, too, and she could not afford to do that. She turned away, keeping her eyes downcast, watching her footsteps lead her, one at a time, out of the room and down the hallway, down the echoing stairs. Sparks Dawntreader's summer, cousin, husband, consort of the Summer Queen, stepped silently out into the night-lit familiarity of Olivine Alley. It had been called Blue Alley when winter ruled, and the blue-uniformed off-worlder police had made its ancient buildings their headquarters. He had avoided this place then. Now he almost made it his home. He began his nightly walk toward the alley's mouth, to meet the long, steep spiral of the street, which would carry him inevitably to the palace, no matter how slow he made his steps. After 8 years he still hated the palace, and so he spent as much time as possible outside it. But always he returned there at the end of each day, because Moon was waiting for him, and he loved her, as he had always loved her, and always would. She was as much a part of him as his music, as much a part of him as his soul. The things Arienrhod had stolen from him, and Moon had given back to him. Life went on, whether he deserved it or not, and his children, living proof of their love, waited for him there, among the relics and the memories. "Hallo, Sparks!" Sparks stopped, glancing toward the brightly lit doorway and the figure limned by its glow. "We're celebrating. Come, be my guest. I owe you for your support with the college." He recognized the voice now. His eyes filled in the old young features of Caruso Whaleways. Caruso stood in the entrance to a tavern called the Old Days, formerly one of the most flamboyant and expensive gaming hells on the street. Now its equipment lay cold and silent, while the surviving nobility of the Snow Queen's reign sat among its ghosts, drinking to their memories and tossing bone dice, almost the only pleasures left to them now, aside from conspicuous consumption and sex. "What are you celebrating?" he asked, curious but wary, as he stepped into the light. The old Queen's favorites knew him too well, for better or worse. He became aware of the rich smell of fried meal cakes, heard other voices calling his name. Talk and laughter spilled past him into the street. He heard someone plucking a mindle with virtuoso skill, and drumming, whistling, voices singing. He touched the pouch at his belt. He always carried his flute with him, telling himself that he never knew when he would find time to practice or a chance to play. But he wore it more as a talisman now, the way a sibyl wore a trefoil, because it had come to symbolize a high order which music had first revealed to him, a greater truth which music never betrayed. His work with the Sibyl College had shown him the beauty of mathematics and physics, how they lay at the secret heart of everything, including music itself. Every day new facets of that universal order revealed themselves to him. He had begun to study mathematics in every free moment, experiencing a purity of pleasure he had never found in anything before, except his playing. The music pulled at him, suddenly irresistible. He stepped into the tavern's brightly lit interior, and Caruso pressed a crystal goblet of wine into his hand. "We're celebrating the choice of Whaleways land for the site of the new foundry," Caruso said, and he shook his head, smiling. "She's really incredible, you know, the Queen." He put an arm around Sparks' shoulders. Sparks resisted the urge to shrug it off. "But of course you know that better than anyone. How did she do it, anyway? How did she—" "But never mind. Of course your lips are sealed with the kiss." Caruso made a moo with his lips and nudged Sparks' shoulder. Sparks took a long drink of the wine, imported off-worlder wine, leftover stock. The nobles had hoarded it the way they had hoarded technology before the off-worlder's departure. At least the hegemony had not been able to spoil its wine the way it had killed its abandoned hardware. Sparks sat down at a table, following Caruso's lead without comment. What had once been a hologramic gaming array was covered now by a slab of wood, and a tapestry cloth that had originally draped the window of some off-worlder official's exclusive townhouse. Sparks studied Caruso's smiling face, and wondered what actually went on in his mind. Not much, he supposed. He had always found Caruso's behavior either unpleasant or unfathomable. But one thing was obvious. Caruso, and a number of the other former nobles, actually believed the Summer Queen was the same flesh-and-blood woman who had ruled winter. That somehow Arienrhod had cheated the summers, the hegemony, and death itself to go on ruling her world, pursuing the goal she had sworn to achieve, independence from off-worlder control. Sparks glanced away again with a sigh. Across the room he noticed Danakil Lu Whaleways with his wife and child, standing apart, looking uncomfortable. Merovi was asleep, held in her father's arms. Sparks felt a twinge of guilt, remembering his own family waiting for him at the palace. He had stayed at the college far too long, later even than usual, caught up in his studies. His own children would be asleep by now. He shook his head, putting down the wine-filled goblet. "I can't stay." He began to get up. "Sparks!" A woman's voice called his name. A hand caught his arm as he rose. "Darling, you can't leave us already. We never see enough of you any more." Shalachi Ferile tweaked the laces of his shirt, half pulling it open. He took hold of her jewel-decorated hand and plucked it from his shirt-front like an insect. She twitched her hand free from his grasp. "Aren't we hard to get?" she said, matching his frown. He noticed the lines in her face that deepened with her frown. "You know I don't do that any more," he said, trying to keep his voice neutral, reminding himself that in the new Tiamat, Shalachi Fair controlled ore reserves that would be needed soon for another foundry. He could not afford to insult her casually. "Yes, sweeting, but I keep hoping. We all used to have so much fun. With her. I don't understand, that's one thing I don't understand, why she doesn't share you with us any more." She turned to glance at Gerard's set, spreading her fingers in a shrug. "Do you have a clue, Kiri?" He shook his head, his mouth puckering with suppressed laughter. "She just isn't the same woman since the change." She giggled at her own wine-sodden whimsy, at the titillation of not knowing where the truth lay beneath the shimmering water of her fantasies. "Is she, darling?" "You said it yourself," Sparks snapped, losing patience. "She isn't the same woman. She's my pledged, my wife, and I was on my way home to my wife and my children." He turned away from her, starting for the door. "Whose children, precious?" The words stabbed him from behind. He swung back, saw Claverley and Danakil Lou turn and stare across the room, saw Gerard's set rise from the table, catching hold of Shalachi with a muttered, "Not now, for God's sakes." "Well, whose are they, anyway?" she called out, weaving where she stood, absurdly dressed in the clothes of another world and age. "Where did she get them? They don't look like you. And why didn't she give them special names, ritual names? If she got them during mask night. Even the Summersay—" He didn't stay to hear what even his own people said. His own people. He reached inside his shirt as he strode on up the nearly empty street, feeling for the hegemonic medal he wore, a gift to his mother from the stranger who had been her chosen on the festival night when he was Mary begotten. His father was an off-worlder, and he had never felt at home in summer, among its superstitious, tech-hating people. When Moon had forsaken her pledge to him to become a Sibyl, he had run away to Carbuncle. He had believed that among the Winters and off-worlders he would find out where he truly belonged. He had found Arienrhod. But Moon was his again, in spite of everything, because of it, and his children were proof of it. Why did she give them those names? They should have had special names, festival names. His own mother and Moon's had come to the previous festival, when the ships of the hegemonic assembly paid one of their periodic visits to this world, and Carbuncle became a place where all boundaries broke down, and everyone lived their fantasies for a night. Children born of the festival nights were counted lucky, blessed, given special symbolic names to mark their unique status. He and Moon both bore the names that marked them as Mary begots. So did Fate Ravenglass. As a grown man, he sometimes wished that he could shed the burden of his ritual name, sometimes felt self-conscious speaking it. Yet he had never changed it. He knew that he never would, because it was still the symbol of all he was, his heritage. It had been Moon's privilege, as mother, to name their children, but she had not given their festival night twins ritual names. Instead, she had given them names he was not sure any Tiamatan ever used. He had never asked her why, had been afraid to, he admitted angrily, because he knew that during the festival she had been with another man. An off-worlder, a Karamogi police inspector, the man who had helped her track him down. Ariel looked like her mother, so much like Moon that seeing her made him ache sometimes with memories of his childhood, of running on golden beaches with Moon, racing the birds, laughing and alive. But Tamas, the boy, looked like her too, but he was darker than any Tiamatan child should be, dark like a Karamogi. Sparks touched the medal he wore again. His own father had been half Karamogi. His own skin was dark, by Tiamatan standards. He didn't know what the other man had looked like. He had not seen him before he went off-world with the rest. But there was nothing he could see of himself in his son's face, no matter how much Moon insisted on the resemblance. He tried not to think about it, tried never to let his doubt show. He loved his children. He loved his wife. He knew they loved him. Together he and Moon were building a new life, a future for themselves, as well as for their world. So then why did he feel every day that it was harder to climb this hill? Moon stood alone in the chamber at the top of the palace, at the top of the city, as close to reaching the stars as anyone on this world would come in her lifetime. It was late at night. She had lost track of the time, letting herself drift, aching for sleep but without the strength to release the day and go to her bed. She gazed out through the dome, looking at the sea. Its surface was calm tonight, a dark mirror for the star-filled sky. Its face turned back her gaze, turned back all attempts to penetrate its depths, or reveal the secrets hidden there. Only she knew the truth, that the hidden heart of the Sibyl net lay here, in the sea below her, that the tendrils of its secret mind reached out from here to countless worlds across the galaxy. Only she knew, and she could never tell anyone. Sudden motion disturbed the balance of sea and sky. She saw mares, a whole colony of them, celebrating the perfect night, as if her thoughts had caused them to materialize. It was their safety the Sibyl net had charged her with ensuring. Their safety was tied, in ways that she did not fully understand, to the well-being of her own people, and to the Sibyl mind itself. She watched them moving with joyful abandon between two worlds, inside a net of stars. Their grace and beauty astonished her, as they always did, until, for that moment, she remembered no regret. Tiamatan tradition called the mares the sea's children, and held their lives sacred. Tiamatans had lived in peaceful coexistence with the mares for centuries, before the hegemony had found this world. There were countless stories of mares saving sailors fallen overboard, or guiding ships through the treacherous passages among island reefs. They had saved her own life once. But the off-worlders had been coming for a millennium or more, seeking the water of life, and the Sibyl mind had suffered with the death of the mares, until after centuries of suffering it had reached out to her alone, out of all the Sibyls in the net, chosen her to stop the slaughter, to save the Mers and itself, to change the future for her own people, and perhaps for countless others. It had forced her to obey, forced her to become queen. And then it had left her to struggle on alone, driven by a compulsion that never let her rest, to hope that she was doing its will as it had intended. She looked down, focusing on the room around her as the night's image suddenly lost all its beauty. All around her she saw the storm rack of her life, the projects indefinitely postponed or forever abandoned that she had tried to find time to do simply for herself, out of love and not duty. There were piles of books from Arienrhod's library, most of them in languages she did not know, but filled with three-dimensional visions of life on other worlds that she had longed to pore over. There were pieces of toys, fashioned from wood by her own hands, but still unassembled, the unraveling body of a half-knitted sweater, clothes for the children with half the smocking done that she had never finished before they had outgrown them, and there were the fragments of Arienrhod's past, so much like her own past, of which she possessed no mementos at all. Sometimes she began to imagine that those aged, softly fading things were actually her own, or that they were her legacy. She shut her eyes. The darkness filled immediately with memories of the day, reminding her that she had been standing here alone with her grief for far too long. She had not even been down to kiss her children good night. She had been unable to face her grandmother's gaze any longer. One more word, one more look or murmur of doubt. And still Sparks had not returned. Tonight, of all nights, to his disappointed son and daughter, to her when she needed so much to talk to him. Her hands caressed her stomach as she thought of her children and remembered the feel of life within her, the joy, the wonder, the doubt. Unexpected motherhood had given her a new perspective on the future, given her the strength to hold fast to her belief against the onslaught of the Good Venture's furious insistence that she was violating the lady's will, against her own doubts, a 17-year-old girl trying to imagine how she would rebuild a world, or even a relationship. She had needed desperately to believe that it was all worthwhile. Feeling the life within her had made her believe there would be a future worth struggling for. She had needed so badly to make Sparks believe it too. And yet all the while she had wondered secretly whether the child she carried was actually another man's. She rose restlessly from the couch, rubbing her face, as the wraith of a dark-eyed stranger whispered through her mind, as a strange sensation began in the pit of her stomach, reminding her of morning sickness. She felt as if something were falling away inside her, turning her thoughts around, drawing her down into another reality. The transfer, she thought, suddenly recognizing the sensation. But no one had spoken to ask her a question. She caught the Sibyl trefoil, feeling its spines prick her fingers, felt her hand freeze in mid-motion as the immobility overcame her. She had been cold. The transfer enveloped her like a black wind, sweeping her away. Blinking, she saw brightness again, through a stranger's eyes. Another Sibyl on another world, who saw now through her eyes, gazing out at a sky filled with alien stars. Her new eyes focused on the questioner who waited for her. She felt her borrowed body start with sudden disbelief at the sight of a face she had not seen for 8 years, except in her dreams. B.Z. Gundalinu stood before her like a vision out of the past, his face weary and desperate, his eyes haunted, as she had first seen him so long ago in the white wilderness of winter. The man whose need had become her salvation, who had become her sea anchor, her guide, her unexpected lover for one night outside of time, who had gone away with the rest of the off-worlders at the final departure without betraying her secrets. Leaving her to the future he had helped her win. To the man he had helped her win back, leaving her... "Moon," he murmured, his hand reaching out. "Is it really you?" His fingers brushed her cheek. His dark eyes searched her own wonderingly, as if he were witnessing a miracle. "Yes," she whispered, feeling her captive body straining with the need to touch him, to prove his own reality. "B.Z." She saw him start and smile as she spoke his name. "How did you bring me here? Where are you? What's wrong? What do you want of me?" She forced the words out between numb, unresponsive lips. The only words the transfer would let her speak to the man she had not seen in so long. "Please, give me more information." He licked cracked, bloody lips and mumbled something she could not understand. I'm here, on number 4, a place called Fire Lake." He ran his fingers through the filthy tangle of his hair. "I need help. Something gets into my head all the time, and—" He broke off, wiping his hand across his mouth, shaking his head violently, as if he could shake free the thing that was inside his eyes. "I'm a Sibyl, Moon. Someone infected me, the woman who sees me now for you. She wasn't meant to be a Sibyl. She's out of her mind." He swallowed visibly. "And I think I am too. I'm trapped here. I can't get help from anyone else. Tell me how you control the transfer. Every time I hear a question—" His voice broke, and she saw naked despair in his eyes. A Sibyl. Her disbelief became empathy as she remembered her own initiation, how the bioengineered virus had spread through her system like wildfire, how much greater her disorientation and terror would have been if no one had been there to reassure or guide her. "Don't be afraid," she whispered, aching. "I know you. I know that—" Her borrowed hands twitched impotently at her sides, refusing to obey her, as the memory came to her of words she had spoken before, gazing into those same eyes. "The finest, gentlest, kindest man I ever met must have been meant for this. That you must have been chosen, somehow, as I was chosen, somehow." She took a deep breath, fighting to clear her vision of the memory of his face 8 years ago. What had filled his eyes as she had spoken those words to him then? Trying not to remember how his arms had pulled her against him, how he had kissed her with desperate, incredulous hunger. How often that moment out of the unreachable past still intruded on her inescapable present. Frantic with frustration as her voice went on, mindlessly, relentlessly, answering only his question, ignoring her burning need to ask and not answer. There are word formulas for the channeling of stimuli, patterns that become a part of your thought processes in time. The flow of words interrupted itself. She felt the Sibyl mind stop and search for a meaningful analogy. "Like the Adhani discipline practiced on Karamov." "Really? I practiced that." Hope showed in his eyes, and she began to believe at last in the wisdom the Sibyl machinery had forced upon her, the calm, insistent rationality of her response. "Use it, then," her own stranger's familiar voice murmured as she searched her memory for things Clavely and Danakil Lu had taught her. "There is a kind of ritual to the formal Sibyl transfer. It starts with the word input. No other questions need to be recognized. Learn to block casual questions by concentrating on the word stop." "Stop?" he echoed, his voice shaky with disbelief. "That's all? It's very simple, it has to be. But there is much more." Her words flowed like water as she ceased fighting the tide of compulsion. He repeated every phrase with painful intentness, his eyes holding her gaze, barely even blinking, as if he were still afraid that she might disappear. She went on until her voice was gone, and the wellspring of her knowledge had run dry. "It takes time. Believe in yourself. This is not a tragedy. It could be a blessing. Perhaps it was meant to be." His mouth quivered, as if he held back a denial. His gaze fell away, came back to her face again. "Thank you," he whispered. His hand rose into her vision again to caress her cheek. She felt her borrowed eyes fill with unexpected tears as he caught her hands in his and pressed them to his lips. "You don't know what this means to me. I love you, Moon. I'll never love anyone else. I've hated myself ever since I left Tiamat." His voice fell apart. He took a deep breath, still holding her. "I can tell you that now, because I know I'll never see you again." She felt the black tide begin to withdraw inside her, drawing her away, calling her back across the fathomless sea of night, back into her own body. His image began to shimmer and fade. "Never see you again. Never." She blinked her eyes, feeling hot tears slide out and run down her cheeks. "I need you." She heard her borrowed voice cry out the words, did not know whether she was the one who had spoken them, or the stranger whose body she had stolen. "Moon!" he cried, clutching her shoulders, clutching at her spirit as she began to fade. His kiss smothered the last words that came to her lips. No further analysis. The black tide drowned her, sweeping her away across space-time, returning her. "I need you." Her arms were free. She reached out blindly as she began to fall. Felt arms catch her, circle her, hold her, stopping her fall. "Moon?" She opened her eyes, blinking, dazed, hearing a man's voice, a familiar voice, call her name. She opened her eyes, opened her mouth, tried to speak his name as her vision cleared. "Sparks." She heard the disbelief in her voice as she put a name to the face in front of her. Sea-green eyes gazed back at her. A blaze of flame-colored hair framed a face she had known and loved since forever.
"Goddess, was it only a dream?"
Still feeling another man's lips on her own, a small, helpless sound escaped her as her husband drew her close, holding her in his arms. "I need you too," he murmured against her ear, kissing her hair. "I saw Gran. I heard. Moon, I'm so sorry." She stiffened against him, almost pulling away. But then her arms closed around him, holding him against her, feeling the tautness of his muscles, his young, strong body hard against hers. She found his lips, began to kiss them with a feverish hunger that she had almost forgotten, as an urgency she thought had died inside her swept her away like the black wind. This time it was her husband who drew back in surprise. She pulled him to her again, sliding her hands up under the linen cloth of his shirt, pressing her body against his, covering his mouth with hers to stop his questions. He sighed, letting her, responding more and more eagerly, answering her body with his own. His hands touched her everywhere with a heat neither of them had known in longer than she could remember. He sank with her onto the thick white furs that covered the floor. She felt the rug as soft as clouds beneath her as he undressed her, as he explored her with his hands, his mouth, as she pulled him down on top of her, flesh against flesh, and felt him enter her. And as they rose and fell together, their pleasure like the tides of the sea, she closed her eyes, remembering a festival night, safe in his arms at last, remembering another night, in the arms of a passionate, gentle stranger. Ondinee. To O'Neill. Reed Calervo sighed, and sighed again. He shifted from foot to foot, gazing out through the high, narrow window slit. The view did not inspire him. From this room near the pinnacle of the Humbaba stronghold, he could see for dozens of kilometers across low, rolling hills and tight valleys, all of them covered by impenetrable thorn forest. Spearbush and hell's needle and firethorn were all that he could see, all of it well named, and all of it in tones of ash-gray shading to brown, looking dead, looking as if it had always been dead. The locals called this piece of real estate To O'Neill, the land of death. But the thorn forest was fiercely, volatilely alive. When it burned like the fires of hell. The leaves and bark of the plants were loaded with petrochemicals. They burned with furious heat and intensity, until there was nothing left but glassy-surfaced ash on vast sweeps of naked hill. He thought of the thorn forest's life cycle as being like his own, except that when he eventually burned himself out, no dormant seed of his, waiting patiently for that immolation to set it free, would germinate and carry on his genetic line. He began to hum a fragment of song, whose words were incomprehensible to him, although he knew them all. Its tune sounded alien and disturbing to his ears. The tonal shifts and intervals made him feel vaguely queasy, although he knew they were perfectly precise. He did not hum when he was happy. In the distance he could see other strongholds, fortress towers, sleek needles of self-contained strength rising like defiant fingers through the impenetrable barrier of the forests. He could name the drug and vice bosses who controlled each of them, who ruled the lives of communities of workers, researchers, and henchmen as if they were petty feudal lords. The shielded towers were easily reached only by air. In their business, the thorn forest made for good neighbors. It also kept locals who weren't in their pay out of their hair. Reed turned away from the 20-centimeter thick pane of virtually impenetrable ceramic, moving back and forth restlessly, running his hands through his hair, pushing them into the deep pockets of his lab clothing. He had not bothered to change because Humbaba had sent word that he was to come up immediately, only to keep him pacing out here like some lackey. He hated waiting, hated to stop moving any time when he didn't have to, any time when there was nothing to occupy his mind. He sat down, stood up, his hands tightening into fists, began to pace again, pulling at his ear. "Shit," he said, and said it again. The sweet, chiming voice of 100 silver bells whispered his name behind him. He turned with the swiftness of a startled animal, as someone's hand circled his arm. "Mundlefair." He stopped himself, as abruptly and lightly as if he had no mass, at the sight of her face. She barely came up to his chin, and her face was veiled. The cloth was a filmy gauze, intentionally almost transparent, so that her features were clearly visible but still a mystery, sensually shrouded. The cloth of her gown, which covered her from neck to foot, was only slightly more opaque. She was Humbaba's first wife. She said that she was a jewel merchant's daughter from the lands of the south, purchased on a whim to become one of his countless concubines. But she was more than she seemed, which was why she was now his first wife, and held more influence over him than any of his advisers. And Humbaba was not the only one who had noticed her uniqueness. Reed's hands rose, trembling. He felt himself overwhelmed by his need for her, which was at once a terrifying physical hunger for the things that her body knew and was teaching to him, and something deeper that he had never tried to name, let alone understand. His life seemed to have begun the first night that he spent in her arms, the morning that he had awakened to find himself lying beside her. "Where were you last night? I waited. I waited until the second moon rose." "I was with my lord Humbaba," she said softly. "He required my presence." "Again?" She shrugged, expressionless. She had been Humbaba's favorite since before Reed had known either one of them, and as a rule Humbaba was easily bored. "I don't suppose you were simply discussing business," he said sourly. "Not the entire night, no." Her indigo eyes regarded him with mild censure from behind the silvered gauze. He made a face. "How do you kiss him without vomiting?" She did not smile. "All men are handsome in the dark, beloved," she said softly, "just as all women are beautiful." "You don't believe that." "I must." He turned away from her, taking a deep breath. She waited without speaking until he turned back again. He found that she had drawn aside her veil. To see her face suddenly revealed to him was somehow as erotic as seeing her completely naked. He sucked in a breath, as 100 different images of her face, of her body and his own together, filled his mind. 1,000 memories of secret moments, hours, nights together in stolen corners of their hermetically sealed world. How long she had been his lover, or he had been hers, chosen by her, he wasn't even sure. His life was all randomness and chaos, except when he was at work in the labs. Time had no meaning for him except when he was in her arms. He kept his hands rigidly open at his sides, afraid that his need would betray them both. She moved away, as if she sensed his control slipping. "He is an old man, Tishal," she murmured, barely audible. "Even he says so, so it must be true. He has never made me weep tears of joy. Only you can do that." "Tishal," he murmured, "beloved stranger." A word like a sigh, full of so much longing and so much grief. The word her people used for someone caught in adultery, a crime they sometimes punished with death by flaying or castration. Sometimes he wished she wouldn't use it, even though she appreciated its poignant irony more than he did. "What are you doing here?" she asked him, finally. "Humbaba wanted to see me," he answered, non-committal. "Why?" He shook his head.
"I don't know. I've been rotting out here for half an hour." He broke off. "Why are you here?" He asked to see me also. "Why?" he said, tensing, suddenly feeling afraid. "Gods! Do you think he knows?" "I don't know." There was no concern on her face. There never was. Her thoughts were like the depths of a pool. He was never allowed to see below their surface. Sometimes he wanted to shake her, to force some reaction out of her. Sometimes he was certain her perfect calm was only an act. Sometimes he thought it was just the resigned fatalism her culture bred into its women. And then he wondered if it was his potential violence that attracted her to him. If all she wanted from him was just another suicidal asshole, like the men she had always known. And then he would tell himself fiercely that he was more than that, and so was she. The doors to the inner chamber opened with a soft sucking sound like a kiss. He turned, feeling her turn with him. She covered her face quickly with her veil. Stepping back from each other until there was a neutral distance between them, they walked together through the doorway and into Humbaba's presence. Reed's vision recoiled, as it always did, as his eyes found Humbaba's face, still refusing to believe after all these years that what he saw was real. Humbaba came from somewhere in Sayapun, and he'd heard the local customs had merged into and gone beyond the usual underworld tattooing. They had traditionally scarred their faces, the uglier the better, because it intimidated their enemies and their underlings. Cosmetic surgery had given them stomach-turning possibilities far beyond the original primitive scarring. Ugliness meant strength, power. If that was true, Reed had often thought that Humbaba should have been the most powerful man in the galaxy, because he had to be the ugliest. He looked like he was wearing his intestines on his face. Reed swallowed his disgust, along with his sudden, unexpected unease, and pressed the heel of his hand to his forehead in a salute. Sabimo. Beside him, Mundlefair made the same obeisance. Humbaba turned away from them, toward his aquarium, peering in at the fish that moved like glinting shadows through its green-lit depths. Reed could see Humbaba's face reflected in the glass, huge and grotesque, with their own two figures tiny and distorted in the background. Behind the transparent wall, the fish peered back at them curiously. Their faces were a wad of distorted flesh that matched their masters. They came from Sayapun, too, where for some segment of humanity ugliness had even become beauty. Reed kept the grimace off his face, telling himself that it made as much sense as anything else humans did. And from a bioengineering standpoint, maybe it was even true. The ever-lengthening moment of Humbaba's silence stretched Reed's nerves like time on the rack. At last Humbaba turned away from the green, peaceful world of the hideous fish and faced them again. "They have given me so much pleasure," he murmured. His voice was perfectly normal, a deep, pleasant baritone, as was the total unself-consciousness of his manner, another incongruity he used to good effect. "As you have, my jewel." He nodded to Mundlefair, and she bowed her head in acknowledgment, her bells singing softly. "And your work has brought pleasure to millions, Reed." His voice took on an ironic amusement. He reached out, his thick, blunt fingers hovering over a long side table covered with what Reed realized suddenly was a banquet of drugs, all of his creation. Humbaba selected something from the display, popped it into his mouth, and chewed it like a sweetmeat. "And put millions into my accounts, which pleases me even more. Our mutual working agreement has served us both well." Reed said nothing, shifting uncomfortably, sure that this round of empty compliments was not the reason for their being here. He could tell nothing from Humbaba's expression, which was always totally inhuman. Humbaba turned back to them abruptly. "But something has come to my attention that does not bring me pleasure. In fact, it causes me more pain than anything has since I lost my beloved mother." His small black eyes seemed to flicker, as if he was blinking rapidly inside the mottled piles of flesh. "How long have you been lovers?" Reed froze, left groping for words by the bluntness of the unexpected question. "We aren't—" "Since before I brought him to you, my lord," Mundlefair said quietly. "Since the day I first saw him." Reed shot a disbelieving look at her as Humbaba moved slowly forward, his massive body dwarfing her. Humbaba reached out, taking hold of the veil that covered her face, his fist tightening, as if he were about to rip it off. But he lifted it almost tenderly, as he stood staring down at her. "Are you saying you seduced him in order to ensure his loyalty to me?" Reed watched her, unable to take his eyes off her, suddenly needing to know her answer more than he needed to go on living. She glanced at him. Her eyes lingered on his face before her gaze flickered downward. "No, my lord. That was not why." Humbaba's fist tightened, muscles bunched in his arm. "Damn you," he said. "Why won't you ever lie to me? I even gave you the lie myself." She glanced away, up at him again. "I have never lied to you, my lord. You know that. That is why I have been your first wife for so long." He snorted, and wattles of flesh quivered. "I'd like to know what else you never bothered to mention to me, though, my jewel," he said sourly, his hand leaving the veil aside, to close over her jaw until she winced. "I trusted you in ways I never trusted any other woman, and perhaps more than I ever trusted any man." Reed's hands tightened impotently. His chest ached from the breath he was holding. "So," Humbaba murmured, "you like pretty young boys the best after all. How many other have there been?" "None, my lord," she answered with difficulty. "Only him. Only you." He snorted again, with derision, letting her go. "You know the penalty for adultery among your people, Mundlefair. I could have the skin peeled off your face until you looked like me." He shot a glance at Reed. "I could cut off your prick and make you eat it, Clerval." Reed grimaced. "I always wondered why you had no interest in sex," Humbaba muttered. "I offered you women, all you wanted, or men, or boys, you remember?" Reed nodded, numbly. "But you always said no. I thought maybe you were getting it in town. But you were getting it right here. I gave you everything. But you had to take the one thing you were not offered." His heavy fist rose, stopped just short of Reed's face. Reed flinched involuntarily. "Why?" "Because when I met her, she made me forget everything else." Answering only with the truth, too, Reed found the voice to speak. But the voice hardly sounded like his own. He felt like a man in a bad dream, trying to wake up. "How did you find out?" He almost asked it. Couldn't force himself to, knowing that the details didn't matter, knowing it should have happened years ago. Nobody could keep anything a secret in a place like this. It was like living in orbit. It was only his frequent trips around the planet and off-world, and Humbaba's, that had kept them safe this long. He had always let himself believe that even if they were discovered, Humbaba would look the other way, because he was indispensable, and Humbaba knew it. "Yes," Humbaba murmured. "I know you, Reed. I know that look. You think you're indispensable, but losing your genitalia won't affect your brains." He looked back and forth between their silent, stricken faces. Slowly he reached into the folds of his long, sleeveless robe and brought out a heavy blade with serrations the size of teeth and a tip curved like a claw. "Tell me," he said, How much do you really love each other? Would you give away your manhood to save your lover's face, Kalervo? Would you give up your beauty, my jewel, to spare him that indignity?" He gestured, the blade echoing his invitation with its smile of steel. "Yes." "Yes." Reed broke off as he realized that Mundlefair had answered the same way at the same moment. He stepped forward, coming between her and Humbaba. He unfastened his belt and dropped his pants. "Go ahead," he said, meeting Humbaba's unreadable gaze above the gleaming knife blade. "Cut it off." Humbaba stared at Reed a moment longer. Then suddenly his face began to quake, a landslide of flesh. Deep laughter poured out of the lipless opening that was his mouth. His head of research stood glaring back at him with his pants down around his ankles. Humbaba shook his head. "You probably know a way to make it grow back, you crazy bastard." As slowly as he had brought the knife out, he put it away again. "Pull your pants up." He looked at Mundlefair and shook his head again, his wattles jiggling. "My jewel," he said almost sadly. He touched her face, a gentle contact this time. "It would have been painful to have ruined that face, although in your way you would still have been as beautiful to me, and given me as much pleasure." He sighed. "But you are growing old anyway, and that is a form of damage I do not care for." He took her arm abruptly and pushed her at Reed. "Here, I give her to you, Reed. Have her for a wife. See if she is still as irresistible when the fruit is no longer forbidden." Reed took hold of her, steadying her against the abrupt motion and his own surprise. "My lord," Mundlefair whispered, looking from man to man with stunned eyes, "is this a joke?" Humbaba shrugged irritably. "My sense of humor doesn't extend that far," he said, and Reed sensed from his voice what he couldn't tell from his face, that he frowned. "I don't want you any more. I'm finished with you. You belong to my man Kalervo now, until he doesn't want you any more." He waved a hand at them, dismissing them. Mundlefair fluttered her hands, jingling. Reed put his arm around her, started to lead her to the door. He saw that the expression on her face looked more like distress than joy or relief. "Mundlefair?" he murmured. She looked up at him, seeing the unspoken question in his eyes. She reached up, touching his cheek lightly, her face transforming suddenly, giving him his answer. He looked back at Humbaba. "Thank you," he said, for the second time in his life that he could remember. Humbaba made an unreadable gesture. Reed knew as well as Humbaba did that he could do his work with his cock cut off, but he'd do it better if he was a happy man. Humbaba wasn't an original thinker. He survived because he had a gut instinct for how to keep his people loyal. "That new inhalant you've been developing, I expect to be enjoying it soon," Humbaba said to his retreating back. "Yes, Sab." Reed smiled to himself as the doors slid aside, permitting him to leave with Mundlefair held close against him, and shut again behind him. In the outer room he tried to stop, but Mundlefair kept him moving with a subtle motion of her body. He obeyed her, suddenly understanding her need to put more distance between them and what had almost happened. They went on through the seemingly endless corridor beyond the antechamber. The air was incongruously thick with the scent of flowers. The light was green and dappled as they entered the lush foliage of a hydroponics area. He stopped Mundlefair at last, under the spreading shelter of a fruit tree, and put his arms around her, kissed her with all the depth of need and ravenous hunger of a freed prisoner. He had never kissed her like this, openly, freely, as if there were nothing to fear, nothing to hide. But her own hands rose, separating her from him with gentle, insistent pressure until he let her go, although his hands still clung to her. "We must be discreet." "Why?" he said. "Until we have considered the consequences."
He saw the urgency in her eyes, and remembered what she was trying to make him remember. He nodded, barely. "Come to my room with me, then." "Yes," she murmured, pressing her face against him, her body momentarily fusing to his own. He felt her heartbeat inside his chest like the wildly beating wings of a bird. "I need to weep for joy." In his room, in his bed, he made love to her as if the act were a sacrament, though he had no real idea what a sacrament was. He knew only that he would worship her if he could, that her body was the altar of her soul, and that pleasure was the only form of prayer he knew. Afterwards, lying beside her, the restless motion of his existence stilled at last. He asked, "Why did you seduce me when we met, if it wasn't to make me want to work for Humbaba?" She looked over at him languorously, her eyes half closed. He smelled the scent of her, rich with the strange herbs and oils she used on her hair and skin. "To bring you peace," she said, running her fingers across the sweat-gleaming surface of his chest. He lifted his head with a single grunt that might have been laughter or disbelief, let it fall back again. "Damn you," he muttered. His hand closed over hers, covering it until it disappeared inside his own. And yet the gesture was that of a child clinging to its mother. "No wonder you kept Humbaba, besotted all those years. Even I never know what you really mean. I don't know what anything means sometimes." He pushed up onto his elbows, looking back at her, touching the silver metal pendant that lay between her breasts, the Solii jewel at its center, like a nacreous eye looking up at him. His hand rose to couch the matching pendant that he wore, reassuring himself that it was still there. "Mundlefair, tell me the way we met." "Again?" She looked up at him, her blue-violet eyes filled with a curious emotion. For a moment he thought that she would refuse, but she only said, as if she were reciting a story of the saints, "There are many hidden hands that play the great game, and the game controls them all. You were playing the games in the station arcade as I passed, on my way to somewhere else. I looked in because I heard the shouting of the crowd that was watching you play, watching you win and win. I went inside because I was curious. I watched you, too, and I saw you do things by instinct that most players could not even dream of doing. I saw that you had a rare gift, and that it was being wasted in that place. And then you looked up at me, and I saw your face, and you saw mine. And time stopped," he whispered, finishing it for her. "And you said, 'Come with me,' and I did." He shut his eyes, trying to imagine the electric feel of winning, the moment when he had looked up and seen her standing there, waiting for him to look up and see her. Fragments of memory flashed inside his eyes, mirror shards, puzzle pieces, whirling like leaves in a wind, a storm of randomness. He opened his eyes again with a grunt of terror to the serenity and reality of her face, the unreadable depths of her eyes. "Why can't I remember? I can't remember." "It doesn't matter," she said softly, and reached up to stroke his hair, smoothing it back from his face, soothing him with a slow, repetitive motion, gentling him. "I love you. I will always love you, more than life itself." He lay down again, letting the question go, content to let her massage his thoughts into oblivion, where they belonged. He rested his head against her shoulder as she took one of the spice-scented smoke sticks from the ebony box on the bedside table and lit it. He breathed in the drifting smoke as she inhaled, for once enjoying the exquisite sharpness of all his senses, the intoxicating awareness of simply being alive. "Was I a virgin when you met me?" She did not laugh, but turned her head to look at him. "I don't think so. Not physically. I was very young." "Yes," she said, stroking his forehead gently. "But I feel so old, He closed his eyes, and fragments of image swarmed through his memory again, bits of glass in a shaken kaleidoscope, a random geometry of light. "I know," she murmured. "Mundlefair, where did I come from?" "It doesn't matter," she repeated. She kissed him tenderly on the cheek. "You are here now." "Yes." He opened his eyes again to look at her, and the echoes of a music from no known place or time, that lived inside his memory like a lie, began to fade. He sighed, pressing her hand against his cheek, holding it there. Her skin was soft and cool against his own, like the touch of a... He let go of the image that would not form, and released her, letting the tension flow out of him, letting his gaze wander. He became aware of the strains of a Karamogi art song still playing in the room, filling the blue-grey space, carrying his mind out and into the blue-grey heights of the sky beyond the slitted window, out where there were never any questions. She inhaled smoke, let it out again in a sigh. After a time she said, "Sab Imo has been more than kind to us, in his own way, all these years." She handed him the drugged incense, and he inhaled deeply. "Yes," he murmured, shaking off the past, still not fully believing in the present. "I'm glad it will not be necessary to have him killed. He has been useful to the Brotherhood as well." Reed snorted. "For a minute there, I figured we weren't going to have the chance to think about it, let alone act on it. Gods! I thought he was serious. What if he had been? I would have told him that I was carrying your child." He pushed up his elbow again, staring down at her with something close to wonder. "Are you serious?" he said softly. "Are you?" "Of course not." She smiled at him a little sadly. "That is not for us. You know that, beloved. It is not our destiny in the motion of things." He looked away, silent for a long moment, before he said, "I thought you said you never lied to Humbaba." "It would have been the first time," she answered. "And the last? Although I have not always told him the truth." "But if you had, those could be lies too." "If it's true that I lie." She smiled at him. "One has to know how to ask the right questions, and sometimes how to answer them." "Have you ever lied to me?" She looked deeply, unflinchingly into his eyes. "Never." "But you haven't always told me the truth." She touched his lips with her fingers. "Don't torture yourself with questions, Tishael. There is no need. You are my beloved." Acquiescing, he kissed her again. "You can move into my quarters tonight. Have your things sent over." He smiled. "Wife." She moved restlessly, as if she had not been listening to him, or did not want to hear it. But he would not let himself think that. "The Brotherhood will not be pleased to hear that he has divorced me. It makes controlling him harder." "Who? Humbaba?" She nodded. "They may vote to remove him after all, and that undermines our position." Reed put an arm across her shoulders and drew her back to face him. "Don't worry. Humbaba's just barely smart enough to know he's not smart enough. He's depended on you for years for his policy. That's not going to change. Only your sleeping arrangements." He pressed himself down on top of her, feeling the familiar throbbing warmth between his legs as his chest came in contact with her flesh. "Yes," she breathed distractedly between his kisses. "You are wise, my love. But perhaps I should not bring my belongings to you until he is proven that true. Everywhere there are eyes." "Damn their eyes," he said, his voice husky, every nerve in his body coming alive with exquisite sensations of arousal. "Do it. Just do it. For me." His arms tightened around her.
He felt her hands on him, now all over him, her nails digging into his flesh as her eagerness began to match his own. Felt her legs slide apart to grant him entry. Her hands took hold of him with dizzying insistence, guiding him in. "Oh, gods," he whispered, "I love you." Reed walked alone through the sterile silences of the lab complex hallways, wearing only a loose robe carelessly wrapped around him. Displays posted every few meters along the walls, beside sealed doorways, above every intersection, reminded him that it was well before dawn by local time. The sky outside his window slit had been as black as death. Mundlefair had been sleeping like a child beside him when he awakened and realized why he had, realized what he had left undone. His body always felt as if electrodes were attached to it, vibrant, jangling, alive. But while he slept, the drug had turned up the voltage. He should have realized that the incredible sensations of his wedding with Mundlefair were more than just her skill and his desire. He should have recognized the warning signs, but he had been too preoccupied. By the time his body had wakened him from his sodden slumber, every nerve ending was online and singing. He could not get back to sleep when his skin told him he was lying on a bed of nails, knowing that by morning he would think it was a bed of hot coals. Every step he took now was exquisite agony from the pressure on his feet. The light hurt his eyes. Every breath he took made his chest ache from the fluid collecting in his lungs. Stupid! Stupid! His brain repeated the litany with every step he took, too dazzled by sensation to provide the more graphic epithets his stupidity deserved. He had actually been so besotted with love-making that he had not gone back to the lab. He reached the doorway he was looking for, touched the identity sensor with his fingertip as gingerly as if it were red-hot. Had to hit it harder when it didn't register him, and swore. The sound made him clench his teeth. The security seals dematerialized, and he went inside. A high, anguished keening drilled into his consciousness the moment he entered the room. He stopped, then crossed the lab, not even bothering to order the doors closed behind him. In the small, transparent cubicle was a quoll, the only living thing in the lab besides himself. He had picked it up in Razuma, just one of countless abandoned animals starving in the streets. He never used animals for tests. The results he got from the data modeling programs were far more precise. But in this case he had made an exception. In this case the perversity of his need to know had made him bring the wretched creature back with him to the lab. He had fed it, cared for it, given it the drug. He had watched the quoll grow and thrive as the technoviral had taken over every cell in the animal's body, just as it had done to his own, turning the quoll into a perfect physical specimen. The drug, which he had designed himself, had been meant to do what the water of life did, to keep a body's systems functioning without error, to extend a human life indefinitely. It had almost worked. The quoll had come to know and trust him, greeting him with eager whistles every time he entered the lab, watching him at work. Sometimes he had even put a hand into the cage when it scratched at the place, and stroked its soft, tufted fur. And then he had stopped giving it the drug, and begun to record the results. Its decline had been rapid and terrifying. The drug had been designed for a human system, but its function, too simplistic as he had realized, too late, was generic enough to affect a quoll in similar ways, and to kill it in similar ways. It was the killing he had told himself he wanted to see in detail, not just a computer model, but the real, intimate, bloody, puking symptoms. Because, after all, he had such a very personal interest in those symptoms. He had been trying to recreate the water of life, and he had failed. He had knowingly and intentionally infected himself with the semi-sentient material he had recreated so imperfectly, even though his test models had shown him what would probably happen to him, what had happened to him.
His body had become dependent on the drug as an arbiter of its normal functioning. His body still aged, one more way in which the drug was a failure, but ironically, it functioned at peak efficiency while it did. But the substance was unstable. Like the real water of life, it required continuous doses to sustain its effects. Except that the body did not develop a dependency on the genuine water of life. It developed a dependency on his. Without a continuous supply of the drug, virtually every cell in his system would cease to function, dying, running wild, millions of infinitesimal machines all gone out of control. He stood in front of the cage, forcing himself to look at the agony of the creature inside it, forcing himself to look into the mirror. He watched its body, spasming with uncontrollable seizures, the bloody foam flecking its mouth, its soft spotted fur matted with filth, its eyes rolling back in its head. He had wanted to see it, wanted to know what he had in store. Then look at it, you fucking coward. You did it to yourself, because you wanted to. The dreadful keening of its torment went on, filling his head. Slowly, with hands that trembled from something more terrifying to him than fear, he reached into the cage and lifted out the quoll. He held it a moment in his arms, oblivious to the bites it inflicted on him in its agony, and then with the sudden, sure motion of his hands, he snapped its neck. He dropped the limp, lifeless form into the incinerator chute, watched it dematerialize before his eyes, cleanly, perfectly, freeing its soul, if it had one, to eternity. And who will do the same for me? He turned away, stumbling back across the lab, the telltale early-stage discomforts of his own body suddenly magnified 1,000-fold. He had to stop and inhale a tranquilizer before he could concentrate. He woke up his work terminal, fumbled his way across the touchboard, lighting up the wrong squares as he tried to feed in the security code that would let him get what he wanted. At last he heard the faint sound that told him the proper segment of secured stasis had released. He went to it and pushed his hand through the tingling screen, pulling out an unlabeled vial. The drug had no official designation. It had only one user. He called it the Water of Death. He unsealed the vial and swallowed its contents. Tiamat, Carbuncle. Lady? Lady? Voices with a poignantly familiar summer burr called to Moon as she made her way down the long, sloping ramp at the terminus of Carbuncle's street. The ramp dropped from the lower city down to the harbor that lay beneath Carbuncle's massive, sheltering shell form. Workers bowed their heads to her, lifted their hands in greeting, or stared dubiously as she entered their world, which had once been her own world. She wore the drab, bulky work clothes of a deckhand, linen shirt, canvas pants, a thick gray-brown sweater her grandmother had made for her by hand. She had come at her grandmother's urging, with Sparks at her side, leaving behind the Sybil College, the dickering winter entrepreneurs, and the struggling winter engineers, to remind her people and herself of the heritage she had left behind. Gran was with her, pointedly keeping her distance from Jerusha Palathion, who had also accompanied them, as she insisted on doing whenever Moon left the palace. Standing midway up the ramp was the small knot of Good Venture kin, who also followed her everywhere, hounding her and spying on her. One good reason Jerusha was always by her side. "Lady, what can we do for you?" A sailor came up to her, dragging a ship's line. There was something like awe, but also uncertainty in his eyes when he faced her, as if he were afraid that she had come down here to pass judgment on her people for their recalcitrance in embracing the new order of things. But she took the tow rope from his hands, feeling its rough fibers scrape her palms, realizing how her own hands had lost the leather hardness that physical labor had once given them. "Nothing," she said humbly,
but to let me be Moon Dawntreader Summer for a time, and work the ships, and answer the questions as Summer Sibyl has always answered, for anyone who wishes to ask." He looked at her in surprise, and released his hold on the rope, leaving it in her hands. She tied it around the mooring post, her hands by habit making knots that her mind had almost forgotten how to form. Slowly and almost reluctantly, the other Summers began to show her what they were doing. Sparks followed her, self-consciously easing into the pattern of their activities. Their rhythms became her body's rhythms once more swiftly than she would have imagined was possible. Gran sat down on the pier and took over the mending of a net from a willing sailor. Jerusha leaned against a barrel, looking uncomfortable, with her gun slung at her back. She had just told them this morning that she was pregnant for the 4th time, after 3 miscarriages. Miro had ordered her to avoid any heavy work. Moon knew he would have kept her confined to bed if he dared, but not even he dared that. No crowd gathered. The other Summers watched her discreetly, still either suspicious or uncertain. But she knew that word of her presence was spreading through the sighing, creaking underworld, where sailors and dock hands loaded and unloaded supplies, scraped, lashed, and refitted hulls, mended nets, all as surely as the cold sea wind moved through the rigging of their ships. She forced herself to forget that there were easier, safer, faster ways of doing most of these things, letting herself remember the satisfaction of everyone working together like one body, each separate part knowing its role. She savored the smell of the sea, its soft, constant, murmurous voice, the feel of a deck shifting under her feet as she loaded cargo. Sparks smiled at her as he worked, and gradually she saw his face take on a look of ease and peace. It was an expression she had not seen for so long that she had forgotten he had ever looked that way, and in his eyes there was the memory of the unexpected passion that had taken them 2 nights ago, the fulfilling of a need that was not just physical but soul-deep, and which had not been satisfied in either of them for too long. She smiled, too, breathing in the sea air, remembering a time when each time they lay together had seemed to be all she lived for, when they had been young and free, and never dreamed that they would ever be any other way. But the memory of the transfer, calling her away into the night, suddenly filled her vision with the face of another man, his hand reaching out to her, his mouth covering hers, made her remember the words, "I need you." She looked down and away, her thoughts giddy. She forced her mind to go empty, as she had had to do time and again these past 2 days, suppressing the emotion that the memory stirred in her, a feeling as dark as remembered eyes, as desperate, as haunting. "There is nothing you can do about it now. Nothing." She repeated the words over and over again, silently, letting them flow into the pattern of her work until the helpless grief inside her faded. She looked up again as a clamor reached her from somewhere up the ramp. She squinted past the crate in her arms, seeing what appeared to be 2 men arguing with the constables Jerusha had set to question whoever came this way. One of the arguing figures was an old man, the other younger, but painfully stooped. Danakil Lu. And as the voices reached her clearly, she recognized the unmistakable bellowing of Bora Clearwater. "Jerusha?" She called over the side of the ship and pointed with her chin toward their argument. Jerusha nodded and started away. "Lady?" someone murmured behind her. She turned back, looking into the face of a tall, brown-haired woman. "I have a question." Moon set down the crate she was holding and nodded. "Ask, and I will answer." Input. From the corner of her eye she saw Sparks stop his work and move toward her with protective concern, as the woman's voice filled her ears, her mind, and she began the abrupt fall away into darkness. No further analysis. She came back into herself again, and sat down on the crate as a brief wave of dizziness caught her. Sparks put his hands on her shoulders, rubbing them gently. She felt the eyes of the other dock hands and sailors watching her differently now. "Thank you, Sybil," the woman murmured, smiling and bobbing her head as she backed away. Moon saw 2 or 3 others beginning to cluster near her, knew that they would be the next to come forward with questions. "Well, what am I supposed to make of this?" A man's voice, Bora Clearwater's voice, carried sharply and clearly up to her. She pushed to her feet and went to the small trimaran's rail, peered over it. "Make of what, Bora Clearwater?" she said, to his turned back. He jerked around, away from Jerusha's annoyed expression, to look up at her. He looked blank for a moment, seeing only a plainly dressed island woman, with her hair in braids, and not the Summer Queen, answering him. His frown deepened as he recognized her. "If you think you can change my opinion about anything by doing an honest day's work, you're wrong." Moon laughed, wondering if he actually believed she was here because she was trying to impress him. She felt Sparks' impatience like heat as he came up beside her. "I'm sorry to intrude like this, lady," Danakil said, edging his uncle aside with an effort. "But my uncle has been wishing to speak to you about the, right-of-way you granted to our kinsman, Gerard Set Wayaways." From Danakil chagrin and air of resignation, she guessed that Clearwater had not let him rest until he had agreed to speak to her. She smiled at him, a brief, reassuring smile, before she looked at Bora Clearwater. Leaning on the rail, she met his stare with a calm centeredness that would have been impossible 2 days ago, 2 hours ago. "So you think I arranged this for your benefit, Bora Clearwater? Just as you seem to think I granted that right-of-way to spite you." Clearwater snorted, but for just a moment he didn't answer. "Who knows why you do anything? Rot me, this makes as much sense as the other." "And who do you think you are?" Gran's voice interrupted suddenly, "to come here and speak to the lady in that tone of voice?" He turned back to look at her as she stood up, putting aside the net she had been mending. "I think I have more business speaking to her than you have speaking to me," he grunted. Danakil rolled his eyes. "Uncle," he murmured, pulling at the older man's shoulder. "She's my granddaughter, if you must know," Gran said irritably. "It was my suggestion that she come here and be among her own people and her own ways for a while. She has the grace to respect her elders. Show her the respect she deserves from a summer, or you might as well be a winter." He glared at her. "I am a winter, as it happens. But if she acted more like a summer, and left things well enough alone, I'd be happier to respect her judgment." "A winter!" Gran looked him up and down dubiously. "We aren't all perfumed sissies," he snapped. Moon looked on, silent with surprise, as Gran came to her defense, suddenly and deeply moved by her grandmother's protectiveness. Danakil stood beside Jerusha, looking bemused. "But as to the matter of the right-of-way across your lands, Bora Clearwater," she interrupted, "why is that such a problem for you, really? It won't interfere with your crops or your fishing rights. You're going to be paid very well for the use of such a tiny strip of your ground. Is it simply the principle of the thing? Or is it because you hate change that much? Because you hate me and my new ideas?" He snorted again, his moustache bristling. "I'm not fond of you, Moon Dawntreader. I've made that plain enough, and I'm honest enough to admit it to your face, unlike some. But it's my kinsman, Gerard Set Wayaways, that I hate. He's buying out the holdings all around mine for their mineral rights, for development and building factories.
There's metal ores all over my plantation. He wants me to sell out, too, but since I won't, he's made you give him a toehold on my land. Now that he has that much from you, he's going to keep pushing until he gets it all. God damn it, you've made him believe it's possible, and now we'll never rest. The whole Wayways clan is a spot of gangrene. You ask me, excepting young Dana here. He's probably crazy, but he's all right. They ought to be cut out, damn it, not encouraged to spread.
I hear what you're saying, Bora Clearwater, Moon said gently. Gerard Set Wayways is one of the most motivated and effective people I have working with me to develop Tiamat. But I don't intend to do him any favors at anyone else's expense. You've registered your complaint with me. I won't forget it.
Clearwater grunted. Not until you run short of ores, at least, and I refuse again to let him strip mine my fields.
Moon frowned. I want to make Tiamat a better place for our people to live. I don't intend to destroy it in the process. No one will force you off your traditional lands against your will. I've given you my word. You'll have to trust it, that's all. She turned away from the rail, not listening to his continued complaint or even the sharpness of her grandmother's voice, at him again for questioning the word of a sibyl of her grandchild. Moon looked back at the curious stares of the gathered sailors. Slowly, another of them started forward with a question. She answered his question and half a dozen more before she looked up at last and found no one else waiting. Drained but satisfied, she rose from her seat among the crates and started back to work. But Sparks took her arm, smiling, and led her to the rail, nodding down at the pier. She started as she saw Bora Clearwater still there, still talking to her grandmother, but sitting beside her now, mending net, speaking agitatedly, but in a tone of voice so normal that Moon could not make out the words through the clangor and shouting of the docks. Jerusha glanced up from where she sat with ill-concealed restlessness, saw where they were looking, smiled and shrugged, shaking her head. Moon went back to work smiling too, filled with sudden gratitude and surprise at the unexpected rewards of this day, feeling a brief pang as she looked out to sea and did not know where to direct her prayer of thanks. She heard a sudden pain cry and the clatter of something dropping on the pier below. She went back to the ship's rail, saw Jerusha on her hands and knees on the salt-bleached wood, her rifle lying beside her. Moon climbed over the rail, landing on the dock, as Gran and Bora Clearwater pushed to their feet in consternation, as constables came running. Moon saw with sudden bright grief the red stain of blood spreading down Jerusha's pants-legs. "Sparks!" she cried. She fell to her knees, taking hold of Jerusha, as the other woman tried to rise, holding her tightly. Feeling the pain that convulsed Jerusha's body as if it were her own, remembering the pain of birth, the pain that had come to Jerusha Palathian too soon, much too soon. "Find Miro! Hurry!" Jerusha opened her eyes, blinking in a kind of disbelief as she took in her new reality. Her last memory was of the pier, the harbor, the odd sense of peace that had fallen over everyone around her while she watched and waited. She remembered feeling something as she sat, the slight fluttering movement of her unborn child. Remembered how for that moment the world outside her body had ceased to exist, as she became wholly aware of the miracle of life inside her. For that brief moment the peace around her had reached into her and touched her soul, and she had let herself be happy, certain that this time everything would be all right. And she had felt the baby move again, and then again, restlessly, and a strange restlessness had overtaken her, too. She had lost that fragile, precious sense of peace, felt it fly away from her like birds. And there had been a sudden twinge, a pulling tension, that made her rise from where she sat, trying to stretch it out of existence like a muscle kink, trying to make it disappear, because she had felt that sensation before. and she knew what always followed. Pain had taken her where she stood, as if everything inside her was being twisted and ripped loose. And as the darkness came over her in a terrible rushing flood, she had been sure that this time she would die. But she was alive. She was lying in a strange bed, in a strangely familiar room. She recognized its ceiling. She had seen this sight before. The inside of this hospital room, its odd mixture of old and new, modern fixtures and furnishings, abandoned intact by the hegemony, but with their systems gutted, like hers. She knew the acrid alien smell of the medicinal herbs that were used for most of the healing that was done here now. She could feel her hands, her arms, her shoulders, although she had no strength to move them. She could feel her toes. But at the center of her body there was nothing, no sensation at all. Numb. And no one had to tell her the reason why. She moved her head, let it fall, pulled down by gravity as she looked toward the doorway. Someone stirred just beyond her sight, in response to her motion. She realized from the sudden sensation in her hand that someone had been holding it. She forced her eyes to focus, expecting to see her husband's face. Instead, she found the face of the Summer Queen. Moon Dawntreader's pale hand tightened over her own in unspoken empathy, in grief for a loss so fresh she had not even begun to feel it yet. Just for a moment Jerusha remembered a time when their positions had been reversed, when she had sat at Moon's bedside, Moon's hand clutching hers in a death grip, in the throes of giving birth. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered. Her throat was achingly dry. She felt as if her body were burning up, a desert, barren, sterile. Moon's expression changed, turning uncertain. "You have duties." Moon shook her head. "Time has stopped. It all stopped until I knew you would be all right," she said softly. "Besides, how can I function without my right arm?" She smiled. The smile fell away. She looked down with a knowledge in her eyes that only another woman's eyes could hold, not a queen's, but a mother's, the reflection of the most terrible fear she could imagine. Jerusha pressed her mouth together, looking away. Her lips were parched and cracked. Moon offered her water, helped her drink it. "Where's Miro?" she asked finally. "He took care of you when we brought you in. He was here before, for a long time," Moon murmured. "He said he would be back soon." Jerusha nodded wearily. She looked at the ceiling again, its ageless, flawless surface, wishing that her own body could be as perfect, as unaffected by time or fate, as impervious. She looked back at Moon. "I'm all right," she said quietly at last. "Go home to your family." Moon rose, her hand still holding Jerusha's tightly, her eyes still holding doubt. She let go reluctantly. "I'll find Miro and send him to you." "Thank you," Jerusha said. Moon smiled again, nodded almost shyly as she left the room. Jerusha lay back, listening to the distant sounds of life that reached her from the corridors beyond her closed door, listening to the gibberings of loss and futility seeping in to fill the perfect emptiness she tried to hold at the center of her thoughts. She imagined the responses of the men she had worked with in the hegemonic police, if they saw her now. Imagined the response of the woman she herself had been to the woman she was now, lying in this bed. They would have been equally unsympathetic. She had spent years trying to force them to accept her as a human being instead of a woman.
and all it had done was turn her into a man. In leaving the Force, she had believed that she was reaffirming her humanity. She wasn't a man. But now when she wanted to be a woman, she couldn't be that either. She felt hot tears rise up in her eyes and overflow. Hating them, hating herself for her weakness, physical and mental. She wanted Miro. She needed him to help her now. Why wasn't he here? Damn him! He was the one she had needed to see. He shared this loss with her, more intimately than anyone. She needed to share his strength and his grief. Someone came into the room. She lifted her head, needing all her own strength, for long enough to see that Miro had come, as if in answer to her thoughts. Jerusha. He crossed to her bedside, his work-rough hands touching her flushed, fevered skin with a gentleness that always surprised her. Touching her own hands, her face, her tears. He kissed her gently on the forehead and on the lips, drew back. "Hold me," she murmured, wishing that she did not have to request that comfort. "Hold me." He sat down on the edge of the bed, lifted her strengthless, unresponsive body, and held her close, letting her tears soak his shirt, absorbing them for a long time. She could not see whether he wept too. The muscles of his body were as rigid as steel, as if he were holding grief at bay. She had never wept before, when this had happened to her, although it had happened to her 3 times already, and he had never wept, either. "Why does this keep happening to me?" she whispered brokenly at last. "It isn't fair." "I'm sorry." His own voice was like a clenched fist. "Gods, Jerusha, I've done everything I can. I'm not blaming you." She pulled away from him to look at his face. He would not meet her eyes. "You should," he muttered. "I can't heal it. I can't make it right. If you weren't here, if you were anywhere else, you'd have healthy children by now." "No, I wouldn't," she said. "I wouldn't even have a husband. I wouldn't be with you. It's the hegemony's fault." A surge of anger and resentment pushed the words out of her throat. But the hegemony was far away, formless, faceless, unreachable, and she found herself suddenly angry at the man who held her, for making her ask for comfort, for making her comfort him when it was her loss. "Our loss, it's our loss," she told herself fiercely. But she let herself slide out of his arms as his arms loosened, falling back into the bed's cool, impersonal embrace. He looked at her, his eyes clouded and full of doubt, looked away again. He reached into a pocket of his coat and took something out, a small jar full of what looked like dried herbs. "Jerusha," he said quietly, "I want you to start using this." "What is it?" she murmured, straining for a clear sight of it. "It's childbane." He met her gaze directly at last. She felt the last embers of hope die inside her. "Birth control?" she asked numbly, not needing to ask, or to have it explained to her. But he nodded. "I almost lost you this time, Jerusha. You nearly bled to death. I don't want to take that risk again. I don't want you to take it." "But Miro—" She tried to sit up, fell back again as her body pressed the point home. "I'm 43. I don't have much longer." "I know." She saw a muscle stand out as his jaw tightened. "The risk will only grow, for you or for the child. Maybe it's time we faced the truth, Jerusha. We're never going to have any children. Not here, not in this lifetime together." She stared at him bleakly. "You know I don't believe in that, in reincarnation, in another chance. This isn't a dress rehearsal, Miro. It's my life, and I don't want to stop trying." She broke off, clenching her teeth as something hurt her cruelly inside, through the layers of deadened flesh. He tensed and shook his head. I love you, Jerusha. I love you too much to kill you, or let you kill yourself, over something that's impossible. If you won't use the childbane, I won't sleep with you anymore. You don't mean that, she said, her voice thick. I do. He looked away, pushing to his feet. I can't take this anymore. I'm sorry. He crossed the room and went out the door. She watched him go, unable to get up, to follow him, to confront him, without even the strength to call after him. She looked over at the bed table, at the bottle of herbal contraceptive he had left behind. She knocked it off the table with a trembling fist. She fell back again, staring up at the ceiling, felt the numbness at the center of her body spreading, filling the space that held her heart, filling her mind until there was no room left for thought. Commander Palathion, what are you doing here? Constable Fairhaven straightened away from the greyed wooden railing of the pier, with surprise obvious on her long, weathered face. Just doing my job, Constable, the same as you. Jerusha returned her salute. Fairhaven's salute was sloppy to the point of being almost unrecognizable, like most of the summer's salutes were. But she was a calm, shrewd woman, and those were qualities Jerusha had come to realize were far more important than discipline, in a local constabulary, where the police and the people they watched over were frequently neighbors and kin. Jerusha leaned against the rail next to Fairhaven, breathing in the heavy, pungent odor of the docks, the smell of wood and pitch, seaweed and fish and the sea. The maze of floating piers was lined with fishing boats and transport craft from all along the coast. But so soon, Fairhaven said, her frank curiosity clouded over with concern at the look Jerusha felt come over her own face. I'm fine, Jerusha said mechanically, looking away, down at the pattern of ropes and chains, of shifting light and shadow on the water's surface. She looked up again at the ships. Miro had sailed from here yesterday, going back to the plantation, leaving behind the city he hated, and the pain of their shared loss. Her pain. Leaving behind the frustration, the recriminations they had shared, too, as they had turned anger at the random indifference of an uncaring universe into anger at each other. Avoiding all that, their dead child, their dying dream, her. Forgive me, Jerusha. Fairhaven put out a hand, touching Jerusha's arm, a gesture that was somehow both apology and the comfort of one woman reaching out to another. Fairhaven had never addressed her as anything but commander before. The combination took her doubly by surprise. But I suffered my share of stillborn babes. 3 I lost, out of 7 I bore with my pledged. It was hard, hard. Her mouth tightened, although Jerusha knew her children were all grown. The memories of her losses must be old ones now. She looked up again, sighing. The lady gives and she takes away. We had a saying in the islands, you know, that you should let 9 days pass before you took to your work again. 3 for the baby's sake, 3 for the mother's sake, 3 for the lady's sake. Jerusha smiled faintly. Her head was still buzzing from the native painkillers she had been chewing the past few days. They had used up their own small stock of off-worlder drugs on her previous miscarriages and other small disasters. But I don't worship the lady. And as for me, I'd rather work than brood. So I've taken time enough off. Fairhaven shook her head. Her graying, sand-colored braids rolled against her tunic with the motion. It's still good advice, you know. To take time to grieve is only right. Otherwise you suffer more in the long run. Jerusha forced herself to control the sudden annoyance that filled her, and she remembered unexpectedly the face of one of the men under her old command, her assistant, Gandalinu, on the day he had received the news of his father's death. She remembered his stubborn, Karamogi pride, his refusal even to acknowledge his loss, until finally she had ordered him to take the rest of the day off to grieve. She rubbed her eyes, turning away. She was saved from having to make a further response by a sound like thunder that echoed through the underworld of the docks. She turned back to Fairhaven, meeting her stare. "A ship's fallen," Fairhaven said, as the sound of voices shouting filled the stunned silence that followed the crash. They turned together, not needing words, started to run, as others were running now, toward the site of the accident. As they approached, she heard pain cries, before she could even make out what had happened through the wall of milling bodies. She pushed through the crowd until she had a clear view, taking it all in at a glance. The ship that had been winched up for repairs, the chain that had snapped and let it fall sideways onto the dock, the two men pinned beneath it. As many workers as could press their backs against the hull were already straining to lift it. But one of the catamaran's large floats was wedged beneath the pier, and they could get no leverage. Jerusha looked from the broken length of chain lying on the dock to the pulley high up beneath the city's underbelly. She looked down again. One of the workers lay unconscious or dead in a pool of blood. The other one, his legs pinned, was still moaning. She tightened her jaw, trying not to listen to the sound, trying to keep her mind clear for thought. She pulled loose the coiled length of monofilament line she had carried at her belt, ever since her police-issue binders ceased to function. She knotted one end of the line through the last solid link of broken chain, while the workers looked on, uncomprehending. She flung the coil of line upward, feeling something half-healed pull painfully inside her. Watched with relief and some surprise as it passed through the pulley overhead on her first try. The rope spiraled down to the dock and lay waiting, but nobody moved forward to pick it up. "Come on!" Jerusha shouted. She picked up the rope's end. "Wind it up!" They stared at her, muttering and shaking their heads. "Commander," Fairhaven murmured, "it won't hold. They know it will snap. It's too thin." She nodded at the broken chain, as thick around as Jerusha's wrist. "It'll hold," Jerusha called sharply, with the sound of the trapped workers' moans grating inside her like a broken bone. "It will! Winch it up!" Two dockhands moved forward, looking at her as if she were insane, but having no other alternative. She watched them fasten the line to the winch and begin to crank it. Their motions slowed abruptly, their muscles strained, as the line suddenly grew taut. They went on turning the winch. The line sang briefly as every last millimeter of play was drawn out of it, and it began to take the full weight of the ship. Jerusha held her breath, knowing the line would hold, but still instinctively afraid of disaster. The ship began to crack and groan in turn as its immovable mass surrendered to the irresistible force of the winch's power. And finally it began to rise. Dockhands leaped forward to drag the two trapped workers free as the ship began to lift clear. But the two men at the winch kept cranking, and as the rest of the crowd watched in murmuring awe, the ship rose farther. The float that was wedged underneath the pier's edge snapped and broke in two, ripping free with a spray of splintered wood. The ship lunged and bucked against the line, gradually stabilized again as the relentless pull lifted it even higher, until it was back in position overhead. And still the line held. Jerusha tore her own gaze from the ship to watch the injured workers carried away toward the ramp that rose into the city, toward the hospital. She looked back again as someone embraced her suddenly, awkwardly, before hurrying on past, going after the injured workers. "Little Harbour's kinsman," Fairhaven said, indicating one of the victims, and the man who had just hugged her.
Jerusha nodded mutely, wondering with a familiar morbid weariness whether the two workers could be healed or even helped in any meaningful way by the primitive medical treatment they had now. Miro had done his best to share what medical training he had with the locals, but without sophisticated equipment and diagnosticators to back it up, his modern methods were hardly more effective than the herbal remedies mixed with common sense the Tiamatans had evolved on their own. "Commander?" Someone's voice caught at her hesitantly. She turned back, finding a crowd of Summers gathered around her. "What is it?" she said. "How is it possible?" The woman who had spoken asked. Asking, Jerusha realized, for them all. "What sort of string is this you carry that can bear the weight that snapped a chain?" "It's called monomolecular line," she answered. "It's extremely strong. They say it could lift the entire city of Carbuncle without snapping. It's from off-world." She watched their faces, expecting their eyes to glaze over with disinterest as she said those final words, just as they always had, and probably always would. She had come to believe that masochism must be an inherited trait among the Summers, that they were somehow instinctively opposed to making their lives any easier. But they only came closer, touching the line hesitantly, speculatively, murmuring among themselves about the strength, the lightness, the countless possible uses for netting, bindings, rigging, on a farm, in a cottage. That this was better. All the things that the Queen and her College of Sibyls and the winter entrepreneurs had been trying to tell them, show them, force on them, forcing it down their throats, when all that had done was make the Summers wretch. When they should have been letting those things speak for themselves, letting the Summers think for themselves, showing and not telling. "Is this something the Winters have learned to make?" a large red-bearded man asked, almost grudgingly. "Not yet," Jerusha said. "Some day they will." She looked down, trying to conceal the sudden inspiration that struck her. "But there's a supply of it left in the old government warehouses. If you want it, maybe I could arrange to make it available." She shrugged, trying not to sound too eager, not to look as though it mattered to her. The Summers glanced at each other, their expressions mixed, as if they were trying to gauge one another's response, whether the person next to them would somehow be the first to get a quantity of the new line, and an advantage over them, all at the same time. "What would you ask for it?" someone murmured. She almost said nothing. Stopped, thinking fast. The Summers made most of their own equipment and preferred barter to the city's off-worlder-based credit system. "We can talk of trade," she said, and saw their faces begin to come alive as she answered them in their own way. "Come up to the warehouse whenever you finish your work. One of my summer constables will be there to speak with you." She saw them nodding, saw their eyes, and knew that sooner or later some of them would come, and then, with any luck, more would. Shown, not told. There were other things in the warehouses, things that she could have put to casual use in the Summers' presence, letting them see for themselves that their way of doing things was not the only way, not even necessarily the best. Lost in thought, she scarcely felt the pain of her overtaxed body as she started back up the ramp toward the city. Number 4. Foursgate. "Wake up, you stinking hero. This is no time for sleep." Police Commander B.Z. Gundalinu gasped and came awake in utter darkness, the sourceless words echoing in his head like a dream. What? Dreaming. He had been dreaming. But it was a woman's face he had been dreaming of, as pale as moonlight, echoed in blue, her arms reaching out to him. He rolled toward the edge of the bed, groping for the light, the time, the message function on his bedside table, groping for whatever had wakened him so rudely from the sodden sleep of exhaustion. He had not gotten back to the apartment from the latest in the seemingly endless series of fêtes and celebrations honoring him until well after local midnight. He could not possibly have been asleep for more than 2 or 3 hours. Who, in the name of 1,000 gods? He found the lamp base, slapped it with his hand, but no light came up. He realized then that he could see nothing at all, not even shadows against the night, the hidden form of a window. His hands flew to his face, rebounded without touching it from the polarized security shield locked in place over his head. He swore, scrambling out from under the covers on his hands and knees. Felt strong arms, more than one set of them, lock around him, jerking him back. He heard the unmistakable crack of a stunner shot in the same instant that the hit impacted against his chest and shut off his voluntary nervous system. He collapsed in the bedding, paralyzed but completely conscious, furiously aware that he was stark naked, because he had been too exhausted to throw on the sleep shirt before falling into bed. The hands rolled him roughly onto his back. He heard muttered speech distorted by the shield's energy field. "What do you want?" His slack lips would not form the words that he needed to say, needing desperately to have that much effect on his body or his fate. He could not swear, could not even moan. He felt their hands on him again, manhandling him with ruthless efficiency. Realized with a sense of gratitude that was almost pathetic that they were wrapping his nerveless body in a robe. They lifted him off the bed, dragging him across the room and toward the door. Gods! Kidnapped! He was being kidnapped! He struggled to control his panic, the only thing left over which he had any control at all, trying to keep his mind working, trying to think. What did they want? You stinking hero, they'd called him. Ransom, then? Terrorism? Information about the star drive? Fire Lake? Stop it! No way to guess that. He'd probably find out soon enough. Concentrate. What do you already know? He didn't know how many of them there were, where they were taking him. He grunted as he was dumped unceremoniously into the cramped floor space of some kind of vehicle, and felt his captors climb in around him. He felt the vehicle rise, carrying them all to gods only knew what destination. Trying to use the only sensory feedback he had left to him, he realized that the vehicle had an oddly familiar smell. He recognized the distinctive odor of Bandro, a stimulant drink imported from Sayapon. Most of the hegemonic police force stationed here were from Sayapon. Police? Could it be police involvement? That would explain the equipment, the vehicle, the ruthless efficiency of the way they had made him their prisoner, even the effortless way they had walked in on him through the invisible walls of his security system. But what in the name of all his ancestors would make the police do this to him? Maybe it was terrorists. Maybe they were going to... Oh, gods, this is insane. Why is this happening to me now? No, stop it. No. The stun shock was making it hard to breathe, doubled up in a cramped space. He recited an adhani silently, calming himself, and lay still because he had no choice. He waited. They were coming down again. The flight hadn't been a long one. He must still be within range of Foursgate, at least. He tried to feel encouraged by that fact, and failed. The craft settled almost imperceptibly onto some flat surface, and he was hauled out of the vehicle like the dead weight he was. He was carried into another building, downward, down a long, echoing hall, into a lift which dropped them farther down. Had they landed on a rooftop pad, or were they going underground? He had no clue. At last the sickening motion stopped. He was dropped, dead weight again, onto a hard surface. He felt his leaden hands and feet jerked wide and pinioned, felt a sting against his neck as someone gave him the antidote for the muscle paralysis. He took in a deep, ragged breath of relief as control came back to him, felt his muscles spasm as he tried to move his limbs. And then the invisible hands did something by his jaw, dissolving the security field, letting him see and hear at last. He raised his head, all he could do freely, let it fall back again. He made a sound that wasn't really a laugh. I'm having a nightmare. This isn't happening. What he had seen was too absurd. He was not really lying here like this, inside a cone of stark white light, surrounded by a dozen figures in black star-flecked robes, their identities hidden behind hologramic masks. Featureless forms, crowned by the image of a black gate's flaming corona, its heart of darkness sucking his vision relentlessly down toward madness. It's a dream, a flashback, stress, nightmare. Wake up! Wake up, damn you! He did not wake up. His eyes still showed him the same figures, barely visible at the edges of the cone of light, which shone relentlessly on his own helpless, half-clad body. He watched silently as one of the figures came toward him, stood over him, gazing down at him with infinity's face. He had to look away. He turned his face aside and shut his eyes. Sweat trickled down his cheek into his ear. The itch it caused was maddening, agonizing. His hand fisted with exasperation inside its restraint. The robed figure reached out, touched his straining hand almost comfortingly. The blunt, gloved fingers closed over his own, formed a hidden pattern as distinctive as it was unobtrusive. He stiffened as he recognized it, returned it with sudden hope. But then the face of flaming nothingness turned back to his own, and suddenly there was a light pencil in the stranger's hand. The blade of coherent light pricked his throat, touching the trefoil tattoo there, hot enough to make him jump, but not set to burn. An electronically distorted voice asked him, "Are you a Sibyl?" The voice gave him no clue to the speaker. He could not even tell if it was a man or a woman. "Yes," he whispered, with his eyes still averted from the face of chaos. "Yes, I am. My blood carries the virus." Hoping that the implied threat might prevent his suddenly seeing too much of his own blood. The voice laughed unpleasantly. "Considerate of you to warn us, but this cauterizes nicely." The faceless figure twitched the light pencil, making the spot of pain dance on Gundalinu's neck. "What do you know about survey?" "Input," he murmured, taking the question as one asked of him in his official capacity, taking the easy way out. "Stop!" the voice ordered, jerking him back into real time, just as his mind began the long fall into the Sibyl net. "Answer me yourself. Are you a member of Survey?" "Yes," he repeated, reorienting with difficulty. His hand tightened over the memory of the other's touch. "But you know that. Why am I here? Can you help me?" Not asking any of the questions forming in his mind, because he was afraid of what would happen if there were no answers. The silence when no one was speaking was almost complete. The sound of his own breathing hurt his ears. "What do you know about Survey?" the voice repeated. He shook his head, more surprised than frightened now by the unexpected turn of the questioning. Of all the possibilities his frantic brain had offered for this ordeal, his membership in Survey had not been one of them. He stared at the ceiling, if there really was one, in the darkness behind the blinding glare. "It's a private social and philanthropic organization. Almost everyone I knew, every technician on Karamov, seemed to be a member. There are chapters on all the worlds of the hegemony." Many members of the hegemonic police belong to it. He had attended meetings on 3 different worlds. Look, this is absurd. He raised his head with difficulty to confront the face of Nightmare. What in the name of any god you like do you want from me? Just answer the question. The voice thrummed gratingly with its owner's impatience. The light pencil traced a stinging track down his naked chest and half-exposed stomach to the vicinity of his private parts. His eyes began to water as he felt the heat concentrate there. He took a deep breath, letting his head fall back again. What do you want to know? His own voice sounded thin and peevish. You can find out anything I could tell you down at the local meeting hall. Do many Sibyls belong to Survey? The voice asked, ignoring his response. He thought about it. Yes, quite a few. He had never realized until now what a high percentage of them there were. But it isn't a requirement. Do all Sibyls belong to it? He shook his head, remembering Tiamat. No. Why not? He opened his eyes. I don't know. I don't even know why so many of them do belong, he said, exasperated. How old is the organization? I don't know. Very old, I think. I believe it originated on Karamov. The masked questioner chuckled. Like everything else of any value? Gundalinu grimaced. How many levels of organization are there? What? 3, I think. 3! And what level are you? 3. I am a technician of 2nd rank. There are no higher levels, no inner circle? Not to my knowledge. You've never even heard rumors that such things may exist? Well, yes, but that's all they are. People like to see conspiracies everywhere. Some people like to fantasize about secrets. I've seen no evidence. There are no secret rituals involved, no rites of passage which you are forbidden to reveal. Well, yes, but they're meaningless. You've never revealed them to anyone, though? No. Describe them to me. I can't. He shook his head and felt the discomfort increase as his inquisitor pushed aside his robe bearing his flesh. Describe them. For God's sakes, he shouted, squirming, hating himself for it. Even you know the goddamn handshake. It's meaningless. It's a stupid, meaningless social club. You're so wrong, the voice murmured. The pain disappeared, suddenly and completely. Gundalinu sucked in a loud gasp of relief. Please, he said, his voice thick. At least tell me why I'm here. Then ask the right questions. Gundalinu swallowed the protests forming in his throat. Ask the right questions. He had asked the right questions at Fire Lake, finally, and discovered a treasure of ancient knowledge locked inside the seemingly random phenomena of World's End, discovered a lost source of the old Empire's star drive plasma, which made faster-than-light travel between worlds possible. Was that the point, then? Was he supposed to discover some secret meaning behind this gathering of madmen? Gods, I'm too tired for this. But maybe he had been given the clues. Or why all the questions about secrets within Survey, inner circles, higher levels? Are you all strangers far from home? It was the ritual question he had heard others ask, and asked himself for years in the Survey meeting halls of 3 different worlds. The hologramic mask above him shifted focus, as if the wearer had nodded. Very good, his questioner answered. Now you're beginning to think like a hero. Gundalinu bit down on his irritation and was silent again, trying to concentrate on facts and not the incongruity of the situation. What is the real purpose of this organization, then, if it isn't just what it seems? Silence answered him for a long moment. and then his inquisitor murmured, "There are some things which cannot be said, but only shown." He reached out and touched Gundalinu's forehead, in a gesture that was almost a benediction. But in his hand was something that resembled a crown, and it stayed behind, embracing Gundalinu's head as if it were impossibly alive. Rays of light made a sunburst between the fingers of the disappearing hand, grew, intensified suddenly and unbearably, burning out his vision, throwing him into utter darkness and silence. He lay that way for a long time, waiting, not trying to struggle because he knew that to struggle was useless, listening to the echoes of his own breathing, until the sound of each breath began to seem part of a larger sighing, as if the darkness itself were breathing around him. He had no sense of physicality at all any more, of the room or the strangers around him, of the bonds which held him there, of his own body. Cast adrift, he felt the muscles of his body slowly relaxing of their own volition. He began to feel as if he were falling into the blackness, seeing the heart of unlife, the black gate opening. And then, distantly, he began to make out sound again, a crystalline music that was almost silence, almost beyond the limit of his senses. The song that he had always imagined the universe would sing. Somehow he only realized this now, if the stars had voices. And as he listened, he realized that he had known that song forever, that it was the song the molecules sang, the DNA in his genes, the thought of eternity, the thread of his life, of 100, 1,000 lives before him, carrying him back into the heart of the old empire. The stars began to wink into existence around him as he listened, almost as if, by his thought, godlike, he had placed them there, their images lighting the sky in a new and completely strange variation on their universal theme of light against the darkness. The night of another world was all around him, breathing softly, whispering, restless in its sleep. "Look at the stars, Ilmarinen," someone said suddenly beside him. "The colors. I've never seen stars like this anywhere. This is magnificent. How do you arrange these things?" Where am I? He felt himself start to laugh at the comment, felt himself choke it off, still not sure, after all these years. All these years? Whether Vanamoinen was joking or actually meant it. That was part of Vanamoinen's gift, and his infuriating uniqueness. Vanamoinen had been sitting there, looking at the stars for nearly 3 hours, he estimated, and those were the first words out of him. "Vanamoinen, who are you?" "I wish I could take credit for the view," he said. But he was Gundalinu, wasn't he? Why was he Ilmarinen, answering, letting himself smile? A veil of interstellar dust, that's all. But it was a magnificent sky, he had to admit it. That was the only word for it, the kind of view that reminded him of what? Ilmarinen knew, the stranger whose eyes he was looking out of, whose sorrow and urgency he felt tightening his throat, whose life he seemed to have usurped, when he knew he was a prisoner somewhere in Foursgate, strapped to a table. "That's all," Vanamoinen murmured. His amusement might have been ironic, or maybe not. "They're late?" he asked suddenly, as if they had not been sitting here for what felt like an eternity, waiting. "Yes," Ilmarinen said, and Gundalinu felt the tension inside Ilmarinen pluck at his guts again. He felt his body move with old habit, to put an arm around Vanamoinen's shoulders where he sat. He could barely see the form of the man who sat cross-legged beside him on the sandy soil of the highlands, but he knew who it was, had always known Vanamoinen. He surrendered to the vision, letting it take him, felt a surge of emotion that was part wonder, part hunger, part need fill him. His hand tightened as Vanamoinen's hand rose to cover it. After all these years,
he thought, still amazed by the feeling. Surely they must always have been together. Life had only begun when they had met, and discovered the bonds of mind and spirit, the contrasting strengths that had first made them lovers, and then drawn them as a team into the guild's highest levels. They were at the top of their fields within the sector's research and development, and their fields were information resources and technogenetic programming, which made it just barely possible that they would be able to do what they had set out to do. What made what they were doing, their betrayal of the establishment's trust, doubly treasonous. He knew without looking down that he wore the uniform of survey, the programming of sector command. Knew it somehow as well as he knew that no one at all in the governmental interface must ever dream of what they were doing here on this god-forsaken promontory of this abandoned world, or they would be eliminated like an unwanted thought. God damn it! Where was Meade? He looked up restlessly at the towers beyond Vanamoinen's silhouetted form. The massive organic growths, branching, twisting, reaching for the stars with blunt limbs, no two of them alike, still standing like silent guardians, watching over this secret rendezvous. Once they had been home to a race of semi-sentient parasitic beings. And then they had been home to the human settlers who had violated Survey's settlement code and decimated the population of their former owners, who had been decimated in turn in one of the interstellar brushfire wars that were both a cause and an effect of the Pangalactic's decay. Now there were only these husks, these silent reminders of life. What was it Vanamoinen had said to him once? Why did history begin? History is always terrible. He took a deep breath, his chest aching slightly because he was unused to the thin, dry air. It was damnably cold here, too, even wearing thermal clothing. He could not remember feeling this uncomfortable physically for this long since his recruit training. But paranoia made them avoid wearing even foggers, which would have given them the optimal microenvironment they were accustomed to. Listen, Vanamoinen said suddenly, aloud, fingering his ear nervously. They were avoiding the neural comm linkages that were so much easier to monitor from space, even though his own equipment had assured him that there was no one eavesdropping on any imaginable band of the spectrum. He touched his ear, feeling for the absent ear cuff, the dangling cascade of crystal that normally he always wore. The information system made into a work of art, as much a part of him as his skin. Vanamoinen's ear was also empty. It was like being naked. No, worse, like being lost in a void. Lost in the void. He felt his identity begin to slide. Damn it all, a voice said, gasping for breath, as the band of co-conspirators reached their meeting place at last. Ilmarinen, I hope it's you. Yes, it's me, he answered, a little unsteadily. He slid his night vision back into place with a blink of his eyelids, and smiled at last, as relief flooded through him. He realized as he did that a smile was not an expression he was much familiar with these days. They had come. Meade and 6 more she had recruited, as she had promised. One more gamble he had won, one more small victory, one more painful step on a journey that seemed impossibly long. By all that lives, Ilmarinen, I'm too old for this nonsense, Meade wheezed. She embraced him warmly in spite of the complaint, for old time's sake, and dropped down heavily onto an outcrop of rock. What are you and I doing in this god-forsaken place? You know, he answered, even though the question was rhetorical. Trying to save the future. She made a sound that was somehow mocking and hopeful all at once. How are the children doing? He asked. He assumed that if they were not doing well, she would have let him know. He and Meade had been together in their youth for long enough to produce 3 children, before their lives had taken separate turns. They had stayed in touch and remained friends. Their children were grown now. Bizai finally gave it all up. She's gone native on Sita. The others are still in the guild, hanging on, like the rest of us. It's in the blood, I suppose. She shrugged. You could ask them yourself, sometime. Her voice took on an edge. He looked down. I'm sorry. I've been involved in this project for so long. We've had no lives beyond it. When he looked up at her again, he saw understanding and was grateful. He made introductions. She jerked slightly, showing her surprise as she met Vanamoinen face to face. For years, Vanamoinen had been as reclusive as he was notorious within the guild. Vanamoinen stared at her with a gaze so intense that Ilmarinen always thought of it privately as murderous, though he knew there was no one in existence who had more reverence for life than Vanamoinen had. You were receptive to my data? Vanamoinen asked softly, peering at her with naked wonder, as if she were some rare and unexpected insight that had turned up in a random data scan. She glanced dubiously at Ilmarinen, as if Vanamoinen had asked her something nonsensical. Of course I was, she said, looking back at him. I'm here, aren't I? So are they. She gestured at the 6 other men and women gathered behind her, all of them wearing the uniform of survey, as she was, with the data patch of continuity glowing dimly on every sleeve. How many of the people you shared it with refused to come? Vanamoinen asked. She looked surprised again. 3. Her eyes clouded. When I input your message, I felt transformed. When I knew what it held, I had to come. We all did. Her voice filled with hushed wonder. But the others, they got no input, any of them. They said I must be hearing things. She shook her head. I was sure it was something that they would want to share in. I wanted to tell them. Except that your message forbade it. Maybe there's something wrong with your transfer medium. It worked exactly as I intended, Vanamoinen said flatly. They weren't suitable for the project. I designed the data medium to select suitable personalities only. He grinned with sudden triumph. Ilmar, he shouted, and the empty night echoed. I did it! Ilmarinen smiled. Again, he said gently, and held up a warning hand. Mead stared at Vanamoinen for a long moment and shook her head. Then I'm flattered, I suppose, she murmured. It's brilliant, Vanamoinen. A centralized databank with biological ports as a stabilizing force for the Pangalactic. The interface is going to hell, and this could make a real, measurable difference. Her eyes gleamed. But why not just give the concept to the establishment? Why this pathological secrecy? For the love of all! Ilmarinen frowned, looking up at the stars. Gandalino looked with him, feeling incredulous wonder push his consciousness through the darker mood that now moved the man called Ilmarinen into the realization of who and where he was at what fixed moment in time. Because I already approached them about it. If they were capable of implementing something like this, don't you think they would have? All they're capable of now is preventing it from happening. He shook his head, hearing the bitterness of years in his voice. Stupid use of smart matter has been killing the Pangalactic. We all know it. That's why the establishment has been trying to root it out of everything non-vital. Non-vital. They use the longevity drugs themselves. By the all. His hands jerked. We're history, Mead. But smart matter can save what's left of us, if we're only smart enough. He broke off. You know what we think, or you wouldn't be here.
Believe me, Meade, we are not two lunatics alone in this." He glanced past her at the half-dozen other earnest faces, the men and women who stood in a semicircle around her, watching his face in the darkness. "We could never have come this far otherwise. The computer is already functioning." Meade let out a breath of surprise. "Where?" He shook his head as the image began to form in his thoughts, not even letting himself, or the other who held his breath inside him, remember its name. "I couldn't tell you if I wanted to. No one must ever know. It has to be that way, or it will never last." She nodded. "But at least you can tell me what you want from me. Us?" She gestured at her companions, glanced around her again as if she were still astonished to find herself here. But there was almost a hunger in her voice as she asked, "What can we do?" Slowly he reached into his jacket and drew out a small container. On its side was the ages-old, barbed trefoil, signaling biological contamination. "Become Sybils," he said. She stiffened. "Smart matter?" He nodded, getting on with it before she could form real protests. "You're in continuity. It gives your people excellent reason to travel extensively. What we need now are outlets, human computer ports able to interact with and speak for the net. It would be easy for you to spread the word, to recruit them on the worlds you visit, just as we recruited you. Ilmarinen, we share a long history. You know I trust you with my life, or I would not have come," she said slowly. "But are we the first you've asked this of?" He nodded again. "Yes, but you won't be the last." He caught her stare, abruptly understood it. He touched the container of serum. "It's under control," he said, willing her to believe him. "There are no mistakes in its programming. The technoviral that will make you receptive has been designed by one of the few people who truly understands." She gazed at the container for a moment longer. "How can we know?" "You're not the first to be infected." She looked back at him abruptly as he drew out the thing that he wore, night and day now, hidden beneath his clothing, close to his heart. A trefoil on a chain, the same symbol imprinted on the container, symbolizing how it bound him now to his chosen future. Silently, Vanemoinen produced the same sign. Vanemoinen had been the first. He had been the second. Meade's eyes studied them, searching for something, or for the lack of it. Then slowly she offered Ilmarinen her hand, and as he touched her the stars wheeled and died, and he was drifting, turning. He watched a spiral of nebula wheel past as he moved. He lifted an arm, moved a leg experimentally, set himself spinning again as if he were in zero gravities. 0G. He looked down. He was hanging in mid-air in the pilot's chamber aboard the Interstellar Transport Starcrosser. Directly below him, through the transparent viewing wall, was a world called Trast. The Starcrosser had brought this group of refugee colonists, survivors of a world decimated in intersystem warfare, here to begin a new life. His crew was in charge of seeing that they began it with all the knowledge, resources, and protection that it was still humanly possible to provide. His crew had mapped Trast's surface, catalogued its hazards and its resources, seeded it with biogenetically adapted medicinals, what they had left of them. He looked down again at the uniform he wore, the brown-green of Survey. Of course, Gandalino thought. What else could it be? But whose body?
The data patches glowed softly against its worn cloth. Still his duty, to serve the Pangalactic, to serve its people, even though there was no longer a single Pangalactic interface controlled by a single establishment, even though his own ability to obtain supplies or replace equipment had reached critical. He had kept on shaking his fist in the face of chaos, struggling to do his work, the only work he knew, the only work he had ever wanted to do. He looked out at the stars. He had known for years that one of these trips would be his last one. He would run out of supplies, or out of luck. Chaos would close its fist on the star-crosser. Something vital would fail. Pirates would take them. The crew were tired, burned out, afraid. This time, maybe it was right that this time should be the last. That was the way the others wanted it, he knew. To make this their final journey, to settle in here with the rest of the refugees. He called on the simulators, found himself standing on the surface of Trast, with warm azure water lapping his ankles. On the rock-strewn beach behind him, the bleached white boulders had been smoothed by time and tide until they resembled benign alien beings, sunning themselves on the peaceful shore. In the distance he could see mountains, snow-capped even though it was summer here. It was beautiful. He could be happy in this place. But he touched the crystal hanging at his ear, and at his unspoken thought, the simulator changed again. He was living in his memories, deep in the heart of a canyon image, the red rock walls rising around him until he could not see the sky, only the amber-tinged glow of reflected light pouring down on him, until he seemed to be standing in the heart of a burnished shell, the sensuous undulations of the stone around him like the wind made tangible. Standing on a glacier surface, in a silence so utter that the sound of his own blood rushing in his veins was like the sound of thunder, watching as the binary twin of his world rose above the black reaches of a distant range of peaks, an enormous golden globe turning to silver the ice-bound terrain on which he stood. Standing beneath the restless churning sky of yet another world, one where electromagnetic phenomena kept the atmosphere in constant flux, like the wind-swept surface of a sea. Half a dozen more worlds flickered past, where he had been among the first to explore, to study, catalogue, and open to colonization. It had been the life's work of his ancestors, of his guild for centuries. Now, at last, all of that had come to an end. Everything had its limits. The world below him filled his eyes again. The last world he would ever see. It would be the challenge of a lifetime to learn to live on one world, knowing that he could never leave it. He had no choice. If only he had a choice. He felt wetness on his face, and was surprised to find that he was weeping. The voice of one of the crew rattled over the neural link, making his vision light up with artificial stars, because the link was defective and there was no way to repair it. "Yes, what?" he sub-vocalized irritably, self-consciously. "An interface from continuity, sir." Her voice sounded as stunned as he suddenly felt. I think you'll want to input it immediately." He closed his eyes, although he did not want to, until all that he saw was darkness. And then the sound that he had always dreamed of hearing, the chiming of astral voices, a brightness beyond any known spectrum, and the voice of a stranger calling him into darkness, falling away. And he was Derrit Kasana, a minor official in a petty dictatorship that was grinding under its heel the people of a world called Chilber. And he was Survey, although he wore no uniform, and the guild he had sworn to serve above all other allegiances had opened no new worlds in 3 centuries. Secure in his secret knowledge, Silently repeating a ritual meditation to help him remain calm, he walked the halls of the government nexus as confidently as if he had not just stopped the heart of the First Minister with untraceable poison supplied to him by that same hidden network. The way was now clear for a restructuring of the ruling party. They would insert a moderate in the First Minister's place, and with a few other subtle adjustments of the flow of influence, would release 1,000 Sibyls from involuntary service to the government's Bureau of Knowledge. He had done his job well, and he would be rewarded well, as the Sibyl's wisdom again flowed freely through the lives of his people. As he accepted the influential new post of Sub-Minister of Finance, that would be his just reward for this service. He closed his eyes, shutting out the memory of another man's death, feeling it fade into the brightness of the future, feeling everything fade. And he saw a woman cowering on the steps of a once great building below him where he stood. He was Haspa, wearing the crimson robes and the spined golden crown of the Sun King, and she wore the spined trefoil of a Sibyl. The crowd of faces surrounding her, looking somehow strangely, terrifyingly familiar, as if he were gazing down into the faces of his own ancestors, cried out for her death. And he raised his arm, the curving golden sacramental blade gleaming in the sunlight. He cringed in horror as he brought it down. But it was not to kill her, death to kill a Sibyl, but to lay open his own wrist, and before the gaping astonishment of the crowd, to mingle his own blood with the blood of a Sibyl, to become one himself, to end the madness of persecution, because he had made the journey to their sacred choosing place, seeking the truth, and he had heard the music of the spheres, and seen the unbearable brightness. He felt the mystery of the divine virus take hold of him as their blood flowed together, and he knew fear and awe as the darkness of night overtook the sun. And he was falling through destiny, vision after vision, until he lost all sense of identity, any proof that he had ever been an individual man in a structured reality he could call time, through centuries of hidden history into the future, feared and worshipped and persecuted and revered, a Sibyl offering the key to knowledge openly, intimately, blood to blood, a member of a once proud guild, forced into hiding by the secrets it bore, as it guarded its gift to humankind and forged a silent network of its own, a secret order underlying seeming chaos. And he was B.Z. Gundalinu, third son of a rigid technocrat father, survey member, police inspector, traitor, failed suicide. He had gone into the wilderness called World's End in search of his brothers, to save their lives, to salvage the family's honor, to salvage his own honor, or end his own life. There he had found Fire Lake, and in the grip of its tortured reality, he had lost all proof of his own reality, had been taken for a lover by a madwoman, a woman driven insane by the Sibyl virus. In the heat of lust she had infected him, and he had become a Sibyl, and it had driven him sane. He had discovered at last the secret order at the heart of the chaos called Fire Lake, and he had brought his brothers back and given the secret of Fire Lake to the hegemony. They had made him a hero and honored him, and respected him, and kidnapped and imprisoned him, and shown him the truth within truth. Like he's gone into transfer, for God's sakes! Someone shook him, not gently, driving the words through his darkness like lines of coherent light. What? How? That's never happened. Someone else peeled back his eyelid, letting in light. Let it go again. Got no control, only been a Sibyl for a few weeks. No real training either. Their voices echoed blindingly across the spectrum, making his eyes tear, yet so impossibly distant that they seemed unreachable. No formal training? It's a miracle he functions at all. He is a Karamogi. A snort of laughter. He's a failed suicide, too, which meant he was better off dead by your count, until he discovered star-drive plasma in Fire Lake.
Neither of those things has a peewit to do with why he's here, or why he's a hero of the hegemony either, probably." The words were clearer now, sliding down the spectrum from light to sound, growing easier to comprehend, closer to his center. "Kindly keep your low-born snideries to a— Quiet! Remember where you are, for God's sakes, and what we're here for. We haven't got all night. How can we get him out of transfer?" "We can't. Once the net's got him, he's gone." "This wasn't supposed to happen." "Where did it send him? What if he can't pull out of it?" "By the Iran, don't even say it." "There's got to be a way to reach him. Use the light pencil. Maybe if you really burn him, threaten his life, the net will let him go." "That won't—" Gandalinu drew in a shuddering breath and squeezed the words out. "Won't be necessary." He forced his eyes open, was blinded for his efforts, and shut them again with a curse, turning his face away from the light. Someone's arm slid under his shoulders, raising him up carefully until he was almost sitting. Someone else held a cup to his lips. He drank. It was Bandro. The strong, raw flavor of the spices and stimulant made his mouth burn. He opened his eyes again, blinking in the glare, and lifted his hands as he suddenly realized that he could, that he was sitting unaided, freed from his bonds. The circle of faceless inquisitors still ringed him, at the limits of the light that shone down on him alone. He shook his head, rubbing his eyes, not entirely certain now whether this reality was any more real than the ones he had just inhabited these past minutes. Hours? He had no idea how long he had been lost. He was thirsty, and he needed to urinate, but that could be nerves, or the drugs they had used on him. He pulled his robe together, covering himself, and fastened the clasp almost defiantly. "Welcome home, Gandalinu," one of the figures said solemnly. Gandalinu found himself searching for a hand that held a mug of Bandro, anything that would distinguish any one of them from another. But even the mug had vanished. "Have I been away?" he asked tightly, his voice rasping. "You can answer that for yourself," another figure said. "I trust your journey was enlightening?" "Very," he answered, using the single word like a knife. "Then you understand who we are, and what you have become now?" He looked from one flaming, featureless face to another, and shook his head. "No," he muttered, refusing to give them anything, his anger and indignation still fresh and hot inside him. "Don't lie to us!" One of the figures stepped toward him, with the light pencil appearing suddenly in its hand. Gandalinu flinched back involuntarily. "Don't ever underestimate the seriousness of our resolve, or of your situation. If we are not certain, now or ever, that you are with us, then you are against us, and you will pay. Sybil or not, it is simple necessity. The group must survive. You saw how easily we brought you here? Nothing escapes us. Do you understand?" Gandalinu nodded silently. "You went into transfer during the interface. Was that intentional? Where did you go?" "It wasn't intentional," he said. He looked down at the reassuring familiarity of his own hands, the skin smooth and brown, scattered with pale freckles. "I wasn't aware that you hadn't done it to me yourself. I don't know where I was. I was history." He shrugged, turning his palms up. "You experienced an overview of the origins of the Sybil network and its ties to historical survey." "Yes." He looked up again, facing the flaming darkness of the face before him. "I was Ilmarin." The archaic name felt strangely alien on his tongue. "Ilmarin," someone muttered, and was waved silent. "I see," his questioner murmured, but he sensed from the tone that he had not made the anticipated response. "I understand now," he pushed on, before they could lay any more questions in front of him like pressure-sensitive mines, the link between Survey and the Sybils. His mind spun giddy for a moment as the full implications hit him. If it was all true, and somehow he was sure that it was, then it is true that there are higher orders within Survey, inner circles hidden even from our own members? Now at least you're asking the right questions, the questioner said. Gundalinu let his feet slide off the edge of the table so that he was sitting more comfortably, more like an equal. He did not attempt to put a foot on the floor, actually challenging their territory. I have another question that may not be the one you want me to ask. Why? Why are you still necessary? Sibyls are no longer persecuted, except on Tiamat. His questioner shrugged. In all times and places there are socio-historical developments which threaten to impede or even destroy humanity's progress. Even before the Sibyls, Survey was dedicated to helping humanity grow, to giving our people space, both physical and mental. It has always been that way. It always will be. We are dedicated to doing the greatest good for the most people, wherever possible, as unobtrusively as possible. Gundalinu rubbed his arms inside the sleeves of his robe. But you'd kill me just like that if I oppose you? The questioner chuckled. The distorted sound was like water going down a drain. I don't think that will be necessary, Commander Gundalinu. The light shining down on him went out, leaving him in sudden darkness, ringed by glowing holes that sucked his vision into the night. Black gates opening on countless otherwheres or endless nightmare, myriad lights like the stars of an alien sky. He sat motionless, hypnotized, seeing ancient star fields through the eyes of ancient Ilmarinen, the ghost-haunted hell-shine of Fire Lake. And then, one by one, the lights began to go out, until the darkness surrounding him was complete. Abruptly there was light again, all around him this time, letting him see at last the room in which he was held prisoner. Whitewashed, windowless, lined with portable carriers which could have held anything, or nothing, and the 3 men who remained in the room with him. He had counted nearly a dozen figures before. He wondered where the others had disappeared to so quickly. He fixed his gaze on the 3 who remained, realizing with a start of disbelief that he knew them all. 2 were Karamagis. Estvaret, the hegemonic Chief Justice, and Sivan, Chief Inspector of the hegemonic police force, on number 4. The first questioner was Yongoro, the Governor-General of the planet. He barely controlled the reflex that would have had the man he was before Fire Lake down off the table, delivering a rigid salute before he had taken another breath. Instead he looked behind him, pointedly, at the restraints that had held him down. He looked at the men again, forcing himself to remember all he had learned and endured and become in the past months. Forcing himself to remember that he himself was now a commander of police, and though he had no assigned command, outranked 2 of the 3 men in the room with him. He nodded to each man in turn, an acknowledgment between equals. "Gentlemen," he said, "it's a pleasure to see you again." His voice was steady, his mouth curved up of its own accord into an ironic smile, especially as a stranger far from home. "The universe is home to us all." The Chief Justice, the one man who outranked him in the outside world, made the response with a smile that looked genuine. "You're a little hard on strangers," Gundalinu said, and saw Sivan glance away. He got down from the table at last, feeling muscles pull painfully in his stiffened side. His relief and exhaustion left him weak. He supported himself unobtrusively against the cold metal edge of the table. "I'm sorry, Commander," Estvaret said, "but it is always done this way. It is imperative that we impress upon new initiates both the seriousness of this induction and its grave importance to their own lives. A certain amount of fear serves the purpose." The Chief Justice was a tall, lean man, the tight curls of his hair graying. He had a slow, almost languid way of speaking that put others instinctively at ease. Gandalinu felt the iron in his smile turn to rue. My nurse told me when I was a boy that one day when she was a child, a winged click lizard appeared on the windowsill of her parents' house. Her people considered it to be a blessing on the house. When she pointed it out to her father, he knocked her across the room. He told her afterward that an important event should always be marked by pain, so that you would remember it. But she said that she was not sure now whether she remembered the lizard because of the slap, or the slap because of the lizard. He heard a barely restrained chuckle from the Governor-General. Estvaret quirked his mouth. I think you have a career ahead of you as a public speaker, Gandalinu. What made you decide all at once that I was material for the inner circles of survey? Estvaret reached into his uniform robes and pulled something out. Gandalinu started as his eyes registered what the other men held up for his perusal. 2 overlaid crosses, forming an 8-pointed star within a circle. The hegemonic seal he had seen reproduced on every official government document and piece of equipment, down to the buckle of his uniform belt, but transformed here into a shimmering miracle of hologramic fire. I'm to be given the Order of Light, he murmured, stunned, but he realized not particularly surprised. He had a sudden memory of the wilderness, of the fiery gem called a solii held out to him in the slender-fingered hand of a madwoman. He shook his head slightly, clearing it. Estvaret nodded. For conspicuous courage and utter sacrifice, you are being made a hero of the hegemony. You won't be informed, officially, of the honor for about another week. Congratulations, Commander Gandalinu. This award is usually given posthumously. Gandalinu wondered whether there was actually irony in Estvaret's voice. I'm honored. He shook his head again, in awe, not in denial, as Estvaret placed the medal in his hand, letting him prove its reality. You've shown yourself worthy of the honor, Gandalinu, Sivan said. The scars of the past have been erased by your discovery of the star drive. Estvaret turned, frowning, to silence Sivan with a look. The Governor-General coughed and flexed his hands. Yes, Estvaret said brusquely. You have been chosen to join the inner circles because of the discovery you made at Fire Lake, and all that it implies. And I don't mean awards or honors or any other superfluous symbolism. I mean the real, raw courage, and the intelligence, obviously, required of anyone who could survive World's End and come out of it not only alive and sane, but with the truth about it. The past is meaningless now, because you've changed the future for all of us, as well as for yourself. I don't have to tell you that. Gandalinu passed back the medal without responding. He folded his hands in front of him, feeling surreptitiously for the marks on the inside of his wrists, the brand of a failed suicide that he had had removed at last after his return from World's End. And because, instead of holding your knowledge for ransom, you gave it freely to the hegemony. The Chief Justice's eyes searched his face. Gandalinu, the petty prejudices and the narrow-minded cultural biases of nations or worlds have no place in our organization. We serve the side of order against the chaos that always threatens. I sense that you share that vision, and you have proven that you have the capacity to make a genuine difference. Gandalinu hesitated, studying the other man's face in turn, with eyes that had judged a lot of liars and knew they were too often indistinguishable from honest human beings. But there was no hidden revulsion in this man's eyes for what he had done to himself in what seemed now like a former life. The Chief Justice was not simply the most powerful man in the hegemonic government on 4.
He was a tech, a member of the highest level of society on Karamov, their mutual homeworld. He could not have suppressed his response, would not have bothered to, unless what he said was true. Gundalinu had always had a sense that Estvaret was a man who deserved his position, a man of uncommon integrity, but now he actually believed it. "Yes," he said at last, "that is what I feel, too." His ordeal at Fire Lake had taught him many hard truths, but the hardest of them all was the bitter knowledge that what he had believed all his life, what being a tech on Karamov had always let him believe, about himself as the ultimate controlling force in his life, was a laughable lie. He controlled nothing in the pattern of the greater universe. And yet that utter negation of his arrogant self-importance, which had made him blame himself for circumstances beyond his control, which had made him believe he was better off dead, had in the end freed him. He had witnessed the precarious balance between order and chaos in the universe, and realized that as a free man he could make his own choices, that he was only himself, and not his family's honor or his ancestors' expectations. He had decided then that he and he alone controlled one thing, and that was how he chose to live his life. He had chosen to work for order and against chaos, to do the greater good, even in defiance of the laws of the hegemony, if those laws were unjust. "How did you know?" he murmured. "Your actions spoke for you." Gundalinu sighed, like a man who had finally arrived home, feeling the tension flow out of him, tension that had become so profoundly a part of him that he could hardly believe it had gone. "Thank you," he said, feeling his throat close over the words, "for showing me that I'm not alone." The Chief Justice smiled and held up a hand. Gundalinu raised his own hand, pressed it palm to palm in a pledge and a greeting. Somberly the other men touched hands with him. Gundalinu brought his hand up to his mouth to cover a sudden yawn. Without tension driving him forward, fatigue was gaining on him, threatening to drag him down. "Gentlemen, this has been truly unforgettable. I am grateful for all you've shown me. But it must be close to dawn, and I'm expected to be coherent and vertical for a charity breakfast in my honor given by the Wendrow brethren." Irony pricked him, not for the first time, as he glanced at the Chief Inspector and the Governor-General. "Forgive me, but I am exhausted." "Of course," the Chief Justice nodded. "But before you leave us, I must tell you two things. One is, of course, that you must not speak of this to anyone. You know the three of us now for what we are. You will meet others in time, and be taught the ritual disciplines, and also certain restricted information, as you rise through the inner levels. But more importantly, before you go, there is one thing known only to the inner circles, that we must share with you immediately, for the sake of the hegemony's security." Gundalinu forced his weary, restive body to stay still. "What is it?" "You hold vital information about the nature of the star drive plasma and Fire Lake. That information must be transmitted to Karamov immediately. They need lead time in fitting a fleet of ships. They must be ready to maintain order, because once the star drive gets out, everyone in all the 8 worlds will have the technology and the freedom to world hop almost instantaneously, without the time lags we now face. I'm sure you've already considered the tremendous change that will create in our interplanetary relations." "You want Karamov to maintain its control of the hegemony, then?" Gundalinu asked. "I'm a Karamogi, and I love my people, but I thought I understood that Survey does not play favorites." Estvaret nodded. "But we do play politics, as we said. We try to achieve the result that brings about the most good for the most people.
Only the established hegemonic government can effectively control access to the star drive and keep the technology from spreading like a disease, causing political chaos and interstellar war. Because it will spread. He looked down. By ordinary means, it would take several years for even the news of your discovery to reach any other world of the hegemony, including Karamov. But you, as a Sibyl, have the means to change that. How? Gundolino asked, his hand searching for the trefoil symbol on its chain, which he was not wearing. If no one on Karamov even suspects this discovery, they can't ask the right questions so that I can give them the answers. And yet, in the back of his mind, he realized that he had done something very like it when he had been lost in World's End. He had called Moon Dawntreader, and she had come to him. There is a way. There always has been, but we have kept it to ourselves. I will give you the name of one of our members, a Sibyl on Karamov. With the special transfer sequence we will teach you, you will be able to open a port to this person directly. Gundolino made a sound that was not quite a laugh. This is incredible. A means of instantaneous, faster-than-light communication? Why haven't you shared this? Because if we are to keep faith with the trust of our ancestors, we must have our secrets. Keep our edge. Estvarit shrugged. Now listen to me, and listen well. Around them the lighting in the room dimmed and brightened again. Damnation! Estvarit murmured. Abruptly the lights went out, smothering them all in pitch blackness. Ye gods, not again! The thought formed inside the blackness behind Gundolino's eyes. Someone's hand seized him by the shoulders, pulling him around with desperate urgency. This way! He recognized the voice of the Governor-General. He let himself be led, fumbling but obedient, across the room and through what felt like a hole in the night. A change in deflected sound, in the quality of the air. He bumped up against a wall, 2 steps farther on. Follow the tunnel up, the Governor-General murmured. Don't worry. Don't ask questions. Everything is all right. Just get out. Come to the Foursgate meeting hall tomorrow evening. We'll be in touch. And then he was alone, closed in. Sure of it, even though he could see nothing. He stretched out his right hand, keeping his left firmly against the wall, fighting a sinking uncertainty for the second time in one night. He found the hard, slick surface of the narrow hallway's other wall, less than an arm's length away. He began to feel his way along it, moving slowly, testing every step. The tunnel led him steadily upward, the air seeming to grow deader and more oppressive as he traveled, until at last he collided with a flat surface. The darkness suddenly made material. But before panic could take hold of him, the surface gave under his pressure, releasing him into sudden daylight and fresh air. He stumbled out into the street, and the door slipped shut behind him, merging into the surface of the wall, until by the time he turned around he could not have said where it was. He stood staring at the wall for a long moment, breathing deeply, befuddled by the light and the chill, damp air. He turned away again at last, taking in his surroundings and his predicament. He was still in Foursgate, but in the old quarter. Under his bare feet was a narrow stretch of moisture-slick pavement, all that separated the shuttered, silent warehouses from the cold, lapping water of a canal, one of the myriad canals winding through the ancient Duroplace buildings and out to the sea. He could smell the sea, even though its sharp, fresh scent was wrapped in the reek of stagnant water and rotting wood and other, even less appetizing odors. The air around him was filled with moisture, as it always was, fog lying like a shroud over the old quarter, a fine, incessant drizzle wetting his face. The mottled grey of building walls faded into the wall of fog in either direction within a few meters of where he stood. The fog lay on the surface of the canal until the two became one in his vision, as seamlessly as the door had disappeared into the illusory solidness of the wall behind him. Somewhere in the distance he heard tower chimes begin a sonorous melody, their voices muffled and surreal. It must be barely dawn, and no one else seemed to be up and moving, even here. He leaned against the building side, too weary not to, pulling his robe tighter around him as he began to shiver. He was all alone, wet, cold, half-naked and lost, without even the credit necessary to hire an air taxi to take him home. The events of the past hour suddenly seemed like an insane dream. But the fact that he was standing here proved their reality. One thing he was not, certifiably, was a sleepwalker. "What the hell is going on here?" he demanded of the walls, heard his own words flung back at him. Why that unexpected, unceremonious exit from the depths of a hidden room? Was this supposed to be one final test? Proving himself worthy by making his way home in the rain, creditless and barefoot? He let out a short bark of laughter, sharp with anger and exasperation. But even as he thought it, he knew he did not believe that. Something unexpected had happened in there, and not just to him. Were there others trying to get at Survey's secrets? Or were the inner circles of Survey not the haven of order and reason they seemed to be? He shook his head, too exhausted to work it out, or even to feel much concern about it. They would be in touch. Then he would have his answers. "Very, sir?" a deep voice called out, resonating eerily off the walls around him. He looked up, felt water drip into his eyes from his hair. A shallow, high-prowed canal boat was soundlessly nosing its pointed bow in toward the small wooden dock almost below him. The man standing in its stern pulled it closer with motions that looked effortless, but probably were not. The boatman wore the shapeless, hooded grey cape they all seemed to wear. "To keep 'em from moulding," his sergeant had remarked once. "Where to, sir?" Gandalinu moved forward to the edge of the dock, looking down into the boat. Its outer hull was a silvery grey that made it one with the water surface, the fog, the stones of the quay. But its interior, its single, flat, wide seat, the elaborate carving on its prow, were decorated in strident, eye-stunning colors, alive with intricate geometric designs that had been patiently painted by hand. He looked up again, trying to see the man's face. Most of it was shadowed by the sodden grey hood, but he could see that the boatman was a local, by the golden cast of his skin, the dark eyes with a slight epicanthic fold. "Sir?" the boatman said patiently, gesturing him forward. Gandalinu hesitated, realizing how absurd he looked, and trying not to think about it. "I need to get back to the upper city, but I haven't any money." The boatman chuckled. "Nor anything to keep it in, either, even." Gandalinu smiled wearily and shrugged. "Thanks, anyway." He began to turn away, ready to start walking. "Well, I'll take you up for the company, then," the boatman said. "Business is slow before dawn, and you look to be a stranger far from home." Gandalinu turned back, so quickly that he almost slipped on the slick pavement. Moving more cautiously, he climbed down into the boat and settled himself on the seat. He turned to look up again at the man standing behind him. It was no one he knew, he was certain of that. "The universe is home to us all," he murmured the traditional response, still watching the other man's face. "So it is," the boatman said noncommittally, looking away again as he pushed off from the pier. He propelled the boat on up the canal with brisk, sure motions of his pole. After a time he ventured, "Must have been quite a night, sir." "Yes, it was," Gundalinu said. "It certainly was that." He watched the buildings drift past like fragments of dreams, made rootless by the fog, as if they were moving and the boat was motionless. "A young lady, sir. Perhaps then an unexpected husband?" Gundalinu glanced back at him and shook his head, smiling. "No." "Too much to dream, then?" "What?" He broke off, remembering. To the locals, that meant drugs. And yet, when he thought about it, it made more genuine sense than anything he could have said himself about what he had experienced tonight. "Yes, I suppose so." That answer seemed to satisfy the boatman, and he fell silent. Gundalinu kept his own silence, his numb, shivering body hunched over itself, aching for permission to go to sleep sitting upright. But his mind refused to let go, fixating on one thing, the final thing out of all he had learned. He could communicate with another Sybil. What had happened to him at Fire Lake was not a fluke. All he needed was to know that Sybil's name. And he knew her name, her face, her body, her world. The fog seemed to whiten like fields of snow. Moon. "Here we are, sir." He started awake, looked up, realizing that he had nodded off, that they had arrived at the memorial arch that marked the boundary between the upper and lower sections of Foursgate, between street and canal, land and sea. Here he could find transportation that would accept a credit number, or would at least take him to his own door and wait while he fetched his card to pay for the ride. The boat bumped adroitly against the pylons of the dock. The boatman held the craft steady as Gundalinu got to his feet. "I don't know how to thank you," he began, but the boatman shook his head. "No need, sir. Only take some free advice, then, from one who knows this world. Watch out for the ones who did that to you. They'll fill your mind up with too many of their dreams until you can't think clearly any more. What they sell you isn't all true, and it isn't all harmless. Be on your guard when you mix in those circles." He held out his hand, stood waiting to help Gundalinu make the unsteady step across onto solid ground. "Yes," Gundalinu murmured uncertainly. "Yes, I will." He took the proffered hand, felt an unmistakable, hidden pattern in the brush of the boatman's fingers. He returned it, and felt the grip tighten warmly over his own before he stepped onto the pier. "Blessed be, sir," the boatman said. "It's a privilege I don't have every day, giving a ride to a famous person like yourself." He pushed away from the dock. "Wait!" Gundalinu looked up, gesturing the boatman back. The boatman raised his own hand in a farewell salute as his boat drifted on into the mist. Gundalinu stood silently, gazing after him until he was lost from sight. Ondinee, Razuma. Cadelian Nibiru leaned against the warm side of the hovercraft, breathing in the parched, spice-scented air of the marketplace, taking in the color-splashed scene with mixed emotions as he waited for Reed Kalervo's return. He glanced diagonally across the street at a mud-brick wall, topped by iron spikes. From behind its heavy wooden gate he could hear the unmistakable screams of someone in serious pain. The someone in question was not Reed, which meant that the visit was proceeding as planned. The local dealer behind that gate had been cutting Reed's product with inferior drugs, or so he'd heard. When he was in one of his moods, Reed liked to set matters straight personally. and he'd been in one of his moods today, when he'd kicked Cadalian out of bed at dawn, calling him a lazy son of a bitch. Damn him! Cadalian took a deep breath. At least it had gotten them out of the citadel for the day. Humbaba didn't like it when Reed did his own dirty work. But then Reed didn't care, and even Humbaba seemed powerless to stop him. It seemed impossible that it had been less than 3 years, in subjective time, since he had gone to work for Reed Kalervo, since he had, more accurately, come under Reed's thumb. He felt as though he had been Kalervo's private property forever, even though he still remembered as vividly as if it were yesterday, the day he had come to work for Humbaba's cartel. Like a near-fatal wound, it was not something he was ever likely to forget. That day when he had finally admitted to himself that Reed Kalervo's power and influence were actually as great as Reed had claimed. That Cadalian Nimburu had become a non-person, who would starve to death on the streets of Razuma's port town before anyone would hire him for any job whatsoever, because Reed had put out the word that he was spoken for. With the prajna impounded for docking fees, and the red debit figure on his non-functional credit card showing larger each day, he had finally swallowed his pride and sold himself, and a willing Ananke, into this golden servitude. He sighed, pushing the memory back into a closet in his mind, where he sometimes managed to keep it forgotten for days at a time. He had to admit, in spite of everything, that there were worse jobs, worse positions he could be in. He could be the dealer, getting the shit kicked out of him behind that wall across the street, for instance. He inched farther into the hovercraft's shade. The heat made him dizzy. The sweat on his skin dried almost instantly, but even that wasn't enough to make him feel cool. At least the heat was predictable. Razuma was as close as he had come to a home in a long time, and he was glad enough to be back in town after their latest trip off-world. His travels with Reed were neither as frequent nor, as far as he could tell, as hazardous to his health as his former solar runs. So far they had been off-world twice in the time he had worked for Reed, and the job paid a hell of a lot better, just as Reed had promised him. But the fact that he never knew what the trips were for, was never given even a clue about what Reed wanted or got out of those journeys, preyed on his nerves in a different sort of way, just as being stuck on Ondinee for the majority of his time, playing glorified chauffeur to a manic depressive, did. On the other hand, he discovered that working for Reed had a built-in cachet that protected him from the locals' harassment, while it gave him access to places and pleasures he'd never dreamed this planet possessed. The world was a big place, and not all of Ondinee was like Razuma. Reed had taken them along to a mountain resort with views he would never forget, to a city on South Island, where the sea was as warm as bath water and the color of aquamarines. And then there had been the orbital habitat, with some of the best gaming simulators he had ever encountered. Cadalian remembered watching Reed play the games one night. It had been like watching free-fall ballet, the way Reed's perfect reflexes and brilliant mind had made winning seem completely effortless. Reed had given them unlimited player credit, and their losses had almost offset the amount he had won himself. But afterwards Reed had been in a foul mood, as if he'd lost instead of won, or as if, when you never lost a game, winning might as well be losing. And on the other hand, most of what they saw was still Two O'Neill's thorn forest and citadels, or the streets of Razuma. Cadalian searched the crowds for Ananke, who had wandered off into the square, trying to take his mind off circumstances. He spotted him, surrounded as usual by a squad of street urchins. They shrieked and trilled approval as Ananke juggled anything within reach. contorted his body with an acrobat's absurd grace, and sang nonsense songs. He had taken to wearing a specially fitted leather glove on one foot, instead of his usual sandal. It was a spacer's trick, freeing one foot for use in low-gravity environments. On most of the spacers, Cadelian had known it was only an affectation. But Ananke's physical dexterity made the boast genuine. Even in normal gravity, he sometimes seemed to have 3 hands. Cadelian watched him with mildly envious admiration. He saw some of the adults who invariably gathered around toss out coins. Ananke left them lying in the dust for the children to pick up. They all knew that he worked for the off-worlders. The money, and his disdain for it, were the proof of his prestige. Cadelian shook his head, smiling briefly. He reached into a pocket and took out his husk ball, tossing it back and forth from hand to hand. Ananke had proved to be quick and flexible, mentally as well as physically, just as he had promised. And knowing that his skill was recognized and appreciated had only made him work harder. Once they'd gotten past the fear that Reed would kill them one day on a whim, he had grown more comfortable with their new employment than Cadelian would ever feel. Ananke had gone from abject terror directly to a kind of blissful hero worship that was probably a hell of a lot more dangerous. Fortunately, his naive fascination with Reed's volatile mood swings seemed to amuse Reed more than annoy him. This was the kid's home world, and having Reed's protection covering him seemed to free him of some of his dislike for living on it. Cadelian's smile faded, and he sighed again, thinking nostalgically on the false comfort of youth. He straightened away from the hovercraft as his eye caught motion at the distant gate. Reed came out of it, slamming it behind him, and strode through the crowd in the square as if they didn't exist. They flowed out of his path as obligingly as water. Cadelian watched him come, seeing red stains on his clothes and black satisfaction in his eyes. Cadelian felt all expression drain out of his own face. He looked away, calling, "Ananke?" Ananke turned, catching a handful of various fruits as they fell from the air. His own grin disappeared. He waded obediently through the belt-level protests of the children, tossing the fruit to them as he walked back toward the hovercraft. Reed reached it first, and nodded at Cadelian with a grunt that meant he was pleased with himself. He leaned against the craft's door, cracking his knuckles. "Feel better now?" Cadelian said, and regretted it instantly, sounding even to himself like a man chiding a child. Reed looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "Much," he said. "Do you mind?" Cadelian grimaced. "Better him than me, I suppose." Reed laughed. "Damn right. Don't sulk, Naburu. Oza will be crawling around on all fours by tomorrow, and he'll never, ever fuck with my product again." He shrugged, loosening the muscles in his shoulders, and pulled at his ear. "Ananke!" Cadelian shouted again, an excuse to look away, an excuse to raise his voice. He saw with some annoyance that Ananke had gotten sidetracked into an argument with a group of boys who had begun tossing something cat-sized back and forth in imitation of his juggling. Cadelian recognized the shrilling of a quoll in distress, heard Ananke's voice rise above the general laughter as he tried to catch the animal they were throwing like a ball across farther and farther stretches of air. They angled across the square, drawing him away from the hovercraft. Reed's head swung around as the animal began to shriek in terror or pain. He stood motionless, watching the scene, muttered something to himself about being a stupid asshole. "Ananke!" Cadelian shouted again, feeling his stomach knot with disgust, not sure whether it was the scene in the street or Reed's reaction to it that angered him more. "You bastard!" he muttered, looking back at Reed before he started out into the square himself, just as one of the boys shouted, "Catch this, juggler!" and pitched the wailing quoll into the air in a long arc. Ananke ran and leaped after it. Futilely, crashed into the low ceraloy wall that rimmed the neighborhood cistern. Ananke barely kept himself from falling in as the quoll flew over his head, down into the depths of the spring-fed tank. Cadelian stopped moving as he saw the quoll go into the cistern. Ananke hung motionless over the wall, staring down into the tank like a stunned gargoyle. Someone pushed past Cadelian, jarring him. He saw Reed run out across the square to the cistern. Reed climbed onto the wall, stood looking down into the depths for a heartbeat, and then jumped. "Edu!" Cadelian gasped. He began to run. Ananke was still hanging over the cistern's rim, staring down into the well in disbelief as Cadelian reached his side. Cadelian peered over the rim, just able to see down to where the water surface lay in the deep shadows below. He blinked the sunlight out of his eyes, heard splashing and panic-stricken squealing echo up the steep, seamless walls. He saw Reed in the water far below, struggling to get a hold of the floundering creature. At last, Reed clamped it in both hands and shoved it inside his shirt, kicking his way toward the steps that spiraled down the cistern's interior. Women and girls with water jugs balanced on their heads stood gaping as he hauled himself up out of the water onto the platform where they had gathered. They backed away as he staggered to his feet and started the long climb up the steps. Cadelian and Ananke watched him come, with the animal held against him, still struggling futilely. Reed reached the street level at last, his eyes searching the crowd. Cadelian hurried forward, with Ananke trailing behind him. "Reed!" Reed turned at his voice, waited at the top of the stairs until they reached him. He wasn't even breathing hard, Cadelian noticed. Reed had more physical stamina than any 3 men. But water streamed from his hair and clothing. His arms and chest oozed red from the scratches and bites the frantic quoll had inflicted on him in its struggles. "Bishada!" Ananke cried, grinning with awe and gratitude. "You saved it!" Reed read the expression on the boy's face, and his own face twisted. "No, you saved the fucking thing," he said. He reached into his shirt and dragged the animal out, slung it at Ananke. "Here. You know the rule by now. You save it, it belongs to you. It's your responsibility, not mine." Ananke took it into his arms gingerly, keeping its long, rodentine teeth away from contact with his hands, protected by the layers of his robes as he held it against his chest, murmuring softly to it. He glanced up at Reed again, for long enough to murmur, "Thank you." But Reed's attention was somewhere else already. He moved away from them abruptly, shoving past a couple of locals to pick someone out of the crowd of curiosity-seekers. He caught the boy by his robes and dragged him forward, pitched him over the cistern's rim almost before the boy had time to scream in protest. Cadelian heard the boy scream as he went in, and heard the splash as he hit the water far below. The motion had happened almost too fast for him to recognize the victim as one of the quoll's tormentors, the one who had thrown it into the cistern. Reed came back to them, not looking right or left now, his face expressionless as he glanced at the quoll. It had stopped struggling and was burrowing into the folds of Ananke's sleeve, making anxious oinking sounds, almost as if it were trying to become a part of his body. Ananke stroked its bedraggled fur as gently as if he were touching velvet. Reed moved on past them, the motion signaling them to follow. "Reed," Cadelian said, catching up to him with an effort. "Drop it," Reed said, and the words were deadly. "Are we going back to the Citadel?" Cadelian finished, as if that were what he had intended to ask. "No." Reed looked away, looked down at himself and grimaced, shrugged, looked away again. "I have other business to tend to. Drop me in Temple Square. Take the evening off. I'll call you when I'm through." "You'd better tend those bites," Cadelian said. "The gods only know what that quoll—" Reed looked down at him, his irritation showing. "Don't worry about me, Nibiru," he said sourly. "I'm not worth it." "Just worrying about my job," Cadelian muttered, trying to bury his unintentional display of concern as rapidly as possible. "I thought you hated this job," Reed snapped. "I do," Cadelian snapped back. Reed laughed, one of the unexpectedly normal laughs that always took Cadelian by surprise. "If I die, I've left you everything I own in my will." Cadelian snorted. "Gods help me," he murmured, half afraid it might even be true. He unsealed the doors of the hovercraft. Reed grinned, climbing into the rear as the doors rose. He sat down heavily, obliviously, his clothes saturating the expensive upholstery of the seat with pink-tinged water. Cadelian got in behind the controls. Ananke climbed in beside him. Ananke was still carrying the quoll, who had buried itself in his robes, until all that was visible was its head pressed flat against his neck, sheltered beneath his chin. It still made a constant burbling song, as if it sought a reassurance that did not exist in the real world. Ananke clucked softly with his tongue, and stroked it with slow hands. He glanced up as he felt Cadelian's eyes on him. His own eyes were full of an emotion Cadelian had never seen in them before, and then they were full of uncertainty. Cadelian smiled and nodded. "Just don't let it shit all over everything, all right?" He took them up, rising over the heads of the street-bound crowd, and higher still, until even the flat rooftops were looking up at them. He could see the pyramidal peaks of half a dozen temples rising above the city's profile. He headed for the one that he knew Reed meant, the one near the starport that the local police had driven them into one fateful night. He tried not to think about that night, without much success. He brought the flyer down again, settling without incident into an unobtrusive cul-de-sac near the club where they had all first met. The survey hall still occupied the address above its hidden entrance. Reed often came to this neighborhood, although what he did here was as obscure to Cadelian as most of his activities were. Reed got out again, saying only, "Do what you want, I'll call you, but it won't be soon." Cadelian nodded, and watched him move off down the street with the casual arrogance of a carnivore. Reminded of other animals, he turned to look at Ananke, at the quoll lying against Ananke's chest like a baby in folds of cloth, only muttering to itself occasionally now. "How did you do that?" he asked. Ananke shrugged, stroking its prominent bulge of nose with a finger. "Quolls are very quiet, really. You just have to let them be." The quoll regarded him with one bright black eye and blinked. Cadelian half smiled. "You could say the same about humans." "But it wouldn't be true." Cadelian's smile widened. "No, I guess not." He glanced away down the street. Reed had stopped at a jewelry vendor's cart near the corner of the alley. "I want to go to the fruit cellar." Cadelian popped his door. "Go ahead. You heard the boss. Do what you want." "You're the boss, Cadelian." Ananke grinned fleetingly, his white teeth flashing. Cadelian shook his head, not really a denial. "Since when do you have an appetite for wholesome food?" Whenever they were in town, Ananke lived on kef rolls, bits of unidentifiable meat and other questionable ingredients, rolled in dough and fried in fat, all so highly spiced that pain seemed to be their only discernible flavor. "Is the fruit seller young and pretty?" "Quolls only eat vegetables and fruit," Ananke said, glancing down. Cadelian shrugged and nodded, watching him get out and wander off in the direction of the square, passing Reed, who was haggling with the jewelry vendor. Cadelian had never seen Ananke show any real interest in either a woman or a man, and that was strange enough. The kid seemed to be pathologically shy, to the point of never letting anyone see him undressed, something which could get damned inconvenient in the crowded quarters of a small ship on an interstellar voyage. Maybe that explained his problem. Or maybe it was only another symptom of whatever the real problem was. He supposed it didn't really matter what Ananke's problem was, as long as he did his job and didn't go berserk. He stretched and got out of the hovercraft, securing the doors behind him. He thought about Ravian's club, remembered Shalfaz. He hadn't gone back there for a long time after what had happened to them that night. And when he had, it had been after 2 trips off-world with Reed. More than 9 years had passed at Ravian's, while only 2 had passed for him. Someone had told him that Shalfaz had retired. She'd gone into the somewhat more respectable profession of dye painting, decorating the hands of wealthy, daring young women with intricate designs for weddings and feast days. He was glad for her, but he missed her. And he sure as hell didn't miss the drinks or the atmosphere at Ravian's. Maybe he'd just go get himself some early dinner. He made his way around the rear of the craft, heading for the square. As he glanced back, checking it over a last time, his eye caught on something that lay glinting in the dust. He went back and picked it up. It was the white metal pendant set with a solii that Reed always wore. He called it his good luck charm. The quoll must have broken the chain in its struggles, and the pendant had fallen out of his clothes. Cadelian glanced down the street, saw Reed's back turn as he started away from the jewelry vendor's cart. "Reed!" he called, but Reed went on around the corner. Cadelian started after him down the narrow street, not even sure why, telling himself that handling Reed's lost charm made his own superstitions itch. He reached the corner, ignoring the jewelry seller's sing-song wheedling as he looked past the cart at the open square. After a moment his eyes found Reed in the crowd, as the flash of dangling crystals danced across the stark black of his vest back. Reed was not moving fast, which meant there was half a chance his own short legs might catch up with Reed's long ones. Cadelian pushed on, keeping to the edges of the unusually heavy crowds. The air reeked with incense. It must be some sort of feast day, for so many people to be out in the square. Damn the luck. But he was gaining on Reed, slowly, and he called out his name again. Reed glanced back, but Cadelian was hidden by the crowd. Reed went on again, walking faster. They were nearing the place where Ravian's club was located. For a brief moment, Cadelian wondered if he was headed there. He swore under his breath as he saw Reed turn off, suddenly, into a passageway between 2 of the buildings that ringed the square. He kept his eyes fixed on the spot until he reached it, and ducked into the same entrance, below a peeling archway. The shadowy access was so dark after the brightness of the square that he had to stop a moment, blinking until his eyes adjusted. There were ancient flagstones under his feet, featureless walls with no openings on either side of him, so close together that he could almost reach out and touch them. Reed was nowhere in sight. Cadelian went along the passage doggedly, unable to stop now until he had found out where Reed had gone. The passageway ended abruptly at a featureless metal door. He pushed on it. To his surprise, it let him in. The corridor beyond it was startlingly clean and modern.
Inset glow plates gave him dim but sufficient light as he moved along it, more confidently now, until he reached another set of doors. The door slid back at his approach, opening on a meeting room. He stopped dead as the people gathered there turned to stare at him. He stared back, taking in the glow of data screens around a torus-shaped table, the hologramic display at the table's core, the startling contrast among the faces seated around it or still standing together near the doorway. Half a dozen of them had ringed him in already, looking down at him with the eyes of death, before he had time to realize he had made a mistake that was probably fatal. "Are you a stranger far from home?" an ebony-skinned man wearing the robes of a high priest asked him. Cadelian glanced down at himself. "I guess it shows, then," he said, and smiled feebly. The smile faded as he watched weapons blossom like deadly flowers, and knew that he had not given them the right answer. "Kill him," a voice said from somewhere. "Reed," he said. "I'm looking for Reed," raising his voice in desperation. "Neburu!" Reed's face appeared suddenly like a vision among the faces of off-world drug bosses, local police, and church officials. Other faces he couldn't put any occupation to. Reed pushed into the center of the ring and caught him by the shirt front. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Reed's fist tightened. The exasperation on his face was as genuine as the anger. "I thought you'd want this." Cadelian held out the charm, keeping his voice barely under control. Reed snatched the charm from his hand and stared at it. "Gods," he muttered, like a man who had lost his soul. As he stuffed it into his pocket, Cadelian realized that 2 men and a woman, standing in the circle around him, were wearing the same pendant. One of the men was a drug boss named Sark. The woman was Reed's new wife, Humbaba's ex-wife, Mundlefair. "Reed?" someone demanded from behind him. "He's my man. He saw nothing. Right?" Reed's hand closed painfully over Cadelian's shoulder. "You saw nothing." Cadelian shook his head as Reed pushed him roughly backward through the barrier of bodies until they were both out in the hall. The door sealed shut behind them. "You saw nothing," Reed repeated, softly this time, looking down at him with something in his eyes that Cadelian almost imagined was compassion. "Never follow me again." He released his grip on Cadelian's shirt, turned his back on him, and disappeared through the doors, as if his pilot had ceased to exist. Cadelian stood a moment longer in the hall, before he had the strength to shake off the invisible hands that still seemed to hold him prisoner. He turned finally and went back along the hall, along the passageway, and out to the street. "What the hell was that all about?" Sark snarled, as Reed re-entered the meeting room alone. "This." Reed pulled the Solii pendant out of his pocket and held it up. The eyes of everyone in the room were on him now, but he made no further explanation. One by one they began to look away from his gaze, backing down. Sark frowned. "That was a stupid risk. I think we should—" "Don't think, Sark," Reed said. "Why spoil your perfect record?" Sark turned back, his face mottling with anger, and took a step toward Reed. "I speak for Cadelian." Mundlefair stepped quickly between them. "Reed, remember where you are." She held up a dark hand, palm open, in front of each of them, stepped back again in what seemed to be a single fluid motion. The 2 men eased off. "Cadelian Neburu has worked for Reed for years," she said, looking at Sark. "He saw nothing that he could have understood, and he is perfectly trustworthy. He will do what he is told, and he was told to forget it." She twitched a shoulder, half smiling. Sark grunted and shrugged, turned away as Mundlefair looked back at Reed. She was not wearing bells and veils now, never did here. She was dressed in the formless grey coveralls of a starport loader, her long midnight black hair pulled back in a pragmatic knot. A perfect disguise. Or maybe the woman back at Humbaba's citadel was really the disguise.
There was no trace of deference in her manner here, nothing but anger in the glance that flicked over him and found his behavior wanting. "Mundlefair," he said, his hand reaching for her almost unconsciously. "Sit down," she said, and turned her back before he could touch her. Her motion sent out ripples through the figures still standing. They followed her like a wake toward the meeting table. A few of them glanced back at him, at his wet clothes and the fresh scratches on his bare arms and throat, as they took their appointed places. Reed was the last to sit down, hanging back like a sullen child, or at least made to feel like one, when he sat down at last at Mundlefair's right hand. "Who has called this brotherhood to meeting here?" Erdaz, the priest, asked. He always led the questions, being the sort of pompous bastard who enjoyed repetitious ritual. Reed shut his eyes and leaned back in his seat as the drone of the recitation began. "Gods, get it over with." He fingered the beaten metal of the ear cuff he had bought from the street vendor, shifting impatiently in his seat. "I have." Reed recognized the voice of the next person in the circle, Alolerid, the trader, who in the outside world was a dutiful, successful businessman in the interstellar data storage trade. "I have." The voice of Mother Weary, one of the few women who had made it big in the drug trade. She headed a cartel that was still growing. She was nearly 80, and as vicious as fire scrub. "I have." The voice of Tolbioit, who appeared to be nothing more than a seller of herbal cures in a New Havenese botanery. "And who has called this brotherhood into being, and given us our duty, and shown us the power of knowledge?" the high priest intoned. "Mead." The progression of voices came inexorably toward him. "Ilmarinen," Burido said, next to him. Reed sat motionless, his eyes still shut, paralyzed by the vision of 3 faces out of memory, 3 impossible faces. Knowing that it was his turn to speak, but unable to. Burido reached across the empty seat between them to nudge his arm impatiently. Reed jerked, glaring back at him. "And Vanamoinen." Mundlefair finished the name for him. Her hand brushed his briefly, reassuringly. His own hand felt cold and clammy. He blinked, his eyes burning. He hated to say that name. He could never get it out of his mouth, when it came his turn to speak it. The other names were nothing but that one. "Ho, Smith," Mother Weary snorted. "Penis envy?" Reed glared at her across the table. "Eat it, you dried-up hag," he said. She cackled infuriatingly. They called him the Smith, for the same reason they sometimes called him the new Vanamoinen. Because if a project involved biotechnology, he was the best at inventing it, producing it, fixing it. He had heard often enough from the Brotherhood that only the old Empire's last recorded genius could have done it better, faster, or at all, in the case of the Water of Life, which he had failed so profoundly to recreate. Lately the title had become a mix of compliment and jibe, even though the real Vanamoinen had only been a skillful manipulator of the existing technology, and who had had the resources of an empire, plus the brilliant research data of millennia at his disposal. Something the Brotherhood would never be able to match, not limited to the 8 worlds of the hegemony. He hated being taunted with Vanamoinen's name, but that was not why it stuck in his throat. He looked down at himself, staring at the raw crystals glinting like rainbow-hazed stars against the black night of his vest. At his hands, his tattooed arms, the muscles of his body that he had used so recently, together with his superior mind and perfect reflexes, to beat the living crap out of a cheating small-time drug dealer. Vanamoinen! Vanamoinen! It caught in his throat, in his thoughts, like an obscene refrain, playing obsessively, when the real obscenity was here, in his... Reed stretched the fingers of his bruised hands and forced his mind to pay attention to what was going on around him. The drone of stale ritual was nearly finished.
the invocations that supposedly served to remind them all of the greater tradition to which their particular cabal belonged, and from which it drew its real power. Survey. "And dedicated to one thing for millennia," Erdaz intoned. "Survival," Burrito answered beside him, as the progression of questions and answers came around the table toward him again. "And what is the thing that binds us all?" Erdaz asked the last of the ritual rite questions. "Blood." Reed lifted his head, his mouth still half open to speak the response. Someone had appeared in the empty seat to his right, or something had. A shapeless, amorphous darkness, in which there might have been a human body, somehow twisted or deformed. Reed swore under his breath, drawing away instinctively from what suddenly inhabited the space beside him. The source. Wondering why, in the name of 1,000 hells, Than and Jacola had chosen to occupy that particular seat. "Beginning without me?" Jacola said. If an exhumed corpse could be forced to speak, that was the voice it would have. Reed almost thought he could smell a faint odor of putrescence leaking out of the blackness beside him. But he was probably imagining it. That thing beside him was only a hologramic projection, just like several of the 24 other brothers around the table, who, like Jacola, chose not to attend in person. It was rumored that Jacola had some wasting, incurable disease. It was also rumored that the darkness was all for psychological effect. The source could be anyone, do anything, as long as he held that secret. Reed had no idea at what level in the Brotherhood Jacola actually functioned, which meant that he was powerful enough to be extremely dangerous. "We begin at the agreed time," Mundlefair answered, making the response that no one else would make. "You requested this meeting." He grunted in acknowledgement, or disgust. That he hated women was the only thing anyone seemed to know for certain about him. Reed had never heard why, if there was a reason. He was not sure at what level Mundlefair's own influence ended, but she dared more against the source than most of the Brotherhood who gathered here dared. Sometimes he wondered if she antagonized Jacola, specifically because she knew what he thought of her. "I am in time for the real purpose of this meeting, then," Jacola said, increasing the level of insult a magnitude. "Brothers, news has come to me of something that we have only dreamed of. And in this company I don't say that lightly." There might have been a smile behind the words. Reed was sure it was mocking, not sure why. Jacola had the attention of everyone around the table now. "Someone has discovered a source of star drive plasma. Here in the hegemony, on number 4. Exclamations of disbelief and surprise filled Reed's ears, but his own incredulity drowned them all out. He sat motionless, accessing passively as Jacola fed data into all their units. The old empire had been able to exist in all its far-flung glory because it possessed a means of faster-than-light travel. The star-drive plasma was a form of smart matter, bioengineered to manipulate space-time, to permit time-like movement by a ship through space without paradox. When the old empire had fallen, the technology had been lost to many, possibly most, of its former worlds. None of the worlds that became the hegemony had possessed a viable star drive for a millennium or more, and even though popular wisdom held that the Sibylnet could answer any question, there were questions that it would not answer, including any concerning the process of recreating smart matter. There were those who said smart matter had caused the old empire's fall, that the net's creators had wanted to make sure it didn't happen again, by suppressing all data about it. The Sibylnet also refused to provide its users with a star map, for reasons no one clearly understood. As a result, it had become virtually impossible to locate other worlds of the former empire, whether you had a star drive or not. Karamov had found the 7 worlds of the hegemony by sending countless probes through their black gate, like notes in bottles. The Karamogis' obsessive archaeological work in old empire ruins had actually given them a key to the location of a former neighbor in interstellar space as well, one that was not absurdly distant in light years. They had sent out their fastest sublight ships, hoping to find star drive plasma still in existence there. The ships had gone out nearly a millennium ago, and the Karamogis believed they would return any day now, if star drive technology did still exist on that planet. Come the millennium, they said, like a prayer, meaning the day when they regained their freedom in the galaxy. He, for one, had never expected to see the day when the hegemony saw a single molecule of star drive plasma. But now the millennium had come, from a completely unexpected direction. One man, out in the formidable wasteland known as World's End, had discovered why the bizarre anomaly called Fire Lake had caused the phenomena that made World's End a real-time hell. The lake was actually star drive plasma run wild, from the remains of an old Empire freighter that had crash-landed there during the Empire's last days. Reed wondered what kind of man it was who had made that discovery. He knew the data on World's End, had studied all that was recorded about it in the Universal Access, because it had fascinated him. There had been details in the data that had seemed to mean something to him, but he hadn't been able to make his mind put it together. The visuals had haunted his dreams like succubi, calling him. He had wanted to go there, to see it for himself, to answer it. But the Brotherhood always had plans for him, and none of them included Fire Lake. Now someone had done what he had dreamed of doing, entered the heart of World's End, and actually discovered the secret that had defied centuries of study by the best minds in the hegemony. Now that he knew the answer, he saw with sudden, galling clarity that the answer had been obvious all along. But he hadn't asked the right questions. He felt a surge of something that was almost lust when he imagined meeting whoever possessed the mind that had. Reed glanced into the darkness beside him, looked away again, listening to the mutterings of excitement and concern spreading around the table. He covered his ears, absorbing the data feed again, trying to ignore the infuriating slowness of it. He hated this system, with its crude combination of inferior technologies. He had never seen a better system, but somehow he knew one existed somewhere, just as the star drive had. He pulled his mind back into the present at last, forcing himself to pay attention to the discussion that had been evolving around the table. "About what this could mean to our trade," someone said across the table. "It changes everything," Sark echoed, belaboring the obvious. "It doesn't mean shit if we don't have it," Mother Weary snapped, "and we don't have it." Noticing Mundlefair's silence, Reed glanced at her, wondering what was on her mind. She did not look surprised. He found her staring back at him with an indefinable expression. He held her gaze, unable to look away. "Exactly," Jacola said, bending the word like a piece of plastic. "And so graciously put. We do not have the star drive plasma in our possession, and obviously we must change that." "Who controls this Fire Lake?" Erdaz asked. "The centralist faction that calls itself the Golden Mean, that wants the hegemony to exist in more than name only," Jacola said. "Karamogi dominated, of course, but they are allied with influential cabals on 4. They are already working to ensure that Karamov gets the star drive first, so that they can seize military control." "They will succeed then," Tolbiort said. "Our influence on 4 is not strong, and if we know about this now, Karamov knows already. We'll have to send someone in." "But that will take years in real time," someone else protested. "By the time we actually get our hands on the star drive, it may be too late. The hegemony will be hanging in our skies, ready to obliterate us. The other voices around the table began to rise. "That need not be so," Mundlefair said softly. Her words silenced them abruptly. All eyes fixed on her, including Reed's. Firelake is the result of star drive run wild, perhaps damaged in some profound way. At the very least, left to breed uncontrolled for centuries. Even the Karamogis have no real experience in dealing with such things. It will take them longer than they think to control it. Perhaps it will take them forever. Their own best people are all on Kalamoth. They will have to send them to 4. That in itself will give us enough time if we act. Reed's eyes widened slightly. She knew. He realized she had known all along, even before Dracula had arrived. The darkness that was Dracula seemed to deepen, if that was possible. Reed wondered how many of the others around the table had known about the star drive even before they came here. He knew there were circles within circles, even in this elite. There were things he knew sometimes that the others did not, although usually he only knew them because Mundlefair had told him. He felt a sharp twinge of annoyance that she had not chosen to share this particular miraculous secret with him, when knowing about it made his head sing. The Water of Life and the Sibyl virus were the only forms of the old Empire's smart matter techno-virus still in existence anywhere in the hegemony. Or they had been, until now. And he had never even seen a sample of the Water of Life. Had thought he never would. But now everything was changing. "Are you sure of that?" Mother Weary said to Mundlefair. "Or are you just trying to cheer us up?" Mundlefair smiled, not even glancing at Dracula. "My sources are reliable," she said gently. "Be assured." "We have to move, then," Urdaz said. "We have to put together a team." "I'll go," Reed said. "Send me, with Mundlefair. I'm all you need." Mother Weary laughed. The sound made him wince. "And modest, too, you crazy bastard." Reed twitched with annoyance. "I know more about smart matter than anybody living. Everybody knows it." "And you're crazy, and everybody knows that, too," Sark muttered. Reed held his gaze. "Only when it suits my needs, Sark." "Yes," Dracula muttered beside him. Reed turned toward him in surprise. He should be the one to go. Let the new Vanamoinen unravel the secrets of the old Vanamoinen. His very unpredictability gives him an edge, wouldn't you say? He makes a perfect thief. And let him take his leman, if he wishes. Reed stiffened, sensing more than seeing Mundlefair tighten with anger beside him. He frowned, suddenly uncertain, and glanced back at her. He thought doubt flickered like heat lightning across her face. Or maybe it was just his own paranoia he read there. But she met his stare with a gaze that seemed to him suddenly to hold all of history in it. And he felt her trust, her confidence, her love filled him, like waters rising out of a bottomless well. "Yes," she murmured, "you are the one who should go, Reed. This is what you were made for, by the higher power that binds us all." Reed opened his mouth to speak, but she shook her head. "But by the same power, I cannot leave certain boundaries unwatched, or projects untended for so long. You will go alone this time." Her eyes forbade any protest. He sat paralyzed, staring at her, while on around the table the others voted agreement, one by one. Tiamat, Ngenet Plantation. Moon stood up to her knees in the bright grass on the hill below the plantation house, looking out to sea. She tasted the fresh breath of spring, felt the breeze run cool fingers through her hair, lifting it like wings. For a moment she felt as ephemeral as if she were a cloud child, about to be swept up to ride on the wind's back, the way Tiamat rode now on his father's shoulders on the beach below. Delighted laughter and shrill shrieking reached her ears, as Ariel and Merovi danced around them, grabbing at Spark's hands and Tiamat's flailing feet, begging for rides of their own. She smiled, breathing deeply, imprinting their beauty on her eyes. Beyond them the sea crashed onto the beach, wave upon wave, reaching northward and southward to the limits of her sight. Heavy, silver-grey, white-haired, with spume, restless with the massive runoff from the melting snows. The sea here still seemed cold and relentless, its enormous breakers battering the steep, rugged foothills that marched down to the shore for miles along the northern coast. No longer snow-glazed, catching and reflecting light like a mirror, their new silhouette was a jagged knife-edge against the colourless, fog-burnished sky. But today their massive permanence was suffused with fog until they were only a smoke-stain in the lustrous air, a surreal, unreachable dream. She looked down again at the children and her husband, laughing, running, whirling on the beach, all of them suddenly dancing with their shadows, shouting their delight as the suns broke through the haze into full day at last, haloed by sundogs of rainbow. She remembered her own days of laughing on the beach with Sparks, far away, long ago, with a sudden, bitter-sweet vividness. She stood motionless, caught in a tesseract, watching them, watching the sea brighten and take on colour behind them. The turbid northern ocean never showed the limpid greens and blues that she had seen in summer seas, although perhaps that was only because memory made all skies clearer, dazzled with rainbows, all waters purer, all colours more brilliant and scent-stunning in those perfect sunlit moments. Even if there was no lady whose spirit brightened the waters, every day the sea was warming here, every day the land was greening, becoming reborn. Every day this world and her people took one more step toward a better life. She inhaled another deep breath of the free, restless air, held it, savouring the taste of salt and damp and new things growing. "Moon?" a voice said softly, as if the speaker was reluctant to intrude on her solitude. She turned, grateful for the thought behind that reticence, even as she was suddenly grateful to have Jerusha Palathion standing beside her. She had grown as used to Jerusha's presence as she had to her own shadow. To be without it was to be incomplete. "Look at them," she said, pointing toward the beach, where Jerusha was already looking, watching the horseplay with smiling envy. "I'm glad you came," Jerusha said, glancing away up the hill toward the house, rubbing her arms as if she were cold, even on a day like this one. "I'm glad you came with us." Moon put her hand on Jerusha's arm, touching her gently through the heavy layers of clee-skin and sweater. She studied Jerusha's face as the other woman looked back at her, witnessing the changed woman that her chief of constables became, allowed herself to become, when they were away from the city. An easier, more peaceful woman. Jerusha looked as if she belonged to these lands, this world, in her rugged native clothing, with her dark hair falling unbound down her back, or braided in a heavy plait like an islander. Just as she herself ceased to be the summer queen and became only human, free for a time to breathe and think, and move through patterns that had meaning only for her. "Being here heals me, somehow," she said, looking back toward the beach, the sea. Jerusha turned to watch with her. "Yes," she said. "It always used to make me feel that way, when I was commander of police." She sighed, glancing up the hill again. "I knew Miro was involved with contraband goods, but the best moments of my life for over 5 years were always here." visiting him. Moon heard sudden longing and disillusionment in the words. "Not any more?" she asked softly. Jerusha looked back at her, shook her head, looking away again. Moon had wondered why Jerusha did not spend more time here. Jerusha's work in the city, her hours spent administering and consulting, were endlessly demanding. They kept her away from this place, and her husband far too much of the time. Moon had often told her to take more time for herself. Jerusha had always refused. She glanced again at Jerusha's face, the deepening lines of its strong profile eased by her smile as she watched the children. Living on a world that was not her own, and living through 4 miscarriages, had taken their toll on her. Moon felt her heart squeezed, a coldness in her soul, as she watched her own children run and play, and imagined losing even one of them. She looked back at Jerusha, seeing the depths of sorrow below the surface of her smile, realizing suddenly, fully and frighteningly, the toll that Jerusha's losses had taken on her relationship with her husband. Neither Jerusha nor Miro shared their emotions easily, not their pain, not even their joy. And the only way for 2 people to survive a lifetime together was by sharing those things, no matter how painful, how secret, how strange. The more things each one hid, the more a family became only solitary strangers, leading parallel lives, blind to any needs but their own. She did not realize that she had moved, turning away from the sea and the sight of her husband and children, far down the beach now, until Jerusha touched her shoulder. She blinked, startled, found herself gazing inland toward the mountains. The remote, fanged peaks still covered with snow, wreathed in wisps of slowly drifting cloud. As she watched, the cloud seemed to take the form of a woman's face and hands, of her blowing hair cloud-white against the blue ocean of sky. And through her hair, scattered by her hands, Moon saw, as she sometimes could on rare, perfectly clear days, a handful of stars, so bright that they were visible even in the daytime sky. She watched the vision of clouds scatter stars, remembering how she had watched other stars falling, like a vision, above those distant snowfields on a distant night. The ships of the hegemony arriving on Tiamat for the final visit of the assembly, the final festival of winter. Remembering Bizi Gandalinu, there beside her. "Moon?" Jerusha's voice pulled at her. She felt the other woman's arms catch her, holding her steady as sudden vertigo overwhelmed her. "Did you see it?" she whispered, her eyes still on the mountains, the sky. "The lady—" "What?" Jerusha squinted, following her gaze. But the cloud forms had flowed on, mutating, hiding the ragged scatter of stars, and she saw nothing. "Nothing," she murmured. The clouds were beautiful. It made me think of other skies." She shook her head, avoiding the look on Jerusha's face as she began to turn away. But she turned back suddenly. "Jerusha, I heard from Bizi." "What?" Jerusha said again, more in disbelief than incomprehension. "Gandalinu?" He had been one of her inspectors. She had seen him turn renegade out of love, defying her and breaking the hegemony's laws for Moon's sake. But she had let him go, torn by his divided loyalties and her own. "That's impossible," she murmured, her eyes asking Moon to prove it was not. "How?" she said finally. "In Sibyl transfer. He's become a Sibyl," she explained, describing for Jerusha all that she could remember of what she had seen and heard. "Why was he in World's End?" Jerusha asked, shaking her head. Was it a police case? He was assigned to 4. He didn't tell me. When did this happen?
Months ago. Moon looked away.
And you didn't tell anyone?
No. She shook her head, brushing pale strands of hair back from her face. I couldn't. She turned, looking toward the beach again, where Sparks and the children were slowly making their way back along the shore.
I couldn't tell him.
Oh, Jerusha said softly. Moon watched Sparks stop on the sand, waving up at her, his red hair catching fire in the sunlight. She felt the heavy pressure inside her chest as she raised her own hand. I can't stop thinking about it. I gave him all I could, Jerusha. All it would let me give him. This time seeing not her husband's face, but a stranger's, as she had on that night as he took her in his arms. But I don't know if it was enough. I don't even know if he was able to save himself. There isn't a day since then that I haven't thought about him. She felt her face redden. And night after night the memory of his final words had haunted her, kept her from sleep, when she needed sleep so desperately. Then you haven't heard anything more? Nothing. She shook her head. I don't know how to reach him. I don't even know how he found me. It isn't supposed to be possible. I know. Jerusha glanced at her feet, half frowning. Damn! I wish I had an answer, she sighed. But I'm glad you told me. She met Moon's eyes again, and smiled ruefully. If anyone will survive, he will. You gave him the gift of survival before he ever left Tiamat. Moon looked away uncertainly. He was a good man, one of my best, but he was rigid. His pride made him brittle. What happened to him when the nomads had him would have killed him. It nearly did, if you hadn't shown him something stronger in himself. I gave him back his career, but you gave him back his life. You made him human. Her smile widened. God, you should have heard how that man talked about you. I couldn't believe my ears. Moon turned back, opening her mouth. Moon! Sparks was beside her, suddenly, pulling her close against him as he kissed her. She felt his arms surround her, the warmth and chill of his skin, the tang of sun and sweat. She looked up into his eyes, as green as the new grass, his red hair moving like flame in the wind, his handsome, peaceful face, as familiar to her as her own. She pressed against him into the solid reality of his embrace, seeing Jerusha's expression turn thoughtfully non-committal as she watched them together. Moon looked out at the wide water, letting it fill her eyes until it was all she could see, trying to imagine that they had never left the islands, that there had been no lost time, no separation, no bitter secrets between them. Mama! Mama! The twins joined them, and little Morovy. Not so little, she reminded herself, looking down at the girl's fair, freckled face and wind-blown brown hair. None of them were so small any more. The twins' heads butted her chest as they wrestled for hugging space. She put her arms around them, anchored by their warmth and unquestioning love, shaking off the unknowable, the impossible, the past, that was no longer an option. Mama, look, I found a carbuncle. Tamas held up one of the shining, blood-red stones that washed up along Tiamat's shores, the semi-precious gems that the Winters said had been named for the city, or the city for them. And look at our shells. I have one like Daz. He's going to make me a flute. Ariel waved a slender, pearly corkscrew shell in front of Moon's face. No, that's mine, Tamas cried. It'll be my flute. I found it. I promised Ariel, Sparks protested with faint exasperation. You wait. If he found it, it's his, Moon said, separating small, struggling hands. You'll find another, and that will be yours, Ariel. You'll have to wait. No! Ariel shook her head fiercely. I want mine now. I'll let you use mine, Sparks murmured, lifting her chin. You can use mine. She gazed up at him, her smile coming out like the sun, as Tamas's smile fell away suddenly. Moon touched his shoulder, soothing and distracting him. Show me what you found. Here, for you. She laughed and made expected ohs of wonder, holding hands and shells with sudden heartfelt pleasure, refusing to listen to the voice of the past, still calling her name, somewhere inside the joyful clamor of the present. Well now, what is all this? Moon looked over her shoulder, hearing her grandmother's voice, reaching cheerfully ahead up the hillside from the bay. Gran and Bora Clearwater made their way slowly but resolutely toward the gathering on the slope. Miro paced beside them as host and guide. She saw their small boat, its slack sail flapping, down at the dock, surprised that she had not noticed them coming in. Miro clearly had, from the house farther up the hill. The children left her side in an abrupt flock and rushed to greet the new arrivals with more gleeful clamor. Moon smiled, watching them, for a moment imagining that she watched herself and Sparks. She saw the children's pleasure reflected in her grandmother's eyes, saw in Bora Clearwater, standing beside Gran, the grandfather she could not clearly remember now, who had died of a fever when she was only 3. It still amazed her to see Gran beaming like a young girl, as far in spirit from the drawn, aged woman who had come to Carbuncle as the grandmother of Moon's memory had been. Capella Goodventure had done them both a kindness they could never have imagined on that day when her grandmother had arrived in the city, a fact which Moon silently hoped had caused the Goodventure elder disappointment equal to the pain she had inflicted on them. It was hard for her to believe that it had taken a winter to rekindle life's fire in Gran, but over the years she had found that many of the outback winters had more in common with summers than they did with the inhabitants of Carbuncle. "Well, damn it," Bora Clearwater said, peering with good-natured impatience over the swarming heads of the children. "I see you've added even more of those windflowers to this crack-brained plantation of yours. Mirroring in it." He gestured at the wind screws at the top of the hill behind them. "Damn shame it is, too, when it was a perfectly fine example before. It ran on hard human labor and one very expensive off-worlder power unit. Before, Clearwater just like yours, and you know it," Miro grunted, his mouth curving upward under the thick bush of his mustache. "We get twice as much productivity at half the expense with wind screws and generators and fuel made in our distillery, and it frees up my workers to learn trades at the processing plant." Sounds like a steaming pile of— "Bora!" Gran said sharply. "Watch your tongue. There are children." "Yes, Heart," he murmured, deflating abruptly, without further objection. "But rot me if I want to hear more about processing plants and new trades, new towns, new noise and stink, and that miserable pissant Gerard's set. Now he's after me again, wanting me to sell him the plantation to develop. It was an unlucky tumble that tossed his genetic code. I can live with the right-of-way as long as he pays me well." He looked at Moon, and she smiled. "But don't expect me to thank you for it. And believe it'll be a hot day in hell before he touches another inch of my lands with progress over my dead body. Right, love?" Gran nodded, her face mirroring his resolution. He put his arm around her, chuckled as she slapped his hand for getting familiar. "At your age, you old bull clee," she said, smiling-eyed, somehow still managing to slide back into his grasp while pushing him away. She accepted more hugs and treasured shells from a half-dozen small hands. "Oh, but I am, you know I am," he breathed in her ear, and she giggled like a girl. "Where's that nephew of mine and your mother?" He looked down at Merovi, swinging back and forth, pulling on his arm. "They couldn't come," she said, losing her own smile as she remembered. "Why not?" He looked up, concerned. "Is his back plaguing him so much, then?" Moon nodded, pressing her mouth together. Danakilu's back trouble had grown so bad that he could no longer walk upright. The voyage down the coast, even in a motorized craft, was too long and painful, and so they stayed in the city. "But we're getting close to where I can help him," Miro said. "The workmanship of our second-generation tool-making is getting finer all the time. Soon we'll be able to produce the surgical equipment I have to have. When I have it, there's a correctional procedure, which is relatively simple." Boris snorted in disgust. "False hope. I give him false hope. We can't recreate something it took the off-worlders centuries to produce in the first place, in only 1 century. Let things be, and accept it." He waved his hand, turning away, dismissing them. Jerusha stiffened beside Moon. Moon remembered her childlessness, and how the new technology had not come in time to change that. "My dad will so get better," Merovi cried indignantly. "Don't say that." "Of course he will," Miro snapped, his good humor vanishing like smoke. "If the lady wills it," Gran finished, patting Merovi's head with stern resolution. Moon looked away from them, rubbing her arms inside the loose sleeves of her sweater. Sparks rolled his eyes beside her and pushed his fists into the pockets of his canvas trousers. "Goddess, he's worse than the summers," he muttered, so softly that only she heard it. "Mama, come with us to get more shells." Ariel pulled at Moon's hand, gazing up at her with bright eagerness. Moon hugged her, smiling. "Well, Moon, I need to talk with you about the newest studies we've been doing on the Mersong. I'm running short on inspiration, and I need input." Miro caught at her with his eyes, nodding toward the house, where they had already spent half the day discussing new ways to encourage Summers to accept the technology that was changing their lives almost daily. "Come on, Mama." Tamis clung to her other hand. Moon felt her mouth tighten, seeing the silver stretch of beach waiting, feeling her children's need pulling at her, and Miro's. "I can't right now." "Mama, you promised." Moon frowned, caught in a tightening vice of frustration. "You've played with me half the morning," Sparks said. "You can run on the beach by yourselves a while. Build a city in the sand, like Carbuncle." "But Mama promised." "You come with us now, children," Gran said, moving forward to pry them loose from Moon's arms. "You haven't been with us, either, and your mother has work that must be done." "Regardless of what I think of it," her eyes said, "like her mother before her, and even I myself, in my day. But now I have time to walk barefoot in the sand. Come on, Bora." She enlisted his support with a jerk of her head. He took Merovi by the hand as Gran pulled Tamis and Ariel, half reluctantly, away down the hill. "Mama!" Tamis called plaintively, one last time. "Nobody's stirring the paddies. Your sea hair crop is going to rot, Miro Ngenet." Bora waved a hand at the empty fields. "What good will all your technology do when you all starve to death?" "I've automated," Miro shouted back. "Wind-powered wave-makers. Worry about your own crops." "Automated, you say?" Bora called, but Miro was already turning away, waving his hand in disgust. "Go south around the bay," Jerusha called. "There was a storm the day before yesterday. There will be wonderful shells along the bay. Maybe you'll even find fog agates." "Will we see mares?" "Not so soon after the storm," Moon shook her head, waving a half-hearted, reluctant gesture of farewell. She turned away from the sight of them, her eyes suddenly stinging. "All right, Miro," she said, to the unspoken apology in his glance. "Let's talk about the mares." Sparks fell into step beside her as they began to walk back up the hill. Miro glanced at him. "I don't think this is your area of expertise, Dawntreader." Sparks frowned slightly. "I've been studying the mare song, and I think I may have found a clue to the—" "Jerusha, why don't you take him down to the factory?" Miro gestured across the bay. "I've seen the factory. I want to talk about the mares." Miro turned abruptly to face him. "After what you did to them, you have no right." Sparks stopped in his tracks, and Moon saw the desolation that emptied his eyes like death. She looked back at Miro, his stare as black and hard as flint, and said nothing, did nothing, as the past breathed on them all with the cold breath of winter. She followed Miro on up the hill, gazing at the cloud-hung distant peaks. Sparks did not follow. Sparks watched them until they were out of range of his voice. Jerusha Palathion was still standing beside him. He wondered why he was not completely alone. He took a deep breath at last and turned to face her. "Why don't you make it unanimous?" he said. "Because I don't think you deserved that," she answered, meeting his gaze. "Why not?" He looked away again, feeling something gnawing like worms inside him. "I butchered mares for Arienrhod, so she could sell the water of life, so we could stay young together by committing genocide. You know what I did. You saw what I did, just like him. He's right. I'm guilty." She looked at him for a long moment without speaking. "That wasn't you," she said finally. "That was Arienrhod. You were only a boy. You were no match for a woman like her. She'd been committing soul cannibalism for 150 years. She nearly destroyed us all." His hands tightened. "Give me more credit than that. I knew what I was doing. You used to believe that when you hated my guts as commander of police. I hated Starbuck, the Queen's butcher, just like I hated the Queen. I didn't know Sparks Dawntreader then, any more than I knew Moon Dawntreader. I thought I did, but I was wrong." She shook her head. "I was a blue, and I thought I was a good judge of character. I still think so. Moon told me you'd never been what you were for Arienrhod before. She said you'd never be like that again. She made me believe in her because she wore a trefoil. I wasn't so sure about you, but she was right. I've known you for nearly 10 years now. You're a good man." He looked after Moon's retreating back, at Miro's tall, broad-shouldered silhouette towering over her, making her look small and fragile. He looked back at Jerusha, and suddenly he was not afraid to meet her eyes, for the first time since he could remember. "Thank you," he said finally, softly. She nodded. "My pleasure." He looked toward Miro's retreating back again. "But 10 years hasn't changed his mind." "That's another thing I've learned," she murmured. "He's not an easy man to reach." Sparks heard the bitter disappointment in the words, and wanted suddenly to reach out to her. He did not, because there was something of her husband's intangible armor about her, too. "How can I make him listen to me, at least? Is there any way?" She shifted from foot to foot, her eyes thoughtful. "He's a determined man. He's self-righteous and won't be easily shaken out of what he believes. But he respects determination in other people." She looked back at him. "If you want to tell him your ideas about the mares, go and do it. Don't let him shut you out. Stand your ground. A slow smile came out on her face. "It's worth a try. It's how I got him to admit he loved me." Sparks laughed. He nodded, his smile fading again. "All right, I will." He glanced toward the house. "Are you coming?" She shook her head, looking toward the beach, where the small group of young and old were gathered in the ageless pursuit of digging miracles out of the sand. "Not me. This is your fight. I'd just be in the way." She stretched her arms. "For once, I'm going to the beach." She glanced back at him. "Good luck," she said, and strode away down the slope of rippling salt grass. Sparks watched her for a moment, until he realized that he was not really envious, and then he began to climb the hill. A dozen windscrews whirled almost silently above him, scattered across the land like surreal flowers, turning the wind's restless energy into energy for humans to use, to keep the water in constant motion in the beds of cultivated sea hare, to provide electricity for light and power in the growing sprawl of the manufacturing plant Ngenet had been constructing on the far side of his small harbor. There was a village growing up around it, where winter workers had come to live and raise their families. Old-style dwellings, built in old-style ways, to mark a new-style life. He reached the plantation house that lay at the hill's crest like an immense cairn, its solid, century-old stone and wood construction reminding him of the houses of his youth, reminding him again that the people of this world, winter and summer, shared a common heritage because they faced common problems of survival. He wondered why it was so easy for them to forget that. It was the perversity of all human beings, that they forgot their humanity so easily, and nursed their bitter memories for so long. Sparks went in through the heavy iron-hinged door, found Miro and Moon sitting at a low table spread with handwritten documents, among the uneasy mix of off-world heirlooms and stolid native furniture that gave this house its unique personality. They looked up at him, Moon in surprise, and Ngenet in something closer to anger. "What do you want?" he demanded. "I want you to listen to my ideas, Ngenet." Sparks held himself straighter, settling his hands on his hips. "Shut your eyes if you have to, if having to look me in the face makes you sick, but hear me out." Ngenet stiffened, glancing at Moon. But Moon's eyes were on his own, with a mixture of pride and urgency, telling him he had done the right thing, strengthening his resolve. He sat down with them as if he had been invited, making them a triad. Lady's luck, he told himself, feeling irony pinch him. Ngenet studied Moon's face a moment longer, looked away again with what seemed to be resignation. His glance flicked back to Sparks. He closed his eyes deliberately. "All right," he said. "I'm listening." Sparks took a deep breath, finding himself unexpectedly at the center of attention. He glanced away, gazing into the fire that burned in the stone hearth beyond Ngenet's back. "Even when I was a boy in the islands, I used to play the flute." He touched the pouch at his belt, where he kept his shell flute. "I knew all the old songs everyone sang. But when I played them on the flute, they sounded different. They reminded me of the mare songs, the way they were constructed, the timbre, the intervals between notes, and the tonal slides. I didn't know the terms or understand the relationships then." He smiled at Moon's face as she watched him, at the memory of that other time, their lost world. "But my ears knew. After I came to the city and Arienrhod found me, and I had access to what tech data the off-worlders gave us, I began to learn the mathematics of music. How what I'd thought was just instinct, beautiful noise, was actually a matrix, a network of relationships, each note with its own exact resonating wavelength, in a precise location relative to all the others. "So," Ngenet said impatiently. "So I've kept on studying the relationships between the mare song and our songs, even the notes of the tone boxes we used to cross the Hall of Winds, which are actually surprisingly similar." He saw Moon straighten up in surprise. She looked at him strangely, and he could not guess what it was that she was thinking. He forced himself to look away without asking, to go on speaking while he had the chance. "What's the point?" Ngenet snapped. "Don't waste my time." His weather-beaten face was furrowed with frown lines. His dark hooded eyes were still pitiless and cold like the wind. Ngenet was the last of a family of off-worlders who had gone native in the Tiamatan outback, and he loved this world and all its parts obsessively. He had tried to protect the mares on his plantation from the hunt, but Arienrhod had sent her Starbuck to his shores at winter's end for one final illegal harvesting. All their scattered fates had been brought into collision on that bitter day, on that hideous stretch of beach, by the tightening of the Snow Queen's fist. And none of them had escaped unscarred. Sparks glanced at Moon, saw his own sudden pain mirrored in her eyes. Their shifting colors were like memories, shimmering reflections on the surface of water. He swallowed the hard knot of his unexpected grief. The point is that I believe there may be segments missing from the mare song. Parts of it fall into patterns, meaningful enough to be fragments of something greater. But there are gaps. He had begun to talk with Moon about Ngenet's work years ago, at first out of what must have been a kind of masochistic guilt. But from his need to atone, there had come a cleaner, purer interest in the mare song, as it fed his curiosity about the nature of their music, and music in general. He had studied the recorded data until he was certain the songs the mares sang were something separate from the simple tonal language they used to communicate with each other. The tapes were filled with complex, almost indecipherable, polyphonic strands of alien sound, lasting sometimes for hours. But they were songs in the true sense, as distinct and unchanging for each mare colony as they were varied among those separate groups. Each extended family within the colony seemed to possess a different musical strand, passed on by the adults to their small number of young over countless generations, as humans counted time. Blended together, the strands comprised something greater, the pattern of which he had only begun to sense in the past few weeks. "I've been studying the recordings you've made, charting the melodies, and it seems to me that with the slaughter decimating their numbers over and over, maybe they've lost the purpose of the songs themselves, along with specific passages of them. Even when the off-worlders are gone, the mares reproduce slowly. It takes at least the century they have to rebuild their population. It wouldn't be surprising if parts of their songs were lost forever, but if we could somehow reconstruct what's missing, we actually might understand them, maybe even give back to them some of what they've lost." Ngenet sat forward slowly. Sparks realized suddenly that the older man's eyes were open and looking at him, waiting to meet his gaze. "That makes sense," Ngenet said slowly, as if it pained him to admit it. Sparks bit his tongue and smiled. He glanced at Moon's face, at the fascination and respect, and suddenly the unquestioning love he saw there. Her smile widened. Ngenet leaned forward on the heavy-framed couch, his hands locked together, his knuckles like burls on wood. "Take a look at what we have here, and tell me more about your methods. How did you come to this idea? Do you have your data with you?" "I can get it." Sparks pushed to his feet, still hardly believing he had heard the other man speak those words, that his own words had been listened to, when he had lived so long with Ngenet's unspoken censure. He had done his solitary research for what seemed like an eternity, seeking the key that would grant him free access to the work Moon shared with Ngenet, grant him the hope, however small, that one day he would not see hatred and loathing, pity or pain in the eyes of everyone who knew the truth, including his own eyes, including the eyes of his wife. He hesitated as he heard the sound of dogs barking and the excited voices of children coming toward the house. Ngenet pushed to his feet, with annoyance showing on his face again, but this time his gaze was directed toward the windows, the threatened interruption. "Mama! Mama!" Ariel burst through the front door, flushed and breathless, barely skidding to a stop in time to avoid a collision with the table below the window. "Da!" she added, seeing her father standing distractedly with the others. "We found mares!" Mild surprise filled Ngenet's face, momentarily replacing his annoyance at the interruption. "It's a good sign that you saw mares, Ari," Moon said, getting up. "But we're—" "On the beach! On the beach!" Ariel cried, as more figures entered the house. Sparks turned as Jerusha entered, her heavy boots clumping on the wooden floor, something heavy and child-sized held in her arms. He froze, until he realized that the other two children were flanking her. "Dead," Ariel went on. "But look, we found a baby!" She darted back to Jerusha's side, hovering protectively by the bundle held face high in front of her, her eyes wide as she touched it, stroking it gently. Sparks stood where he was, suddenly as strengthless as if it had been a child of his in Jerusha's arms, while Moon and Ngenet rose from their seats and moved past him. He watched them go to Jerusha, the conversation they had all just been having forgotten as utterly as he was himself. Ngenet shooed the children aside. They stood back obediently, impressed by his sudden intentness. "Still alive?" he asked, answering the question for himself as soon as he experienced hands over the merling, and studied its small, unresponsive face. It made a tiny whimpering as he opened its eye. The fragile thread of sound turned Sparks cold inside. He looked away, his hands remembering the velvet-soft texture of their thick fur, wanting to move forward, to stand with the rest, but unable to, unnoticed, unwanted. "We found an adult female, too," Jerusha said, "but she was already dead." "What killed her?" Ngenet asked. Sparks looked back at them, found Moon's gaze on his face. She looked away again abruptly. "I don't know." Jerusha shook her head. "There was nothing wrong that I could see. Maybe the storm—" The mares had no natural enemies, except their creators. Sparks let his breath out. Jerusha glanced at him as if she had sensed his response. Only then did he realize that he had been expecting to hear her speak his name, blaming him. Ngenet shrugged, glancing up as Bora Clearwater and Gran came into the house. "Or parasites, or bad food. But usually the colony keeps watch when one of their own is in trouble. To find them all alone like that is damned rare. And so is finding a young one. At this time, in the high year." He reached out to take the merling from Jerusha's arms, but she resisted, rocking slowly, almost unthinkingly from foot to foot, like a mother rocking her child. Ngenet's expression changed, and he let his hands drop. Maybe they were separated from the rest by the storm. Or maybe— He shook his head again. "I don't understand it. But this one will starve before the day is out, let alone before we locate the colony, if we don't take care of it right now." He started out of the room, already calling to someone in the kitchen. "Will a colony take in an orphan?" Moon asked, her own eyes on the small head resting listlessly against Jerusha's shoulder. "I've never encountered a solitary merling before," Ngenet said. "We'll find out."
Mares separated forcibly from their own kind invariably died, but he did not mention that. He paused, giving directions to the startled cook who had appeared in the doorway, sending her off again in search of something suitable to feed a young mare. "What if the mares don't want their baby back, Uncle Miro?" Tiamat asked, his eyes dark with concern as he gazed at the mareling. "Will it be all alone? Who will take care of it?" Ngenet glanced over at the boy, a smile cracking the shell of his preoccupation. He had studied the mares for a lifetime, but even he knew little concrete about their society, the relationships they formed or did not form, how they raised their young. "Then we'll keep the baby here. But we'll worry about that later. First, we'll make the baby strong and healthy." "Is the baby going to get well?" Merovi asked, pressing forward hesitantly against Gran's gentle restraint. "We'll do our best to help her," Ngenet said gently, not really answering the question. Sparks saw the doubt in his eyes, and knew the concern that ran like a dark river below it. Ngenet touched the motionless mareling again. He had always fought for the mare's survival, with a determination that would have earned him deportation if it had not earned him the love and tolerance of the hegemonic police commander. "Miro," Moon said almost hesitantly, her own eyes never leaving the mareling, "if you can save her, if you can actually raise her, it could be a way of reaching the others. It could help us learn." Ngenet looked from Moon's face to Jerusha, rocking the mareling in her arms. "I'm way ahead of you," he said, with an unexpected smile. "Come on." He nodded, starting for the doorway, and the others followed. Sparks watched them go, still rooted where he stood, unable to go after them. Ariel came back through the doorway alone, looking curiously at him. "Come on, Da." She came across the room to his side. He put his arms around her, holding her close for a moment. She squirmed free, tugged at his hand. "Come on, Da. Come help the mare." "I can't, Ariel," he whispered, barely audible even to himself. "I don't know how." He freed his hand from her grip and started back across the room to the door. He went out without another word, slamming the door behind him. Tiamat, Carbuncle. "Wasn't it wonderful, Mama?" Ariel returned her mother's good-night hug, hanging on her in an ecstasy of excitement. "We had so much fun. Now we can have our own mare to be our pet. I want to call her Silky because she's so soft." She squirmed as Moon tried to cover her with blankets. Moon started in surprise as the name reflected unexpectedly in her memory. "Our friend," she corrected softly, stroking Ariel's hair. "We don't own them any more than they own us. Our people, the Summers, call them the goddess's other children, and say the sea is the mother of both our peoples. But I think Silky is a perfect name," she said. "I had a friend once from off-world named Silky. He was more like the mares than anyone I knew. I think he would be glad to be remembered this way, and maybe Silky will help us understand the mares better as she grows." She kissed her daughter gently on the forehead. "Lie down and go to sleep. It's so early, and you're so tired. I want to help learn about them." "I know. Shh." She turned away, going to Tamas's bed across the darkened space of the room they shared. There were enough unused rooms in the palace for them each to have one of their own, but the rooms were vast and sterile, and seemed to her always so cold that she had chosen to keep the twins together in the nursery, close by her own room, until they were old enough to complain, or at least old enough never to wake from a nightmare, terrified to find themselves alone. But maybe no one ever outgrew those dreams. She still woke at night, feeling lost, terrified, alone, even though she slept next to a man who loved her, a man she had known all her life. "I want to help too,"
Tiamat said, propped on one elbow, listening. I know. She hugged him, kissed him on the forehead, smelling the scent of sea and wind in his hair. We'll all do it together. When can we see the mare baby again? Tomorrow? Silky, Ariel whispered loudly. I want to name her Silky, don't you? We just came back, Moon smiled. We'll go again soon. Not tomorrow. You have lessons to study. Tiamat made a face. Where's Da? Isn't he going to play his flute for us? Moon glanced toward the empty doorway of the room, feeling her face tighten. Not tonight. He's very tired. He had been impatient and moody through the long, weary trip back up the coast. The only words he had spoken to any of them had stung like nettles, until all she could do was try to keep herself and the children out of his sight. He had not said anything about the reason for his smoldering anger, but she knew. It was the Merling. I'll sing you a song. She closed her eyes, letting go of her frustration, letting her mind carry her back until she was a child in summer again. She remembered being rocked in the arms of her strong, sandy-haired mother, who came home with the fishing fleet, smelling of the wind and the sea, who had sung them songs about the mares like the one she began to sing for her children now. She let herself imagine that they all sat before the fire in a tiny stone-walled cottage on a tiny windswept island, in a room that had always seemed warmer, safer, more real than any room she ever found herself in these days. She wished, with a sudden, soul-deep longing, that she could take herself and her family back to that dreaming island, away from this haunted city. But that past, of the song and of her memories, no longer existed. The mother who had sung to her was dead, and this was where she belonged, whether she wanted it or not, because otherwise what she must do here would never be finished. She felt with particular heaviness tonight the burden the Sibyl mind had laid upon her, knowing that its will would not be done in her lifetime, or ever allow her any peace. She felt her eyes fill with tears as she ended the song, and barely held her voice together to finish it. Tiamat looked up at her, his own eyes filling with concern. She smiled quickly, swallowing the hard lump of sorrow in her throat, stroking his hair. "Will Da make my flute for me tonight?" he asked, as she got up from his bedside. "I don't know, lovey," she murmured. Sparks had already begun to let Ariel play his own flute, to Moon's annoyance. "I'll remind him about it. Sweet dreams," she said to them both, and went out of the darkened room into the glow-lit hall. Sparks met her at the doorway, glanced at her startled face with an expression that was both apologetic and uncertain before he went past her into the children's room. She listened for a moment, hearing murmured voices, and then the high, pure notes of flute song, before she started on. She walked slowly through the echoing halls, past rooms filled with fragments of the past, or prototypes and plans for the future, heading for her study, where far too many requests and pieces of information waited for her, all of them needing to be considered and answered and dealt with, all of them desperately important to someone. There was no escape from them, no respite. Her work never stopped, even when she tried to, had to. When she slept, or made love, or played with her children, when she fled the city to spend time under the open sky, to see with her own eyes the world she was working to change, or the mares whose existence she was struggling to save, still the duties, the demands and expectations followed her, waited for her relentlessly. And when she returned here, from an hour stolen, or a week, she found the pitiless burden of her work had become even heavier as she took it back on her shoulders, until everything she did became a burden, a responsibility, even the things that should have given her joy, that had once brought her pleasure. She climbed the spiraling stairs to her study at the pinnacle of the palace, stood gazing out at the city's carapace, falling away in smooth undulation, gleaming and shadowed.
It struck her how precisely the city rested on the terminus between constant sea and ever-changing land, belonging wholly to neither one. She studied what had once been snow-covered wilderness, seeing bare ground, new growth, a scatter of factories and labs, all tapping the city's supply of tidal-run energy. She could see construction going forward on a new manufactory to the south. She turned, gazing inland, seeing the dark shielded domes of the unoccupied starport complex, the rising hills beyond it, no longer white with snow but green with life. Farther inland, the higher peaks were still icebound, shining like metal among the clouds. Even at the height of summer, most of those mountains were inaccessible to everyone but a few nomadic Fala herders. They were uninhabitable now, at their present level of technology, and probably would still be uninhabited when the off-worlders returned. She thought of her time lost in those mountains, a prisoner among the nomads, her time alone with one solitary man. She looked up into the sky, remembering again how they had watched together from the last ridge of those mountains as stars fell over Carbuncle. Artificial stars made of hologramic fire, lighting the arrival of the hegemonic assembly, marking the time of the final change, the death of winter, the rebirth of summer, and an endless circle of futility and hypocrisy. She watched the twins setting now in the west, gazed up into the inverted sea of the sky, with its islands of cloud, its deep blue further deepening. Already she was beginning to see the luminous multitudes of the stars, knowing that somewhere beyond that burning sky the hegemony waited to return, and that somewhere out there the one other man she had loved in her life had reached out to her and touched her across the light years, impossibly. She looked down, away from the sky, as she remembered the dream she had had 2 nights ago, that she had not revealed even to Jerusha, a dream in which she had been drawn out of her body by the transfer and into a blackness like the nothing place, the heart of the Sybil computer's lifeless mind. But there had been no question, no questioner. Instead, there had been only a voice, his words becoming a symphony of light as he called her name. He had shown her that he was safe, that he was sane, because of her. He had sworn that he would never forget her, sworn to her that if she ever needed him, somehow he would be there. She had wakened to the familiar sensations and silences of night-time at a Ngenet plantation, to Sparks lying peacefully asleep beside her. She had felt dizzy, breathless, as if she had been in transfer, except that it never happened that way. What had happened had been impossible, and so it had to have been a dream, even though it was like no other dream about him she had ever had. Helpless longing seized her, as it had seized her then, while she remembered being held captive in the body of another woman on another world, feeling his hungry mouth on hers. As she remembered now, with sudden, exquisite clarity, the fever that had consumed her on a night long years ago, a desire so hot and helpless that it had turned her soul molten, a need as incandescent as the need of the stranger whose burning body had turned her vows to ashes. She opened her eyes, focusing on the room around her, the oppressive layers of documents and deeds, the storm rack of her life. She held herself tightly to stop her trembling, stood motionless with goose flesh standing up on her arms. Someone entered the room behind her. She turned to find Sparks standing in the doorway, his own gaze taking in the deceptively passive chaos of her surroundings. "Moon," he said softly, hesitated, as if he saw something in her eyes that he was afraid to confront. He looked down, and when he looked up again, she knew that it was gone. "Are you all right?" she asked. The impatience she had felt earlier was gone now. She saw weariness and need reflected in his own eyes. She crossed the room to him, let him put his arms around her, resting strengthless against him for a moment. "Better now," he murmured, and she knew he meant this moment only, holding her close, and not their return to the city, to these empty, echoing halls. "The twins are wonderful, you know that? They're getting so big they amaze me all the time. Sometimes I can't believe they're ours." He broke off, pressed on again. "Ariel on the beach. She looked so much like you. She's going to be a natural musician. Did you hear her?" "Tamas is afraid you'll forget to make him a flute," Moon said, managing to keep the words neutral, taking care not to let them cut him. "It isn't fair that you let Ariel use yours and don't give him one." "I'm sorry. I will do it." He released her, taking a deep breath as he glanced away out the door. "I couldn't. I tried. I know I've been a mother-lorn bastard these past couple of days. None of you deserve it. I guess you know why." He looked back at her again. The Merling? Not really a question. He rubbed his face with a hand. "Whenever Ngenet looked at me, I saw Starbuck in his eyes. He didn't want me near her. He acted like my presence in the same room was poison. He'll never stop hating me for what I did to Starbuck, to the mares, to him. He'll never let it go." She put her hand on his arm, feeling her chest ache with misery. His, her own. Feeling the cold breath of winter again at their backs. He wouldn't let anyone near the Merling until he knew what was wrong, and he was sure that she would live. He wanted to know what you discovered about the mare song, so that he could tell me it was garbage. "It could be," she said softly, "that he felt envious because you had a new insight into the data, after he had worked on it without any success for so long. But you never really gave him a chance." She let go of his hand, her fingers stretching wide with sudden frustration. "After he told you to leave the room, you didn't say 3 words to him all the rest of the time we spent there." "I was afraid, damn it! All right? Is that what you want to hear?" His own hand made a fist. It loosened. He shook his head. "And I couldn't stand it. To be near one of them. Even to think about the mares. I see it in their eyes, too. Fear. Never forgiveness." He looked away, his own eyes haunted. "Sparks," she whispered. "Arienrhod is dead. The past is dead. Starbuck is dead. Remember the change, that last night, the mask night, and the morning when we sent Arienrhod into the sea. When all of winter and all of summer put off their masks and their sins and their sorrows. We swore that we would begin a new life. We'd renew our life's pledge again, because everything had changed. But the problem is that everything has changed." He glanced away from her at the room, the sky beyond the windows. He turned back, looking into her eyes. He put his arms around her suddenly and kissed her, holding her with desperate tenderness. "Moon, let's go to bed. I haven't loved you in the daylight for so long. We haven't made love at all for so long." She felt her own desire waken to the pressure of his mouth, the pressure of his body against her. But she pushed away from him, shaking her head. "I can't. I have so much work to do before I can even think about anything else. I'm so tired. I can't." He held on to her. "Moon, please. I need you. I need you now. I need to know you. We still feel something, still mean something to each other. In the middle of all this..." He jerked his head at what lay around them. "You need," she said, breaking free of his hold
as the emotion inside her curdled into resentment. "What about my needs? You need me, the children need me, everyone in this city, everyone on this damned world needs me, even the Sybilnet. It's always now, it can never wait. Everyone needs. No one ever asks me what I need. I need to be left alone for once. Leave me alone, damn it, leave me alone." Sparks backed away from her, his face stunned as he reached the doorway again. He turned and went out, granting her wish without looking back, without a word. Sparks went back down the spiraling stairs, through the halls and the chambers and the chill, empty throne room, not seeing the superficial overlay of the present that still failed to transform them. He saw only the past, memories, winter. Her, Arienrhod, all in white, on her throne of glass in the white-carpeted hall, with her pitiless purity of beauty, of strength, of control. He had not understood why they were so alike then, Arienrhod and Moon, why they both wanted him, needed him, loved him, any more than he understood now the things that had come between Moon and himself like a curse. After she had wanted him so badly, come so far and suffered so much to find him, challenged Arienrhod herself for the right to his soul. He went on, down, out, crossing the bridge over the silent pit, going on through the summer-frescoed entry hall, and through the massive doors into the city beyond them. He walked, although there were electrified trams now that shuttled people up and down the street, working off the frustration that clogged his chest until he found it hard to breathe. He murmured desultory answers to the occasional greetings of passers-by, mostly Winters. The Winters clung to their traditional upper sector of the city, where the once exclusive townhouses still held fragments of the better days they had known when winter ruled. Most of them were hard at work now, working for the Summer Queen, working toward a day when their useless off-worlder luxuries would miraculously function again, when they would be the leaders of the new Tiamat, not by chance or whim, but because they had built its economy themselves and earned the right to control it, for better or worse. Glancing at faces, looking in through windows as he passed, he saw no one among them to whom he could talk about what he was feeling now, what he had done and been, and could not ever seem to stop remembering. He went on walking, needing some destination, some human contact, drawn by memory into the maze. The maze separated the Winters from the Summers who still inhabited Carbuncle's lowest levels, the spiral of alleys nearest the sea. The maze had been the heart of Carbuncle, a vibrant, neutral zone between those two halves of the world, while the hegemony had ruled Tiamat. It was the place where most off-worlders had lived, plied their businesses, bought and sold their pleasures and vices. It was still mostly given over to the few local-run stores and businesses that existed now. He glanced down one alley after another. Spokes, branching off from the street's lazy downward uncoiling, each of them named for a color, it was said. More colors than he would ever have dreamed existed, even on this water world, whose sky was filled with rainbows every day. He still didn't know what color half of the names actually were, any more than he knew what language they had been in originally, or how the alleys had gotten those names in the first place. Perhaps even the old empire builders of this city had been moved by the sight of the sky, with its days of rainbows endlessly forming and fading, its burning nights. He stopped at the entrance to Citron Alley. It had been some shade of yellow-green. The paint on shutters and doors and occasional building fronts still told his eyes that much. It had been his first home in the city, as a 17-year-old boy fresh from the Windwards. Fate Ravenglass, the mask-maker, had lived here then, still lived here, as Fate Ravenglass the Sibyl. She had heard his music and taught him how to survive as a street musician, had taken him in and given him shelter, until Arienrhod found him and claimed him for her own. Even after he became the Snow Queen's favorite, after he became her consort, and then her henchman, her Starbuck, he had returned here. Even after he butchered the sacred mares and drank the water of life, he had returned to this alley seeking sanctuary, when what he had become was too much for him to bear. He had come back to see Fate, whose eyes saw almost nothing, whose soul saw everything, but seemed never to pass judgment on it. He had never known why she continued to welcome him on her doorstep, any more than he had known that she was a Sibyl, the only one in Carbuncle, hiding her secret from Winters and off-worlders alike, the way Starbuck had hidden his identity behind a mask and gone all in black. But she had hidden her secret identity to serve a greater good, while he had hidden his reality behind a faceless lie, his only reasons for existence to commit treachery and murder. He shook his head, driving out the shadows as he started into Citron Alley. He had not visited Fate in a long time, not for the reasons he had visited her in the old days, or for the reason he was about to visit her now. The buildings nearest the street were occupied by a mix of new winter-run businesses and a few summer shops, although farther down the alley the ancient buildings were shuttered and abandoned, waiting with inhuman patience for someone to return. The transparent storm walls let in the garish colors of the sunset. Twilight came late in the northern latitudes, as the lengthening days of the annual spring moved on toward annual summer, adding their warmth to the high summer of the system's approach to the Black Gate. Fewer and fewer people passed him as he made his way down the alley. By the time he reached Fate's doorstep, he was entirely alone, and glad that he was. He knocked on her closed double door, lightly at first, and then harder, when there was no answer. Still he got no response except for the faint yowling of her aged cat, telling him impatiently that she was not at home. He swore under his breath, wondering where in hell a blind woman could be at this time of night. Probably she had gone to a tavern somewhere with Tor Starhiker to listen to music. He knew she did that sometimes. He even thought he knew where, but he did not want to see her with Tor Starhiker, not tonight, with his head too full of the memories of all their former lives and how they had spent them at winter's end. He went back along the alley toward the street, stopped at the corner looking uphill along its spiral, facing the prospect of his return to the palace. He took a deep breath and made himself start walking. He had nowhere else to go, no one else to talk to, nowhere else to turn. As he walked, he thought of spending the night there, lying alone in the darkness, sharing his bed with Arienrhod's spectre, with the chill touch of her ghost arms turning his flesh to carrion, the memories of what they had done together in that place leaving him sleepless. He thought of lying beside Moon, Arienrhod's ghost made flesh, how she would turn her back to him in anger when she joined him, far later, her body cold and tense with exhaustion and resentment. She was held captive not just by her obsessions, but by something even more profoundly inescapable, something he could not begin to comprehend. He thought about its pitiless hold on her, the bitter spines of the trefoil she wore, the same symbol tattooed at her throat. Inescapable. He felt a brief surge of compassion, knowing that she deserved more than she had gotten from him tonight, of kindness, of understanding, of love, that she had always deserved more from him than he seemed to be able to give since they had been reunited. But he also knew that he needed more of her than she could give him ever again. The space around them, the space within their lives, was too small. They had nowhere left to turn. The future had filled it all in with inescapable truths. His steps slowed as he reached the corner of another familiar alley, Olivine Alley, which held the Sibyl College. His office was there, where he spent his days working with his wife, asking questions that would send her into transfer, and recording the answers, trying to make sense of what the transfer told them, as the SibylNet answered queries in its own strange and elliptical fashion. He realized suddenly that he enjoyed what he did there, was proud of it, that when he worked and did research for Tiamat, it was as if he united his two heritages, summer and off-worlder, in a way he had longed to do when he first came to Carbuncle, discovering the perfect beauty of the mathematics which underlay so many forms and functions, both of human progress and natural order, filled him with a pleasure and satisfaction he rarely found in the randomness and pain of human relationships. On an impulse he turned into the alley, turning his back on the uphill climb toward home and family. He walked until he came to the entrance to the college, let himself in, moving through its familiar, twilit halls, until he reached his office. He turned on a light and sat down at the regulation police-issue desk, abandoned there by its former owners at the change. Its useless terminal stared back at him like a sightless eye. Shuffling through the disorder of typewritten papers, handwritten notes, and fishes, he picked up an aging text on fugue theory he had found in an abandoned data shop. He leaned back into the embrace of the shape-shifting chair and put his feet up on the desk. He opened the book and began to read, losing himself in thought. Number 4. World's End. Reed Kalervo rested moodily on a free-form couch in the Port Authority hotel suite, gnawing a hangnail and staring out across the artificial stars of the landing field into the black heart of the jungle beyond it. He watched another shuttle rise without seeming effort and disappear into the great blackness of the night. His fist tightened around the bottle of Alvang he had been drinking straight. The cheap plas crumpled under his grip. The viscous ruby liquor oozed out and down over his fingers like blood. He could hear muted voices and unintelligible noise coming from the next room, where Nibiru and Ananke were lost in some time-wasting interactive on the entertainment unit. He sighed and took another drink from the ruined bottle, staring out at the night. This room stank of newness, like everything here did, of restless molecules still escaping from wall surfaces, fabrics, furniture. Somewhere behind him, if he could have seen through walls, was the sea of light that was the Star Drive research project, and the prefabricated instant city that had sprung up around it, here in the middle of nowhere, on the edge of World's End. By the render! He swore and sat up abruptly, felt the couch reform around him. He took another handful of Iestas from the dish on the table and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them up, pods and all. The pods tasted like shit, but they were supposed to have more natural tranquilizer than the seeds themselves. Not that it would do him any good. He washed them down with another gulp of Alvang. No matter how much garbage he put into his system, the water of death annulled the effects. It was virtually impossible for him to get drunk or high, to get even the slightest bit numb, no matter how hard he tried. He kept trying, hoping for a miracle. He could not have come all this way pointlessly. Damn that stupid bastard, Tiberi, who was supposed to have provided the verification that Reed Kalervo had been sent here by the Karamogis, who had gotten himself wiped off the face of Number 4 so damned inconveniently so short a time ago. Incinerated in an accident with the Star Drive plasma. That was what they had told him. Was it possible that it wasn't an accident? No. Accidents happened, even to the Brotherhood. If it hadn't been an accident, it would have happened to Reed Kalervo instead. He was still safe and alive, but he was stranded, with no way to get the access he needed to the research that was going on. If he couldn't get inside and show these shit-brained fools how to contain and control the Star Drive material, and in the more than 2.5 years of their time it had taken him to get here, they had failed to be successful at either, then he would never be able to get a stable sample of it for himself, to carry back to Ondinee, to Mundlefair. Mundlefair. If only she was here with him, to tell him he had done the right thing, to tell him what to do next, to hold him in her arms. He rubbed his eyes, muttering another curse. The Brotherhood had members on 4, but they were few, and he had to be careful about contacting them. They had no one at all on the inside at the research project, now that Tiberi was gone, and he knew the security around this place, between the ruthlessness of the locals and the obsessive technological innovations of the Caramogis. This place made the paranoia of the 2 O'Neill cartels seem like an open market square. He had tried every argument imaginable to make them let him in today, but nothing had worked, and he needed not just the access but cooperation. Now he would have to go back at least to Foursgate. That was the most cosmopolitan city center on the planet, the heart of their off-world trade. He would have to start all over. There was a knock at the door. He pushed to his feet, frowning. He was not expecting visitors. He did not want visitors. "Niburu!" he shouted. But the noise and the laughter went on, undiminished, in the next room. Swearing under his breath, he crossed to the door. He stopped, reaching inside his overshirt, checking the weapons he had rearmed himself with as soon as he had left the project. He peered through the one-way panel beside the door and froze. And then slowly his hand fell away from his gun, and he released the lock. The door slid open, silently. He stood looking out at the local woman, a worker from the research project, who had tried to speak to him as he left there late this afternoon, and at the stranger standing beside her. She had been a Sibyl, he suddenly remembered, and in his exasperation, as they had shown in the door, after 6 hours of useless interrogation, he had shouted, "For God's sake! I'm a stranger, far from home." She and the man with her were both wearing dark, shapeless rain slickers, the hoods shadowing their faces, and yet he suddenly knew beyond a doubt who it was that she had brought to see him. Reed held out his hand to the woman. "Hello again," he murmured, in the local dialect. "I'm sorry I didn't return your courtesy this afternoon." "I don't blame you." She took his proffered hand somberly, and he felt her answer the subtle movement of his fingers. "I'm Tiras Rankel's Han," she said, last name first, in the local fashion. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help to you then. I'm afraid they don't make strangers welcome easily at the project. May I present to you the Honorable Researcher Commander, B.Z. Gandolino?" Yes, of course." Reed held out his hand to the man who accompanied her, feeling his face flush with unexpected emotion. "Gods, you can't imagine what a pleasure this is." "You can't." He met the other man's eyes with a smile that was completely genuine. "Reed Kaleva, from the Pandali Research Institute." Gandolino offered him a hand, raised palm out in the typical Caramogi manner. Reed twisted his own hand quickly so that their palms met in what he hoped seemed like a natural motion. Careless, you ass. He felt the hidden question the other man's touch asked him in turn, and he answered it with silent satisfaction. Of course Gandolino was survey. At a high level, too, he was sure. "I understand you've come all the way from Karamov to work with us, only to be turned away today by our over-eager watchdogs?" Gandolino answered his smile with one that looked more reserved. His eyes were so dark they were almost black, and they regarded Reed with frank curiosity. Reed managed a laugh that might have been rueful. "I seem to have disappeared from your data reality, and they told me my contact has been incinerated. Your security sets a new standard for the entire hegemony." Our bureaucracy, you mean? Gandalinu shook his head. I'm truly sorry. This place has always been a god-forsaken bottleneck. You should have seen it before there was a research center here, when it was the company's town. But I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Reed felt his smile pull. He shrugged, loosening the muscles in his back. You were here then? He asked, surprised. Our histories have become one, I'm afraid. Gandalinu's smile turned sour, and he didn't elaborate. Reed realized that Gandalinu's discovery of the star drive must have been the catalyst that had precipitated all this change. He had, by his single act, become responsible for the town's transformation. Reed glanced at the woman named Han again, sensing her restlessness. "Excuse my manners. Come in, won't you?" he murmured, including them both in the gesture. Han shook her head. "I can't stay. I have to get back. My daughter—" "How is she?" Gandalinu asked, turning toward her with sudden solicitude. "Better," she murmured. "I think she is a little better." She shrugged, in a gesture Reed read as hopeless. "I'm glad to hear it," Gandalinu said, with a peculiar sorrow showing in his eyes. "You're kind to remember her, Commander." "Shacked!" Gandalinu said abruptly. "Don't you start treating me like one of your sainted ancestors, Han. You know me better than that." She turned to him in surprise, smiled. And it was a real smile, given to a real man. "Yes, of course. Busy." She nodded, looking down again as she did, unable to stop herself. He took a deep breath. "Thank you for bringing me here, Han. If there's ever anything else I can do, you know." He shrugged. She smiled at him over his shoulder and went on down the hall. Gandalinu looked back, his dark eyes searching Reed's blue, non-committal ones. "Her daughter is a Sibyl," he said, his speech slipping from the local dialect into his native Sandi, as if he took it for granted that Reed would be able to follow. "She wasn't suited for it. He made a brief, futile motion with his hand and looked away. "Never mind." He trailed Reed into the suite. Reed closed the door behind them. Gandalinu glanced toward the next room, his attention caught by the light and noise. "My assistants," Reed murmured in explanation, suddenly, unexpectedly feeling ill at ease. "Have a seat." He spoke in Sandi now, as Gandalinu clearly expected him to. He gestured toward the couch. "Thank you." Gandalinu dropped his rain gear into an empty side chair. He was wearing the full-dress uniform of a commander of police, the jacket crusted with the hologramic fire of a dozen medals of honor, and lying against his chest, dimmed to insignificance, was the trefoil of a Sibyl. Reed froze, gaping at him, through a moment that seemed interminable. Gandalinu looked at him quizzically, as if he couldn't even begin to guess what was going on inside his host's expression. "Do you sleep with those?" Reed said. Gandalinu looked down at himself, as if he only then realized what he was wearing. He laughed suddenly, almost in relief. "Ye gods, no!" He took off the jacket and tossed it into the chair on top of the wet slicker. "I just came from an exceedingly long and tiresome banquet at the project. Some visiting dignitaries." He rubbed his neck, loosening his collar as he crossed the room. Reed felt more than saw fatigue overtake him as he settled onto the couch. "The price of fame," Reed murmured. He ran his hands over his own clothing, glad that he hadn't bothered to take off the neat conservative overtunic and loose pants he had worn for his interview, or the silver clip that kept his hair reluctantly trapped in a tail at the base of his neck. He sat down on the couch at a comfortable angle from Gandalinu. He could see the Sibyl tattoo on Gandalinu's throat, now that his uniform collar lay open, Gandalinu looked away, his gaze fixed on something beyond sight. Everything has its cost. His glance settled on the nearly empty bottle of Alvong and the half-empty bowl of Iesta pods on the clear tabletop beside him. "Help yourself," Reed said. "No, thank you. I don't drink." Gandalinu picked up the dented bottle, turning it around in the light, watching the dead worms swirl past in the ruby liquid. "You must have had an extraordinarily frustrating day, Kalervo Eshkarad," he said, not unsympathetically. Reed recognized the form of address preferred by Karamov's technician class. The word meant both respected and scientist. Usually they only used the term with each other. It was a rare honor when they used it to address a foreigner. He guessed that in this case it simply came with his supposed position as a researcher at the Pandali Institute. "Yes," Reed answered, pricked up by annoyance at the implied judgment of his habits. "This stuff will give you a terrible hangover," Gandalino said. Reed raised his eyebrows. "That sounds like personal experience. I thought you didn't drink." "That's right, on both counts." Gandalino set the bottle down again and looked back at Reed. "I have to admit, when Han told me you had arrived from Karamov, from the Pandali Institute, no less, I expected to meet a fellow Karamogi. My people are somewhat resistant to admitting outsiders to their more important institutions. You must be a very intelligent man." Reed smiled faintly. "I am." He watched Gandalino, almost disappointed. This was not the man his imagination had shown him. There was nothing remarkable about BZ Gandalino. He was a typical Karamogi tech, medium height, dark and slender, probably in his early 30s. His face was fine-boned and salted with pale freckles, like a lot of highborns, a compulsive, self-righteous, inbred weakling. Who the hell would have imagined that he would have one of the greatest insights history had ever recorded? Not even his own technocrat arrogance, probably. Karamogis thought they ran the hegemony, and worse, they actually believed they deserved to. And a very influential stranger to be so far from home. Reed nodded again, meeting his gaze with complete confidence this time. "Like yourself." "Are you a Sibyl, then?" "Me?" The question startled a laugh out of him. "Not me. I'm not suitable material." His hand tried to reach out for the bottle of Alvong. He forced it to lie motionless at his side. "I never imagined that I was, either." Gandalino touched the trefoil, dangling on its chain, as if he still had trouble believing he wore it. "It must be a relief to you," Reed said. Gandalino glanced up at him, curious. "To have proof you can trust yourself?" Gandalino smiled faintly, looking down at the trefoil again. He let it drop. Kalervo. Is that a Samathan name?" Reed shrugged. "Yes, but I left there a long time ago." He looked out the window at the night, as he was impaled on a sudden fragment of memory. In the turgid undersea twilight a small boy was crying, down between looming tanks where his drug-sodden father couldn't hear him, clinging to the mongrel puppy that he loved more than any human being, while it whined and licked at his tears. Feeling the wetness in its matted fur, feeling the wetness soaking through his shirt, crying because his father had beaten his dog, and then beaten him, and he didn't even know why. Gods! He pressed his hand to his eyes and took a deep breath. Held it, reciting an Edhani. "Who is head of the Pandali Institute these days?" Gandalino asked, repeating the question, he realized, because he had not answered. Reed leaned back, feeling the couch enfold him like comforting arms. "Telephile. Or she was when I left, at least." And how is old Darkrad?" Reed smiled. "Pretty much the same." Gundalino sat up straighter. "Darkrad has been dead for 12 years. "That's what I mean. He's still pretty much dead." Reed pushed forward again, letting his grin fade. "If you want to be sure of who I am, Gundalino Eshkrod, ask me something important. Ask me why I think I can help you." Gundalino stared at him. "You really believe you can solve this thing?" he murmured, and it wasn't a question. Reed smiled again and nodded. "Tell me your ideas," Gundalino said with sudden intensity. "I've been living with this for nearly 3 years now. In all that time, we've barely grasped the smallest part of its complexity. I want answers." In his eyes, Reed saw bottomless depths of disappointment, frustration, failure, desperate need. "Convince me you've got the answers, and you can have anything you want." Reed's smile widened. He settled back into the couch's embrace, satisfied, knowing that Gundalino and the hegemony would keep that promise to him, whether they liked it or not. "As I understand it, you don't have one problem, you have 2. First, the star drive plasma you discovered suffered some form of integral disruption when the ship containing it crash-landed here. You can't control the function of the plasma. And second, you don't have a way to contain it effectively. They're interrelated, of course. If the plasma was reacting in a predictable, responsive way, you wouldn't need stasis fields to contain it. But unless you can confine enough of it for adequate experimentation, you can't even study it, to learn what's wrong. It becomes a kind of vicious circle for you." Gundalino nodded. "My area of expertise is smart matter." Gundalino shook his head slowly. "Is there really such a thing?" he asked. "As smart matter?" Reed said in disbelief. "As a living expert in that field. Everybody agrees that the old empire created it, used it, existed because of it. The evidence suggests that it even destroyed them. But all that was millennia ago. The technology is lost. Only the star drive and the water of life exist to prove it wasn't just legend." "And the Sybil virus?" Gundalino stiffened and nodded. "Yes, and the Sybil virus. We understand in principle how it functions, but no one has been able to successfully reprogram it, let alone reproduce it, or make it reproduce itself. The Sybil network contains no data at all on the process. It's as if they intentionally suppressed all knowledge of it." He leaned back and sighed. "Damn them." "They wanted you to make your own mistakes," Reed said. Gundalino looked up sharply, his eyes questioning. "Us," Reed murmured. "I meant us, of course." "Dr. Kalervo?" Reed looked away, grateful for the interruption, as Ananke stuck his head through the doorway. The boy wore a reasonable imitation of the clothing a serious student on Karamov would wear, affectedly baggy and unflattering, and spoke in passable Sandi. Reed had forced both Ananke and Nibiru to learn Sandi and some of the major 4 languages on the way from Ondinee, because for once it would be necessary for them actually to understand what was going on. "What?" "I'm going to sleep now. Do you need anything before I go?" "Where's Nibiru?" "He went to bed a while ago." Reed snorted and shook his head. "Turn off that noise, that's all." Ananke nodded and disappeared. The next room became miraculously dark and silent. Reed glanced at the readouts on the surface of the low table in front of him, surprised by the lateness of the hour. "Was that a baby your assistant was carrying?" Gundalino asked. Reed glanced toward the empty doorway and laughed. "Just an animal. A quoll. But he carries the bloody thing around with him in that sling like it's a baby. On Ondinee they have quolls for pets, and sometimes they have them for dinner. Maybe that's why he doesn't let it out of his sight. He has a travel permit for it, of course? Reed looked back at him and smiled. Of course, Commander. He reached out, passing his hand over the table surface to activate its terminal. The port came online, showing the data he had programmed into it while he was preparing the presentation he had not been permitted to give today. "Take a look at that," he said. "Is this an accurate representation of what you've been trying to do?" Gundolino leaned forward, studying the data models, murmuring queries to the system, watching them transform, go three-dimensional, sink back into the table surface again. He did not ask Reed for any clarification, or seem to need any. "Yes," he said at last. "That's a remarkably coherent model of the work we've been doing. But some of this data we've only recently discovered. If you've been in transit, you couldn't possibly have known." Reed shrugged. "I made a few educated guesses to fill in gaps." "Educated guesses?" Gundolino repeated softly, and touched the display of symbols on the table surface. "That's impossible. It's taken us years. No one could casually intuit these." "Like I said," Reed murmured, pulling at his ear, "it's what I do, Commander. You made all the classic assumptions about smart matter, and so I assumed you'd made all the classic mistakes." Gundolino's head came up, his mouth thinning. "I've made them all myself, Gundolino Eshgrod," Reed said gently. "That's why I know them so well." Gundolino's frown eased. The anger left his face empty of all emotion, and drawn with weariness. He shook his head. "All right, Kalervo, then what next? What?" "I've run out of inspiration." Reed waved his hand over the display, enjoying for once the surreal feeling of being a magician as the constructs changed at his pre-programmed command. "Have you considered this model for the way a technovirus encodes its information?" Gundolino peered at the changed image. His frown came back, half doubt, half concentration. "Interesting." He shook his head again. "But the structural codes become too varied if you carry that to its logical end." He reached out to the display. "No, no," Reed said impatiently, brushing his hand aside. "You're making it too complicated. This isn't life, it's art. The underlying structure is much simpler than that. There has to be some universality, something beautiful in its simplicity at the very core. Something like this." He changed the display again, watching Gundolino's face almost hungrily for traces of comprehension. Gundolino stared at the image, and slowly became perfectly still. Reed realized, after a moment, that he had even stopped breathing. "Father of all my grandfathers," Gundolino whispered at last. "I don't believe it. Gods! This is true. It is beautiful. More than beautiful. It's goddamn brilliant." He laughed, shook his head, looking like a man who was ready to cry as he glanced up again. "Kalervo, I told you if you gave me a key that worked, you could name your own reward. Name it." "All I want," Reed said, "is to do what I came here to do. Solve this problem as rapidly as possible, and to work with the man who discovered star-drive plasma in World's End." "That should be no problem," Gundolino said softly, with a self-conscious smile touching his mouth. "No problem at all." Number 4. World's End. "Good news, Reed. We have our clearances. We can go in." Gundolino let the words precede him as he strode into the office of Reed Kalervo's private lab. Kalervo raised his head, startled out of what looked like an early nap.
"Come the millennium," he said, sitting upright in his seat. Relief and pleasure mixed with surprise filled his face. "Yes, God's willing," Gandalino murmured with a smile. "Come the millennium." Kalervo understood the irony of those words as well as he did. He had spoken them for years, like everyone else, meaning the day the hegemony had a star drive again, and that he never expected he would live to see that day. Kalervo grinned and cocked his head. "That's the first time I've ever heard you say anything before you said hello." Gandalino smiled and stopped moving as he reached Kalervo's side. "Another unique observation," he said, his smile widening. As usual, he was both amused and nonplussed by Kalervo's oblique mental processes. "Hello, good afternoon. I hope you slept well last night, Kalervo Eshkrod." Kalervo laughed, pushing up out of his seat. There was an audible smack as he met Gandalino's upheld hand with his own, returning the sedate gesture with a greeting that was more like a slap on the back. "I never sleep well, but who cares?" "Damn," he murmured. "It's coming together. You can feel it, too, can't you?" His hand twitched as if he wanted to reach out again, but he didn't. Gandalino felt Kalervo's unnervingly bright eyes strip his thoughts naked. His eagerness, his aching need to find the answer that would set him free. But then, abruptly, Kalervo was looking through him again. Kalervo swung back to the desk terminal, to the three-dimensional data model that floated in its surface like an hallucination, a portrait of the information storage within a single microcomputer cell of the technovirus. "You're mine," he whispered to it, as if there were no one else in the room. "And you know it." He murmured a few more words, unintelligible orders, to the terminal, and the image altered subtly. Before Gandalino could begin to analyze what had changed, the whole image vanished, and the desktop was only an empty surface of impervious gray-green. "No," Kalervo said, turning back to Gandalino as if he were responding to some unspoken question. "I was not taking a nap." Gandalino blinked and forced his brain to take another blind leap of faith as he tried to follow Kalervo's quicksilver chain of thought. He had grown used to the plodding, narrow focus, too literal analysis of the scientists who had worked on this project with him before Kalervo arrived. They were the best minds that Four could provide, but all the really superior minds tended to emigrate to Karamov, or to have been born there in the first place. Once he had believed, like most Karamogi techs, that Karamov produced citizens superior in every significant way, moral, intellectual, social, to any world in hegemony. He had learned a painful humility over the years, and he was grateful for it. But his experience here had given him back the belief that he was, in fact, as worthy of his ancestral name as his instructors at the Rislan had insisted he was, that he had been given the best education money could buy, and been born with the skill to use it well. But he had been trapped for nearly 3 years among uninspired and uninspiring pedants, in a bureaucratic maze of obsessive security and militaristic paranoia. There were only a handful of Karamogis on world, all a part of the hegemonic judiciate, most of them trained researchers. Once he had transmitted the news of his discovery to Karamov, he had been promised through the hidden channels of survey that he would be sent the help he needed to unravel the maddening microcosmic riddle of the star drive. And for nearly 3 years he had waited, learning humility once again as he tried to solve the seemingly insoluble, virtually alone. And then at last his promised aid had arrived. He had expected a dozen top Karamogi researchers, 24. They had sent him one man, not even Karamogi, a total stranger who looked barely old enough to have finished school. Once he had recovered from the shock, he had acknowledged that if Kalervo was their chosen offering,
He must be extremely qualified. Many important researchers did their best work when they were in their early 20s. But all that had hardly prepared him for his head-on collision with the brilliance of Reed Kalervo. Kalervo's grasp of how smart matter functioned verged on mystical, and Gundolino was not a believer in mysterious powers. It was as if Kalervo understood the technovirus with his gut instead of his brain. He didn't so much analyze data as invent it. And yet his undisciplined flights of fantasy were almost invariably, terrifyingly, on target. Gundolino had felt his own mind come alive again, felt himself stimulated almost unbearably by his contact with Kalervo. He was pushed to the limits of his perception and past them every day, stimulated into blinding flashes of insight all his own. He had realized almost from the first that his own mind would never be more than a dim reflection of Kalervo's blazing brilliance, and yet at the same time he had realized almost gratefully that he had something to offer Kalervo that Kalervo actually needed: pragmatism and discipline. He was not so much a drone, or even a mirror, as he was a stabilizer, a ground, a focus for Kalervo's wild energy. He saw the proof of it sometimes in Kalervo's sudden appreciative glance. He saw it in results. These past few months while they had worked together had been like nothing he had ever experienced in his life, a kind of ecstasy that was purely intellectual, but made him wake up every morning glad to be alive and hungry to be in Kalervo's presence. And yet in all this time he had learned almost nothing about Reed Kalervo, the human being, as opposed to the scientist. When Kalervo had arrived, Gundolino had found himself drawn to the other man with an unexpected intensity. His reaction had surprised him until he thought about it. He realized then that his life had come to resemble the hermetically sealed world of the project in which he spent all his time. Kalervo was someone to whom he could actually talk as an equal, after so long in this place where he had little in common with anyone. On top of that, Kalervo was unique, with a mind full of brilliant fireworks. He had wanted almost painfully to become friends with the man. But Kalervo had rebuffed all his attempts at friendship, or even at personal conversation. Finally, Gundolino had accepted the obvious and let it drop. He had never been inclined to force intimacy on strangers, and he had realized eventually that Reed's reluctance to meet him halfway was not personal, but instead somehow oddly defensive. Observing Kalervo, witnessing his unpredictable moods and dysfunctional manners, Gundolino had realized that the man had problems, which he probably preferred to keep to himself. He had pushed aside his disappointment, told himself that it didn't matter, they didn't need to be friends to be colleagues. As long as their relationship was focused strictly on research, they communicated flawlessly. They had worked for weeks now in near-perfect harmony. But after all this time, Kalervo was still an enigma, a cipher, a bizarre mass of contradictions that reminded Gundolino every day of the fine line between genius and insanity. Standing here in Kalervo's office, Gundolino remembered with sudden vividness the day of their first triumph as a team, over a fortnight ago. Adrift in the null-gravity chamber, side by side, they had tried yet another recombinant of their key, the encoder that would unlock the molecular structure of the damaged technovirus in the minuscule sample lying somewhere at the heart of the incredibly massive, complex, and expensive array of equipment and processors below them, that would make the star drive plasma controllable, biddable, sane. They had waited, as they had waited before, side by side but solitary, while the subtle, probing fingers of their fields performed analyses of surpassing delicacy, waiting for the words that would change history, or send them out of the chamber again, defeated, back to their programs and imagers. "We have confirmation." The words had echoed the readouts flashing across his vision inside his helmet.
Kalervo's cry of triumph had cut through the monotonal message. The figure beside him, semi-human inside its protective suit and stabilizer fields, jigged in a footloose, impossible dance. "Did it this time, BZ. We fucking did it!" The words became intelligible as Kalervo reached through Gondolino's field to catch him in an awkward embrace. "I told you! Laugh, yell, you over-civilized son of a bitch! We did it!" He laughed, as belief caught him up at last. He shouted, inarticulate with elation. And then he lunged after Kalervo, who had started down into the depths as if he intended to fetch the sample out of the core with his bare hands. "Reed!" He had come up under the other man, slammed him to a halt. "Wait for the servos, damn it! They'll bring it up as fast as you could. You may be bloody brilliant, but the fields will still fry your brilliant brain like an egg." He put his hands on Kalervo's shoulders, holding him in place, their merged stabilizer fields glowing golden around them like a misbegotten halo. Kalervo stared at him, the dazed astonishment on his face slowly replaced by something more recognizable, and yet equally strange. "Ilmarinen," he murmured. "No," Gondolino said, shaking Kalervo slightly, unnerved. "It's me. Reed?" Reed blinked at him, shaking his head independently now. "I know," he snapped, brushing off the contact of Gondolino's hand. "Why did you call me Ilmarinen?" Gondolino asked softly, curiosity forcing the question out of him against his better judgment. Kalervo shrugged. "Some of my associates have been known to call me the new Vanamoinen. I guess that makes you Ilmarinen. Bad joke." His gaze broke, and he shook his head, still looking away as the cylindrical servo appeared out of the depths, bringing the now obedient, quiescent milligram of star drive with it. Gondolino watched it come, breathless with anticipation. Kalervo hung motionless beside him, and then, with slow, almost deliberate grace, Kalervo turned a somersault in the air. "Ananki!" Kalervo's voice in real time pulled Gondolino back into the present. "Yes, Dr. Kalervo." The voice of the Ondinean student, who was his lab assistant, materialized out of the air. "Find Naburu for me. Tell him I want to see him. We have our clearance." "That's great, Doctor. Right away." Kalervo turned back to face Gondolino. "When can we leave for Fire Lake?" "Tomorrow," Gondolino said, hardly believing the answer himself. "I requisitioned everything we'll need weeks ago." They had perfected the viral program that effectively stabilized the star drive plasma. They had tested it successfully. The obvious next step was to make the journey to Fire Lake itself, where a vast, semi-sentient sea of star drive material waited for them to answer its need, to make order out of its chaos. Gondolino looked toward the doorway, remembering the touch of its tormented mind, remembering the hot breath of madness, and the chill of winter snow. "About goddamn time," Kalervo muttered, oblivious. "You'd think somebody around here besides us would want to see this thing work." Gondolino glanced back at him. "There are plenty who have been aching for this moment as long as I have, believe me," he said. "But not aching like I have. You met some of them back in Foursgate, at the survey hall." He had taken Kalervo to a special meeting of his local cabal a few weeks back, when he had known that the breakthrough in their research was imminent. Kalervo had been quiet, oddly subdued, during the meeting, even though it had been clear from his responses that he must be at a fairly high level within the inner circles of survey. "Unfortunately, the ones with any vision are all still back in Foursgate, and we are here, out where the bureaucracy is its own reason for existence. The greatest scientific breakthrough in 1,000 years becomes nothing but a glitch in the program to them. They're expecting us in the departure screening area this afternoon for the final certification of our itinerary and proposed goals." Reed made a rude noise. "Pearls before swine," he muttered. He shut down his terminal with an abrupt gesture, turning back to face Gondolino. "Let's get it over with, then." He peered through the doorway into the larger lab space.
"Where's Niburu?" he snapped. Looking past him, Gandalinu saw Ananke glance up from whatever he had been studying. "Coming up, Doctor." He nodded. "He'll meet you at the usual place out front." "You're coming too," Kullervo said. "We all have to go." The boy stood up, looking vaguely surprised, or maybe apprehensive. He was not wearing his pet slung at his chest for once. Gandalinu glanced around the room until he found the Quoll sitting placidly in a box underneath the desk. He shook his head, imagining the kind of stares that pair must have attracted on Karamov. He looked back at Kullervo again. Kullervo swung around, almost as if he could feel himself being stared at. Gandalinu glanced down, turning away toward the door as Kullervo came back across the room, followed by Ananke. They went out together through the muted hive of research cubicles and labs, through the symmetrical green-lit levels of security, like swimmers rising through the water. They arrived at last in the sudden brightness and noise, the heat and humidity and rank vegetation smell of World's End, which were always there waiting, just outside the project's doors. Cadelia Niburu, Kullervo's other assistant, was waiting for them, as promised, outside the compound, in the noise and heat. He was comfortably insulated from the environment, sitting behind the controls of the Triphibian rover Kullervo had requisitioned as soon as he had learned that it was what they used for travel into the wilderness. Since then Niburu had been learning to handle one in preparation. Kullervo insisted that Niburu could pilot anything, and was the only one he would trust to take them in. Gandalinu had acquiesced, knowing that he himself was not capable of piloting a rover, and that at least Kullervo trusted this man with his life. It reduced one factor of randomness to have a pilot he at least knew somewhat, and not a stranger assigned by security. His own gut feeling about Kullervo's other assistant, once he had gotten past the startling visual interference of meeting a man so much shorter than himself, was that Niburu was competent and dependable, and a good deal more stable than Kullervo, and stability was something he valued over anything else when he went into World's End. Gandalinu climbed into the rover, grateful for its shelter after walking even a few meters through the steaming heat of the day. Kullervo and Ananke got in behind him, and the door hissed shut, sealing them into its climate-controlled womb. Gandalinu wiped sweat from his face. The uniform he was expected to appear in during most of his waking hours had been designed for wear in climatized offices, not for practical use in a place like this, something he would have to take up with the hegemony's establishment when he got back to Karamov. He glanced at Kullervo, who had settled into the co-pilot seat next to Niburu. Kullervo's face was flushed. Gandalinu had never seen him wear anything but a long-sleeved tunic or shirt, even though there was nothing that required him to dress formally. Gandalinu wondered absently why he didn't use sunblock for protection instead. Niburu took them up with what seemed to be effortless skill, rising above the nervous dance of ground traffic even though the distance they had to travel was short. Niburu seemed to know his employer's temperament well. Gandalinu supposed that it was an occupational requirement when working with Kullervo. Gandalinu stared out at the crazy quilt of old and new structures down below. It reminded him of a three-dimensional data model showing the town's uncontrolled spread like some aberrant life form, a runaway virus, the star drive plasma itself. He forced his mind away from the image, focusing on the concrete fact of the town's explosive growth, for which he was largely responsible. When he had first arrived here to search for his missing brothers, this town had barely existed. It had been the only legitimate access to World's End for prospectors and other riff-raff foolhardy enough to dare the wilderness. At that time it was run by Universal Processing Consolidated, the multinational that had controlled World's End mineral rights, and it was more a surreal bureaucratic nightmare than a genuine geographic place existing on real-world maps. It had not even had a name then. Out here they called Universal Processing Consolidated the Company, and this was the company's town. But he had gone into World's End and come out of it with news that was still sending shock waves through the hegemony. The shock had been felt. The changes had begun first here, at the epicenter of Number 4. He watched the town pass below,
the sullen core of squat, heavy-set colonial structures overwhelmed by the gleam of the prefabricated high-rise hives the government of Four had dropped here to house the influx of technicians, researchers, and workers who were responsible for the project and its physical plant. Down in the warren of its streets it seemed to be a place completely transformed, reborn, like the future itself. But from up here he could see beyond its perimeter, see the rank frenzy of the jungle that surrounded it on all sides, stretching to the horizon. The jungle was constantly trying to reclaim the earth from its infestation of alien sentience, giving ground slowly but never willingly. Chaos against order, a microcosm of life, of progress, of the human soul. He shut his eyes for a moment against the vision, against the resonance it started in his memory. Tomorrow he would be going to Fire Lake with knowledge that, God's willing, would begin to bring the lake back from the heart of madness, as he had barely brought his brothers back, as he had barely brought himself back to sanity, to civilization, the first time. He shifted in his seat, relieved to see that they were already descending again, falling back into the illusion that progress and order were winning. Not that order and progress had any claim to moral superiority, he thought wearily, as Nibiru set them down on the designated spot in the security area of the departure center. Ugliness and banality were all that he could see, rising up on every side, as they got out of the hovercraft and stood on the circreted landing field. Looking down, he saw the fleshy excrescence of some nameless fungal growth oozing up out of a crack in the inadequately laid ceramic pavement beside his boot, chaos seeping in through civilization's pores. Nothing here had been built to last. "It's frightening," the Sybil Hahn had said to him once, "how precariously we float on the surface of life." He tugged habitually at the hem of his uniform jacket as the uniformed guard came toward them across the field, bristling with an array of weapons. More a symbol than a threat, a reminder that was easy for the average human mind to grasp of the far more subtle and effective forms of weaponry that now defended the perimeter, barring the uninvited from access to World's End. When the company alone had controlled access to World's End, getting in uninvited had been difficult enough. Now Gundalina was certain that it was all but impossible. After word of his discovery had become public, Four's powerful world enclave had forcibly nationalized them, with the backing of the hegemonic police. Universal Processing Consolidated had been one of the major economic forces on the planet. For the world government to take them over under any other circumstances would have been unthinkable. Without the full support of the hegemony, it would probably have been impossible. But Universal Processing Consolidated owned World's End, where Fire Lake lay. He had found the impossible there, and so the unthinkable had suddenly become the inevitable. As the security guard approached them, Gundalinu saw how big the other man really was. Not simply tall, but massive, moving toward them with the inexorability of a landslide. Something about the guard's broad bronze face seemed familiar. Gundalinu wondered if they had crossed paths before. Nothing in the man's sullen expression, or lack of it, suggested anything more than a general resentment of foreigners, which they all plainly were. He wore the uniform of the Enclave's military, but Gundalinu was sure he had worn the company's uniform before, like most of the workers here. Their masters had changed, but nothing else had, except that now the totalitarian bureaucracy that had run the lives of virtually everyone on this particular continent for a century had even better tools of oppression, and even less fear of government intervention controlling their excesses, because now they were the government. Gundalinu watched the guard raise a calloused hand to make him a grudging salute. He returned it, keeping his equal reluctance to himself. Waves of heat reflected up from the pitiless, glassy pavement beneath his feet. He remembered how once he had watched hands like those casually break all the fingers of a would-be prospector, in a bar called Kuar's. "Commander Gundalinu," he said brusquely, "to see Agent Aran." "And them?" the guard asked, intentionally insulting, as his black hooded eyes darted at the three other men. Gundalinu felt Kalervo frown beside him. "Them too," he said gently. He took a step forward, forcing the guard to take one step back.
The guard turned and started away without another word. Kalervo glanced over at him, a brief, measuring glance. But he said nothing as the guard led them toward the administrative complex, where Agent Aran waited. Inside they were loaded into a secured tram and sent like human baggage through the characterless repetitions of the complex to their destination. The distance was short, but Gundalinu was still grateful that they did not have to walk under guard like criminals. Ananke sat beside him, staring at the identical doorways as if they were a revelation. Gundalinu looked across at Kalervo, who sat frowning and pulling at his ear, at the crystal-beaded ear cuff that was one of the more obvious manifestations of his unpredictable personal style. Nibiru sat beside Kalervo. His short legs jutted from the seat like a child's. Gundalinu imagined that Nibiru felt more relieved even than he did not to have to walk this distance, since Nibiru was always pressed to keep pace, in a body that was constantly inconvenienced by the conventions of others. He had dared to mention the matter to Nibiru one day, as he had watched him standing on a chair to access a simple data run that Kalervo had left for him to confirm. Nibiru had only shrugged in apparent resignation, and murmured that on board his ship the proportions were to his specs, and not anyone else's. Gundalinu stole another glance at Nibiru and Ananke. They watched the color-washed walls pass, sitting in an unlikely symmetry of pose. He had wondered to himself whether Kalervo had chosen his staff simply for their shock value. He suspected it was possible, and yet he was almost certain that it was not because of their appearance, but rather in spite of it, that Reed had hired them. The tram spat them out directly into the mouth of a doorway that was more like an airlock, leading into an isolation chamber. The security was hardly this elaborate as the project itself. "Overkill," he heard Kalervo mutter to Nibiru behind him. "What do these shitheads think this is saving them from?" Gundalinu glanced back at them, his mouth curving slightly. "Spontaneity," he murmured. Kalervo said something unintelligible, as the inner door screen dematerialized before them. A thick-set middle-aged woman with golden skin and iron-colored hair looked up at them from across the barren expanse of room. Gundalinu recognized her as Agent Aran, who had approved his departure permits and itinerary on several previous journeys to Fire Lake. She wore a variant of the same uniform they had seen on almost everyone they passed, and an expression that was as familiar to him as her face, alert without being at all interested in what she saw. There were 3 men with her. He knew, without having to be told, why they were here. "Commander Gundalinu?" Aran said, managing to give his name a slight querulous lilt, as if she wasn't certain she remembered his face. "Yes," he said, as ingratiatingly as he could, "back for one more try. For the last time, I hope, thanks to my colleague here." He gestured at Kalervo, who stood stiffly beside him, eyeing the room and its inhabitants. She said nothing, still gazing at him without the slightest trace of curiosity. The 3 men stood silently behind her, like afterthoughts. "We believe we've found a way to control the star drive. I'm sure I don't have to tell you what that means." "Yes, Commander. I've reviewed your documents, also your permits and supply lists," she said, glancing away at the display surface of the dust-colored desk terminal beside her. "Everything seems to be in order here, for once. There's no reason that I can see why you shouldn't be able to depart as planned." He realized with a prick of irritation that the "for once" referred to his input, and not security's response to it. "I'm very glad to hear it," he said, with excruciating politeness. He felt Kalervo begin to relax infinitesimally beside him. "How much time do you expect this expedition to take?" "It's hard to say. If the tests are successful, I need a precise length of stay." She tapped impatiently at the display. "Yes, of course. 1 week. They should know whether Reed's restructuring program worked or not almost immediately. Even with the question of systems setup and the vagaries of time around Fire Lake, that should give them enough slack." "That's all? You realize that you will have to return in 1 week, whether your work is finished or not?" 2 weeks, then," he said with faint impatience. "Make it 2 weeks. All right. But in that case, should you finish your study in less time, you will have to notify us that you are returning ahead of schedule. Yes, of course. Would you please input your security clearance code, then, to indicate your personal testimony that the data is accurate, to the best of your knowledge? He nodded, touching the remote on his belt, silently transferring the code numbers to the waiting document. After a moment he heard the piercing tone that indicated the security data bank had accepted his verification. "These will be your crew," Aran said, gesturing toward the 3 men waiting like stones behind her, her first acknowledgment that there was anyone else in the room. Gundalinu nodded, stepping forward as the 3 government troopers came reluctantly to life. But Kalervo's hand closed over his arm, pulling him back. "What is this?" Kalervo whispered, suddenly angry. "You didn't say anything about anyone else coming with us." Gundalinu looked at him, surprised by his vehemence. "It's all right," he murmured, trying to find the right words to make Kalervo ease off. "It's government policy. They always provide the pilot and 2 troopers for security." "We've already got a pilot," Kalervo snapped, nodding at Nibiru, "and we have all the assistance we need. This is a risk-filled project. We don't need bumbling total strangers getting in the way. You said yourself that the more people we have with us, the more dangerous the lake is." "It's a regulation," the agent said flatly. Gundalinu watched the expressions harden on the faces of Aran and the 3 troopers. If Kalervo lost his temper, they could very quickly lose the clearance he had so painstakingly put together, too. "Agent Aran," he said, sending a sharp glance of warning at Kalervo. "Dr. Kalervo is right when he points out that a larger group would be potentially dangerous, given the unstable nature of the lake. We've lost several teams out there in the past 2 years, as you know. We have a full team this time already." "It's a regulation," she repeated. She folded her arms. "A certified pilot and 2 troopers for security." "It's bullshit," Kalervo muttered. This time it was Nibiru who caught at his sleeve and murmured something. "Security from what?" he added sourly. "Ourselves?" Gundalinu turned back to face him, said softly and swiftly, "This is the way it's done here. I have no problem with this." He put a hand on Kalervo's arm, made Kalervo meet his gaze and keep it. "What is your problem?" Kalervo went rigid under his hand. "I'll tell you very bluntly what your problem will be," Gundalinu whispered, cutting Kalervo off before he could speak. "If you push these people any more, Reed Kalervo will be permanently banned from entering World's End, or else this entire expedition will end up a beached klaba. I don't know if even your gods or mine," he touched the trefoil, hanging at his chest pointedly, "will be able to get it back afloat. A viable star drive now means nothing to those people over there. It means everything to me. How much does it mean to you?" Kalervo stared at him, and Gundalinu watched the wild light fade from the other man's eyes. Kalervo said nothing more. He shrugged off the contact of Gundalinu's restraining hand with an abrupt motion. Gundalinu turned back to face Aran, glancing at the 3 troopers again. He knew the designated pilot from a previous trip inside, a corporal named Nong, a capable man, but no more enthusiastic about making the journey to Fire Lake than anyone in his right mind would be. "Agent Aran," he said, "let me propose this. We use our own certified pilot, who is also one of Dr. Kalervo's assistants, but we take the 2 others. That way our team will be slightly smaller, which somewhat reduces our risk from the lake. But we will still have adequate security. I don't expect Corporal Nong will be too disappointed to take some other duty. Will you, Corporal?" Nong stole a slightly nervous glance at the sergeant standing beside him before he answered. "No, sir. I am a police commander, after all." Aran eyed him suspiciously for a long moment, as if she was trying to fathom whatever conceivable plot he was devising against her. "It isn't in the regulations. I know your only thought is for our safety, Agent Aran, and the success of the project we've all been working on for so long together." He took a deep breath. Of all the agents I've had to deal with, you've been the most dedicated and diligent, qualities I value highly. Gods, he thought, lay it on with a shovel, you hypocritical bastard. Hating the taste of his own words. World's End is a terrifyingly treacherous environment. I know you, of all people, would not want us to risk our lives, or the success of the Star Drive project, needlessly. All right, she said abruptly, spitting out her decision like a clot of phlegm. You may use your own pilot, Commander Gundolino. If it was anyone else, she glanced at Kalervo, I wouldn't allow it. But you would take Sergeant Hundit and Trooper Saroon with you. Thank you, Gundolino said with heartfelt sincerity. He dared to look at Kalervo. I hope that's a more acceptable risk to you, Doctor. Kalervo looked at the two troopers with narrowed eyes. Gundolino followed his gaze. He had never seen either of the two men before. The sergeant was short and whip-thin, but all muscle, with a narrow, mean face and impenetrable eyes. Gundolino disliked him on sight. The private was hardly more than a boy, probably a conscript. He looked right now like the prospect of being sent to Fire Lake was about as appealing to him as his own castration. Gundolino sighed. Kalervo glanced away, down at Nibiru. I guess I can handle that, he murmured. Nibiru looked more uncomfortable than relieved. Ananke looked back and forth between them as though they were speaking some language he didn't know. Kalervo looked up at Gundolino again. Thank you, Gundolino Eskrod. He smiled unexpectedly. Something fluttered and dropped in the pit of Gundolino's stomach, as if he were some form of small vermin that was being considered by a cat. He shook off the feeling, annoyed at himself. It was not the first time Kalervo's unpredictable responses had set off alarms in his brain. He had been a police officer for too long. He read other people's body language almost instinctively. Kalervo's body language was eloquent, and it read all wrong. His volatility, and when he wasn't thinking, his manners and his speech were better suited to a hot-headed young street thug than to a respected scientist. But he was undeniably a brilliant researcher. Gundolino nodded, looking away. He reminded himself that he had grown up with Karamogi researchers, the men and women who had been his father's friends and colleagues, scientists whose refined behavior reflected their position at the top of a highly structured, classist society. Kalervo was not a Karamogi. Gundolino had learned nothing more about his background, perhaps because Kalervo was ashamed of it. That was not an unreasonable response for a man with a mind so superior that it had lifted him out of the gods knew what kind of life and dropped him into a nest of elitists. But no one ever left their past behind completely. He knew that, if anyone did. He looked back at Agent Iran, at the troopers waiting beside her. We'll leave from the yard tomorrow at first quarter. I'll expect you to be waiting when I arrive. I believe everything we'll need has already been assembled there? Everything is in order, Commander, Agent Iran said. The troopers returned his salute perfunctorily, and he started for the door. Kalervo and the others followed him, out without a word. He did not speak again, and neither did they, until they were safely back in the rover and rising over the town. That was impressive, Kalervo said finally. You're one slick manipulator, Gundolino Eskrod. Gundolino looked up, frowning as irritation and resentment took root in his festering self-disgust. But to his surprise, Kalervo's face showed him no mockery, no emotion that he could name except perhaps curiosity. It's not something for which I hope to be venerated by my descendants. He looked away again, out of the window. You should, Kalervo said. You should be proud of it. It means you've got a real talent for reading a bad situation. You knew just how hard you could push them, and me. It's not something I'm good at, obviously. I'm sorry. Bureaucrats make me nervous. World's End makes me nervous. He grimaced, shrugged. I didn't think you were that perceptive, frankly. It's not a trait Karamogis seem to value highly. Gandalino fingered the trefoil hanging at his chest and said nothing. "That was a compliment," Kalervo said at last. "Thank you," Gandalino murmured automatically. He looked down at his hands, at the insides of his wrists, the smooth brown skin that had once been covered with the livid marks of his suicide attempt. His mouth pulled down. "I suppose I've come to deserve some sort of credit these past few years." He looked out at the jungle, thinking about what lay beyond sight, beyond the distant mountains, what lay beyond space-time, waiting for him. Number 4. World's End. "What are you doing here at this time of night?" Gandalino stopped at the prism of light outside the open door of Kalervo's office, looking in. Kalervo jerked around in his seat, blinking as if reality made no sense to his eyes. "Gods!" he muttered. "You startled the hell out of me." He shook his head, stretching, as Gandalino came into the room. "I often work at night when I can't sleep." He ran a hand through his disheveled hair. "But what are you doing here? I thought you always retired early and slept the sleep of the just." Gandalino matched his ironic smile unwillingly and shook his own head. "I can never sleep the night before I go into World's End." Kalervo laughed. "So you do have nerve endings after all, Commander Gandalino Eskrod, Sibyl, hero of the hegemony." "Father of all my grandfathers," Gandalino said, exasperated and suddenly angry. He began to turn away. "Wait!" Kalervo pushed up out of his seat. "By the render, you are on edge. Are you leaving?" "Yes," he answered, frowning, without turning back. "So am I. Leaving," Kalervo said, and when Gandalino did not respond, "On edge." Gandalino turned back. Kalervo was gazing moodily at the display on the desk behind him. "What are you working on?" "Nothing," Kalervo said with sudden bitterness. "A dead end." He ordered the display into oblivion before Gandalino could get more than a glimpse of the constructs drifting through its screen. Gandalino stared at the suddenly empty desktop. He glanced up at Kalervo's face, expecting to find the same impenetrable surface. But stark, unexpected hopelessness filled Kalervo's eyes. Gandalino hesitated as Kalervo abruptly looked away, knowing that he had seen that look before, seen it in the mirror. "Read. Do you want to talk about it?" he said quietly. "Can I help?" "No," Kalervo snapped. He looked up again, as if he realized how it had sounded, and muttered, "But I appreciate the offer." Something that could have been gratitude, or even longing, showed fleetingly in his eyes. But he shook his head. "Don't waste your time. It's too valuable. I've wasted enough of my own. There are some mistakes that can't be erased. You just have to live with them." He turned away, striding toward the door. Stopped, looking back at Gandalino, waiting. Gandalino accepted the invitation uncertainly and followed him out of the room. They went up through the security levels and out into the fetid embrace of the night. Kalervo hesitated as Gandalino stopped just beyond the dimly glowing screen of the project's entrance to say a perfunctory good night. "Share a ride?" Kalervo asked. Gandalino shook his head. "I feel like walking tonight." "That's a hell of a walk," Kalervo said, looking surprised. "Or aren't you going home?" "I'm not going home." Gandalino glanced away, mildly annoyed by Kalervo's uncharacteristic impulse to camaraderie. He gazed out across the starkly lit artificial landscape, the deceptively open grounds that separated the project's semi-subterranean fortress from the old company town. "There's someone I have to see." "A woman?" Kalervo raised his eyebrows. "Personal?" "Yes," Gandalino said, growing more annoyed by the second. "Not what you're thinking." Kalervo stared at him, his eyes shadowed by the night. "Then would you mind if I walked with you a while?" Gandalino hesitated, realized that he was trying to think of a way to refuse. His mind remained stubbornly blank, and so he nodded. "If you like," he said, resigned. They crossed the gentle vagaries of the parklands together. Gundalinu looked up at the sky, able to see it for once, seeing an unremarkable scattering of stars on the utterly black face of the moonless night. He remembered Tiamat, where the stars were like glowing coals, where once he had seen his own shadow at midnight. He looked down again, watching his steps as he felt himself stumble. Kalervo walked beside him, looking down intently, with his hands pushed deep into the side pockets of his loose-fitting blue overshirt. Gundalinu thought of a boy searching for lost coins, not an image he would have associated with Kalervo before tonight. It occurred to him again, as it had occurred to him before, how young Kalervo was. But then most geniuses burned their brightest when they were young. "So it's not a tryst we're going toward." Kalervo looked up at him, watching him back. "Are you married?" Gundalinu shook his head, watching his steps, suddenly uncomfortable again. "Ever?" "No," he said softly. He glanced up at the sky. "How about you? Are you married?" "Yes." Kalervo looked straight ahead now, as if he were remembering someone's face. "Gods!" he said fiercely. "I want to finish this and get back to her." His hands made fists inside his pockets. "She's my life." "How long have you been married?" Gundalinu asked, trying to keep the incredulity out of his voice. "Not long. Forever," Kalervo murmured. Gundalinu realized that he had never seen Kalervo look twice at a woman in all the time he had been here. He tried to imagine what sort of woman could hold Kalervo's quicksilver temperament in that kind of thrall, when he knew that years would have passed for her before they saw each other again. What kind of woman? He looked up again at the stars. "Is she Karamogi?" Kalervo laughed once. "What? No. She's from Ondinee. No offense, but Karamogi women aren't my type." Gundalinu glanced back at him. "No, I suppose not," he said, a little shortly. "But we're not all of us dead from the neck down, Kalervo." Kalervo bent his head, meeting Gundalinu's half-frown with a mocking smile. "But you're married to your work. There's really nobody waiting for you out there, somewhere? No lovers? No regrets?" Gundalinu felt his throat tighten. He swallowed, and the ache slid down into his chest. "Yes," he said at last. "There is a woman. There was. There is. And a lot of regret. Maybe I'll see her again, after all this is finished." "Where is she?" "On Tiamat." "Tiamat!" Kalervo said, incredulous. "Ye gods! Tell me that you did all of this just to find a way to get back to her." He grinned suddenly, waving a hand at the research project behind them. "Go on, surprise me." "I did it all to get back to her," Gundalinu said, feeling a faint smile turn up the corners of his mouth. "Liar," Kalervo said, and his grin widened. Gundalinu shrugged. "Have it your way." The warm night breeze kissed his face. They entered the maze of streets that led into the old part of the town, the part that had been there as long as the company, maybe longer. Cracked, time-eaten walls showed the scars of battle with the inhospitable climate. Here, beyond the protected parklands, mottled grey-green creepers and fleshy, spined shrubs left the jungle's spoor everywhere, its living fingers working with infernal patience to undo what humans had made. Gundalinu had found the town and everything about it depressing the first time he had seen it. He still found it depressing. The streets were better lit at night now, and the nighttime diversions more varied, although they held no more appeal for him than they had 3 years ago. The streets were noisier and more alive, too, because the credit flowed more freely. More outsiders passed them as they walked than the residents of this place had probably ever dreamed existed, before the project had come into their lives. "Who are we going to see?" Kalervo asked, looking from side to side with mild interest. "Han, the Sibyl who brought me to meet you." Kalervo glanced back at him. "Why now? It's late for a social call." "There's something I need to give her before we leave." Ondinee indicated the heavy container he carried in one hand. "What's in it?" Kullervo asked, when he did not elaborate. "Something that belongs to her daughter." Kullervo frowned slightly, either annoyed or trying to remember something. "You said her daughter was a Sibyl, too. But she wasn't meant to be? Does that mean she's—" He gestured, his hand fluttering, touching his head. "Crazy." "Yes," Ondinee said abruptly, looking down. "The Sibyl virus caused incurable mental breakdowns in people who were not emotionally stable enough to become Sibyls." "How did it happen? I thought the choosing places rejected anyone who wasn't suitable material to become a Sibyl." "She was rejected, but she wouldn't accept it. Her mother infected her." "Gods," Kullervo muttered, shaking his head. He looked at Ondinee again, glancing briefly, wordlessly, at the trefoil he wore. Ondinee slowed his pace as they reached the corner of a cross street. "This is her street." "I'd like to come with you," Kullervo said. Ondinee hesitated. "All right." He shrugged and entered the side street. It became quiet and residential as they left the main thoroughfare. 1- and 2-story buildings, some with new, intrusively ornate balconies, rubbed shoulders along the dim-lit, empty sidewalks. Ondinee turned in under the arched entryway to a familiar apartment house. He stopped before the glowing ident plate, touched the proper name, let it register their faces. Han's voice answered from the air, sounding surprised, asking him to come inside. The security screen at the building entrance faded. They went in. Ondinee followed the hallway back, found Han waiting at the open door of her flat, dressed in a long, loose tunic that might have been sleepwear. Her curiosity was plain, but she gestured them inside without question. Her eyes darted at Kullervo's face and away again. Ondinee had not been inside her home in nearly 2 years. It looked much as he remembered it, neat and modest like its owner. The soft modular furniture she had purchased after he had gotten her a job at the project still looked almost new. He set the container he had carried from the research center down on a low table in the middle of a scattering of uncollected dishes. He turned back, answering Han's still unspoken question. "I've brought you something. For Song." He looked again at the box, away from her eyes. He unsealed its cover and took out a globe filled with coruscating fire. He held it out to her, seeing the small frown of consternation return, furrowing between her brows. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "That star drive plasma." The answer did not come from him, but from Kullervo. Kullervo stared, his mouth hanging open with utter disbelief. "What the hell are you doing with that?" "Returning it to its rightful owner," Ondinee answered, sounding calmer than he felt. "You mean you just walked out of the research project with that?" "We just walked out of there with it together?" Ondinee nodded. "How is that possible?" Ondinee smiled faintly. "I am the director of the entire project. I gave myself permission." "And the security systems listened to you?" Kullervo murmured. "Just like that?" "Of course, I programmed them. No one else here was experienced enough with the new system." Kullervo shook his head. "I need to sit down." He sat. "Song," Han said suddenly, looking past Ondinee, not calling a name, but acknowledging a presence. Ondinee turned, following her gaze, as Kullervo looked up from where he sat. Song stood in the doorway to another room, motionless, with darkness behind her. A long, shapeless sleep robe covered the painful thinness of her body. Her heavy, midnight black hair hung about her like a shroud. She stared at Kullervo, her mouth open. Slowly she put one hand up to her mouth, pressing it, pointing at him with the other as if she saw a ghost. Or maybe she really was seeing a ghost, Ondinee thought. He had seen enough of them himself at Fire Lake. But her dark eyes moved away again, distractedly, until they met his own. They filled with something that might have been recognition, rejection, hatred, or nothing at all, before her gaze fell to the globe in his hands. Her expression slowly changed until he was sure that he was seeing wonder. She came toward him, holding out her hands uncertainly, as if she was afraid of him or of his refusal. He put the globe into her hands. She stroked it, held it close to her body, looked up at him, her eyes suddenly gleaming with tears. She half frowned, her quizzical expression making her look momentarily like her mother. Yes. He nodded, making no move to touch her or the globe. She looked down at it again, almost as if she were listening with her eyes. He remembered that look, remembered that feeling. Do you feel it? At peace? He thought that perhaps she nodded, a tiny spasm of her neck. But she did not look at him again. She turned away slowly, holding the globe close, and drifted like a spirit back through the doorway. The globe's light filled the darkness beyond it with an eerie, momentary radiance. Gundalinu turned back to Han, ignoring Kalervo's eloquent silence. "I'm leaving for World's End tomorrow." "I know," she said. "To test Dr. Kalervo's viral reprogramming." "Yes, we—" He broke off. "Of course, everyone knows. I thought, whatever happens, whether we succeed or fail, in case something should happen to me, I wanted to give you this now. That star drive plasma in the globe." She nodded again. "The transformation process was successful on every sample we tested here, including this one. I thought it might help, somehow." He looked down. "Thank you," she murmured. "It's the least I can do." He looked up at her again, seeing her lined, weary face, the trefoil tattoo visible on her throat like the one at his own, the reminder that a Sibyl was a Sibyl even when the pendant on the chain was not there. Day and night, waking and sleeping, eating, drinking, making love, every moment of one's life. "I wish I knew how to do something more." She smiled in gratitude, but he saw a world of sorrow in it. "I'd better be going." She hesitated, and he wasn't sure whether the hesitation was because she wanted him to stay or simply didn't know how to talk to him any more. She turned and led them to the door. "Good night," she said, "and thank you again." He said good night in turn, and Kalervo followed him out of the building into the street. "Explain," Kalervo said, catching him by the sleeve as they began to walk. "You just gave away 1/3 of all the star drive plasma you've been able to collect in over 2 years. On a whim?" "No," Gundalinu shook his head. "Hardly a whim." He started back toward the center of town, taking Kalervo with him. "The amount of star drive we've been able to contain and collect is far less than we need to make even one faster-than-light drive function. We can't even get it to replicate. If what we do at Fire Lake is unsuccessful, that won't change. If we are successful, it won't matter." "But what's star drive plasma got to do with Han's daughter?" Gundalinu was silent for a few steps more. They were nearing the corner of the street, and he gestured Kalervo into a seat at one of the tables of an outdoor tavern. Sitting outside at night had become a favorite pastime for workers from the project, since sitting outside during the daytime was unbearable. The almost subliminal hum of the sonics employed everywhere to keep insects at bay made a soothing, white noise counterpoint to conversation. The tavern-keeper brought them a bowl of heavily salted carrot rinds and 2 beakers of water. Gundalinu sipped at the lukewarm liquid, and thought that the tavern-keeper looked annoyed, thinking that he had no right to, since not even a beaker of water was free here, a tradition that still held from his first visit to this dismal town. It surprised him that Kalervo drank nothing stronger, But he had not seen anything that resembled a drug pass Kalervo's lips since the night they met. "But what's that got to do with Han's daughter?" Kalervo repeated, this time holding Gundelinu's gaze stubbornly. "What have they got on you?" Gundilinu laughed. "A hand around my heart, I suppose." He shook his head, glancing away from the look on Kalervo's face. "Nothing more. But the globe that contained the star drive plasma, that's an original, a relic. A stasis field capable of containing the star drive harmlessly without altering its properties. And yet it looks and feels like nothing so much as a ball of plas. I have all the specs on it. We understand it perfectly in principle. But we have no way to manufacture anything like it, yet. Which is why we have to have the plasma's willing cooperation." "Damn it, I know all that! What's that got to do with Han?" Kalervo insisted. "What's it got to do with her crazy daughter?" "It belongs to Song. It was the original sample of the star drive plasma that I brought out of World's End with me. She had it. I brought her out, too, along with my brothers. I went in to find them. That's why I was there in the first place." It sounded like an excuse. He glanced at Kalervo to see if he had noticed. "I met Han here in the town. She asked me if I would look for her daughter." "And you found all of them, out in that—" Kalervo jerked his head in the vague direction of World's End as words failed him. "That's harder to believe than that you found star drive out there." "I suppose so," Gundilinu said, half smiling. "Although at the time I imagined that it would be simple." "The gods take care of fools," Kalervo murmured. Gundilinu grimaced. "Maybe so. As it turned out, by blind luck, or otherwise, we all ended up in the same place, a place called Sanctuary, by the lake itself." "There's a town out there?" Kalervo said in disbelief. "There was. On an island of red rock in the middle of the lake. It was built by the survivors of the ship that crashed there at the end of the old empire. The one the star drive plasma escaped from. The gods only know what became of the original inhabitants. It was full of murderers and lunatics when I got there." His voice faded. He drank water, aware that Kalervo was looking at him strangely. "My brothers were prisoners there. Slaves. Song was its queen." Kalervo laughed, a strangled sound that was more incredulous than amused. "She was in communion with Fire Lake. She kept the people there protected, more or less, from its randomness." Gundilinu looked up, facing him directly again. Kalervo only nodded, showing no surprise now. "It was able to communicate with her after a fashion because she was a Sibyl. I have a theory that all the forms of old Empire technovirus still in existence have a single common denominator," Kalervo said. "Their differences are simply a reflection of how they were programmed." Gundilinu stared at him. "Exactly," he said. Kalervo laughed and nodded, his eyes shining. "You're dead right, Gundilinu Eshkrod." "You sound like you know that for certain." Kalervo shrugged and ate a rind. "What we've done here proves it, at least to me. I've been working on analyzing and charting the differences to a degree where we can predictably reprogram the basic substance for our own uses. What we've done, and are about to do, with the star drive is a first step. The options are almost infinite. If only we could recreate the kind of precision they must have had. If we're successful at Fire Lake, we'll have proof that more funding and more effort should go into your work when you return to Karamov." Kalervo looked back at him blankly, as if the comment were a complete non sequitur, as if his own thoughts had drifted into alien country again. "Yes, I suppose so," he murmured. He rubbed his arms, pushing his sleeves up toward his elbows. Gundilinu froze, staring at the profusion of colors and patterns that started at Kalervo's wrists and went spiraling up his forearms. Tattooing. The only place he had ever seen tattooing like that was on the arms of criminals. He looked up again, found Kalervo staring back at him. Kalervo's long-fingered hands twitched, as if they wanted to pull his sleeves down, but he did not. I got the tattoos on Samath, he said, when I was young. He shrugged. It's not what you think. He held out an arm so that Gundalinu could see it clearly, see that the intricate geometric designs flowing one into another like music, made visible, were not the crude pictorials he had seen on underworld thugs. I like to look at them. They're very beautiful, Gundalinu said softly. He was reminded of the fluid patterns of Ondinee. I've never seen anything like this. Why do you keep them covered up? Kalervo studied the tattoos as if he were hypnotized. But Gundalinu thought he saw the younger man flush. So that everybody at the project won't look at me the way you just did. Kalervo pulled his sleeves down again. Gundalinu watched the designs disappear, his embarrassment oddly mingled with regret. He said nothing more, waiting. Kalervo's attention returned to him abruptly. Gundalinu read non sequitur again in Kalervo's half-frown. If the lake communicated in some fashion with song, what about you? Kalervo gestured at the trefoil he wore, as if there had been no discussion at all about tattooing a moment earlier. Gundalinu forced his mind to retune to Kalervo's sudden change of frequency. He touched the trefoil, absently, wonderingly, as he still did often every day. Yes, it communicated with me too. It forced me to think about it until I understood. What's it really like out there? World's End. Kalervo twisted the ring he wore on his thumb, a ring of silver metal set with 2 solis that Gundalinu realized suddenly was probably a wedding ring. Gundalinu shook his head. I can't tell you. I can't explain it. Maybe it's different for everyone who goes out there. He lifted his hands. Anyway, you'll see for yourself soon enough. Gods, look at the time. We better get some sleep before the night's gone, if we can. He smiled and lifted his beaker to Kalervo, for once feeling the kind of comfortable companionship with him that had been almost perversely missing from their relationship these past months. Kalervo raised his own mug, smiling wryly in return, and drained it. I'll share that ride home with you now, Gundalinu said. Kalervo nodded and used his remote to call a cab. He stood up, stretching, rubbing his neck. Tell me, he said, do you still hear the lake when you go out there? Gundalinu hesitated, nodded. I still hear it, and I still have some effect on it. Expeditions I head are safer. But the lake is insane, for want of a better word. It flows in and out of our particular continuum at will. There's no hard and fast reality around it. That's why it's been so damn difficult even to collect a sample. He glanced up as the cab they had ordered drifted down onto the side street beside them. Reed, Kalervo looked back at him. When I'm around the lake, I get a little disoriented sometimes. It's hard to concentrate. There's so much static in my head. He took a deep breath, feeling himself flush as he went on. I'm glad you'll be with me on this trip. I'm glad I'll have someone I can count on. Kalervo's smile came back. We need each other on this trip. He looked down at his wedding ring. His smile quirked oddly. You can count on that.